Hi, I'm Liz Kruger, Chair of the Finance Committee, here with Gary Pretlow, Chair of the Ways and Means Committee. Someday we'll have to study why we have two different named committees, but not today. Not today. Fine, okay.
Conference committee next.
There you
figure
go.
it out.
Okay, so this is budget hearing 2 of 12 of our two committees, combined with the relevant committees in both houses for the topics of the committee hearing. These are all set out in the Constitution and the legislative law. So, which is why you feel like you're coming and seeing the same play every year, but there's always different scenes. All right, so it's the second hearing of 12. The official proposed budget hearings for 26-27 based on the governor's executive budget that she has submitted to us and the public to review. Today, our committees will hear testimony concerning the governor's proposed budget for the Department of Environmental Conservation, the New York State Energy Research and Development Authority, the Department of Public Service, and the New York Power Authority. Following each testimony, there will be some time for questions from the chairs of the fiscal committees and relevant legislators from other committees. Just for the record, the agenda you've picked up is slightly wrong because we changed it fairly late in the evening. And so the first panel is a panel of one. Amanda Lefton, New York State Department of Environmental Conservation, and she has asked for that adjustment because of personal illness and the hope she's not going to get more people sick. Oh, sorry, guys. Oh, well, you suffer for the boss. What can I tell you? And then, free from risk of illness, will be the second panel, which will be our three other agency commissioners, Doreen Harris of NYSERDA, Rory Christian of Public Service Commission, and Justin Driscoll of the New York Power Authority. So that will be the second panel of three instead of 2 and 2 as shown in the agenda that most of you picked up either online or when you walked in here. All right. So I will now before I introduce members of the legislature, I just want to remind everyone of the rules of the road. There's different schedules of testimony, how long each person may get to testify, and then how long different legislators can ask questions of them. So for our first two panels, or 4 people, which are the invited witnesses representing the governor's agencies, the governmental invitees will have 10 minutes each to summarize their testimony, and then every other testifier today which are called the non-government invitees, will only have 3 minutes to testify. Now, everyone who asked to submit testimony was welcome to do so, and that full testimony is online on both the Assembly website and the Senate website, so every New Yorker can see that testimony and review it in full, both the government testimony and the other individuals who asked to testify. Not everyone who asked to testify is being given an opportunity to speak for 3 minutes because we don't have 24 days for the hearings, just the 12 days for the hearings. Then legislators can ask questions of governmental witnesses as follows. The co-chairs, Kruger and Pretlow, are allowed to ask 10-minute questions of all of the governmental representatives, and the other relevant committee chairs, let's say energy for the energy agencies, environment for the environmental agencies, etc., get 10 minutes. And they also get 5-minute second rounds. Oh, 3-minute second rounds. Sorry, it says 3-minute second rounds today. Then rankers, which are the relevant people for the same committees from the minority membership, they get 5 minutes, no second rounds, and all other members of the relevant legislative committees, regardless of party and regardless of whether the testifier is a government rep or a non-government rep, everybody else gets 3 minutes per round. Okay? For legislators to ask questions of non-governmental witnesses, all members get 3 minutes, no second rounds, no extended time. And the rhythm will sort of come as we go on, because it's going to be a very long hearing today. As you'll see with your agenda, we have officially 36 people who have signed up to testify. So plan on going out and getting lunch before the restaurants close in this building, just letting everyone know, because otherwise you're stuck with candy and soda machines. And that won't go over well. Well, actually, that would have been yesterday, nutrition and food, but still, it's not a good plan. All right, so now I need to read the rest of the official opening so that we are constitutionally in line. All right, first I'm going to introduce members of the Senate, and Gary Pretlow will introduce members of the Assembly, and then we will ask our colleagues from the minority to introduce their members who are here. Different members will come and go during the day because people have other committee meetings, etc. If you show up and you haven't been introduced yet, get my attention or Gary's attention so that we can introduce you. And perhaps even more relevantly, if you know that you're going to want to ask questions, make sure we know you're here. We each, I think, have different approaches to how we collect up people's names. Frankly, if you're a senator, you pretty much have my text. So just text me that you would like to be on the list. You can, of course, if you're a Republican, tell Tom O'Mara, but you can also text me, whichever you like. And Gary, how do you like to be notified?
Personally.
Okay, this is Gary Pretlow. You need to be very nice to him personally, and then you get to be on the list to ask questions from the Assembly. And I'm just double checking whether I have a list so far of who's already here. Okay, so far, obviously we have Pete Harcum, who's our chair of the ENCON committee. Hello, Pete, and he'll be with us the whole day. Rachel May, Senator Bino from Long Island, Senator Pat Fahey from Albany. I know we're going to have more as the day goes on. I'm going to turn it over to Gary to introduce your members.
Thank
Also,
you, Senator. With us, we have our INCON Chair, Assemblywoman Deborah Glick, and our Energy Chair, Assembly Member Dee Dee Barrett. Also with us, we have Assembly Members Anderson, Braunstein, Bronson, Burdick, Clark, Lasher, Lee, Levenberg, Lunsford, Otis, and Assembly Member Shrestha.
Thank you. Before I hand it over to my two rankers to introduce their colleagues, very important for the whole day. If you are in front of a microphone and are expecting to speak, it has to have a little green ring, not red ring. And you change it from red to green by pressing the push button on the top, and they're grumpy sometimes, so you have to get the sweet spot. So you'll see all of us during the day pressing, hoping it turns green, just letting everyone know you will have that opportunity sometime today, and you will also find that these microphones can be grumpy. Next, Senator Tom O'Mara is the ranker on finance. I'm going to ask him to introduce his Republican colleagues.
Thank you, Chairwoman. We're joined this morning by our ranking member on the Environmental Conservation Committee, Senator Dan Steck, the ranking member on the Energy Committee, Senator Mario Matera, and we're also joined by Senator Patricia Canzaneri Fitzpatrick and Senator Peter Oberacker. Thank you.
Thank you.
And on the Assembly side, we're joined by the ranker on Ways and Means, Assemblymember Ed Ra, who will introduce his members.
Thank you, Chairman. We are joined by Assemblyman Phil Palmisano, our ranker on Energy, Assemblyman Matt Simpson, our ranker on environmental conservation, as well as Assemblyman Slater.
Thank you. And we're just about to start. So after the government reps have spoken, then we go to the panels that are the non-government reps. And each panel member gets 3 minutes to testify. So you really learn how to speed summarize sometimes your 30 pages of testimony. And then legislators can ask each person on the panel a total of 3 minutes of questions, which includes time for the answers. So some of us who have been here many years know that some legislators don't quite understand that, sorry, and they spend 3 minutes asking the question. You can spend 3 minutes asking the question, you're just not going to get an answer back, okay? You don't get 3 minutes plus the 30 minutes it might take them to answer. It doesn't work that way. So the deal is, if you are asked a question, whether you're the government rep or an individual coming to testify, if you can't get to the answer to your question, or you actually think, this is a great question, and back at my office, I have 7 charts that will perfectly explain this. You're not going to be able to describe those 7 charts in 3 minutes, but you can send them to Assemblymember Pretlow and Senator Liz Krueger after the hearing, and we will make sure that all the legislators get whatever additional materials you would like to submit to us to explain your position on whatever it is. And trust me, we all find that very helpful. So we appreciate when people do follow up with us with materials and facts and science. We love science here. We're big on science here. So I just wanted to highlight that. Excuse me? Yes, I'm sorry. I just saw Senator Ryan join us. And do we have any new Assembly members?
Yes, we have Assembly Members McMahon, Conrad, and Carroll.
Okay, so we're finally getting to the opening where Amanda Lifton, the Commissioner of DEC,
Yeah.
is going to give us her 10 minutes of testimony. And knowing Ms. Lifton, we will get follow-up from her after the hearing because we will have questions that none of these 3 people will have memorized completely, and she will get us follow-up materials. So it's yours, Amanda. Press to green. You got it.
Indeed, I will. Well, good morning. Excuse me. Good morning, Chair Krueger, Chair Pretlow, Chair Harcum, Chair Glick, and distinguished members of the legislature. I'm Amanda Lefton. I'm the Commissioner of the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation, and I appreciate this opportunity to discuss with you Governor Kathy Hochul's environmental priorities for fiscal year 2026-2027 proposed in her executive budget. This is my first budget testimony as DEC Commissioner, though I've been fortunate to work with many of you throughout the last 10 months, and I look forward to building upon the remarkable progress achieved in that short time and helping to lead the robust environmental agenda detailed in the Governor's State of the State agenda and executive budget. The Governor's strong and sustained environmental commitment is more important now than ever. The chaos created by the Trump administration's sledgehammer approach to governance is erasing decades of clean air and clean water advancements, threatening public health and the rule of law, and putting New Yorkers, our environment, and our economy at risk. There is open hostility towards the regulations, research, and resources that are improving communities, and the feigned ignorance of the significance of refusing to measure pollutants and even removing considerations on the value of human lives in federal decision-making. And yet, I remain hopeful because here in New York, we are championing clean air and water, renewable energy, green jobs, flood protection, pollution reduction, equity, and affordability. The Trump administration's efforts stand in stark contrast to Governor Hochul's legacy of accomplishments and recognition that economic growth complements, not competes, with environmental protection. The governor's forward-looking State of the State and executive budget proposals will further ensure New York continues prioritizing the investments and actions needed to confront the federal retreat on climate, environmental justice, natural resources, and public health. Reflecting on the past year, I'm grateful for the governor's leadership and the ongoing opportunities to collaborate with the state legislature and our many other public and private partners in serving New Yorkers. The resulting highlights are many, and we continue to leverage their success as we move forward to advance our priority. In the last year alone, DEC launched our Hatcheries Modernization Plan and completed the Adirondack Rail Trail. We are fighting climate change at the local level through support for communities, and we advanced 2 major greenhouse gas rulemakings. We took conservation to new heights by launching innovative grant programs and advancing title insurance updates. We are getting kids of all ages offline and outside. We are delivering funding and tangible results in environmental justice communities, strengthening partnerships with indigenous communities, and reducing pollution burdens. We are comprehensively tackling PFAS and reducing waste while supporting food insecure New Yorkers. We are delivering on the promise of clean water for people and nature. And every day, we are keeping New Yorkers safe and enforcing our critical environmental conservation laws. And that barely scratches the surface. This year, we will continue to build on that progress. The governor laid out a clear vision for DEC in 2026 with an executive budget that carries our mission forward. Governor Hochul is engaging in a whole-of-government approach to ensure that state agencies are coordinating resources and assisting local partners in advancing projects, obtaining grants, and other crucial assistance, and building stronger, healthier, and more affordable communities. Governor Hochul is making transformational investments of $3.75 billion over 5 years to ensure substantial funding is available for communities to continue to build the sewers and infrastructure needed, including projects for housing and tackling lead service lines and PFAS. The total investment builds upon the $6 billion allocated for clean water infrastructure since 2017 and will keep infusing successful programs such as DEC's Water Quality Improvement Project grants with funding to help municipalities complete critical projects and keep local costs down. The governor has proposed modernizing the State Environmental Quality Review Act, first passed in the 1970s, to achieve our multiple goals of affordable housing and environmental protection. The SECRA proposal reduces administrative steps while maintaining municipal control over local zoning requirements and upholding environmental standards of all state permits. The proposed changes help advance critically important projects such as zoned and permitted housing up to a certain size, clean water infrastructure, parks, trails, and childcare facilities. The approach encourages sustainable growth, one of my top priorities as commissioner, by incentivizing development in previously disturbed sites and in places where there are existing sewer and water hookups to avoid impacts to green spaces. In line with the SECRA reforms and the ongoing efforts to enhance our permitting processes, the governor is directing DEC to launch the new Smart Access online portal. Funded with critical investments proposed in the executive budget, the platform will create a single portal to help permittees and stakeholders better understand DEC's environmental reviews in real time and further improve transparency. Recognizing the unique challenges of housing and economic development in rural communities, the governor is proposing a constitutional amendment to return Camp Gabriel's, Mariah Shock, and Mount McGregor correctional facilities to productive use. The proposal will also secure a win for conservation by permanently protecting open space within the forest preserve. In addition, $50 million of the proposed $750 million annual clean water investment is targeted to help more rural communities improve water quality infrastructure, access state funding, and support economic growth. Once again, the governor proposes to continue the record level of funding in the Environmental Protection Fund. This $425 million supports a variety of initiatives protecting our forests and farmland, investing in open space, improving water quality, mitigating flooding, extreme heat, and other climate impacts, reducing waste, and promoting environmental justice in communities who are most vulnerable to pollution and climate impacts. The budget also advances emissions reductions from transportation with a bill to remove the cap on rebates for charging infrastructure projects and clean vehicle purchases for DEC's Municipal Zero Emissions Vehicles program. Removing the cap on these rebates will help fund larger infrastructure projects and incentivize the purchase of more clean vehicles, including medium-duty and heavy-duty vehicles by municipalities across the state. DEC will be working closely with other state and federal partners with $668 million in the executive budget for crucial coastal resiliency and infrastructure projects. Several new programs to mitigate costly climate change damage and bolster preparedness include the Resilient and Adaptive Communities Program, a new $10 million environmental justice grant program focused on creating connections with emergency response resources to secure extreme weather preparations. We're also excited to launch the Flood Safe New York initiative to enhance the understanding and management of stream flows with new data that can support solutions that anticipate and mitigate floods. These efforts will be complemented with more funding available through grants offered by our state agency partners and further leveraged with new funding for DEC to implement the New York State Adaptation and Resilience Plan to support design, engineering, and other expertise needed to move municipal projects forward. Local governments are in dire need of these services, particularly disadvantaged communities, to ensure the successful implementations of projects that apply and receive Bond Act funds. Enhanced efforts to address drinking water and habitat pollution include new regulations that treat landfill leachate at the source, helping to save taxpayers millions in future cleanup costs. The executive budget provides indispensable funding to local governments to help comply with these new requirements. Additionally, a $5 million increase to DEC's inactive landfill monitoring initiative for a total of $10 million will help further identify new potential sources of contamination from closed landfills. And a new $5 million in funds for plugging abandoned and oil and gas wells will reduce pollutants and risks to public health and the environment. Parents and mental health professionals recognize the value of Governor's ongoing Get Offline and Get Outside campaign that encourages New Yorkers to get off social media and enjoy the outdoors. The executive budget provides new resources to help DEC expand accessible and safe places to play and learn. The new Cooler Schoolyards Climate Initiative supports nature-based playground investments that increase shade, prevent extreme heat from hot asphalt, and serve as cooling anchors for neighborhoods. This year's State of the State also launches DEC's expansion of accessible features specifically for children with disabilities through the These Lands Are For Everyone initiative to provide more opportunities for people of all abilities to connect with nature. The Governor's commitment to the above initiatives is further underscored by the additional resources and staffing that will help DEC succeed, especially with our permitting responsibility. Let me just say, 45 new staff members. We're excited. Thank you. I look forward to answering your questions about the executive budget and continuing our further progress together to protect New York's environment and the communities that depend on it.
Thank you. And we have been joined by Senator Walczak, Senator Borrello, and Senator Gallivan. Some of them are hiding in the audience, but they just need to let us know if they want to ask questions. Okay? Thank you. Assembly, anyone join us?
Yes, we've been joined by Assembly Member Kellis.
Great. And it's now. And Senator Fahey, right. Thank you. Thank you. And it's Assembly, I think you want to have Deborah Glick? I don't know.
You don't want to start?
Oh, no, we're starting. I always do this. I just screw up the first one every weekday.
This is your hearing, Senator.
I know. I'm blanking. I need more coffee. And I'm going to pass it to Senator Harkam.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you very much, Chair Pretlow and all my colleagues, and Chair Glick. Always great to be with you. Commissioner, thank you for taking one for the team. I understand you're not feeling well today, so hopefully we'll get you out of here so you can go home, have some chicken soup, and get back to bed. But thank you. And thank your team. I just want to take the opportunity to thank all of the great employees of DEC who just do an amazing job each and every day for the people of New York. So a couple quickies, just housekeeping. If you could ask your staff to get to the finance team the amount expenditures of the Bond Act to date, where those expenditures were and what's left to get out the door. Where are we with the 30 by 30 program? Where are we at and what's left to do? What's in the pipeline, more importantly? And then if you could also get us details on the 45 FTEs, that would be very helpful. What is it exactly they'll be doing?
Yeah, I'll answer very quickly now and then follow up with more specifics to say that so far we've committed about $2 billion of the Bond Act, really excitingly, all across New York State. And I'd be happy to give you a regional breakdown as well as what categories they went to. Do you prefer I
Great.
do that as a follow-up, Senator, or do you want me to go through that now?
No, follow-up is fine.
Beautiful.
Our time's limited, so.
And I'll also just note on the 30 by 30 that we have been working with OBRHP on a 30 by 30 plan, which will be released in 2026. But I will say we haven't, of course, waited for a plan. We've been moving forward with really innovative and exciting conservation initiatives over the past year that will help us achieve our goals. We're really proud of a new $25 million grant program that's out on the street right now that really changes the game for conservation. It's a grant program to support non-for-profits, indigenous nations, local communities to help them do land acquisition. Additionally, we've launched new
Can
programs.
I'm sorry, I
You
don't
want me
want to
to
spend
follow
all
up?
our time on that. We've got a very limited amount of time. I don't mean to be rude. I'm
You know,
sorry.
it's quite all right. You can just tell my enthusiasm for conservation.
I
We'll
know.
circle
Thank
back
you.
to
No, I
And we'll get back
appreciate
to you
it.
on the 45.
You're doing a lot of good
well.
things. There are a lot of good things in this budget. There are a lot of things that you will hear questions on. The one thing that's not in this budget is a little glaring is in that last year on several occasions, the governor said she was going to come to the legislature to roll back elements of the CLCPA, which is, as we know, as much about co-pollutants and protecting our communities' health as it is from emissions. Are you aware of any plan for later in these budget negotiations for an effort to renegotiate the CLCPA? And if so, what efforts are being made to mitigate the loss of co-pollutant reductions that would be concurrent with that?
Yeah. First, I think it's important to say that the governor continues to be committed to fighting climate change and really driving down pollution in our communities. And I'm extremely proud of the work that the Department of Environmental Conservation has done to advance a really robust climate agenda, as well as the really remarkable progress that's been made in New York in cleaning up our air. Over the past couple of decades, we've seen a 90% reduction in particulate matter from large sources. We've seen a significant reduction in NOx and SOx and other co-pollutants. And it really shows the power of regulation and what we can do and what's possible in cleaning up our air. And I'm so proud of the success that we've had as a department delivering clean air. And we remain laser focused on advancing new initiatives to continue to tackle other sources of air pollution.
With all due respect, Commissioner, just kind of yes or no, or are we going to see efforts to roll back the CLCPA later in the budget discussions?
I think the governor has made clear that she knows that we need to continue to fight climate change, continue to drive down air pollutions, and we need to ensure that it's done in a manner that looks at reliability and affordability. I don't know the governor's specific plans to work with the legislature on that,
All right,
but I do know
that's
that
fair.
she's committed to achieving those multiple goals as a
All
state.
right, thank you. One of the good things in the budget was the addition of $250 million to clean water drinking, so kudos. One of the questions that the advocates have asked, and we'll hear testimony about, is the existing programs are oversubscribed. So the question would be, why are we creating new programs with that $250 million when existing programs are oversubscribed? Why aren't we just adding it to the bottom line of the existing programs?
These programs have been incredibly successful, and they are oversubscribed because they are so popular, and I'm proud of the great work they've done. And there is a gap in certain projects in reaching certain communities to ensure that where there isn't existing infrastructure, that we're able to tackle water quality issues in those places as well. So importantly, as part of this, the governor has directed a plan that EFC will develop in consultation with agencies like DEC to ensure that we're achieving those multiple goals of affordable housing while staying focused on addressing water quality is really the key underpinning of what we're seeking to achieve here.
All right, thank you. Next question, and I'm just sort of bouncing around here in the lightning round.
Please.
What is the staffing level with our environmental conservation officers? And do we have enough officers working in our environmental justice communities?
We have over 200 environmental conservation officers, and I'll get you the exact number.
Yeah, or
in a
you can have
moment.
your staff forward that number.
Sure, we'll circle back. And, I'm very proud of the work that we're doing to support our environmental conservation officers and need to continue to invest in them. We do have an academy coming up this year, and we've had several academies over the past several years to really try to continue to sustain our great team members that we have that do wonderful work. The number is 279 environmental conservation officers. And we will continue to make sure that they're working all around the state, including in environmental justice communities, on enforcing our critical environmental conservation laws.
Just quickly, is that enough of a presence statewide in a massive state like New York?
I will say that our environmental conservation officers have a specific mission to really ensure that we are enforcing our ECL. And we continue to grow and sustain our forces and support them with funding, support them with additional resources, which we're excited to move forward with our new CAD initiative this year, as well as body cams for our ECOs, as well as our forest rangers. And I believe that our team will continue to be successful in enforcing across the state. And so far, they've been able to deliver really tremendous things for New Yorkers.
Great, thank you. I will forego questions on State Environmental Quality Review Act. I assume my colleagues will ask a bunch of questions there, or I can hop back to that. Couple other quick questions. Your agency did amazing work with community air monitoring, and that was great work. I think the community response plans were supposed to be out this summer. Can you just fill us in on where those plans are, when those will be out? I know you were engaged in the public outreach process, but when will those plans be released, and can you shed light on any of that?
We expect them to be forthcoming this year, Senator. What we've been doing is really working closely with other partners on trying to identify solutions that we can move forward together, and also identifying funding for implementation, which we intend to utilize Bond Act funds for. So I expect them to be forthcoming, and I'd be glad to give you a full briefing on what those are looking like.
All right, great, thank you. And then I know you and your team have been working on the methane rules. Can you update the committees on where we are with that, what the timing will be?
Thank you. We do intend to come forward with new methane regulations for solid waste facilities forthcoming this year. And I will say we're really excited about the progress made in the greenhouse gas reporting rule, which goes into effect this year, which will be really foundational in having that bottom-up analysis of those sources of emissions, including landfills. So that will be an important underpinning for us to move forward with our Part 360 regulatory updates. And we are planning to work on those in 2026.
All right, great, thank you. And then in the 35 seconds I have left, there was a reduction in the Environmental Protection Fund for solid waste of about $1 million or so. Can you just briefly explain what that program was or project was and why it's not there?
Solid waste, is that saying that?
Or you can staff to staff.
I'll just say really quickly, that's likely our municipal solid waste program, which is a program that we have that offers grants to local communities. I will say importantly, there's an additional $5 million in the Clean Water Infrastructure Fund for us to do our inactive landfill work. And we'll circle back to you with more specifics.
Thank you,
All right, thank you very much.
Assembly Member Glick. 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. I very much appreciate the opportunity, and thank you for being here. I'm going to ask a few questions up front so that we can get as much information. The additional $250 million, I think, is split 200 throughout the state and 50 million for rural communities in regard to really housing initiatives. And I'm wondering what parameters or guidelines there are for eligibility. It seems to just sort of be a more open-ended than the $500 million that has clear parameters. And then let me just ask also a follow-up on SECRA. I know that nobody would say that we don't have a housing crisis, but that's, the result of years of real estate speculation. So now the development community is very excited about eliminating reviews for what they say is affordable housing, which, of course, they could have been building all along, but haven't been. So the rationale for and the extent to which SECRA will be dismantled, and what the eligibility will be for the $250 million on water.
Sure. Well, first I'll say the $250 million, as you noted, that's in addition to sustaining the record investments in clean water infrastructure. And the $250 million really recognizes the unique challenges of needing to ensure that in places where we don't have existing infrastructure, we have the ability to access funds for those communities to get that infrastructure built in a manner that serves our communities, that allows for new or sustained housing, importantly, and addresses water quality. And that will be subject to a plan advanced by the Environmental Facilities Corporation that will lay out the parameters. And importantly, there's a $50 million of that, as you noted, is for rural communities, really acknowledging the unique challenges that rural communities have had in accessing funds. Often they're small, they don't have the rate base to really sustain large infrastructure
Understood.
projects.
So we look forward to having clarity about what the eligibility and the parameters for the use of those dollars will be.
Yeah, and then I'll answer your secret question, Assembly Member, and I'll say, fundamentally, trying to incentivize doing the right thing is a good thing. And we need to ensure that we continue to protect our critical environmental resources as well as achieve our housing goals in the state. And, fundamentally trying to achieve, modernization of SECRA that makes it easier to avoid impacts to the environment, I think is really the objective here fundamentally, such that we can move these projects forward efficiently when they don't have environmental impacts and when they're meant to serve this important service for the communities.
The question that we have about impacts of federal cuts, obviously there are a million lawsuits, so I don't know whether there's actually been a reduction in dollars, but clearly there are a lot of areas that DEC works on federal programs, and wondering whether you have seen reductions in those areas yet, or whether you anticipate seeing, and what the impact will be on the department.
Yeah, we see impacts in quite a few ways, Assembly Member. First I should say we have not had any direct cuts to the agency from the federal government in our core underlying budget. We have fought very hard to push back against the proposed cuts that were included in the president's budget to STAG and other core programs that are vital for us to implement federally delegated programs like the Clean Air Act and the Clean Water Act. We have been able to stave off those cuts to our core programs. However, what we are seeing is a lost opportunity cost. We have received quite a bit of grant funding from a variety of different sources, whether it's USDA, the Department of the Interior, the EPA, and many others. And those grant programs have all gone away. And there are some core examples of that. One is the Abandoned Wells Program. We have received nearly $80 million from the federal government to plug and abandon oil and gas wells in the state. And we had anticipated receiving additional dollars in the future for that program. Those funds are no longer available, which is why the $5 million included in the executive budget is so significant.
Well, perhaps the staff can enumerate any additional reductions that you anticipate over
Sure,
the
we can
coming
follow
year.
up with more detail. I think the other way that's just important to say is that the fact that the federal government staff is so significantly reduced has caused a slowdown. We work with them in partnership every single day. And unfortunately, their lack of resources for their own agency is beginning to impact our ability to deliver as well.
You indicated that there have been a little over $2 billion of the $4.2 billion Bond Act. What's the timeline for and perhaps staff can get us not just the detailed information that the senator asked for, but also what the timeline is for committing the additional 2-point-something billion.
Yeah, we'd be happy to. In fact, we have some, we're going to be coming out with new grant programs even just in the first quarter of fiscal '26. So we'll circle back to you with that plan.
Great. And again, detailing the 45 FTEs and where they'll be directed. It seemed like there was at least a passing reference to eliminating permitting backlogs and maybe some detail on how big the backlog is and in what areas. And that would be very helpful for us to understand. In 2023, we saw that there had been a 15% reduction in emissions. And what's the anticipated 2030? We were looking at a 40% reduction. So I'm just wondering where we'll be in 4 years if a couple of years ago we were at the 15% reduction. Which is, considering what's happened in the world, a positive, but not really moving as fast as we would like. There was a reduction of $1.5 million, I think, on for overuse projects in the Adirondacks. And I'm wondering if that reduction was because those projects were completed or whether it's just that that was a decision to move on to other things. That was dollars in the EPF. And obviously, since we're encouraging people to get out and enjoy our natural resources, it would be helpful to know whether projects were completed and that's why we're not going forward, or whether there's just been a shift in what we are going to be focusing on.
Assemblymember, just to quickly answer some of your questions, that is coming out, I think you're referring to our stewardship line with DEC shares with OPRHP. And I will say that we spend much more than that on the Adirondacks and places as in high overuse that actually has had the carve out traditionally in the EPF. So we have completed very significant projects. And I anticipate that we'll continue to spend the same amount of money, if not more, in many of these key places as we continue to deliver for New Yorkers and ensure that our public lands are accessible.
I know that we had a question about the NCON officers, but I'm wondering about our forest rangers who have very specialized skills and are asked to do really quite incredible rescues. It's been a long-standing issue of retention, and I'm wondering whether last year's pension equity move whether you think that's going to or has already shown any improvement in retention of very highly specialized and talented folks for whom we ask to do incredible rescues because people are foolish and stupid, and they are then put at risk. So I'm just wondering where we are with the forest rangers.
We also have an academy coming up with our forest rangers as well, and we continue to really want to support and grow our teams. And I really appreciate both you and Chair Harcum in recognizing our incredible environmental conservation officers and our forest rangers who do risk their lives every day to protect New Yorkers and public safety. The pension enhancements that were passed last year are still in the process of being implemented. And I think really importantly, we want to make sure that our ECOs and forest rangers are treated just as any other police officers are and have those same benefits so that we can retain the really talented and incredible staff members that we have on our team.
I will be back for a short 3 minutes later.
Thank you. We've been joined by Senator Michelle Hinchey and Senator Kristen Gonzalez. And our next up is Ranker Dan Steck.
Thanks. Good morning, Commissioner. I hope you're feeling better. Apologize if I speak quickly. I only have 5 minutes. There's 2 important areas that I'm going to try to touch on. But first, I want to thank Chair Glick for her shout out in respect to the forest rangers. I think, as you know, and a lot of other people know, my father spent a career as a forest ranger in the Adirondacks. And While I have my concerns and want to put my plugs in for them, I'll do that on another time because, again, I'm limited. But thank you, Chair Glick, for the compliment. I'll pass it on to my 88-year-old father. First, $250 million water. There's about 1,000 towns in the state. There's about 105 in the Adirondacks. I represent 84 towns, 20 villages, and 2 cities, most of them in the Adirondacks. $250 million does not go a long way. The village of Tupper Lake has been struggling for several years with a water problem. They have 2,000 customers, and their recent estimates are they either need to spend $25 million in more wells or $40 million on a surface filtration plant. If they went with the wells, the cheaper option, they're looking at $200 or more a month water bills. And they have asked everyone they can find in the state, from EFC to DOH to DEC, and they're saying that they've maxed out all their grants. They can't get any more grant funding. What is the plan for taking care of, and they're one of the 2,000 customers, they're one of the larger facilities. And in years past, I've had another town in my district that had just completed a water plant, and within a year of that plant being operational, the regulations changed and they were looking at another capital project to upgrade that water plant. So we need to be mindful of that. What is the plan for providing specifically the village of Tupper Lake with assistance? But the big picture, this $250 million is not going to go a long way in the Adirondacks, let alone the state.
Well, I will say, Senator, I think in part the reasoning for ensuring that there is money specifically slated for rural communities is a recognition of the unique challenges in the Adirondack Park and other places across the state in which you do have, a small rate base that can't afford to take on a large infrastructure project. And so I really applaud Governor Hochul's leadership in recognizing this and ensuring that we're increasing our water funds in the state because we know just how critical these are. And with this additional funding, hoping that can actually unlock some of the key projects that will support Tupper Lake as well as other communities. And we can certainly circle back on how we can continue to focus on delivering there. And I'd be glad to continue to work with you on that.
Thank you. And I want to pivot next. I didn't find any specific allocation in the proposed budget for land acquisition in the Adirondacks. I know historically that comes out of the EPF. I assume that would be the case here. But we've got, if you had a company that decided that they were going to leave the Adirondacks because they weren't making any money anymore, and they had diesel and sewage and the typical things facilities like that have, and they walked away and just padlocked the gate and left. Years later, wouldn't it be reasonable to think that there might be environmental concerns there? And what would DEC be doing to rein in that kind of issue with a private facility that was abandoned like that in the Adirondacks?
Senator, I can't sort of speak to theoretics, but generally I can say that we take our responsibility as, I think now you're referencing perhaps our brownfield cleanup program or our Superfund programs or our spills programs very seriously, and they're very successful across the state, in which we deploy our really incredible team to clean up sites, as well as, frankly, hold responsible parties accountable for any environmental cleanup. And I will say, if you're perhaps referencing the governor's proposal to bring 3 shuttered former prisons into productive use in the communities, we're really excited by the proactive approach that the governor is taking to ensure that we do bring these facilities back into public use, as well as see a conservation win for the Forest Preserve.
I am, in fact, referring to the 3, and there's more than 3 shuttered prisons in and around the Adirondacks. I'd like to see others considered for this look, but I am frustrated that year in and year out, it's a moving goalpost. The Senate, thankfully, thank you to the majority leader, passes the Camp Gabriel's Constitution Amendment every year, and that place looks like Beirut. It's terrible. It's blight on the community. It's an environmental hazard waiting to happen, and it's not the only one. But for whatever reason, I've never gotten a clear answer why it doesn't move in the Assembly. I suspect that environmental causes are out there pushing the goalposts, but every one of these land deals in the Adirondack Constitutional Amendment, they're never the same. There's no standard, hey, whatever we get for the sale of the property, that's what we spend on Forest Preserve, or that times 5 on Forest Preserve. It's always different.
Thank you, Senator. Give a Ranker Simpson.
Thank you for being here, Commissioner, and thank you for the opportunity to ask questions. Recently, there's been a lot of concern expressed to me and many others about a solar panel project in Fort Edward. And I'm sure you've heard about this. It's, concerns of the negative effect on bird habitats designated as sensitive by the DEC. What kind of coordination, communication is DEC entering in with Office of Renewable Energy Siting when looking at these types of projects?
As you know, Assemblymember, the Office of Renewable Energy Siting is the lead agency for advancing large-scale renewable energy projects in the state. DEC plays really a consultation role in providing expertise as well as providing comments, and we have provided comments and weighed in with respect to this particular facility. I will note, because I do think there is some confusion over this project, this is not within our managed area, but outside of it, though it is in grassland bird habitats, as you're noting, and we continue to provide comments throughout the process, and ORES is the lead agency in this particular instance.
So in the same instance, a battery storage project was just approved by the Adirondack Park Agency in Northville, which is part of my district. And it seems to me it's within 300 yards or so of a designated wetlands. It's less than a mile to the Sacandaga Reservoir, where, it's protected waters that are very important to all New Yorkers. And it doesn't seem to be a lot of answers as to what kind of steps have been taken to mitigate any contamination that could happen from one of these facilities. We've seen there's been fires in other parts of the state. Could you tell me what involvement DEC has in deciding locations of battery storage facilities such as the one in Northville?
I really want to celebrate Governor Hochul's proactive nature on tackling battery storage in the state, having convened an interagency task force to move forward with codes and standards for how we have and site battery storage in New York, including thinking about fires, thinking about generally what is necessary for the safety of these facilities. And I think we've seen the success of those standards since they've been in place, since the governor convened that interagency task force, of which DEC participated, as well as fire, as well as other really critical agencies that gave input on really what an appropriate approach and appropriate standards are for these facilities all across New York State. As you noted, the APA was the lead agency in this instance for the specific project that you're referencing, but they are obligated, of course, to follow those standards that came out of that interagency task force.
So you're confident that all protections have been taken to protect the environment in the instance of this battery storage facility?
I don't know the specifics of this specific project, Assemblymember, and I'd be glad to look into it with more detail to understand what was reviewed and what wasn't by the Adirondack Park Agency. But I am confident that the governor continues to have a really proactive approach to ensure that we are prioritizing safety of these systems across New York, and that we have really well thought out standards in place for all battery storage projects following that important convening.
Are there any mechanisms or ways, how can the locals be heard on the placement of these projects? That's one of the most common feedback that I've gotten is that locals are not being heard, local electeds are not being able to impact in any way the siting or the approval of these projects.
Well, I do strongly believe in the importance of engagement and working with local government officials as well as broadly stakeholders across New York. And, as we think about the challenges we have in meeting our energy demands as a state, we know we need more energy. We know we need more clean energy in the state in order to meet our demands, which are growing, which we're seeing. And we need to come together on solutions to ensure that we can develop more clean energy in New York to meet our needs, while also hearing the concerns and the feedback from local governments.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. We've been joined by Senator Canzoneri. I apologize. I always have a little challenge. And also Senator Colombo. And our next questioner is Senator May.
Where'd you go?
Oh, she had a committee meeting. She will be back. We will get back to her. Thank you. So our next next questioner, excuse me, is Senator Ryan. No, it's not. It's Senator Fahey. Still here? Thank you.
Good morning, Senator.
Thank you to Senator Bino for making room for me. And good morning, Commissioner. Thank you for being here. Always great to hear from you. So many questions, so little time. Clean water, it was already mentioned a little bit today, and I saw in some of the background work on this that since 2015, we've spent about $7.2 billion just in New York on clean water. People may debate climate change, but people understand the need for clean water. Can you give us a little bit of a sense of why New York has to spend so much when we used to get so much of this from the federal government? I remember our former chair in the Assembly talking a lot about this, that part of it is a lot of this is being imposed on New York when we used to get more federal assistance. Do you have any numbers or sense of that?
I'll get back to you with the specifics on the amount of SRF, but I will say that we've done a really tremendous job in New York State in implementing the State Revolving Loan Fund, which is what you're referencing from the federal government. And, fortunately, we were able to stave off cuts to the SRF, which were initially proposed in President Trump's budget. Unfortunately, what is moving forward is a significantly carved out SRF. So there are a lot of, for lack of a better term, member items or carve outs that are included in the SRF, about 46% of it, in fact. So while we do successfully leverage federal funds with our state funds, we will see some impact there.
Okay.
But broadly,
I'm going to move on.
Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead. We'll
Thank
get
you,
back to more
Commissioner. And
details.
it's just we know there's such a need. I'm so so pleased we're adding more this year. But yes, it seems like a big demand. Biosolids. I know you have you're working on a management plan for biosolids. That's a big issue in my 46th district, Senate district. Any efforts to mitigate or offset some potential losses in revenue for local wastewater treatment systems if they are no longer able to generate revenue here, because we are trying to address the biosolids problem?
Well, I think a few things here. First is what DEC is seeking to do is ensure that we're looking at the bigger picture and we're comprehensively managing this. What we are advancing is setting forth standards as well as testing requirements so that we can ensure that if biosolids are spread and you need a permit to do so, that those biosolids meet specific standards and we have the testing in place to ensure that that is possible. And this is an important issue because we don't want to see biosolids landfills. We know that our landfills are a really significant source of methane. We know that we want to have less waste going to landfills, not more. So really ensuring that we can think
Thank
about
you.
other safe ways for use of biosolids is a priority.
I look forward to hearing more and working with you more on that. I know that's a growing issue and it's a big issue. Also, look forward to hearing more with Amsterdam. We have the Curry Housing Project with a wetland there. Really appreciate your help and so much more. Thank you to the chair for mentioning 3030.
You know where to find me,
Thank
Senator.
you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Assembly Member Barrett.
Good morning, and thank you so much for being here, Commissioner, and thank you for hitting the ground running in your 10 months here so far and soldiering through to be here today. First of all, I want to personally thank you for the $250 million for the rural water systems. For years, preceding you being here, we have talked about, and I know your staff knows, the need in communities like mine that have a lot of rural and small towns to be able to have funding sources that help them start a sewer system, a water system. Everything that that we've been funding heretofore has been upgrades, improvements, expansions. So this is really critical funding in a need around housing, but certainly just for healthy communities to grow. I would like to ask you. I know we had a conversation, when we met about legislation that we're advancing around mass timber and increasing access to a building material that's a sustainable building material and that would help with jobs and with help with housing and lots of other fronts. Can you talk a little bit about the sustainable forestry goals that you have and how Mass Timber might dovetail with that and how we can be supportive together on those goals?
Yeah, thank you, Assemblymember. It's such an important issue. You know, we've done a really exceptional job of protecting a lot of open space in New York, and of course, the majority of our forests are privately held, and ensuring that those private landowners are managing our forests sustainably is a really critical goal of the department to ensure that we continue to see the benefits from our forests that we do today. So advancing smart practices to work with the Forest Products Association and other and other private landowners to ensure that they are sustainably advancing timbering. We want to avoid clear cutting. We want to avoid massive problems in our forests through inappropriate management. So we have a really robust suite of sustainable forestry practices. And I'll note that we are moving forward with an update to our regulations on 480A to try to continue to incentivize private landowners to make sure that they are managing their lands sustainably, of which forest practice, including timbering, can be a part of that.
Thank you. Thank you. Do you expect that to be something that's can move through, or is there going to be pushback to that?
Well, I think, you know, to be candid, I think a large part of what folks are seeking to have most effective forest management practices incentivized through that programs could take statutory changes. We in the department are doing what we can through regulation, but I think the sort of the broader goals that might achieve those bigger outcomes for sustainable forest practices would need to come through statutory changes, and I'd be glad to circle back with you more on that.
Okay, thank you. We worked together on the governor's energy planning council. This probably the whole window of your 10 months here. Can you talk a little bit about what we can be doing? It was a lot of work went into that. I was proud to be the speaker's representative on that, and the only elected official because everyone else was from the governor's team. There was a release of the plan and kind of cricket since then. Can you talk, since obviously DEC is part of it, I know NYSERDA ran the plan, but can you talk about what you'd like to see in terms of helping us maintain the goals that we've set, but also address the realities of the world we're living in and the needs of the state at this time, how we might talk about this and move forward with those goals?
Absolutely. I mean, I think from a really big picture perspective, what the State Energy Plan really points to is that we're seeing increased demand in our state, and we need to ensure that we have available energy to meet the demands of New Yorkers, and really has critical focuses on affordability. We know that this is a key priority for all of us, and especially for the governor, who has spearheaded affordability. And she is moving forward, in fact, in her executive budget in the State of the State with really critical measures to address affordability, especially for ratepayers. And from here, we know that not only do we need to approach affordability and reliability, we need to continue to fight climate change and advance zero emission and renewable energy in New York State. And as we move forward, DEC will continue to work in close partnership with NYSERDA, the Department of Public Service, the ISO, and others on how we can really implement the core tenets of the Climate Act, the State Energy Plan, and others to get to what we need to meet our energy demands reliably, affordably, and in a manner that is cutting emissions in New York.
So how do you see working with the legislators and the legislature on helping to do that?
Yeah, well, I think we critically all need to come together and have really a shared goal for how we move forward in advancing our state energy needs as well as advancing climate change. You know, I believe that we've made really exceptional progress, and I'm incredibly proud of the progress that the state has made to fight climate change. And we need to continue to row together in the same direction in order to implement the goals of the state and understand where we have challenges and work together to get through them and find solutions. We know that many of our policies are being attacked at the federal level. We know that the Trump administration has sought to take away clean sources of energy like offshore wind that the governor has fought for personally and has been an incredible leader nationally in fighting for clean energy and fighting for states' rights and our ability to protect our environment. I think in order for us to continue to make progress, we need to stand together and work together on realistic solutions that will help us ensure that we're meeting our energy demands as a state, that we're meeting reliability, that we're meeting affordability while continuing to lower emissions together. And I think that will take really needed partnership in order to find those solutions with the legislature and the executive branch.
Thank you. I mean, obviously, we all, I think, recognize the affordability challenges, and it's number one, certainly for those of us who hear regularly from our constituents. Do you have a feeling, or can you share ways in which the administration is really working together on this, and that there is a cohesive plan? Sometimes we feel the silos are we're getting mixed messages, but just as sort of the newbie in the mix here, I'd just love your thoughts on that.
Sure. I mean, I think the state energy plan is actually a great example of convening together different state agencies, you, Assembly member representatives on behalf of the Senate, as well as other key stakeholders, who really to ensure that we have a public process together and convening of all the necessary parties around the table to move forward with a plan for how we're going to meet our state energy needs. And I think that's a great example. And now from here, continuing the close partnership that we have and the strong interaction between our agencies together to really deliver on the governor's agenda. And you'll hear a bit later from my colleagues at the Department of Public Service as well as NYSERDA about the specific affordability proposals that the governor has advanced for electric ratepayers that I think is one such example of how the governor is really leading to ensure that we're reducing impacts to ratepayers and really focusing on affordability as something that she has focused on throughout her administration.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. And our next speaker is Senator Borrello.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, thank you for being here. Appreciate it. I want to start off by thanking you very much for what you did when we had the crisis in Farmersville with Great Lakes Cheese. DEC came in and worked with us, local elected officials on the ground. Obviously, there's a lot of work still to be done. And I know that you are working on that. We had conversations recently, but I just wanted to recognize you publicly for the great work that DEC did. I want to talk to you a little bit about the wetlands regulations. This is a huge issue that is impacting development across the area, across my area in particular. We have many inland lakes that have been impacted by this. And I will say that I guess the fear-mongering is really the issue. People are out there, saying, people are canceling real estate contracts because of the impact that they claim is happening as a result of this. So I understand that there's the reality versus the rumor, but it is having a significant real impact on property values and on people's ability to do what they want with their property. And what concerns me the most in the particular case of Chautauqua Lake is we were told, from one of the organizations that works on Chautauqua Lake, that DEC officials used AI to determine which areas would be considered wetlands. So that's very concerning for me. I mean, if you're not going to be actually boots on the ground identifying areas when you're doing something that can really negatively impact the ability for people to use their property, that's concerning. So I'd like you to address that issue. I carry a bill that would exempt wetland navigable waterways, fresh inland lakes, from actually being impacted by this. I think it's a sensible solution. A recreational lake that provides huge economic impact and resources, and part of the wonderful things that we have here in New York State, should not turn into a swamp as a result of these wetland regulations. And that's what people feel will happen if this continues forward. Could you just address your thoughts on those regulations?
Sure. Well, thank you. First, I want to celebrate the legislature for having taken the initiative to pass the wetlands law. And DEC is proud of the great work that we're doing to implement the law that the legislature passed. And critically, it will result in 1 million more acres of protected wetlands in the state. And that is a really incredible victory for environmental conservation, for clean water, for habitat, for the many things that we know New Yorkers really care about. As we move forward with the implementation of this, I'll say that we received over 8,000 jurisdictional determination requests. That's about 125 a week. We've now gotten to a place where we're processing 150 of them a week to really address that backlog, and we're looking at innovative solutions to make sure that we're able to expeditiously implement our new regulations, which came into effect this year. And I can appreciate that this is a very different regulatory structure than folks were previously.
Oh, sorry. We'll follow up later. Thank you.
We'll talk more. Thanks,
All right, thank you
Senator.
so much.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. It's good to see you again. First, I just want to say thank you again to you and your staff for your accessibility and responsiveness, not only in Albany, but in the region, so thank you for that.
Certainly.
My first area I want to touch on is, we've all heard the governor talk about, the governor's spokesperson, talk about an all-of-the-above approach to the energy policy in the state. The energy plan came out with an all-of-the-above approach and the continued need and use of natural gas here in New York. Based on that, I have a question, just to get clarification from your perspective. I heard different things, opinions on this. Under the current law and the regulatory structure in New York State, could someone build a conventional fossil-fueled natural gas power plant in New York today, either behind or in front of the fence? Yes or no?
Well, I would say, Assemblymember, we look at every project specifically for its unique characteristics. I think critically we do have important emission reduction goals in the state
understand.
that we would need to meet and understand. And of course, there's also the need to meet reliability and affordability. So I can't answer that question
that's fine.
without something in front of us.
I think the answer is no, but we'll go from there, because that seems contradictory. Also, given the fact that NYSO has called for the need, even with the reliability shortages, gaps, short and long term, about looking to repower shuttered fossil fuel plants as well. So I think that's something we need to examine if truly the governor is for an all-of-the-above approach. I just think the words don't match the policies that are being advanced in the state by the legislature and supported by the governor. What's all electric buildings, cap and vest, electric school bus, all those things kind of don't resonate for me. But I'd like to pivot, if I could, with my time, relative to the greenhouse gas reporting regulations. We've heard from, I know a number of us have heard from companies, the industry, who are really concerned about lack of guidance and lack of direction that's coming, because they have to, they had a short time frame, I think, a month to get compliant with some of these programs. Is there going to be enforcement discretion? Is there going to be guidance that's going to be provided to the industry to ask? Because right now they're not really sure what's going on, and you can go down the list of industries that are concerned because there's no guidance or direction, but yet they have to comply with these greenhouse gas emissions reporting.
Yeah, thanks, Assemblymember. I mean, a few things. One is we are actively working right now on essentially a tool to make it pretty easy to plug in your emissions, and we will work on that so that's available to the regulated community to make it as easy as possible to report your emissions to the department, which importantly, we put those regulations in place at the end of 2025 so that 2026 would be the first year. They are obligated to report at the end of the year. So I just want to note that the compliance is not yet hit. But of course, we understand that with new regulation and new implementation, we always want to be working with the regulated community to get them into compliance and work with them towards solutions. And right now, we are developing different tools to try and help support them.
And enforcement discretion will be part of that discussion, correct?
I think we'll sort of see when we get there if that's a tool that we need to utilize, but it is one at our disposal if it's necessary.
I think also there's some concerns relative to the scope and methodology reporting, particularly upstream emissions data, how far they have to go to the refiner, the crude feedstock, and how in that context, how will confidential business information be protected under reporting requirements if suppliers cannot obtain upstream emissions data due to the confidentiality constraints? How will that be addressed in this process?
excuse me, we do have procedures in place for confidential business information for CBI, and we can certainly work with the regulated community to ensure that those are in place. It would be just as we handle CBI for any other regulatory program, and we can ensure that those protections are there.
Also, one other question too. How will double counting of emissions be avoided for the same fuel reported by multiple entities due to the complexity of the fuel supply chain and multiple transfers of ownership? How will these reporting requirements, how will you address that? Is that going to be part of this process as well to deal with the double counting concerns that are out there?
We will be looking to ensure that we have an accurate accounting, and that is the intention of this regulatory program, for us to have this bottom-up approach to ensure that we have a much more accurate bottom-up system to understand our greenhouse gas emissions of the state. So we certainly will be looking to clarify that. Thank you, Assemblymember.
I appreciate that. I hope you do continue to collaborate with the industry, and I'd be remiss if I did not, again, mention my concerns regarding the ACT regulation and Advanced Clean Car Rule and how that's going to impact the trucking and auto industry in New York State. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblymember.
Thank you very much. And now we have Senator May.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner, for being here. So I wanted to talk about seeker, because a lot of the policy came out of my bill with Senator Kellis. We focus on housing, and I'm glad housing is also on the governor's list of the types of projects that would be covered under these reforms. But I am very concerned about the size of the projects. In my district, a lot of the projects that have been blocked by the weaponization of seeker have been larger than 100 units. And in the budget proposal, there's just a one-size-fits-all. Everything outside of New York City has a maximum of 100 units. I'm hoping that there's room for negotiation about that, and recognizing that upstate includes cities and more dense areas as well as rural areas where 100 is way too many. So I'm hoping that there's room for negotiation on several aspects of the also some of the wetland protections and things like that are in our bill. Just, give you a moment to respond about that.
Well, certainly. I think the governor was rightfully trying to ensure that there were some constraints. We want to be thoughtful about how we can ensure that we're meeting the multiple goals of the state of increasing affordable housing, as well as advancing environmental protections and continuing to prioritize our natural resources. So I think certainly finding a path forward that ensures that we're, as I've been saying, incentivizing doing the right thing, avoiding impacts on natural resources while achieving affordable housing, and certainly open to discussions about what that looks like.
Great, thank you. Second issue, there are redemption centers going out of business all across rural New York. I have in my district a glass manufacturing facility that would love more recycled glass inputs for their glass production. We have trash trucks coming from downstate going through my district to Seneca Meadows landfill every day that are causing problems in some of my rural towns, but also Seneca Meadows landfill ought to close. So the Bigger Better Bottle bill that I carry would be one way to kind of address all of these problems at the same time. I'm wondering, what will it take to get the expanded bottle bill put back on the DEC priority list?
I'll say DEC certainly supports ensuring that we're addressing some of these key issues. We do believe that the handling fee for redemption centers is too low. And that is in fact set in statute, and we would be supportive of changes to that to help ensure that we are supporting our redemption centers in New York, as this is such a critical piece of our recycling underpinning in the state. So we'd be happy to work on that side.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I go on, we've been joined by Assembly Members Simon, Kasay, Lucas, Shimsky, and Scavone. Our next questioner is Assembly Member Conrad.
Hi.
Good morning.
I was going to say, is it afternoon already? How long have you been here?
I'm just so excited to be up here. Commissioner, and I guess this goes to Logan on your team as well. Last year, the DEC put down a regulation regarding HFCs, HFOs, and we had a conversation that it was dropped on Christmas Eve, and the regulation was to be enforced on January 9th. Since then, I was told by the DEC that there would be enforcement discretion. My question kind of pertains around the unintended consequences around the HFCs, HFO regulations. I'm hearing from suppliers of heat pumps, electric water tanks, and others that these regulations are now going to incur on the supply of those technologies and many other in the HVAC community. Cost is going to affect small businesses, particularly in the supermarkets, pharmacies, schools, etc. To what length can we, I guess, recognize, or what is the DEC doing to make sure that this does not have a significant impact on the cost and the follow through on this? Right, so I'll put it to you on that.
Sure. I mean, first, we strongly believe, we know we need to phase out super pollutants that are harmful for the climate, harmful for the environment. And we are working, as the rest of the globe is, on that phase out. And we're really proud of the continued work that we're doing here in New York. Importantly, we have approached this in a manner to be as supportive as we can for our small businesses. We're not requiring anybody to go change this out today. This is forward-looking. And we've also made funding available and are working with a refrigeration association partner to help make grants available for the transition to different kinds of refrigerants. So we will continue to do that and ensure that we're moving forward in a smart approach to phase these out, as well as support local businesses and how they do that.
Now, beyond the associations that you're working with, a lot of the folks that I'm dealing with in the HVAC community and the supermarket and so on don't belong to any of these associations. They don't regularly check the DEC website. What can they expect from the DEC for outreach and help in this space? Because so many of them, I think, are going to be, and I said this last year, it's going to hit them very hard and it's going to hit them in the pocketbook very quickly. So I'm just wondering, beyond grants, and I haven't heard any of grants that have been available yet, what is the DC, what should these folks be expecting?
Sure. Well, we have put out $800,000, but I'll say this. We are always happy to have conversations with the regulated community. And if there are particular folks that you are hearing from, we'd be more than happy to sit down and have conversations and talk about this and hear their concerns, as well as work with them towards solutions. So if I could just offer a follow-up with the specific folks that you're hearing from for us to talk together, I'd be glad to do that.
I appreciate that.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. And our next questioner is Senator Walzak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Albany Supreme Court has mandated that you produce regulations for cap and invest in the next 9 days. Why hasn't the public or this body seen them yet?
Well, I'll say that we continue, as that litigation is continuing, and the state has appealed that, and we will continue to work with the courts and as well as work with others on ensuring that we're meeting the decisions that are met and working with the legislature on the next steps as that moves forward.
But the court order was for February 6th. What's the status of your regulations right now?
I think it was February 9th, and I'll say that continues in the courts. That decision has been appealed, so we expect the courts to continue to deliberate as that moves forward.
So because it's been appealed, you're not producing any regulations right now? You're not planning to meet that February 6th deadline?
I can't speak to ongoing litigation, but I'll say that we will, of course, continue to deliver to ensure that we're meeting our legal and regulatory requirements as an agency and, continue to advance forward as appropriate.
Yeah, I'm not asking you to speak to the appeal. I'm asking you to speak to the court order that told you to produce regulations by February 6th. Where do those stand?
As I said, I can't speak to the ongoing litigation, but we will continue to move forward as those court proceedings do, and we'll continue to meet our legal obligations.
How many allowances under cap and invest have been issued so far?
We don't have a cap and invest program in New York State, so I can't answer that question, Senator.
And why not?
because there are no allowances, there is no cap and invest program in New York. What we do have is the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, which is a partnership with other states. That is a cap and invest like program that we have had in effect for many years and has been a really effective tool in driving down emissions as well as achieving affordability, because it invests in things like energy efficiencies and other really core programs and critical things for New Yorkers. But there isn't a cap and invest program. Otherwise, that is a New York State standalone system that would have any allowances associated with them.
And how many of those dollars collected, whether it be in RGGI or in a cap and invest program that your court mandated to produce, how many of those billions of dollars in extra tax on businesses for carbon are going to be passed directly to consumers to reduce their energy bill?
Well, as I said, there isn't a cap and invest program that's in effect today in New York State for the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, which has been in effect for many years.
I'm sorry, has the governor abandoned the cap and invest program altogether? Has she realized that that's unaffordable and going to be passed on to consumers?
I think critically the governor continues to, I'd be happy to circle back with you, Senator, and
Thank you
continue
very
the
much,
conversation.
Commissioner. Our next question will be Assemblymember Steve Otis.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you and the governor for the great commitment to clean water, which has been fantastic. And the $250 million additional funding is hugely needed and is going to make a great difference. The position of the executive over many years in budget discussions has been not to divide up, when we had the $500 million, not to divide it up into categories. At times the legislature has proposed that. And so I think my suggestion to colleagues and suggestion to you and the executive is the $250 million not be a hard divide in that, especially when you start new programs. You may not have $250 million of housing development related projects to do. And we have PFAS, we have lead pipe issues, we have existing water needs that some of that 250 should go towards, especially if it's going to be a building up to the housing. So any comments on that? And I know you can't speak for Blake Washington or the governor precisely, but I throw it out there, something to think about, and that's actually more consistent with the executive's past position.
Well, I appreciate the suggestion, and I also appreciate your longstanding leadership on water issues, Assemblyman. And I'll say that, we know there's a really critical need out there for these types of projects that the governor has identified with this additional influx of cash. And we know largely these are really popular programs, and ensuring that we're continuing to meet the needs of our traditional water infrastructure funds while also meeting the needs for these new infrastructure projects that address water quality and housing. We want to make sure that we're able to do all of those things as these advance. So appreciate the suggestion on that.
I like that answer. I'd also say that in terms of the housing funding, I hear two things from the environmental community. People like the idea that we're going to use some clean water money to promote affordable housing. What they're concerned about is they wouldn't want to see it be used to put development in places that environmentally it shouldn't go at all. We should lower the cost, water infrastructure cost at locations for housing at appropriate places. And so that's going to get worked out probably in the EFC regs, but I raise that as just something that's out there in the discussions to contemplate.
Certainly. And I'll say that's top of mind for the governor as she is really looking, for instance, at the seeker reform to say, how do we actually avoid impacts to the environment and make it easier to develop in previously disturbed sites? And I think that is really the goal ultimately, is we want to avoid sprawl and instead ensure that we're moving forward with smart local zoning and avoiding those unintended consequences of environmental sprawl.
Thank you, and you're doing a great job as commissioner. Congratulations.
Thank you, Simon. Appreciate it.
That sweet spot is a challenge. Thank you. And our next questioner is Senator Ryan. Is he still here? Oh, there you are, Senator Ryan. Thank you. I thought you were down there. I lost you.
There we go. Good morning. Feels like afternoon. Thank you. Question, I want to go back to the wetlands issue. And it's specifically, a central New York issue. In regards to Micron, we're certainly happy. And thank you for all the work that your department did for the permitting issue. It worked really, really hard. And we appreciate that. But, but there's also an issue for housing, and we're going to need some housing because of it. But regarding combining the changes in the wetland regulations and the remediation, the Wetlands Trust has obtained 1,341 acres in southern Oswego County, not Onondaga County, up in Oswego County, not where the Micron facility is going to be, but north. And all of that land is going to be taken off the tax rolls in perpetuity, and it's not going to be able to be developed. And that 1,341 acres is beyond what is suggested by the Army Corps of Engineers. So with the budget, including cutting red tape, obviously this with the housing and the seeker, has the DEC reviewed any wetland regulations that may be needed to be revisited to meet our housing needs? Specifically, I know not just specifically everywhere, but specifically in my district in southern Oswego County.
Yeah. Well, first, thank you for your recognition of the department. We're incredibly proud of our role in reviewing the Micron project to ensure that this, really incredible investment in New York that will create 50,000 jobs advances, but does so in a way that is protective of our environment and our communities, and we're really proud of that. As part of that, as you're noting, there was very significant wetland mitigation. This is an unprecedented level of development, and with that came very significant mitigation required, given that large footprint that Micron does have. As we move forward, we are looking for, the right flexibility to implement the wetlands regulations that allows for us to have mitigation in the watershed to ensure that we're getting the best results for protection, as well as ensuring that development can move forward. And as part of the housing question that you're asked, we have moved forward so far with 6 general permits. 2 more are in the works, and one of which is a general permit for housing, which we've been working closely with not only, of course, our environmental stakeholders, but critically housing developers as well to find that right path forward.
And I got 7 seconds, but we'll look forward to continue the conversation because it's 3 specific towns are very, very worried, but we, have to, but thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator. Assemblywoman Lunsford.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I just want to put a finer point on some of the questions we've gotten around this $250,000 water infrastructure, as well as the secret changes. Is it fair to say that right now you have no particular idea if there are guardrails or limitations on the scope or kinds of projects that could apply to? You expect to get that afterwards from the EFC?
With respect to the water funds you're referring to?
Yes.
I think really the intention here is to ensure that the projects are focused on, again, as the executive budget proposes, new or preserving housing. And critically, with any other water funding, we would ensure that there are water quality benefits that are occurring. There's many parts of the state that are still reliant
I apologize,
on.
I get 3
Oh, no,
minutes.
please.
Those projects, they wouldn't have to be necessarily affordable or denser or sustainable as far as you're aware.
Well, I think the funding itself is not for projects of affordable housing. It is, in fact, for water infrastructure projects. So those water infrastructure projects would be meant to serve communities, including critically ensuring that there's housing, either connecting those new housing projects or preserving those new housing projects. But I think really more fundamentally meant to get at, again, where we have places that are still very reliant on septic systems or other real challenges where we don't have adequate sewage infrastructure, and we need to see that benefit of adequate water infrastructure to protect our
So this
environment.
funding could be used for existing properties that are seeking to transition from septic to sewer, which is half of my district, by the way, just FYI.
Perfect. This might be beneficial to you.
Excellent.
But I do think obviously this, as noted, this is subject to a plan for EFC. But again, the intention is to look at those places where you can see that water quality benefit, and critically the need to achieve affordable housing in the state. We've seen this as a real gap in our ability to deliver these fundings, and there are several examples that this has come up that we'd be happy to share with you, and also hear about what's going on in your district.
Excellent. You also very briefly mentioned lead pipes, which traditionally come up in health, very challenging area for us between these two committees. I'm just wondering, are there any additional funds or projects from DEC that could be used for lead pipe remediation that's separate from our health budget that we traditionally see?
You are right that lead pipes is the purview of the Department of Health, and importantly, the Department of Health will be moving forward with additional lead pipe replacement projects this year. They have been focused on spending down federal funds, and will move
Okay, but
forward
they're
with
nothing new
additional
from you.
projects. We don't have anything within our legal or regulatory.
And in my
purview.
last 20 seconds, real quick.
Sure.
With regards to Seneca Meadows, which currently has a pending application for an expansion, do we have any updates on where that stands? I'm home to High Acres, the second largest landfill. People are concerned that these closures are going to put additional pressure on landfills locally, but also we don't want to see these landfills expanded at all.
So for
I would love
I'll
to
circle
talk
back
to
to
you
you
about
with
it
more
later.
specifics. Yes, we have some
Thank you.
updates we'd be happy to share.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry. Our next senator is Senator Matera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's always a pleasure. And thank you so much, Commissioner, also. It was this great conversation yesterday. Just quick, I want to get into something that's very, very important, is the Nessie Pipeline and the Constitution Pipeline. What are your thoughts on, because in the past, obviously, the DEC was against the pipeline. Now, do you realize that we have hundreds of LNG natural gas trucks all over our roadways? Matter of fact, a couple of weeks ago, one exploded on our great thruway. And thank God for our firefighters and everybody that was there. Are you aware that each one of these trucks, which I would never heard anybody come out and say this, even my friends that are environmentalists, 7 pounds of CO2 a mile, our safety on our roadways, need to be energy to liquefy to get then to pump into the system. Are you aware of this?
I understand that in order to meet the needs, there have been LNG that has been
And my
trucked in.
question is, all these years, are you aware that, in other words, we have these trucks all over the roadways, and are you in favor of the Nessie Pipeline and the Constitution Pipeline for a lot of reasons, for our environment, for safety reasons, for our lives, that how important this is?
Well, Senator,
No.
maybe a couple things. One is the Nessie Pipeline, as any other project would, was looked at by DEC for applicable laws and regulations. And our oversight over interstate pipelines comes from
Again,
the
my
Water Act
question
and
is,
Section
are you in
401.
favor of both these pipelines? This is very, very important for life. This is a necessity. Are you in favor of DEC? Are you going to be holding back to hurt these projects? Because you said a lot today about the federal government not doing the right thing. So I'm asking the question, are you in favor of this?
Well, Senator, I think you are aware that DEC did issue a 401 certificate for the Nessie Pipeline.
And what about the
has already
Constitution?
occurred. Unfortunately, in the Constitution Pipeline, Williams Company has sought to actually circumvent New York State's review, which I think is frankly an assault on states' rights as well as our environment. When we take a look at these projects, we do so to ensure that they meet our water quality standards, that they're protective of our environment, of our communities, and unfortunately, they have sought to actually circumvent that. So today,
Okay, my
we're
question again, thank
filing
you very
with
much. My
FERC
question
in
again, and I thank you,
opposition
Commissioner,
to-
but my question again is, you are not going to, your office is not going to try to hold back with this, so this very, 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 very important project moving forward.
We're going to look at every project individually on the merits, but I
And
do
when do you
want to
think it would start,
clarify-
when do you think it would start, by the way? Do you think you in favor of this starting like right away? Because this is so important. You realize this with the Nessie Pipeline, 60% of these LNG pipe trucks, tanker trucks, will be off the roadway. 60% will be off the roadway just with the Nessie Pipeline.
Well, as already noted, Senator, that project has gone through a review in which we made sure that that was protective. of
So you're
the
going to make sure
environment and
that's
the
expedited
communities.
fast.
We've done our job on Nessie
Okay.
Pipeline.
I just want to make sure that then, in other words, this is going to get fast, because it's very, very important. Battery storage, and I want to say thank you to my Assemblyman Simpson. You know, we talked about this yesterday, about the polluting, and no one's talking about lithium-ion batteries that go on fire. We just had one in Orange County. It's constantly happening. And we talked about this, that it's contained. How is it contained when it goes up in the atmosphere? And what is the DEC? We could talk about ORES. We could talk about, in other words, that they have oversight, but the DEC has nothing to do. We talked about this yesterday, but it's still bothering me. You have no oversight at all on any of these battery storage facilities.
We don't have any statutory oversight over the siting of these.
Do you think
now.
you should?
I think it's important that any agency that has expertise is able to weigh into the process, and we're going to continue to do
Oh, well,
that.
I have a bill in
With
to make
different
sure that, in other words,
agencies.
that you do have oversight, because we can't just have one, because this is ridiculous what's happening. And you know what? My residents of Long Island, we're a very dense area, are frightened. Our fire departments, our residents. I told you yesterday, this BESS project that wants to go right now, the expressway is right there. If this went on fire, it would close down the whole Long Island Expressway. That's how terrible government is not looking at this. All they want to do is make sure they put battery storage. You know what? Plum Island. That's what everybody should be looking at. Look at Plum Island as its own source. Really, that's what I would be looking at, Commissioner, to make sure you do something with that, with the federal government. Since you don't like them so much, you should make sure, guess what, work with them and get Plum Island to be its own energy source for Long Island, and we wouldn't have this. We would not have any of this.
Thanks for your comments, Senator. Assemblymember Burdick?
Thank you. And I first want to thank you and your team for the terrific work you're doing. You mentioned PFAS in your testimony, and last year's budget included an agreement to create a new program to test and remediate toxic PFAS chemicals in private wells. Wondering if you could briefly advise when the program will be publicly launched and when we might see details on how it will operate. And I have one question after that, so if you could briefly reply.
I'll be super brief and say we have made a tremendous amount of progress working with the Department of Health on identifying and working with specific counties, and more information on that is forthcoming. We'd be glad to brief you on that, Assemblyman.
Next week, next month, next 2 months, next 3? Just an idea.
I'll say
I have residents asking.
pretty soon, and I'll get back to you with specifics on that.
Fair enough. I applaud the funds for water infrastructure to help housing growth, and especially in rural areas, and hope that the emphasis would be on affordable housing. I also represent some semi-rural areas and feel it is essential that new housing have clean water. And that also deals with the expanded wetlands regulation, which helps to protect our water. And along those lines, I do want to thank you for the Zoom meeting that we had with you and your staff to discuss the regulations to implement the recent statutory expansion. And in particular, would like to know further your thoughts about how localities may have some role in the process. We had talked about that a bit. Anything further on that? And also who I might follow up with in your team.
I know, well, I'll say that I really enjoyed the conversation, and thank you for continuing to discuss with us. And, I think local governments play a really critical role in the protection
I'll give
of
you
our,
both half.
of our wetlands and our natural resources generally. And, we want to continue to ensure that there's no gap in oversight. I think specifically as we were talking about with the application of pesticides.
Right.
So we'll circle back to you, and Logan is the person sitting to my left here, and we'll get back to you, and we'd be happy to talk about it more.
Super, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thanks for your work.
Thank you, Assemblyman.
Did I cut off anyone? You still have 30 seconds. Okay. Our next testifier is Senator
Billy's not on
Bino.
here yet.
Hi, Senator.
Yes. You have to hold 5
Here we go. Good morning, Commissioner. Good to see you.
Good morning.
So I want to talk a little bit about Long Island's issues related to water conservation. Nassau County issued a report that's required by local law that actually studied all of the water providers' use. And we've been able to realize that although there was a law or a mandate by DEC in 2016 that we reduce our usage of water, in particular summer pumping, we realized that the providers have increased their pumping in the summer. What is the DEC doing to enforce the policy that they reduce? And how are you utilizing, your resources to implore that Long Island reduce its use? Because we know we're ending up with saltwater intrusion. So can you let me know what's on deck?
Yeah, there's a few different facets of this. And first, thank you really for the focus on water quality, especially on Long Island where the aquifer is under your feet. It's such a critical issue. And I will say, the department is broadly taking, I would say, a more comprehensive look right now at water conservation and water reuse efforts because we know that, water is a finite resource. And while we live in a water-rich state, over the past 2 years, we saw drought watch conditions, not in your district, but in other parts of New York. So we know this is a really critical issue everywhere, but especially on Long Island where you have a sole source aquifer. So we have a lot of efforts underway. We're really proud Governor Hochul launched a Long Island Watershed Action Plan, which is an important evolution from the Long Island Nitrogen Action Plan that really recognizes that in order for us to manage this resource, we need to be thinking about it more comprehensively, critically including water conservation efforts. We are in an additional phase of a report looking specifically at saltwater intrusion as well, which should be coming out in 2026. I don't remember when specifically, but I will circle back to you on that timing. And we really remain committed to continuing to work on this and be happy to partner with you on that.
Okay, I only have 30 some odd seconds. This report also indicated that there's a presence and trends of emerging contaminants, including radiological contaminants. I'd like to hear from you at some point what the view of the DEC is on that particular contaminant. We have 15 seconds.
Yeah, we'd be happy to talk about that at more length. And I'll say we're really proud of our environmental remediation efforts as an agency. We have many brownfield cleanup programs as well as Superfund sites on Long Island where we are actively remediating hazardous waste. So glad to talk more about that, Senator Bino. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Assembly Member Clark.
Thank you. And thank you, Commissioner. As sort of a newbie to this committee serving on energy, but getting the opportunity to speak with you about other things in environmental conservation as well is wonderful. But I have two sort of completely different questions to ask you. The first is around the work that you're doing around industry-specific emissions and the finalizing of that report, and then will that and when is the timeline to actually create some sort of sector-specific limits around emissions? Can you just give a little update on as you're finalizing the report or the rule change around it, and then what it will look like going into the future in terms of a schedule to actually put limits on certain emissions by sector?
Certainly. So DEC both introduced and finalized the greenhouse gas reporting rule in 2025, having finalized it at the end of last year. And that means it goes into effect this year. So the expectation for the regulated community is that they will report their 2026 emissions in 2027. And that will provide that bottom-up accounting of emissions by different sector. I will say that we do have a greenhouse gas inventory in place that we believe is accurate, but this rule is important to give us that bottom-up data. And also notably, as unfortunately this requirement from the federal government does seem that it's going to be rescinded from EPA, so New York State having this structure in place is really critical. So from a timing perspective, folks are expected to report their emissions for 2026 in early 2027, and those will be made public.
Wonderful. And then on the water quality piece, my district, again, has two beaches that struggle over the summer to stay open. One of our beaches was closed 35 of their 83 days due to high bacteria levels. And another one was closed, I think, about somewhere between 15 and 20 days. That, along with Rochester, and obviously lumping us together as the general Finger Lakes region, I know, particularly in the harmful algae bacteria, there's the mapping tool and a lot of the great work, but that's sort of a snapshot in time. What is the DEC doing on the sort of the back end to continue to help ensure we're reducing the amount of outbreaks on either HABs or these harmful bacteria, to really work with municipalities who don't always have the resources to make sure that we're protecting our lakes that are such a huge part of our summers? Not that we can think about it right now in our freezing cold, but
I always think about it. It keeps me going. I love the winter too, though. So, Assemblymember, we'd be glad to talk in more detail about the really comprehensive approach we have on harmful algal blooms. Fundamentally, this is about reducing nutrients, and unlike large sources, it's a lot of little sources. So we have a lot of programs in place, including successfully our water quality improvement program, which gives grants to local communities. We'll talk more about that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Member.
Okay, excuse me. The next senator apparently goes by the nickname PCF.
Oh, boy. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, for being here today. Your testimony said that $3.8 billion was spent in fiscal 2025 for clean water. And I'd like to know how much of that money reached residents who are served by private water companies.
I believe that my testimony is referring to the governor's commitment of an additional $3.8 billion over the next 5 years for clean water. But we have spent as a state $6 billion since 2017 on clean water projects in New York State, excitingly through the governor and the legislature's ongoing commitments.
So disbursement of $3.8 billion during state fiscal year 2025 for financial assistance cooperation with State Environmental Facilities Corporation. That's what I was referring to. You're saying not all of that?
We also did reach a major milestone last year's putting money out the door.
So how much of that goes to private water companies? Because in my district, many of my constituents can only use a private water company. They are not permitted to choose which water company they use. And my understanding is that they're not allowed to apply for many of the competitive grants and funding opportunities. So I'd like to know of the 3.8 that was dispersed, how much went to private water?
Well, I think with respect to the breakdown of the funding from the Environmental Facilities Corporation, that is well available on their website. You can see where it's gone, and we'd be happy to circle back with a more fine-grained detail of that. I'll also note that DEC has our water quality improvement program, which are meant to support municipalities as well, and could be another opportunity to access different funds to support your communities broadly. We'd be happy to work
Well,
with
my
you on
time
that.
is very limited. I hope that Long Island will get its fair share and that private water companies will have the ability to apply. I'd like to also ask a question about the greenhouse gas calculation, the 20-year versus 100-year calculation. Every state except Maryland uses the 100-year calculation, and I know that there was some discussion in 2023 for us to change to the 100-year standard. So my question for you is, are there still discussions about changing the calculation? And has DEC modeled how switching to the 100-year standard would affect the compliance costs and energy costs for our constituents?
You know, the governor has raised this issue really importantly to ensure that we continue to make substantial progress in fighting climate change, and also work with, our many stakeholders to ensure that it is ambitious and realistic and affordable. So as those conversations continue, I think the inventory is potentially one piece of that, and our partners at NYSERDA continue to model those different emissions level, and DEC works with them. So I do believe that modeling has been undertaken, and I believe some of that was included in the state energy plan. Might be a resource for you, Senator.
Perfect timing for the answer. The next questioner would be Assemblyperson McMahon.
What's that? Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, for joining us today.
I'd like to just talk a little bit about the recruitment of forest rangers and conservation officers. I'm told there are fewer conservation officers today in 2026 than there were in 2008. And I'm wondering if you could just speak to what may have caused the decline in those numbers over the years. And maybe I'll just throw all the questions out there and you can respond.
Sure.
I understand the department intends to hire 30 more conservation officers in the next year. And how many vacancies does that leave the department with, if you know that, at this point? Yeah.
So with respect to your first question, I'll go back and look at the numbers of 2008. I will say that, this agency did overall have a much smaller fill level, particularly in the COVID years than we see today. And thanks to Governor Hochul, we've really been able to regain our fill level to ensure that we have the adequate resources to deliver for New Yorkers. And included of that, of course, is our environmental conservation officers. And that's why it's so exciting that the governor has proposed an additional 45 staff members to increase our fill level to 3,407 to really ensure that we're meeting the needs across the agency, including our ECOs and our forest rangers. Because while that is intended to be focused on delivering on our core regulatory responsibility with respect to permitting, by ensuring that we have the appropriate staff in one area will help sort of lift all boats as an agency. So we're really excited about that. I'm extremely proud of the amazing work our environmental conservation officers do. They are exceptional, and we continue to support them through additional resources and computer-aided dispatch that we're launching excitingly, as well as body cams. And we're very appreciative of the governor for making funding available for those critical projects to support our ECOs that do such an incredible job. And we appreciate the questions and recognition of them. And we're excited for this academy to move forward this year so that we can continue to ensure that we have the right amount of ECOs on the street across the state.
Yeah. Given how important the DEC's work is, can you speak to any efforts to recruit more officers? Like, have the forest rangers and conservation officers achieved pension and pay equity with state police? And are there any other things that you can do administratively to help improve recruitment?
Well, a few things. One is that the legislature and the governor did advance last year, included in last year's budget, an enhanced pension for our ECOs and forest rangers. And I will just say affirmatively, I believe our ECOs and forest rangers deserve to be on par with other state police forces. And I'm hopeful that they will continue to get support because they deserve it. We also, specifically for our forest rangers, are continuing to look at the qualifications to be a part of that, which is something our ECOs have done in years past. So having those qualifications adjusted such that we can get more people into our forces is another thing that we're looking at.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much.
Senator
Thank you.
Michelle Hinchy.
Hello, Commissioner. Thank
Senator.
you. Nice to
Good to
see
see
you. First, thank you for being so approachable and responsive on all of our things. We have a lot of environmental issues in our district, and it's been great to work with you, and thank you for your help and for your work.
Thank you.
Same as Senator Fahey, lots of questions, little time. Jumping in, I represent part of Bel Air Mountain, which is obviously under ORDA. I asked the acting commissioner this yesterday. She directed me to you.
I saw that.
There was, so you know where I'm going. State of emergency, Bel Air still open, county state of emergency, no road action, and yet our volunteer fire departments and our EMS are still tasked with covering Bel Air. Has there been any thought about the state helping to pitch in on fire and emergency services for the town when it's an all-volunteer service?
Well, I will say actually Governor Hochul has invested quite a bit in our local fire departments really critically, and we're excited, especially as DEC, to be working with fire departments all across New York, which are such critical partners of ours.
And she's been great, especially with the Volunteer Fire Capital Fund, which is capital
Yes,
for
thank you.
departments, although we didn't see that in the budget this year. That's a question for another day. But on operating, is there anything, and maybe we can continue this conversation outside of this forum, but I would encourage us to look at, especially if in blizzards, we are going to keep state property open, we should be looking at how we're supporting our first responders while they're covering that, because God forbid there be an emergency in the local community. We're then calling mutual aid. These distances are far. And so I would encourage the state to look at how we can better support our first responders from an operating perspective.
Yeah, I'd be happy to talk more with you about that. And I will just note that while DEC does work and have some regulatory oversight of ORDA, because we are the owner of those lands as well as obviously the environmental regulator, we do not oversee their operations. Notably, we don't have much control over when they are operating. I do believe other private ski slopes were also open during that time as well. But
They
I
don't,
understand
just
the
in
broader
sake of
question
time,
that
we'll
you're asking.
talk. They obviously
Yes.
don't come testify, so it's one of those things where we get a lot of pointing in other directions. I'd love for all of us to come to the table and
Happy
figure
to.
out what we
We
can
can do
do.
that.
Thank you. For emerging contaminants, we spend a lot of money, rightfully so, to clean up our water. However, I think we should also be looking at how we clean up on the site before the emerging contaminants get into the water.
I agree.
We actually would save a lot of money, be a lot safer for more people. It's easier to treat that. Thank you for your agreement. We have a bill actually with Assemblymember Kellis, taken from the governor's language, actually, S672. Do you think it would be possible to add some or allocate some of the clean water dollars into the emerging on-site contaminants before it gets into the water?
I will just say quickly, we're really pleased to move forward with our leachate regulations, which are meant to achieve just that. We want to treat this before it comes in.
Sorry.
Yes, we'll circle back. Thank you so much, Senator.
Thank you.
Who'd you say, Chair Pretlow?
I said Assemblywoman Levenberg.
Thank you. Just trying to deal with. Thank
Hi.
you so much. Hi, good
Nice to see you.
afternoon. Are we there yet? No, still morning. I have a couple quick questions. One, again, very grateful for the additional money for clean water infrastructure. One of the things that we continue to hear from communities upstate is that they're having difficulty getting money for the grants that are available for drinking water. And one of the things that we proposed is to allocate $6 million of that money for engineering planning grants, as happens for the wastewater and the sewer planning grants. And we haven't gotten very far. It's something that we've heard again. A lot of smaller communities can't get the engineering done to apply for the grants. If we could get money for those grants as part of this money allocated for that, which it isn't currently, it would be extremely helpful for those communities that can't come up with the $50,000 or $100,000 for the engineering to get the bigger grants to help them. I also wanted to just say I heard just today about the rollbacks to the nuclear regulations by this current federal government. And I'm extremely concerned that as they roll back and try to make it easier for nuclear to be sited throughout the country, I know we do have some stricter regulations, but often we depend on the NRC's regulations for siting. And since we already have people who are fearing for their health, as well as water quality in the area of nuclear power plants, and we don't have an answer yet as to what to do with the waste, I would like to understand if there are any plans either to get rid of the waste or to protect humans as well as our environment if in fact we are planning to site additional nuclear facilities. And finally, we didn't talk a lot about battery energy storage, but as we know what the great expense is, and we have spent millions and it's come back to ratepayers for nuclear that hasn't even been developed. I'd love to understand why we can't come up with a better solution for battery energy storage siting. I know that there is a lot of pushback at the local level, but if we look at potentially giving ORES some oversight of some of the bigger facilities, I think it could greatly help us to store that energy.
Thanks, Assemblymember. Really quickly, I'll say we're really proud at DEC for the engineering planning grants. We think they've been very successful on the clean water side, as well as the community action teams that have been established really to help support local communities on developing these. And we're continuing to evolve those processes. We'd be happy to weigh in with the Department of Health that does oversee the drinking water aspects of this because we agree that they've been successful. With respect to nuclear broadly, I'll say that we want to continue to work with our federal partners to ensure that there is really important oversight
oversight of these facilities, as well as the master plan that is being developed by NYSERDA in partnership with other agencies. We'll talk more about the other things.
Thank you.
No, you were already on the.
Thank you, Chair, and still morning. Good morning, Commissioner.
I'm sorry. I no.
Sorry, we have another senator first, then another.
I jumped
senator.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Excuse me. It is Senator Gonzalez.
There we go. Thank you so much, and good morning. It's really great to see you, Commissioner. As you know, I represent Northern Brooklyn and Greenpoint and Williamsburg, and for the past 2 years, hundreds of my constituents have reached out to elected officials about green asphalt in my district, specifically the noxious fumes that they are breathing as a result of this facility. DC has a consent order in place with green asphalt to increase the height of their stack. This was for December 11th. They failed to meet that deadline. And as of last week, we checked, they still had not raised the stack. So my question is, why is it so hard for DEC to be able to hold these bad actors accountable? And ahead of when they reopen this year, what can be done to ensure that they are actually meeting that legal requirement?
Yeah, thanks, Senator. This is a project that we're absolutely on top of and have issued a notice of violation for their failure to meet the terms of the consent order. And we will continue to have strict oversight for them. And as you well know, they're not operating until they meet the terms of those consent order. And we will continue to ensure that that is true so that we can deliver for the communities.
I mean, certainly, in the last few years, they've been fined over $124,000. We had this deadline of December 11th. They haven't complied with that. When you say you're tracking, obviously this is a top of mind issue for my constituents because of the quality of life issues it raises. They should not be breathing poison air as a result of this facility. So, what exactly is in your toolbox to make sure before they open, they do comply? And then why are facilities given permits so close to residential areas that operate in this way?
So to be clear, we've taken enforcement action against them for their failure to meet the terms of their consent order. We have issued a notice of violation, and we will enforce against them should they continue to violate the terms of their consent order, as well as ensure that they are not operating until they meet the terms of their consent order. And we have the enforcement tools in our toolbox, which we have exercised and we will continue. And then I'll note that the legislature did pass and the governor did sign a new law called the Environmental Justice Siting Law, which really critically ensures that we're taking a hard look at these facilities and where they're sited to ensure that we are not disproportionately burning communities that have been historically burdened by pollution. And we're going to continue to enforce that and move forward with that law. So thank you.
That's great, and happy to work with you on that. Certainly want to make sure that we had that commitment from you that they will not be allowed to operate as long as they are in violation. Very quickly, with my remaining time, this week the New York Times reported that water use from data centers is soaring and that Microsoft alone is predicting to double its water use from facilities, growing to 18 billion liters a year by 2030. How is your department tracking the water use from data centers in the state? And are you taking measures to ensure that we have clean water resources protected?
Yeah, this is an issue that I want to talk more about, which I don't have time to, but we are taking a hard look at this issue and intend to move forward with some new
Thank
proposals.
you.
We'll talk offline. Thanks.
Now, Assemblyman Anderson, it's your turn.
Good morning again, Commissioner.
again.
I think that was a false start, so I got a 10-yard penalty. Good morning. It's good to see you. I generally ask the same question every year, so hopefully you can be lucky to be the commissioner that actually answers it. So I represent parts of the Rockaways, which is a shoreline community, and I represent other neighborhoods that have wetlands, bay parts of the community, including Rosedale and Springfield Gardens. And so my question is with regard to bay protection and coastal protection. We see monies each year either for managed retreat or coastal protection. And in this year's executive budget, there's $668 million towards that effort. Just wondering how that money is being allocated and when it will make its way down to the Rockaways and like neighborhoods.
Yeah, so specifically the funding in the executive budget is for also for Army Corps projects.
Right, which I have
the
one.
state's share.
Jamaica Bay is a USAC project.
Yes. So this is last year. Thankfully, the governor and the legislature in the budget included $1.7 billion for FIMP, Fire Island to Montauk Point, which was the entire state's share for those projects. Similarly, in this year's budget, we are critically advancing the state share as well as some local share that will be passed through in order to see some of those Army Corps projects move forward. And we'd be glad to give you the full breakdown for each project and what
Is
that
it
looks
my
like.
Army Corps project though, or is it just generally Army Corps projects? That's the question I ask every year.
There are specific, can you pull up which Army Corps projects? There are specific projects it's going to, but another thing I want to point you to, Assembly Member, is through Bond Act funds, the governor in her State of the State moved forward with additional coastal resiliency.
I know.
funds
I've
as
asked
well.
about that too.
So those will be a critical tool, and new grant programs will be made available for our partners at the Department of State. That
Mhm.
might be something also for you to look at, and we'd be glad to get you more information on that as well.
Okay, we can certainly follow up. And with my last 50 seconds, I've looked at the submitted testimony and I only saw the word farmland mentioned once. Just wondering, in my capacity as the chair of the Food Farm Nutrition Policy Task Force, what the commitment from DEC is to our farmers across the state.
Well, we work very, very closely with our partners in the agricultural community, with, of course, the Department of Agriculture and Markets and with Commissioner Ball. And we have a lot of shared programs that have been really successful, whether that's through our soil and water conservation districts, through our climate resilient farming grants, as well as, I would say, the really successful implementation of our CAFO regulations and otherwise. As we move forward, we're going to strengthen that even further as we think about how we ensure that we have the appropriate regulatory oversight that works both for the environment and the industry on things like dairy, as we know, as we see increased dairy in the state, to ensure that we're protective and delivering food for New Yorkers. So we'd be glad to talk more about that.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Looking forward to following up on both.
Keep doing it wrong, sorry. Tom O'Mara, Ranker of Finance, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you, Commissioner. It's good to have you here. I'm glad you're making it through under the weather here. Sorry to prolong the agony for you. But on the CLCPA issues and the energy issues that we have before us in this state, there seems to be a growing acknowledgement and realization by the administration that these goals are not achievable under the time frames that we have. NYSO has made it clear that our electricity is not going to be reliable as these demands continue to increase. As was mentioned before, virtually every state and country and international agreement in the world on greenhouse gas emissions uses the 100-year standard rather than the 20-year standard. The governor, through your predecessor, Basil Sagos, and Doreen Harris at NYSERDA, made an effort 2 years ago to make that change from 20 to 100. That was shot down in probably 48 hours by the climate opposition to anything based in reality. What is really the position of the administration? How are we going to meet our energy demands for economic development, for housing? We have seeker reform legislation in here for housing. We have housing developments that have been put on hold because the power they can't supply the power to them. Utility customers are certainly finally waking up to the realization of just how expensive and unaffordable this is going to be. What is the administration, what is the real posture on this from the administration of the realization? When is this realization going to come out with actual proposals to how to deal with the climate issues and energy being reliable and affordable?
Thanks, Senator. Well, I appreciate the question and the passion that you bring to the issue. I think we all know that we need to ensure that we're meeting the energy demands of New Yorkers. And that's exactly what the governor is focused on, is reliability and affordability, as well as ensuring that we're continuing to reduce emissions as a state. And, important plans like the State Energy Plan, I think, put forward a really comprehensive look about how we can move forward to achieve those multiple goals, to focus on affordability and reliability, ensure that we have a good grasp and understanding of what the demand forecast is for a state and how it is that we can continue to move forward to meet
the demands of our energy system, as well as continue to mitigate climate change. And I think the state energy plan was a good representation of us all coming together on a forward-looking plan to seek to deliver that. As we continue to move forward, you're asking specifically about emissions accounting. I think the governor has been clear that she wants to ensure that we have something that is ambitious and achievable so that we can deliver on those multiple goals of the state with her continued prioritization and focus of affordability, reliability, as well as meeting our climate goals. So again, I refer you to the state energy plan because I think that is a good understanding of how we're working together towards those outcomes.
The state energy plan, with all due respect, just says we're going to pursue an all of the above strategy. It doesn't recommend any changes to the CLCPA, any changes to the timeframes, any changes to any real plan on how we're going to get from here to there. There hasn't been a plan all along since the beginning of the CLCPA. As you know, in your former role and my role when I was chair of the ENCON committee and the CLCPA was pending there, the issue has always been there isn't a plan. There's only some goals. And it's becoming increasingly clear to New Yorkers every month in new utility bills from NYSO warning us about the reliability issues impending, housing developments not being able to get electricity. Seemingly the economic development strategy of the state is to target really high electric users, AI, semiconductor, data storage, eating up even more of the demand, which is going to drive up the need for production. Yet there is no real proposal out there by the administration, by you, by NYSERDA, on what needs to be changed to get to where we want to get with lower emissions and have it be affordable for New Yorkers.
Yeah, thanks, Senator. I think we'd be happy to really continue the conversation with you about what that looks like, as well as all of our legislative leaders. The governor has advanced very significant proposals to tackle data centers, as you noted, in the state of the state, as well as, importantly, in utility ratepayer savings as well. So I think there's a lot of great initiatives that have been advanced that we can talk more about in more detail at a later.
Thank you, Commissioner. Assemblywoman Lee.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Hi, Assemblymember.
So I want to commend the governor for including a proposal to establish new regulations to treat leachate from landfills to reduce forever chemicals in drinking water. But despite this promising initiative, over the last year, the Trump administration has rolled back key regulations limiting the level of PFAS in our drinking water. It has rescinded the drinking water limit of 4 compounds and is delaying the enforcement on drinking water limits for 2 other compounds until 2031. In addition, 180 communities across New York State are known to have toxic levels of PFAS in their drinking water. As the federal government strips regulations making drinking water less safe, I believe New York has the ability and the responsibility to protect New Yorkers. In light of the rollbacks of federal drinking water standards, what is the DEC's plan to ensure drinking water in New York is safe?
Yeah, thank you so much, Assemblymember. And I agree that we have that obligation. And fortunately, we've got a great forward-looking plan to deliver on that. First and foremost, fortunately, we do have our own MCLs in New York State to ensure that we have protective water quality standards, and we will continue to retain those in partnership with the Department of Health, of course, who regulates drinking water. At DEC, we're really taking a comprehensive look on how we attack PFAS and other emerging contaminants in New York. We are really excited, as you said, to advance new regulations to require the treatment of leachate. This will be a really important opportunity to ensure that we're stopping contamination before it starts. And in fact, the state has moved forward with many measures to actually just reduce the exposure of PFAS, which needs to be how we continue to prioritize, because that is going to be the most effective way to support water quality.
Would you consider lowering and making drinking water standards more stringent in New York?
Right now, we have a drinking water council that deliberates over what those levels are, and importantly, have ensured that there's science-based limits that are set that are protective of human health and the environment.
Do you think
and will
they are
continue to
adequate?
retain.
I think we can always take a look, but I do believe the council has faith in the standards that have been advanced and set in the state. We want to make sure that we can retain those stringent standards in New York, even as the federal government is rolling back their standards.
So if you do have intention of strengthening drinking water standards, do you believe that the funding is sufficient in the budget to address this very important issue, especially for the 180 communities who are known to have toxic PFAS in their drinking water?
Well, importantly, we're excited that the governor has increased the amount of water funding available in the budget this year, which I think really speaks to her continued commitment to deliver on clean water. We also have several other programs that are important, like our Brownfield program, our Superfund program, that actually remediate and clean up emerging contaminants, which we can talk more about, that are critical tools in the toolbox.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much. And I believe I'm up for the Senate. Hello.
Hi, Senator.
All right, I'm trying to make sure I covered territory that I wanted to cover but hasn't been covered by 40 other people already. That's what happens when you wait to the end. So one of my colleagues was talking about the battery factory fire and it being such a problem. I believe that was Orange County. And my understanding is that, well, of course it's terrible if there's a fire. It all went textbook correctly according to the fire department, so that the fire did not spread, it did not hurt anyone, and it was relatively easily put out. Is that your understanding?
My understanding is that the fire was contained, yes.
Yes. So we have fires all the time. We hope they're contained. We hope no one gets hurt. Do we have fires every year from fossil fuels that have worse outcomes than this fire had?
I will say we have fires every year, and certainly there's a lot of different causes of fire, whether that's wildland fire that is under our jurisdiction, and there are several other causes of fire that happen in different industrial sites or otherwise across the state that, yes, do have emissions associated with them as well.
Thank you. So this might be a question both for NYSERDA and you, but since you're two different
I'm here,
panels,
yeah.
I'll start with you. I want to talk about EV vehicles. So we know that the federal government has actually reduced the rebates for EV vehicles that we've been able to get. And in fact, the RGGI spend plan approved by NYSERDA proposed less money for EV rebates than we have been providing in the past. Now, the federal cuts have been national, but other states have moved to fill the incentive gap now that the federal tax credit is gone. In fact, Colorado just upped their rebates in the fall, and we're at 2,000 maximum, while Colorado's now at 9,000 maximum, and they have a 6,000 rebate for used vehicles. We don't have any rebate for used vehicles. I know we keep hearing and saying that we can't backfill everything the federal government is cutting. But given how important I believe the movement to EV vehicles continues to be for New Yorkers now and for the future, why aren't we modifying our EV rebate program?
Well, I'll say, as a proud EV driver, they're terrific, strongly encourage. And I'll note that included in Article 7 language this year, DEC's municipal ZEV program, we are actually proposing removing the cap. Our role, of course, in providing grant money to municipalities is a really important one, and we want to continue to incentivize municipalities to adopt electric vehicles as well as the infrastructure necessary to support them. So I will also urge the legislature to consider that proposal to remove that cap so that we can provide those incentives to our municipal partners. And then, yes, I think you're referring to the RGGI operating plan under NYSERDA's purview. And broadly, I will say the state has taken a really thoughtful approach in continuing to advance the infrastructure necessary to support electric vehicle adoption in the state through many programs from NYSERDA, from NYPA, from the Thruway, and under Governor Hochul's leadership is really continuing to ensure that we have an all-of-government approach to providing those additional opportunities for New Yorkers.
Thank you. So I think back perhaps more to your territory, although all these issues are multi-agency territory. When there was discussion about the CFCPA and whether there was a plan or just a package without an actual plan and with goals, there was reference to the fact that we needed to do something about those, that we were too far behind. But it's my understanding that even the ISO says if you are using the projects in process but not yet completed, we're actually not very far behind, a couple of years. And of course, the top priority within the CSCPA plan was to assure reliability of energy. So there's always the ability to adjust to make sure that you're not putting yourself or the people of New York at risk of reliability for their energy. So why is everybody talking like it's the end of the world? I mean, it sort of is the end of the world because we're talking about the end of the world. I get it. But we have ways to move forward. Other states and countries are moving forward. So I'm just a little concerned that I keep hearing the governor reference in various places and ways that maybe we have to stop heading in the direction we're going, or we have to slow it down a lot. I look at what's happening with the federal government and with the data about how fast we are moving down the road of climate crisis, that if anything, we should be speeding up the process and looking at new models that didn't even exist 5 years ago when we passed the legislation, but are now being used around the country and the world. So are you under the impression that if we don't reverse ourselves on the laws we passed in 2019, we're really in more trouble than we are now?
Well, first, I want to be clear that there are already strong procedures in place to ensure that we meet reliability needs. And, DEC, as a regulator of air emissions, works closely with the ISO to ensure that, we continue to meet reliability, and those safeguards are in place. And we will continue to work with our partners at the Department of Public Service, the ISO, NYSERDA, and others to ensure that we continue to meet the energy demands of New Yorkers and reliability. Importantly, Senator, you note that we're not so far off in achieving our climate emissions goals, and that is true under IPCC accounting. And we have made incredible gains in fighting climate change. And we have a really, I would say, an agenda to be proud of. We've advanced clean, renewable energy in New York. We have phased down emissions from super pollutants. We have moved forward with really aggressive and exciting regulatory programs, and we're continuing to ratchet down emissions from other sources. And I would say broadly, this state is doing a lot of really great things that we should be proud of in fighting climate change and continuing to meet the needs of New Yorkers. And I will also make a plug to say we're also really excited by the emphasis on helping our communities be more resilient to climate change, as the governor has directed in her State of the State and executive budget this year, because that we know that we're already feeling those impacts today, and we want to make sure that we're supporting our community's resilience and adaptation to those. As we move forward, we also know that we need to focus on affordability, and we need to ensure that as we continue to make the remarkable progress that we should all be proud of, we also focus on affordability for New Yorkers. And I think that is the ongoing conversation that we can have together to ensure that we are set up to succeed and can continue to make the great progress that we've had to achieve our multiple goals. And I believe together we can.
But we're not collecting the revenue we anticipated because we're not moving forward with CAP, Annex, and Invest. We don't seem to be adding additional money to the $1 billion the governor put in last year, but apparently we've almost completely appropriated by now. And I did want to slide in one question about how much is left from the 4.2 or 4.3 billion Bond Act.
About half. We've committed about $2 billion of the Bond Act.
And do we plan on committing the other $2 billion in the coming fiscal year?
Probably not entirely in 2026, no. But we, do have, importantly, a lot of exciting grant programs that will continue to advance to achieve the goals of the Bond Act, and we'd be glad to give you a more full briefing on that, Senator.
I'll just remind everybody, not always the only money available to us to spend every year is new money that we've negotiated or fought over in the budget. Sometimes you have the ability to spend money you've previously committed or allocated, or in the case of the Environmental Bond Act, gotten permission from the people of New York to borrow to use for these purposes. And when I hear that because of changes in the federal funding streams, New York has to slow down or delay or even not do certain things we were committed to, I'm always going to ask about where's the money that we supposedly have for things and that we still have on hand for us. So thank you for clarifying, because we weren't sure what kind of money there was actually left from that money, which was it 6 or 7 years ago when we did the Bond Act now? It was a while.
I think it was
Between when it
2022.
started and when it was approved.
It was started much sooner. Thanks to Governor Hochul for bringing it back to life, and I believe passed by the voters in 2022. Is that right?
But it's been around a while between the actual going through the process to get the vote. So
we'd be glad to give
I
you
would
more
like to make
details on
sure.
it. Sure.
And my time is out before my last question. So thank you very much. And Assembly.
Before I go on, well, we've been joined by Assembly Members Gonzalez Rojas and Assembly Member Simone. Our next individual asking questions is Assembly Member Lucas.
Great day, everyone in the room. I first want to just make mention that I do concur with my colleague who made mention of the Jamaica Bay. There has to be some level of investment. The shoreline is rising, and there are homes that are diminishing, sinking as a result of this. So there has to be some attention given to that, especially for the areas of East New York and Canarsie. With my first statement in question, the funding for the Environmental Protection Fund remains unchanged from 2025-26 at $425 million, with $125 million being transferred from the general fund to the EPF. The executive is proposing 2 new programs and increasing funding to existing programs. In my district, we have Shirley Chisholm State Park that would benefit greatly from funding and investment. How can we tap into the new program that provides the Department of Environmental Conservation with $1 million to support climate resilience and restoration for the New York State Adaptation and Resilience Plan for Assembly District 60?
First, when I say it, Shirley Chisholm is a beautiful state park and one of our newest state parks, though no longer the newest, excitingly. I will note that, really the governor has advanced a comprehensive resilience proposal in the State of the State as well as in the budget, really directing DEC as well as our state partners at the Department of State and other agencies to ensure that we are tackling all kinds of climate challenges that we see, whether that's urban heat island effect through our focus on cool schoolyards and continuing to implement the...
But specific to Shirley Chisholm.
So I don't have Shirley Chisholm under my purview. That is under OPRHP. But I'll note you asked about the $1 million for the New York State Adaptation and Resilience Plan. New York is working on a New York State Adaptation and Resilience Plan. That $1 million, in our view, is really critical to help connect communities with the tools available so that they have engineering resources and other resources so that they can have a plan for their communities and we can leverage the Bond Act to then fund them.
Let me
so that
squeeze
could be a
in one more.
possibility.
The executive proposal for the budget recommends reducing funding for several environmental protection fund programs. Notable ones for my district are the reduction of $1.7 million for municipal recycling, the $2.5 million for the food waste division suballocation, $400,000 for resiliency planting, $400,000 for climate resilient farms program, and $200,000 for water quality improvement programs.
Thank you, Assemblywoman.
I don't don't know what the rationale is, but what's your plan to counter the adverse impacts of these
You'll
reductions?
have to hold that answer, Assemblyman Brown.
I'd be glad to circle back to you with more specifics.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Commissioner. How are you?
I am well.
I just wanted to start out by thanking the staff of Region 1, Kathy Haas, Ryan McGeary, Rob Marsh, and others for doing the outstanding job that they do.
Thank you.
Especially in our Assembly District. We particularly have a problem with the Ashbrook seawall in Northport, and also trying to get the harbor dredged. It hasn't been dredged since 1965, and we've been working hard at it with your staff. I wanted to direct your attention, some of my colleagues have brought up the SECRA amendments that are being proposed in the executive budget, and I took a look at your opening remarks, and you talked about the modernizing, of the SECRA regs to achieve multiple goals of affordable housing and environmental protection. Yet, when you look at the actual language, I looked at the state of the state, I looked at the actual budget language, there's no mention of the word affordable anywhere there. Do you want to comment on that?
Well, I think critically, the governor is clear that we need to tackle affordable housing crisis in New York and ensure that we're really increasing the amount of housing stock that is available to New Yorkers.
I would totally agree with that, except for I think it misses the mark because there's no mention of anything related to criteria as it relates to affordable housing. Mm-hmm. So I would hope that that would get corrected by the time it gets to the final budget. Would you agree with that?
Well, I'm certain that the secret proposal, as well as other aspects of the budget, will be heavily negotiated with the legislature, and I'm sure that it will be a productive discussion, really fundamentally to achieve those goals of incentivizing doing the right thing. How do we make it easier to avoid impacts on the environment, as well as achieve affordable housing goals in the state?
Sure, and similar question as it relates to the language changing the GEIS. This is from the state of the state. To quickly progress through the environmental review process and guide their upfront decision-making and site selection, the governor will direct DEC to develop new GEIS to cut down environmental review timelines for selected types of renewable energy and housing projects. Yet, when you look at the budget, there's no criteria related to the GEIS and what is now going to apply for those types of projects. So do you want to opine on that?
Well, sure. I think the governor is essentially directing the agency to ensure that we're developing environmental impact statements to review broadly the different kinds of projects to ensure that we're taking a hard look at the environmental impacts, but doing so in a manner that could then have that important coverage over those specific types of projects that would be a part of that review. And of course, that would be, as any other environmental impact statement, a public process in which those environmental impacts are analyzed and put out for public comment and a part of a broader process.
Yeah, I would submit, though, that if we're trying to strike that balance, right, between developing new housing and protecting the environment, that there needs to be some criteria, some teeth in there.
Hold that thought, Assembly
Thanks, Assembly Member.
Member Simon.
Hi, Assembly Member.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you, Commissioner, and thank you for being so responsive to my questions, which are, as you know, nerdy at times.
I appreciate
it. Thank you. I have a couple of questions for you. One is, New York has no permanent disposal site for radioactive waste, and the governor is talking about building more reactors. Where's the waste going to go? And can you guarantee that radioactive waste won't end up in drinking water?
I think undoubtedly the governor's commitment to zero emission energy and advancing nuclear energy, as part of that, she has an equal commitment to ensure that it is done safely and responsibly. So we will continue to work with our federal partners to ensure that there is oversight and adequate disposal that's in place, as well as really consider some of these own issues ourselves through the NYSERDA master planning process, in which we will evaluate all of these things together.
There you go.
I guess the fundamental problem is there really is no safe way to have nuclear waste disposed of. And that is, I think, the big challenge that we face, and I'm not sure the federal partners are going to be much helpful in that. The other thing you talked about in your testimony was releasing a large EJ grant for $12.6 million for 11 environmental education centers, $4 million available for youth in environmental justice areas, helping with job skills. So can you tell me where these centers are located
I can actually. That was an award we did in 2025, which was actually one of the largest EJ grants that we have put out the door.
Right.
We were really excited about that. I know certainly one of them is in the South Bronx at a really incredible facility because that's actually where we made the announcement. But we'd be happy to get back to you with the full list of the recipients of that award.
Okay, that, excuse me, that would be very helpful. I appreciate it.
Certainly.
And then the other issue I have with, you talk about advancing sustainable economic development. One of the concerns I have is the amount of money that New York has given under the guise of economic development to companies that are actually polluters. And so we're funding them to continue to pollute our environment. And I would like to be assured that that's not going to be happening under this program that you're talking about here.
Well, I'll say that DEC does not oversee any funds that go specifically to economic developers. However, the Empire State Development Corporation does, and we work very closely with them. And I'm really proud of the partnership that DEC has built with ESD to really work together on projects from the ground floor to ensure that we're thinking about the impacts of certain kinds of development and really seeking to attract companies in New York that will seek to do that the right way. And one great example is there's actually a clothing manufacturer recycling entity that was just awarded in Rochester, which will be a great benefit to New York.
Great. Well, thanks. So help us with that.
Thank you
Thank
very much, Ms. Assemblyperson Giglio.
Yes, good morning, or good afternoon. So, how does the DEC believe that the island should deal with municipal solid waste if power purchase agreements between LIPA and Reworld are not extended?
You know, Assemblymember, forgive me, I can't speak to specific PPAs between LIPA and Reworld. I'm not familiar with that issue, though I'd be glad to look into it. I don't think that's under our purview, but I'd be happy to.
So
talk
then
to you.
how does the DEC think that the island is going to remove their municipal solid waste?
Well, we are really committed to continuing to support municipalities as they continue to oversee solid waste facilities across the state. There are, I believe, 16 different planning areas on Long Island, and we are hard at work and thinking about our best ways that we could support them in order to meet the municipal solid waste needs on Long Island, and we'll continue to partner with them to do so.
So there was a letter that was written to the governor about from supervisors of the town of Babylon, the town of Islip, the town of Hempstead, and the town of Huntington that are saying that we need to look at our waste to energy plants, we need to reclassify them, and we need to find a balance between how we're going to treat municipal solid waste on Long Island. I mean, it's a big concern because these agreements are ending in 2027, and I believe that the DEC does have a say in those agreements. Or maybe one of the other colleagues can answer the question as to the power purchase agreement between LIPA and Reworld, so that that extension can occur until we have a solution as to how we're going to remove municipal solid waste from the island. Because 180,000 trucks a year is now, but that will increase significantly if we don't come up with a solution for municipal solid waste.
Yeah, well, Assemblymember, I will say we do have oversight over Reworld in the sense that we do permit those facilities, whether that's an air permit or otherwise. And there are several different proposals that are in front of us today that we're taking a hard look at and understand really the need to ensure that there's available opportunities to wrestle with solid waste on Long Island.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about this for 3 years now. So I've been at the budget hearings and we've been discussing it for 3 years and there's still no solution. And these closures are taking place in 2027. We're looking at the 2026, 2027 budget. I want to know what the solution to the problem is or the direction that we're going, because we've spent a lot of money in preserving open space and wetlands, and we're already seeing dumping in those areas on Long Island. Our district attorney has been prosecuting these cases, and it's becoming more and more prevalent. So we need solutions to the problem, and I'm not hearing solutions. I'm hearing that we're looking at it, and I just really would like to further the conversation with you as to what we're going to do when they all close in 2027.
You know, Assemblymember, we've got many active things. I'd be happy to come in and talk to you about that with more specifics.
Thank you, ladies. Assemblymember Kassai.
Thank you, Commissioner. I have a series of questions, try to fire off Long Island has a looming solid waste crisis as I follow up with my colleagues' concerns here. While we work to reduce the waste through increased recycling, composting, and public education, and other efforts, we're also looking at how to handle the byproducts of the incineration plants. So it's my understanding that about 60% of the volume of the incinerated waste, the sludge, has the potential to be reused in construction, and that there's currently a beneficial use determination being looked at by the DEC to see if we could reduce the waste that has to be trucked off of Long Island and the cost on the taxpayers therein, but also reduce the amount of material that has to be trucked in for construction and the cost of that. So are you committed to prioritizing this beneficial use determination so that we can potentially take this next step if it is deemed environmentally sound?
Yeah, we are really excited about opportunities of this kind, Assembly Member, and I appreciate you raising it because we can see opportunities, for instance, to put it in roads or other construction materials.
Great.
And we are taking a hard look at that now, and we're excited about the possibility.
Thank you. I look forward to hearing more about that. Along those lines, we're really excited about the funding available to regions like mine to preserve open space through the Environmental Bond Act. It's my understanding that that money has not been released yet to the regions. Is it possible to follow up with a timeline on when our regions could expect that? Because there are acquisitions waiting for that funding.
So actually, we've spent quite a bit of money through the Environmental Protection Fund, as well as we have $25 million grant program out the door right now. Applications are due in April, which excitingly is funded through the Bond Act, which gives tools to municipalities, not-for-profits, indigenous nations to actually do land acquisition themselves as well. So in addition to the really incredible open space conservation that actually we've even recently closed on Long Island, we're also giving those tools to our partners to really just build the constituency of folks that are doing these really important deals and have money on the street right now.
Super. Yeah, I think the question is just when is that, like, if all the ducks are in a row. I don't know that the funding has reached the group, but we can follow up with the letter specifically.
Yeah, if there's a specific group you're referencing, please do let us know. I'd be happy to look
Fabulous.
at that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And then last question. I'm working with my communities and throughout the state to incentivize affordable housing but I share my colleagues' trepidation with the vagaries of the governor's proposal with that $250,000 of clean water and where that's going to go, but also with the SECRA guardrails and questioning there. One of the questions I have, I know we're all talking about this clean water and affordable housing, but we didn't see the word affordable in the governor's proposal. Is that something that the DEC and the governor are committed to making sure that the $250 million is for affordable housing related projects?
I'd be happy to follow up with more detail, but fundamentally the governor is committed to strong environmental protections and achieving our affordable housing goals in New York, and be happy to talk to you more about what that could look
Thank you.
Assemblymember Kellis. Can everyone please watch the clock, because, these are very good questions, but they're coming at the end of the time period. We have 3 minutes for these questions, and if you ask a question and it doesn't end until 2 seconds before your time is up, and I hate to interrupt people, but it seems to become necessary that I'm interrupting everyone because they're going over their time. So, Assemblywoman Kellis.
I think some is to just get it on the books, but water, great to see you. The water commitment.
Your advice on how to get healthier, by the way. I should have.
The water commitment, thank you, huge. SECRA, I really do hope we talk about it more extensively. I think the restricted number actually prevents the protection of affordable housing because the number is too small. Even in small town, 35,000 people, I think in New York, our projects are over 100. So I think it misses the mark. It also was intended to protect and create environmental protections. This is way too watered down. So not only does it not do the environmental protections, it won't create the affordable housing. So I think we do need a long conversation. I did want to just mention really briefly, not briefly, this is something I just want to note. I'm very frustrated and exhausted by the politics going on here right now, talking about the fact that we don't have a plan. We do have a plan, the scoping plan. The scoping plan was designed to create a pathway to meet the CLCPA goals that is the most affordable possible. That was literally the foundation of it. It would create fiscal independence and it would create national security if we did it. So it's very detailed. I think we should follow it. On that note, not doing anything is way more expensive than actually doing the scoping plan. My concern, though, I did want to point out a few things that we haven't done. The executive has not released the cap and invest. Of course, that is the fiscal that would actually allow for us to do the plan. And it would shift the cost of the plan from ratepayers to the polluters. I do think we need to release that. I hope the governor won't continue to fight it. Not implementing the Build Public Renewables Act to the greatest extent possible would have allowed for this to be much cheaper. Building out the infrastructure we need for the energy production, pausing electrification of new buildings, tracking the the pipelines, which we know are going to create $200, $300 million of cost to ratepayers, which I would really love to see projected emissions increases that we expect from these pipelines, as well as the Constitution pipeline. But the cost is going to be exorbitant to ratepayers, indicating approval of cryptocurrency mining facilities that not only pull energy from the grid, pollute water and air, but don't actually create any jobs. So these are all things that are going completely in the wrong direction from our scoping plan. And then we look at the nuclear. There's been one built in the last 30 years, and it was $30 billion with a $17 billion override, 25% increase on ratepayers immediately. So I guess my question for you is, are you committed to doing and releasing publicly fiscal analyses of these, like the nuclear, the pipelines, as well as emissions impacts of the pipelines?
There's a lot to unpack there in 5 seconds, but I will say we're absolutely committed to continuing to fight climate change and, notably are challenging the accusations by the Williams Company that the state waived our 401 authority for Constitution Pipeline, and we'll continue to fight that. Thanks.
We'll keep talking. Thanks for letting me get it on record.
We've been joined by Assembly Member Williams. The next person asking a question is Assembly Member Bailey.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. So I'm going to shift to a couple specific projects that are in the Region 8 area, upstate New York, and it has to do with the renewable energy that we've talked about. Many of my constituents would kind of share that sledgehammer approach, coming down, but maybe at the state level, specifically when we're talking about the fast track of solar projects. One project specifically is just shy of 3,900 acres, and right now they are installing 7 8-inch heavy-duty conduits beneath the Genesee River using horizontal directional drilling for electric collection lines. So that's one concern I'm going to come to. The question goes into both of them. And then the next one is a project that's 1,400 to 1,600, all of this being agriculture land, that when I read through the application online in the role of the environmental manager on site, I don't see any correlation or any connection back to Region 8, to the DEC. I see them going, to the New York State Department of Public Service. The role of the ag manager goes to Eggs and Market. So I guess my question would be is, what role actively, with ORIS coming in and overseeing these projects and streamlining them, is the DEC involved, whether it be horizontally blasting under the Genesee River or with clear cutting 140 acres of forest in the second project?
Thanks, Assemblymember. I'll say, as you well point out, of course, large-scale renewable energy does go through the Office of Renewable Energy Siting. DEC does, of course, play a consulting role, and we work with our state partners on ensuring that we're thinking about the multiple goals of the state. Of course, if there's any other construction activities that might require a DEC permit, DEC will also oversee that and do, any kind of specific review for whatever environmental impacts might be associated with it. And I'd be happy to look into the specific project that you're referencing in Region 8.
Thank you, because the one thing I did see where the DEC is mentioned that they would be partnered with if there's spills that fall under, and then they would be contacting the DEC spill hotline. But I would be more than happy to talk to you offline about those two specific projects because they're huge concerns in the area, especially the horizontal drilling under the Genesee River.
I'd be happy to talk to you about that, certainly.
And then the other one would just be, solar panels have a lifespan. I have a bill that would be the Responsible Renewable Energy Recycling Act. I would love to speak with the DEC about that also. These projects are taking place in our backyard. What happens to these solar panels when they're decommissioned?
Yeah, we'd love to talk about safe disposal. That's great.
Thank you very much. So I have a comment, a request, and a question. The first comment is, in my district, we've had quite a bit of interaction with the DEC and yourself personally regarding the Ishway Creek fish kill and the Olean consent decree, and I appreciate that very much. I've been able to deal with you directly on those issues. So my request is that we continue that line of communication, especially on those two particular issues. My question is, I live in the village of Canisteo, and over the last 5 years, we've had two significant flood events in southwest Steuben County. And what I continually hear from the folks in those very, very rural towns is they're concerned. There's a lot of misinformation about what they can do with their particular creeks and streams in their area as far as clearing them out, because there's concern that things get backed up, and this exacerbates the flooding that has occurred now multiple times, very significant flooding. Is there a way to further the communication to these rural areas about what they can do, because they're worried they're going to get dinged or fined or what have you, to make it very clear to them what they can do to clear out streams, especially on their own property?
Yeah, absolutely. I really encourage them, and we'd be happy to make the connection, so you know our Region 9 team well, to please reach out to our regional office and we can work with them on a plan. We do have guidance. We do have other tools available to them, and we'd be happy to work with them on what that might look like.
All right, yeah, because there is a lot of confusion.
Certainly.
After the most recent flooding event a couple of years ago, and this affects Mr. Palmisano's district, and it's all in Mr. O'Mara's district. We would go to these areas, and that was the number one thing they came back is if somebody got in there and cleared out these streams, it wouldn't have been as bad, and the DEC won't let us. And I don't know how much of that is correct, that there is a regulatory or statutory prohibition, and how much of that is they're just concerned about the hammer coming down from the state. But I appreciate any communication that could be relayed.
Yeah, I strongly encourage that connection to be made. It is true. We want to make sure that it's done the right way. Sometimes you can have unintended consequences straight in a stream that could lead to actually increased flooding.
Right.
So
Yep.
there are standards that we want to see met, but we'd be happy to work with them to make sure that they can move forward with the projects that are necessary.
Thank you. And again, thank you for the line of communication. I
Yes,
appreciate
of
it.
course, Assemblyman.
And thank you, Assemblyman, for not using all of your time. Senator Palumbo?
Thank you, Chairman. How are you doing, Commissioner? You hanging in there?
I'm doing great.
Okay. I just have a question about my district. I have the first Senate district from Stony Brook to Montauk. And we sent a letter regarding Mill Pond, which is on the list of very concerned and polluted waters, where there's a pilot program, is my understanding, in Honeoye. I'm from downstate. I think that's how you pronounce it.
You
one
said
of the
it right.
Finger
You
Lakes.
did great.
Honeoye Lake, where aluminum phosphate's being used, and that neutralizes the phosphate. And Mill Pond is in such bad shape that people can't even kayak or swim in it. So my request, and we actually thank you for your response. We did get a letter just this week from you indicating that you're certainly committed to this. And so my question is, and I figured I could do it, not to be impolite, but since you're on the spot, the Mill Pond Association, there are groups there that will completely fund the study if we could be added to the pilot program. If Mill Pond and Southampton could be added, they will pay for everything. SOMAS from Stony Brook, the Marine Sciences, Dr. Gobler and everyone, I believe, is completely on board. They will collect the data. So we have all the resources and I think players in place to do this, and the community is willing to fund it themselves. Because there are a couple of different groups, the Mecox Bay Conservancy as well, which is former county legislator and town supervisor, Jay Schneiderman, who I'm sure you know. He's been very involved with that in the Mill Pond Committee. So I have some groups that are very, really interested. So I guess this is more of a comment than anything, and I don't know if you'd like to comment about this. I know it's probably not an easy thing because the pilot program is on its way and it's doing its thing. I know alum, I believe, has been used around the country. It's not allowed in New York State necessarily to eliminate phosphorus, but this is really the concern that, and I just wanted to ask you and have you please reconsider if there's any way that we could be fit into that program. It's fully funded privately, and those individuals, as I said, we've got all the players in place.
Yeah, thanks for raising it, Senator. I'll say most directly, really happy to circle back to you and talk to you more about it. And I have talked to Dr. Glober recently about this as well. I think from a big picture perspective, of course, we know that we need to get to the point where we're focused on nutrient reductions that are causing the harmful algal blooms. And I appreciate, the interest in water treatment, but we really need to make sure we're stopping what's really causing them in the first place. That said, we are moving forward shortly with really a new analysis to think about how we can permit those kind of solutions like alum more expeditiously in the state. So that is forthcoming, and we will also take a hard look at Mill Pond and circle back to you about expanding the pilot program.
Thank you very much,
Thank you,
Commissioner. Assemblymember Simone has left. Assemblyman Scavone.
Good afternoon, Commissioner, and it's good to see you. I'm over here. How are you?
Yes.
A couple of things. First of all, as far as the Environmental Bond Act and land acquisitions, do you ever partner with local governments to share the cost on purchasing land for preservation and farmland preservation?
Do we share the? Yes. In fact, I've referenced several times a new grant program that we have on the street right now, which is a $25 million grant program, and one of the potential recipients are in fact local governments, and we work closely, I would say, especially with Suffolk County in your district on a lot of land acquisition. So
Excellent,
we're
thank you.
looking
On the
forward to
East End,
that.
we have a pretty robust local program, Community
do.
Preservation Fund, and
Thrilling.
we would like to team up with you, particularly on the North Fork. Second question, it regards to the sand mines, and when they come to their end of their useful life in a county of 1 million people over a sole source aquifer, does the DEC commit to a full reclamation of those sand mines once the useful life has been determined?
Yes, well, as we've talked about before, we do require a reclamation plan as part of those permits, and will ensure that we do see appropriate reclamation of sand mines, once they reach the end of their life. Yes.
And this would be the one that the reclamation program that was in their original application, and the DEC would require that to be robust and, as stated in the original applications.
Yes.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks, Assemblyman.
And one last comment here, and I won't take my time, all of it, Chair. At Stony Brook, Southampton in July, on July 22nd, we are having a solid waste summit for Long Island, and we certainly would love for you to be part of that. So we'll be reaching out to you for that, and look for solutions on the east end of Long Island for our solid waste and some of those questions there.
That's great. DEC will definitely be there.
And I do have 56 seconds. Do you quantify the amount of monies that are given to water quality projects over the past decade? Does the state keep a record of, we've given a lot of money to various water quality projects and water districts.
If you mean, do we have a record of those funds? Yes, I believe we do. They are given through various different agencies, but we do have an accounting of that, yes.
I was a former commissioner in a water district, and the DEC has given us millions of dollars for various upgrades, and that's just one district of 7,000 people in the state. So I think going forward, it would be good to have a running count of the amount of monies that we put into that. So thank you.
Thank you for that recognition, Assemblymember.
And thank you for your answer on the sand mines.
And thank you both for perfect timing. Assemblymember Minkelo.
I'm doing my best, Chair.
You're doing a fantastic job.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Really, a couple of quick questions I have for you. At what percentage is your
department staffed at this point?
We are currently at our current fill level. So our current fill level is 362. It's 3,362, and we are about at fill currently.
Okay. Well, one of the issues that we have out in our district, out in central New York, Finger Lakes area, is the amount of time that it takes for a constituent, a farmer, a business, a municipality, a government agency to get responses from our regional office. And I have to make phone calls there, and even I don't get responses. I'm not talking just a few days, I'm not talking a week, I'm talking months on end sometimes, and they feel that they don't have to get back to us. What are you going to do, or what can you do to change that?
Well, first I have to say that, one of my core priorities that I set out for the agency is around restoring public trust in government. And I think it's a really critical role that we play as public servants in order to deliver for our many stakeholders. And an aspect of that is also customer service and how we're engaging with the regulated community, our stakeholders, and our partners. So we have a real focus and intention on ensuring that we are being responsive and delivering tangible results for New Yorkers. I'm really proud and pleased that the governor has invested additional staff resources in our agency to ensure that we can really meet the needs of New Yorkers with the additional 45 staff people that she has committed. And we continue to really emphasize the necessity of responsiveness, and I'd be happy to talk to you more about that.
Sure.
But this is a key priority of mine, so thank you for raising it.
Yes, I appreciate your answer. And I'll just give you a quick example. We had an individual who wanted to put in a seasonal floating dock. Did all the paperwork, did it the proper way. Spent over a year, still has not had a final response from DEC. So we'll talk about that at a later
Yeah, please
time.
send that over. I'd be happy
Yeah,
to look at it.
absolutely, we'll do that. My second question is, earlier you talked about possible grant funding as we move forward with the changing of the refrigeration in a lot of our commercial coolers and freezers. Talking with suppliers, talking with small grocery store owners, the timeline and time frame is definitely not feasible. What is your agency going to do to extend that out and making sure that we don't put those businesses out of business? Because the process and the way this is going so quickly, it's just not doable. A small grocery store, $2+ million to replace their coolers in their store, not feasible. Can't do it. So what can the agency do? I know I'm going to run out of time, but I'll touch base with you later on because I'd really like to see this change and move forward, but in a responsible way. So thank you for your time, Commissioner.
And we're committed to that. Thank you.
Thank you both. Assemblyman Lamondis?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, for being here. Simple question referring to what happens. I represent the 126th Assembly District. Most of it is rural, and I'm just wondering if you could comment on the department's commitment to illegal dumping and combating it, enforcement of, and deterrence from.
Yeah, we and I'm incredibly proud of the wonderful work that our environmental conservation officers have done in partnering with communities and really focusing on illegal dumping. It is a really unfortunate occurrence when people do illegally dump. In the instances in which we are able to find some way to identify those people that are doing that, we are enforcing against them and holding them accountable for that, and we are committed to continuing to do that. And I'll note that we've partnered in some instances with indigenous nations and others to also try to address that on their lands, as this is a persistent problem all across the state. Again, where we're able to identify and track down and do an investigation and find someone accountable, we are holding them accountable and are committed to continuing to do that.
Thank you. And that's the essence of my question. One of my constituents woke up to 200 tires dumped in her yard.
Awful.
And this happened. This scale of dumping happens, everything from small to 200 tires. And so I just want to make sure that we're aware, and you have answered the question that you guys are aggressively looking into that on behalf of all New Yorkers.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
Chair.
you. Assemblywoman Williams.
Thank you very much. I just want to put in the plug for South Brooklyn. I represent part of Canarsie, more so Jamaica Bay. The community has concerns of certain parts of Jamaica Bay that needs dredging, especially like towards Garrison Beach, Mau Mau Islands, where some of the sand pits are like almost meeting each other. And during the summertime, when the boaters are out there, accidents can occur. Also, is there any program to remove sunken boats in the Jamaica Bay area? And also, I'm not sure if you are aware, but certain places in Canarsie and East New York that continue to sink because, of course, they were built on marshland. And how can the Environmental Bond Act be helpful with that issue to the residents? Because it seems like no one wants to, take the responsibility. And also, last, it's the energy storage systems. So we've seen a dramatic increase in the number of battery energy storage systems plants popping up across the city and across our state. And more so in my district, where on Flatbush Avenue, we have 2 plants that is built. Yes, it's a commercial strip, but right behind that strip, less than 5 feet, it's residential homes. And those homes that have families with babies there, their rooms is looking right outside of the lithium battery plant that's there. So we have very serious concerns, both environmental and pollution-wise. And as you know, in the village of Charmont, there was a fire, and quite recently in Warwick as well. And we are really concerned that that fire that took place upstate can happen right there in South Brooklyn, and what will happen to these homeowners, their home, and so forth. So we're asking, is there any regulation that you know of, and can you suggest any to us or any type of oversight?
So in just 30 seconds, I'll say, let's
Thank
circle
you.
back on Jamaica Bay.
Yes.
We're really committed to the ecological restoration and continued importance of that area. With respect to battery storage, I'll say that, we're really proud of the governor's proactive approach to ensure that there are safe standards in place for battery storage, having convened an interagency task force, and importantly, working really closely with the FDNY to ensure that as these projects move forward, there are strong standards as well as appropriate response. And we'd be happy to talk more with you in detail, or you can talk to my colleagues from DPS and NYSERDA as well, who are also a part of that.
We'll just like to see them be placed in industrial zone as
Thank
to
you very much.
residential.
Senator
We
Harkin,
also support industrial zone.
for his follow-up?
For sure.
I'm
Thank
sorry,
you.
I take that back. Matt Slater, 3 minutes.
There we go. Thank you, Commissioner. Quick question, starting off regarding the Superfund. We have a project in the lower Hudson Valley, Granite Point and Somers, where the state spent $18 million to clean up lead contamination. There seems to be some confusion locally about whether or not DEC is going to be making an effort to recoup that money. Can you please provide some clarity on that?
Assemblymember, I will say broadly for our Superfund authority, and thank you so much to the legislature for passing a reauthorization of our Superfund authority last year with an increase to $1.25 billion. That was huge and really important to our agency and New Yorkers. With Superfund sites, we do always want to go after and seek cost recovery from responsible parties where we're able to identify one. I'd be happy to look into the specific project and understand the status of that and get back to you.
That'd be very much appreciated. I know Senator Harkin and I would both appreciate that. It's in both of our districts. Secondarily, on the septic replacement fund, I have contacted your office along with Senator Rollison about adding specific lakes in the town of Putnam Valley that have failing septics that we are looking to add for the septic replacement program. Would you be able to provide an update of the status of either Lake Oscawana, Lake Peekskill, Barger Pond, any of the identified water bodies that we had written your agency about?
I'd be happy to circle back to you on the specifics of that, Assembly Member. You know, this has been a widely successful program, as we know, and it's really exciting to see such interest and participation in it. And we'll circle back to you to see where we can be helpful in the particular communities. that
And
you
continuing on that same line of thought, do you feel that the current budget provides enough funding to both support and expand access to the septic replacement program that the state provides?
I mean, we're excited to see the continuation of this really critical program in the executive budget, and we're looking forward to continuing to implement it as well as with our partners at the Environmental Facilities Corporation.
And just pivoting quickly to harmful algal blooms, I know that I've heard several comments made about alum and other important, I think, ideas that have been looked at by your administration and your agency. Do you feel this budget provides enough funding to help specifically small lake communities that I know I have in the lower Hudson Valley who are struggling with harmful algal blooms every year and just do not seem to continue to have the support that they need to make sure that they're making the necessary investments in their own backyards?
Yeah. I'll say the Mid-Hudson Valley region, just as a whole, has been very successful in pulling down state dollars, especially for water quality programs. You guys certainly have the magic there in the sauce to take down a lot of the state dollars. And through our water quality improvement program, we are funding quite a bit of different programs in the state
Is it
to
enough?
reduce nutrient loadings. And I think importantly, that's why the governor has increased her commitment to water quality funding in this year's budget so that we can continue to meet the needs of communities.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Oops. Hi, we're getting close. Pete Harcum, our chair of NCON, will take his last 3 minutes as chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner. You've been a trooper today. I just want to follow up. You raised the issue of alum. Assemblyman Slater raised the issue of alum. Alum is widely used by many other states. There's a wide body of peer-reviewed research on alum, and yet New York State has decided to go down its own path and do its own research. When I met with folks from your agency before you got here, but 18 months, 2 years ago, they could not, after years of work, could not say when the research would be released, what the conclusions would be. You know, this is a tool that is really important for small lake communities that Assemblymember Slater just referenced. Without prejudicing what they're going to say, can you tell us when those results will be released?
You know, I'll get back to you specifically with timing, but I can say that we're in the process of releasing a harmful algal bloom action plan, and our HAB action plan will detail a series of different measures that the state is focused on to tackle this problem. One of them is to develop an appropriate permitting regime to look at these kind of in-lake solutions. You know, I'll say, Senator, there's no magic bullet, as we know.
Right, but that's one of them.
Well,
It
I
can
think
be.
it's all the tools in our toolbox, and you're right. Where we have been focused on as a state is trying to reduce the nutrients into water bodies that have caused the increased harmful algal blooms that we're seeing, and that has been our focus. But we are taking a hard look at other in-lake solutions that, again, I want to say are a Band-Aid. They're not the solution to address harmful algal blooms, but they're a tool in the toolbox.
Right,
that
but
we're gonna
I
look at
would
making
say,
available.
if I may, and I support keeping phosphorus out of our lakes, but we have hundreds of lakes with failing septic systems. It's impossible to sewer all of those, or it will take decades for the septic replacement program. So for those lake communities to be able to use their lakes on a daily basis, tools like alum can be important. And I'm not telling DEC how to rule, but I think what's been frustrating for the communities is they've been waiting for years for some sort of a ruling on research that other states have done. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I appreciate that feedback, and we'll take that back, Senator. Thank you.
All right, thanks. And then just getting back to solid waste very quickly, if I can, the solid waste assessment, some components of that have been released, but not the final report. When can we expect that being released?
Later this year. So you're right, we have phase 1 and phase 2. Phase 2 was just released this fall. Phase 3 will be released later this year, likely in the spring, summertime.
All right, that's my time. Feel better. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator.
Thank you both. And now our chair of NCON, Assemblywoman Deborah Glick.
Thanks very much. Following up on that, will that provide the projection of the useful life of all of the state's landfills?
So I believe the needs assessment referenced by the senator is really looking at our structures in the state with respect to our recycling structures and otherwise, which have found, frankly, that we're paying a lot and we're not getting a lot in services, and we need to sort of think differently about the approaches that are moving forward. It didn't specifically look at the useful life of landfills. That was outside of the purview of this needs assessment, but we can circle back on that, Assemblymember.
Well, yeah, I think that's something we're going to need to know as we have a solid waste crisis, and we believe that a lot of that should be dealt with by limiting how much more stuff comes in, and those things like plastic that never go away.
We have prioritized that, as you know. We support strategies to reduce waste going into landfills.
Thank you. Is the department developing a sort of a long-term plan and roadmap for addressing emerging contaminants so that we have a bigger picture of what we think we're facing and where we think we're going with them? And in the interest of time, two other questions. The $10 million for resilient adaptive communities, I think this is intended to give smaller organizations resources, and I guess I'm wondering what groups are going to be eligible and how will applications be scored, because, depending on how large an organization is, its ability to actually spend the money may be somewhat limited. So understanding what your plan is for supporting those organizations. And there's about $200 million left from the $1 billion Sustainable Future Program. And I'm just wondering if you can get back to us about when those dollars will be fully allocated and for what. So those are sort of the follow-up questions, which I know you'll have to get back to us on.
Well,
but Logan has been diligently
He's taking a lot of notes
recording.
over there. He is. We're ready to get back to you, but I'll quickly use my 34 seconds here to say we released a really comprehensive all-of-agency action plan on PFAS in 2025, which was really exciting to pull together our many different divisions in DEC to ensure that we have the right TOGs in place for wastewater treatment facilities, as well as the right cleanup standards in remediation, as well as critically tackling treatment of things like biosolids. And that's just representative of some of the comprehensive actions that we have as a full agency to ensure that we are attacking PFAS. We need to focus on getting it out of the waste stream, though, importantly. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have a latecomer, Assemblywoman Jessica Gonzalez Rojas.
Okay, thank you. Emerging research, thank you for being here, by the way. It's been many hours. Emerging research shows that data centers drive up electricity rates, water use, and pollution, but New York hasn't studied or regulate them. I know there's a lot of interest in doing so. Over 50 organizations in New York are calling for a moratorium. Bipartisan bills have been introduced in Oklahoma, Maryland, and Georgia. State legislatures to enact moratoriums. Would Governor Hochul consider pausing new approvals of data centers until we've had time to study and create thoughtful rules to protect affordability, reliability, and the environment?
It's such an important issue, and I appreciate you raising it. The governor has advanced, through our partners at the Department of Public Service, a new proposal in this year's budget to essentially say that data centers need to bring their own energy or pay their fair share for the increased demand that they're placing on the grid. And this is really forward-thinking and important action taken by the governor to ensure that we're well regulating and tackling these data centers, which are contributing to the increased demand of energy that we have as a state. Also at the Department of Environmental Conservation, my agency, we're also taking a hard look at water reuse generally as a state. We've always considered ourselves as a water-rich state, and we are. But we've seen over the last couple of years that we've entered into drought watch, and we know that we have great opportunities in the state because of the rich natural resources that we have, and we're taking a look also at
what additional regulations we might want to advance to ensure that we're well regulating the water reuse of these facilities as well.
Can you talk a little bit about the timeline by which you're looking at these issues? As you know, the environmental degradation can happen very quickly, and we want to make sure that we're doing everything as soon as possible. So I'm curious about the timeline of looking at some of these issues and the regulations.
Sure. I mean, first, the governor's proposal is right now in this year's budget, so that will move forward expeditiously on the energy side of the house. I do also want to assure you that we do have permits already in place for facilities, so we do have oversight of the facilities today. And we want to even take a harder look to ensure if there are other strategies that we should be looking at across the spectrum, across different industries on water reuse as well, and we are actively looking at that this year.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're still in negotiations on something, but you were actually officially done.
Oh, wow. I just want to say thank you so much, and I look forward to working with all of you to continue our shared goals of protecting the environment and the people that depend on it. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you for your time.
Feel better.
Very
Thank you.
much. And next panel, don't quite come down yet, but don't go anywhere. We're still working on something. Thank you. Hello, everybody. We're back, but not really. We are going to take a break for half an hour because the Assembly needs to have a Ways and Means meeting, and we need the Ways and Means Committee people here. So I apologize. Of course, we're running late, but this is the legislature and the budget. So of course, we're running late. But now you get a half hour to get some food, use the men's and ladies' rooms, take a walk. Don't go outside and get some air because I don't think that's a good plan, but everything else. And we will see you in half an hour. Thank you. The three agency panel, panel B. Thank you.
And if there are any members here that are on rules and not on Ways and Means, please proceed to the Speaker's Conference Room also, because there will be a rules meeting immediately following Ways and Means. Thank you. Okay. The Capitol, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, everyone, we're going to try to get this rolling again. And we're going to hope we're not keeping you here past midnight. Not this panel, but the entire hearing. Just saying. All right. We also have decided, because it's a 3-commissioner panel, we are changing the rules a little bit, and chairs can have 15 minutes instead of 10 minutes for the 3 of you combined. And rankers can have 7 minutes, or 7.5 would be fair if we know how to make the clock 7.5. Do we? We can do it. Okay, fine. Fine, 7.5 for the rankers. And still 5 minutes for the chairs in follow-up at the end, if they like.
5 or 3.
Oh, right, we did 3. Oh, but then are there 3 of them? 5.
Okay, 5.
The 2 minutes won't kill us.
Okay.
Okay, fine. But anybody who wants to take less time, feel free. And you get 10 minutes to testify each. Okay, the same deal for you. We just get to ask you a few more questions. Okay, so that's the deal. Then we want to start the clock up if somebody hasn't started the TVs on yet, and they have, because I see myself up there. So excellent. So for those of you who missed the first part of the hearing, I'm Senator Liz Krueger, Chair of Finance. This is Assemblymember Gary Pretlow, who's the Chair of Ways and Means in the Assembly. And we have some additional legislators who have come, other legislators who had to go, because we already had quite a few hours, and now I think both houses are in session at the moment. So people will be coming and going, and we will try to make sure to get them on the list to ask questions and to introduce them if they weren't here earlier today for introductions already. Okay, which of you would like to start? Should go in the order that you're on the list on, in which case I believe we're starting with the Public Service Commission. Is that okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, no, I'm so sorry. It was NYSERDA who got pushed down in order to protect your health, I believe, which was very nice of your colleague. Okay, so first, Doreen Harris, President and CEO of NYSERDA. Then it will be Rory Christian, Chair of the Public Service Commission. And then it will be Justin Driscoll, President and CEO of the New York Power Authority. Okay, Doreen.
Thank you very much. Chair Krueger, Chair Pretlow, and distinguished chairs and members of the committee. I'm Doreen Harris, President and CEO of NYSERDA. I certainly do appreciate our continued engagement with the legislature on matters of importance to our state and its residents, and thank you for the opportunity to testify before you here today. Together, we prioritize the transition to an affordable, clean energy future, and collectively, we remain laser-focused on building our economy amid the practical realities of keeping the lights and heat on. I'd like to begin with where we stand today. Led by Governor Hochul, in partnership with the legislature, New York has made real progress in advancing clean energy while keeping affordability and reliability front and center. Approximately 25% of New York's electricity is currently powered by renewable energy, with enough projects under development to meet an additional 22% of projected 2030 statewide electricity demand. And this is complemented by the ongoing contributions of our upstate nuclear fleet, which is expected to contribute about 16% in 2030. And despite unprecedented headwinds from the federal government, we have realized many key milestones. New York currently has over 7 gigawatts of distributed solar installed, surpassing our 6 gigawatt goal ahead of schedule. The South Fork Wind offshore wind project, completed in 2024, is delivering enough clean energy to power 70,000 Long Island homes. And one of the state's largest energy infrastructure projects in 50 years, the Champlain Hudson Power Express, is nearing completion with commercial operation expected early this year. 2 additional offshore wind projects, Sunwise Wind and Empire Wind, are anticipated to first power in 2026 and be fully operational in 2027, and together have created nearly 5,000 jobs, 40% of which are union, and thousands more indirect jobs. And these investments are driving billions in economic development and creating thousands of jobs in New York. Across the country, inflation, housing costs, and other factors are increasing everyday expenses. And in the face of these economic pressures, certainly at Governor Hochul's direction, NYSERDA's work translates into real, measurable savings for New Yorkers. Since 1998, our energy efficiency programs have saved over $2.8 billion per year for participating New Yorkers, including over 1 million households and 54,000 commercial and industrial customers. The Empower Plus program has provided over 54,600 efficiency and weatherization installations since 2023, saving families an estimated $30.7 million in yearly energy costs, or approximately $581 per year for the average household. And additional system-wide cost reductions are being realized through solar programs. One recent example was during last summer's intense heat wave, where distributed solar saved energy users across the state $90 million. Our energy storage goals are poised to further reduce statewide electric system costs by nearly $2 billion by 2050, laying a strong foundation for New York to realize significant benefits seen by other states such as Texas and California. And these outcomes are continued proof that energy efficiency and on-site clean energy strategies are a primary means to deliver tangible benefits to New Yorkers, allowing customers to control their energy costs. It is important to note, as you will hear from my colleagues today, that while these money-saving programs require upfront investment, they're far from the main driver of rate increases, as you will hear. Importantly, this year's Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative Operating Plan also leads with a focus on affordability, so our investments can continue to help New Yorkers control and lower their energy costs, with over 60% of RGGI investments in this year's approved plan designed to enhance affordability. As an example, Empower Plus, as well as investments in the new construction, thermal energy networks, and the affordable multifamily building programs, reducing homeowners' energy costs. To be clear, affordable, reliable, clean energy systems do not happen by accident. And I was proud to chair the State Energy Planning Board this year, which in December finalized a plan to establish a framework for the state's energy outlook over the next 15 years. And at the governor's direction, the adopted plan takes stock of how to deliver an affordable, abundant, reliable, and clean energy system amid real-world constraints. The plan was an opportunity not only to hear from thousands of New Yorkers, but also an opportunity to be clear-eyed about the serious headwinds we face, including shifting federal policies that are creating project risk and disrupting markets both here in New York and across these nations. Despite these challenges, New York continues to fight for projects in progress, using every tool available to protect investments, maintain momentum, and deliver results for New Yorkers. The plan presents 5 key takeaways. First, investment in New York's energy system is non-negotiable. Our energy demand is growing, and that is a fact. Second, a diverse mix of resources will ensure reliability while cutting emissions. And in addition to renewables, existing resources continue to contribute meaningfully through 2040 and beyond, requiring continued investment for maintenance and reliability. We also found, for example, that pursuing Governor Hochul's 5-gigawatt nuclear reliability backbone would reduce costs of achieving the 0 by 40 targets by $28 billion through 2040, growing over the next decade and beyond. Similarly, if bioenergy like renewable natural gas were a part of our Zero by 40 strategy, that would reduce costs by as much as $9 billion through 2050. Third, clean energy is central to lowering bills but requires state action. And support from state resources to address upfront investment needs for household upgrades to more efficient options on the market today will help keep their energy bills down. Fourth, the plan delivers benefits beyond reliability, including over 80,000 net new jobs by 2040 and significant public health benefits. And fifth, responsible stewardship of our energy policy requires assessment of current realities. And we should continue to evaluate our changing policy and market environment to realize both environmental and economic benefits. The federal government's assault on clean energy and climate has had a tremendous impact. Tariffs and other policies have driven up costs and added to already rising inflation. And so we as a state continue to make responsible, ambitious investments in the energy transition that sustain and support the economy despite the federal government's hostility, including most recently fighting for offshore wind projects benefiting New Yorkers. And as a result of our commitment, New York is a global leader in the energy transition, and we are continuing to make progress toward our emission reduction goals. The reality is, if we tracked our progress using the greenhouse gas accounting methodology used by our peers, we would be a lot closer to meeting our 2030 goals than under our current approach. And so now, with this finalized plan, our job is to execute on the plan and responsibly steward our resources. New York is using the state energy plan to guide efficient prioritization of investments, including those in clean energy technology, as well as those necessary to maintain and repower the systems that we have. And we as a state will be adjusting programs as conditions, innovation, and technology evolve. We will continue to be careful, but to engage in energy planning and analysis to further build on the plan and its recommendations. NYSERDA and our partner agencies will continue to use the plan to guide implementation, as well as to work to contribute to the 2027 update to the plan. So in conclusion, NYSERDA, along with our agency partners, is continuing to advance a clean, affordable, reliable, and resilient energy system in New York State. We're building and expanding economic opportunities while promoting clean energy, keeping New Yorkers' lights and heat on, and helping families save money on their energy bills. And we look forward to continuing our work with the legislature to deliver for our state. Thank you. This concludes my opening remarks.
Thank you very much. Our first questioner will be Pete Harcum. I'm so sorry. Not a good sign for later tonight. Just saying. I apologize. Let's try Rory Christian, please. PSC.
Good afternoon, everyone. Madam Chair, Chair Pretlow, distinguished members, thank you for having me here today. My name is Rory Christian. I serve as the Chief Executive Officer of the New York State Department of Public Service and the Chair of the New York State Public Service Commission. We are asking more of New York's energy system today than at any point in our history, while continuing to demand from it the same level of reliability, safety, and affordability that New Yorkers have long and rightly expected. We are asking it to withstand increasingly frequent and severe weather, to become cleaner without becoming less affordable, and to power a growing electrifying economy with infrastructure that was designed and built for a very different era. At a moment of profound uncertainty at the national level, state leadership is not optional, it is indispensable. And in New York, that leadership is shared. It's exercised by the legislature, by the governor, by myself and my fellow commissioners, by the dedicated staff of the Department of Public Service, and by public servants across state government who are committed to safeguarding the public interest. Nearly 120 years ago, the Commission was established to ensure that utilities provide safe and reliable service at just and reasonable rates, a core mandate that has not changed. But the world in which we carry it out has. With 575 department staff, 7 commissioners, and a fiscal year budget of roughly $154 million, the department delivers public value that far exceeds its operating cost. It would be impossible to speak credibly about New York's energy system today without addressing affordability directly. Energy costs are a weight felt acutely by all New Yorkers. The question before us is not whether this energy cost burden exists, but rather how we go about confronting it. The Commission uses every tool within its regulatory authority to protect New York's ratepayers. We do so through rate cases, audits, enforcement actions, policy proceedings, and programs. And affordability is a central tenet in all of our efforts. It is with the rate case process where the responsibility is most direct. Rate cases are rigorous, transparent, data-driven proceedings in which department staff and engaged stakeholders scrutinize each and every investment proposed by the utility. Absent this vetting process, New York state law requires that utilities receive their requested increases, often hundreds of millions of dollars more than what is ultimately approved by the Commission. While utility bills today are higher than we would like, they remain below the national average. But that fact does not diminish the affordability challenge and the reality of it. But it does reflect the effectiveness of New York's regulatory framework in containing pressures that are being felt nationwide. Those pressures include inflation, elevated interest rates, global supply chain disruptions, and the growing cost of maintaining and replacing aging infrastructure that must continue to operate safely and reliably in the face of increasing demand. The Commission's oversight does not end when rates are approved. The Commission conducts audits, reviews utility management practices, and investigates utilities to determine their performance and when conduct warrants it. Where violations are found, penalties are imposed, and the funds are returned to ratepayers. Since the beginning of 2020, the Commission has secured nearly $250 million from utility shareholders to the express benefit of consumers. Building on these successes, the Commission is grateful for Governor Hochul's leadership in making energy affordability a central pillar of her policy agenda. Since its establishment a decade ago, the Energy Affordability Program has delivered billions of dollars in utility bill relief. And beginning in January of this year, the Enhanced Energy Affordability Program extended eligibility to moderate-income New Yorkers, adding an additional 1.6 million eligible individuals to receive this benefit. We are already serving more than 1 million households every year, but millions more are eligible to receive discounts on their bill through these programs. And that is why the government is also proposing a whole-of-government approach to streamline enrollment and avoid redundancy in administration across several New York State agencies. Your engagement with your constituents would go a long way in informing customers about these programs. However, if current trends continue, even households at or above the state median income level may eventually face burdens exceeding the established 6% energy affordability target. To avoid that outcome, the executive budget includes a proposal to allow the Commission to appoint an independent affordability monitor if any utility in New York is failing to protect energy affordability. The monitor would inform the Commission of potential cost-saving measures and shine a larger spotlight on the cause of the affordability challenges. The governor has also proposed affordability initiatives to reform the rate case process and protect consumers. Her proposal would require utilities to file a budget-bounded rate increase in parallel with any proposal to increase rates. Additionally, utilities would be required to benchmark and report CEO salary to employee median salary and link CEO salary to performance metrics and the utility's return on equity, or ROE. DPS would review utility bills to ensure customers never foot the bill for inappropriate utility spending. The governor is also proposing increasing the statutory deadline for Commission decisions on a proposed rate case from 11 months to 15 months. This will provide additional time for stakeholder engagement and ultimately improve rate case outcomes. By improving how rate cases are conducted, New York will protect consumers, promote fair outcomes, and put affordability at the center stage of utility oversight. The governor's proposed budget will also protect tenants by allowing utilities to secure liens against landlords who default on their utility bills. Every year, thousands of New Yorkers living in multiple unit dwellings have been at risk of utility shutoffs due to landowner non-payment of utility bills. Giving utilities an alternative means of recovering at-fault landlords, this proposal protects tenants from utility shutoffs. At the same time, the Commission has continued to invest in programs that support long-term affordability. We've increased annual support for low and moderate income programs by $132 million, including $50 million more for the Empower Plus program. On the subject of planning, for much of the past 2 decades, New York's success in advancing energy efficiency measures meant relatively flat or even declining load. Today, that's changed. Demand across the state is rising sharply. And if current forecasts hold, New York is facing load growth at a scale and pace never experienced in the history of our energy system. This growth, however, reflects genuine economic development activity. Businesses want to build in New York. Manufacturers want to locate here. Communities want the jobs that come with them. Our responsibility is to ensure that this growth strengthens the state without undermining affordability or reliability for existing customers. But despite the higher stakes, federal uncertainty has had a chilling effect on our efforts to proactively and cost-effectively manage this new demand. Significant funding shortfalls are not something New York can fully replace. However, what we can control is how decisively we act to protect ratepayers while maintaining the safety and reliability of our energy system. We're expediting projects to secure remaining tax credits, advancing shovel-ready renewable projects, and improving interconnection and permitting processes while supporting new resources to come onto the grid. The Commission and the Department have also taken significant steps to refine and advance our planning processes. This year, the Governor has several mutually reinforcing directives to advance planning efforts that will continue to enhance the reliability of our system at the least cost to ratepayers. Numerous assessments, including the 2025 State Energy Plan and the Coordinated Grid Planning Process, reinforce the recognition that advanced nuclear and new technologies will play a critical role in meeting load growth needs and delivering system-wide savings compared to other zero-emissions technologies. And the Department will incorporate the Governor's directive to build a 4-gigawatt nuclear reliability backbone, in addition to NYPA's 1-gigawatt project as part of its ongoing clean energy generation and transmission planning efforts in 2026. The Governor is also directing the Department to advance the Energize New York development proposal to streamline the interconnection of large loads while ensuring ratepayers are protected from bearing disproportionate costs. The themes of affordability and planning are also the driving forces shaping the Commission's regulatory oversight of the telecommunications sector. And with respect to our regulation of water utilities, the Commission continues to hold 230 large and small water companies accountable. And I'll close with this. The Commission's work ahead to modernize our energy system while maintaining safety and reliability is difficult, but necessary. And like all great undertakings, it will be accomplished one careful decision at a time. Your partnership and your shared commitment to protecting New Yorkers will shape our energy future. Thank you.
Statement, which is clearly longer than 10 minutes. So we're now going to shift to the questions. Again, we've... No.
One more. Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
I guess I just don't like you. It's a joke, everyone. Please. Please. I am apologetic twice now to the head of the Power Authority, who has actually been a public servant here in both in an upstate city and then Albany for quite a while, correct?
No, Madam Chair.
You were not a mayor earlier.
No.
I invented that.
If it helps me, I'll admit it.
No. Apparently, sometime between 9:30 this morning and now, I've had a stroke.
Maybe,
maybe. Don't ask me my name.
Maybe Matt Driscoll in Syracuse.
Oh my goodness! I don't know what. Okay. Taking a pause and going on with Justin Driscoll, President and CEO of NYPA. But you have been a public servant here in Albany for quite a while.
No. I've been a president of the Power Authority for 7 years and served as their general counsel for 4 years and served as their general counsel for 7 years prior
Well, maybe
to that.
I'm thinking of the town council as the upstate city area. No. Give it up. Give it up. Nope. Please continue for
Thank
your
you.
10 minutes
Thank you.
uninterrupted.
Thank you very much. Well, good afternoon, Chair Kruger, Chairs Kruger, Pretlow, Barrett, Glick, and Harcum, and distinguished members of the committees. Thank you for the opportunity to appear today to discuss Governor Hochul's executive budget proposal. I will focus on the Power Authority's mission and its multi-pronged role in advancing the state's energy policies through its work in renewable and advanced nuclear power development, transmission upgrades, workforce initiatives, as well as our role in operating and maintaining the canal system. NYPA is essential to New York's energy future, generating up to 25% of the state's electricity and operating 1/3 of its high voltage transmission system. The Power Authority's generation portfolio includes 17 facilities, hydroelectric, natural gas, energy storage, totaling 6 gigawatts of capacity, with 80% of that coming from clean hydropower. NYPA serves more than 1,100 governmental and economic development customers and supports more than 450,000 jobs statewide through its low-cost power programs. Through the New York Canal Corporation, NYPA also manages the Erie Canal system, drawing on its extensive experience in water management from the operation of its hydropower facilities, some of which are along or near the Erie Canal. One core element of our mission is, of course, to ensure the continued supply of reliable and clean energy. That mission was expanded, as you know, in the 2023-2024 enacted state budget, which provided NYPA with the legislative authority to facilitate the development of utility-scale renewable generation. We hit the ground running in 2024, rapidly building out our internal staffing and laying the groundwork and statutorily mandated planning required to undertake this mission. In January 2025, the Power Authority Board of Trustees approved our first strategic plan, marking the start of year one in our new responsibility, which is now firmly embedded in our mission. We then quickly followed with an update to that initial plan, which was finalized just last month following extensive public feedback, increasing the plan from the original 3.3 gigawatts to nearly 5.5 gigawatts of prospective new renewables, despite significant federal headwinds. Key milestones in this renewables work include, first, the acquisition of the 20 megawatt Somers Solar Project, which with completion expected later this year. The Power Authority has already made the necessary investments to satisfy the safe harbor requirements for federal tax credits associated with that project. Second, our aggressive efforts to secure federal tax credits before they begin to sunset later this year, where we're prioritizing shovel-ready projects. Third, we executed a memorandum of understanding with the New York State Building and Construction Trades Council to ensure project labor agreements are in place for all NYPA projects, as is required by the renewables legislation. The PLAs will provide opportunities for union labor to play an important role in the construction of NYPA's renewable projects. And fourth, we also completed the staffing of our Renewable Development Office, starting from scratch within NYPA, and now we have 12 seasoned professionals focusing exclusively on renewable development. And we're also deploying the Sustainable Future Program's $200 million investment from last year's budget in new renewables. This funding will be critical in advancing our efforts to develop more renewable generation. The Power Authority is also supporting its public sector customers with renewable energy. Governor Hochul's Public Power for Public Entities initiative directs state agencies to procure renewable energy from NYPA, advancing the goal of 100% renewable power for state facilities by 2030. NYPA is working hard with its colleagues at the Office of General Services to implement this program. And finally, NYPA is identifying renewable energy projects to fund their Renewable Energy Access and Community Help Program, more commonly known as REACH, to deliver bill credits to low-income consumers in disadvantaged communities. PSC procedures and agreements with utilities are now in place, and credits are expected to begin to flow next year. A second major new initiative for us came this past summer with Governor Hochul's call upon the Power Authority to develop at least 1 gigawatt of advanced nuclear capacity in upstate New York. Advanced nuclear energy will help fulfill Governor Hochul's all of the above energy strategy to achieve reliable, affordable, and sustainable power for all New Yorkers. Advanced Nuclear also complements NYPA's existing hydropower assets and its expanding portfolio of renewables and energy storage, enabling New York to increase its backbone of zero-emission baseload power. Last year, NYPA launched feasibility studies, engaged stakeholders, and issued 2 requests for information, one for host communities ready to welcome nuclear, and another for technology and developer proposals. We're now reviewing those responses from 8 communities that we heard from and 23 industry participants, and we anticipate issuing follow-up solicitations to these groups later this year. Additionally, as you may have seen in December, we formed a strategic partnership with our longstanding partner at Ontario Power Generation to advance nuclear technology and workforce development and create opportunities for cross-border electricity trade. And finally, on the nuclear front, NYPA also recently welcomed Todd Josefovsky as Senior Vice President of Nuclear Energy Development, who actually comes from Ontario Power Generation, and Christopher Hansen, the former chair of the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, as a senior consultant. Their decades of experience in this sector will help ensure that New York deploys advanced nuclear safely, efficiently, and on schedule. In addition to these new portfolios that the Power Authority is taking on, we also continue to advance the state's need to improve our transmission system to meet growing demand and integrate renewables and other forms of generation. NYPA is currently leading the largest transmission upgrade in New York in decades. Some of this work includes, in addition to the already completed Smart Path project, we're now finalizing what we call Smart Path Connect. Together, these 2 projects will enable an additional 1,000 megawatts of clean energy to serve New Yorkers statewide. We expect to complete this impactful overhaul of the North Country's transmission system and fully energize the system this summer. And NYPA's Propel New York project, a 345 kV backbone underground across Long Island with links to New York City and Westchester, is addressing critical reliability needs on Long Island, and we plan to enter Propel New York into service in 2030. These 2 projects strengthen grid reliability, reduce congestion, thereby lowering ratepayer bills, increase capacity, and create thousands of clean energy jobs. Our transition to clean energy can only happen if there's a parallel development of workforce expertise. NYPA is heavily investing in workforce development efforts across the state in coordination with our State Department of Labor through upskilling both new and incumbent workers in emerging energy sectors. And we invest up to $25 million annually in training programs, providing education and wraparound services for these clean energy careers. To date, we've invested $41 million statewide in training programs with a focus on job training for residents of disadvantaged communities, including apprenticeship programs and micro-credentialing. And in 2025, the Power Authority's investments will provide training for 11,000 New Yorkers and launch several initiatives in clean energy training. Thus far, more than 1,700 students have completed or are currently active in our training courses, and of those students, more than 65% of them come from disadvantaged communities. In addition, NYPA's trustees recently approved $10 million per year over the next 4 years for similar nuclear workforce development. And our partnerships with labor and educational institutions will ensure equitable access to these emerging opportunities. Lastly, this was a major year for the New York State Canal System, which entered its 3rd century of operation. NYPA invests $140 million approximately into the canal system for maintaining its infrastructure and public safety. And the Erie Canal Bicentennial drew more than 400,000 participants and received national attention. Your $100 million investment in the canal system over the last 2 years has been critical and is enabling essential work on the system. And in addition to that critical infrastructure work, programs like On the Canals, accessibility initiatives, and cultural events will continue to revitalize this historic resource. And now the Power Authority has recently welcomed former Syracuse Upstate Mayor Syracuse Ben Walsh as the new Canal Corporation Director. In conclusion, NYPA is proud to advance Governor Hochul's priorities of delivering reliable, affordable, clean energy, fostering economic growth, and preserving vital infrastructure. Thank you very much.
almost afraid to say anything else today. But I'm going to take a stab at suggesting that our chair for this hearing on energy, filling in for us, Pete Harcum is going to have 15 minutes to the question, the three of you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank all three of you for your testimony, for your service. Please extend my gratitude to all the employees of your agencies for the great work they do on behalf of all New Yorkers. I'm going to bounce around with my questions, some for individuals, some for all of you. Why don't we start with the ISO report, because that is the foundation for a lot of the decisions we hear, that there are reliability concerns. But ISO, by their own admission, cannot factor in projects they have in the pipeline. So they're measuring tomorrow's demand by today's generation with no accounting for the future. And so we do things like approve gas pipelines on that basis. So when you make decisions at your agencies, and I start with Chair Christian, do you take into account the renewable projects that are in the ISO pipeline that are not accounted for in the actual accounting?
So the New York ISO, when they developed their annual reporting, I think you're referring most likely to their Power Trends report, which indicated potential reliability issues that would be occurring in the downstate region certainly after the 2030s. In the report, what they are referring to is potential shortfalls in terms of the reliability of the system related to the reserve margin. So having additional generators above and beyond what's needed to maintain the system, there's a requirement that a certain amount of that generation be available in case something breaks. You carry a spare tire in your car for the same reason. So the NISO report is pointing out that we need to ensure that we have sufficient generation to make that reserve margin viable for ongoing load growth. And you pointed out that they don't incorporate certain projects. So I think you're probably referring to the Champlain-Hudson Power Express.
Yeah, let's
line.
use Chippy
Right.
as an example, because by their own admission that once that plugs in this spring, later this summer, that will address the reliability concerns that they mention in their report.
Correct, right. So again, it's a moving target, and they can only base their forecasts on the information that they have available and on resources that are actually connected. So when Chippy is connected, they will update their forecasts, and they'll provide a different set of information. That said, we work very closely with the New York ISO and all the utilities, as is our nature as the Public Service Commission, and recognizing that we need to make sure we have a all hands on deck, all of the above approach. We recently directed Consolidated Edison to go forth and identify potential solutions that could supplement or work in tandem or in addition to or separate of whatever solutions the New York ISO would identify to meet reliability needs. So we look at reliability from a lot of different perspectives, and we coordinate with the New York ISO in identifying what those solutions might be. But this is part of a long-established process that we at the Commission, again, work with the New York ISO on, and has been in place since the creation of the ISO in the 90s. So,
anyone else want to touch that one? Okay. All right. So let me stay with you for a minute, Chair Christian. You mentioned in your testimony the governor's focus on utility executive compensation. I would suggest, and I think some of my colleagues and certainly our constituents would suggest, that shareholder return is a much more serious concern for them than executive compensation, that we guarantee return on equity, in some cases 8-9%. Our constituents are very sensitive to this because, as we know, food prices are up, obviously utility prices are up, insurance costs are up, real estate costs are up. They're being squeezed by everything. They don't have 8-9% guaranteed return on any of their investments. And I think recently in Daily News op-ed, you defended the the support for utility investors as a means for holding rates down. I think some would argue that that's an oxymoron, but it's something that's incredibly sensitive to our constituents in this era. Can you talk about that dichotomy? I mean, I think a lot of people would argue that we're giving utilities a monopoly. Like if they can't turn a profit in a monopoly, then there's something wrong with the management. So Con Ed, since you mentioned them, and they're one of the utilities in my district, they've had average $2 billion profits the last 2 years, $2 billion. And so what are we doing to put some of the onus back on the shareholders versus on our ratepayers and constituents?
So thank you, Senator. That's a great question, and a question I've received a lot of, and thank you for reading the op-ed. I put that out in part to address a number of the misconceptions regarding utility earnings and CEO compensation, and I'm grateful for you reading it. One point I do want to make clear and amplify to everyone here, there is a common misconception that commission approval of a particular rate case results in a guaranteed return on equity. I want to address that directly and say there is no guarantee. And I want to make that clear. We are not guaranteeing that the utilities have a return on equity of 9 point whatever percentage points. I just want to amplify that point for emphasis. That said, it's an opportunity, meaning if they do everything right, if their forecasts are accurate, if the weather doesn't become a little bit unpredictable, and all the things in their forecast, in their rate plan work out, they may earn that. If they over-earn, if they do better than expected, we have mechanisms in place to claw some of that excess back and actually return that to ratepayers. These are adjustment mechanisms that the Commission has put in place for the last probably 10 plus years and have played a very good role in ensuring that our ROEs are among the lowest in the nation. And just to point out this point, there are a number of studies that have been highlighting concerns regarding the methodology concerning developing utility return on equity. We've met with those individuals who've developed those studies, and one of the things I can say unequivocally, if you compare New York utilities to all the other utilities out there, we are in the bottom 10% in terms of the ROEs we provide. So we're already providing ROEs far lower than any other state in the country.
Can I interject there?
Absolutely.
Is that because, New York, our utilities don't generate anymore, and other states do generate?
I can get into the details of their reporting offline. I'm happy to do that, but it's more just a macro trend to highlight the work done by the Commission and the department staff in scrutinizing utility rate cases to ensure that we provide the lowest possible ROE, and that, again, it's not a guarantee. So what we provide, I'm going to use 9% as a benchmark example. If the utility does everything perfectly, they may earn 9%. But more often than not, what we find is they earn much less, on the order of 6, 7%. And we have some information that I can share with you offline and share with the Assembly as well and the Senate to highlight the historical ROE for all the utilities in the state, and there are charts publicly available highlighting how our ROEs compare to other states. And I think a casual examination of them will show that when it comes to setting ROEs, we in New York do an exemplary job of keeping them on the low end of that spectrum.
All right, thanks. Let me ask a question of all three of you. When we talk about how do we reach our climate goals, when we talk about affordability, when we talk about reliability, the answer is all the same. It's the same answer. It's renewable energy. You look at the state of Texas, which doesn't even believe in climate change. All of their new generation has been renewable. It's the least expensive for ratepayers. It's the fastest to scale. And so when we look at the New York landscape, yes, there are currently headwinds from the federal government. But prior to that, what we heard from folks trying to develop were mostly issues here in New York: interconnectivity challenges, slow approval process, sometimes different agencies at cross purposes. What can we do? And all three of you are in the solar game. What can we do to address all of those issues to unleash the full potential of solar in New York, which will help with climate goals, help with affordability, and help with reliability?
Thank you, Senator. From the perspective of the state energy plan, it is the case, and we can talk about this as the afternoon progresses, that we are all seeing great value in solving for all of these variables, as you said, at the same time, and relying on a diverse set of resources so as to achieve them. And so what you see from each of us today is a commitment, of course, to advance renewables in the first instance. Like, this is where we start all of our work. And the governor's budget is reflective of that. I think a great example of that is the SECRA reform that is proposed in the budget, in the sense that, yes, as we speak today, we have a very, very near-term timeline in which these projects qualify for tax credits, and we are ultimately, as a state, mobilizing in a way to maximize not only the value of these resources, but the value for New Yorkers that will come from those federal benefits. Certainly, I'd ask my colleagues to weigh in, but I think the governor's imperative for us has been just that, to build as many renewables as we can and to put all our state systems behind it.
Yeah, I would second that. And through the commission, through the Office of Renewable Energy Transmission Siting, we're also reforming our siting rules to ensure that we can have these different projects interconnect to the grid at a faster rate and ensure that they're available for all New Yorkers as expeditiously as possible. Again, we recognize there is certainly time is of the essence. And so we're looking at all our existing processes and rules and trying to make sure they're streamlined to take that into account.
President Driscoll?
Yeah, and I would just add from our standpoint that, as I think I mentioned last year, we in the public power sector fought for 10 years to receive direct pay treatment from Washington, D.C. in the form of direct payment of tax credits, since we're not a tax-paying entity. And now that remedy, if you will, is about to expire. So we're doing everything we can to pull projects forward from our strategic plan to try to safe harbor as many of those projects, focusing, as I said, on projects that could be shovel-ready that we can pull in between now and July, when those start to sunset. So we're hard at work at that, and we're hopeful that that work will produce and accelerate projects in the near term.
All right, thanks. And then last question would be, how do you better cooperate across the board? For some observers, it seems like sometimes there's great cooperation and other times operating at cross purposes. So one agency is very supportive of New York Sun, another agency cancels New York Sun. One agency is very supportive of Clean Path, another agency cancels. These are like big things and not insignificant things. Like, aren't folks having conversations along the way as to how we jointly move forward or not on things without this seeming disjointed process?
Well, I'd also say, similarly to Commissioner Lefton's answer to this morning, these convenings such as the Energy Planning Board are great forums for us to come to a common understanding of what is an ambitious but achievable policy against which to solve. Of course, in the day-to-day, the fair question is to say, let's make that framework that resulted in not only our mutual participation, but a plan that we all voted for and approved. How do we set that into action? And in the day-to-day, that's our job as commissioners, to ensure that the balance of issues are considered in light of the framework that plan provides. Don't know what my colleagues would say, but that's my frame.
Yeah, and also, I fear that oftentimes there's not accurate information on exactly what is happening behind the scenes. In the case of New York Sun, which you mentioned, for example, the commission did not terminate the program. Program was successful. We succeeded in achieving our goals, and we shifted revenue money for the program to other places where it could provide greater benefits. So the narrative about us ending the agency ending a program,
the basis for the program was changed. I will acknowledge that, but the reason for which it was started is no longer going to be implemented. Is that fair to say?
Not quite accurate, sir. Again, happy to go into detail on the nature of New York Sun and how it came about.
So it's not being diverted from distributed solar.
So again, by characterizing the funding as being diverted, the assumption is that the program is ongoing. The program achieved its goals. We had a preliminary goal. We expanded it to 6 gigawatts. We then expanded it to 10, and we achieved it. We had money left over, and we're using that funding for other things. So again, it's about the characterization of the program.
Thank you very much. Energy Chair Dee Barrett, Assemblywoman Barrett.
Thank you, and thank you all for being here and for all the work that you and your teams do. I'm just going to, go one at a time, and actually, Chair Christian, I'm going to go back to my colleague's question there and ask further about New York Sun, because it was successful, and it obviously is an area of distributed solar that we still actually have some control over, more than some of the other things that we're using to achieve our goals. What's the plan there? What are you thinking? Can we expand the goals there and just make that a program that keeps going?
Well, so I can speak generally about the processes through which we evaluate different programs and incentives and subsidies and whatnot. And generally what we try to do is, in providing an incentive, we want to encourage the growth of an industry to achieve a particular outcome. So at the establishment of the New York Sun program, there was a preliminary goal that was then further expanded to 6 gigawatts, that was then expanded further to 10 gigawatts. And with each subsequent expansion, we recognized there was a need to increase the market for particular types of deployment for distributed solar. And so we set up the subsidies for the New York Sun program to accomplish specific outcomes. We accomplished those outcomes. The question then became, what do we do with the money that's left over? So at the end of the program, we decided to do several things. First among them, we continued the program from 10 gigawatts to 10.5 gigawatts, allowing it to continue and have a much more favorable off-ramp for the industry. But we also took the excess money, recognizing there were affordability issues that were emerging, and we invested that towards energy efficiency programs to directly address energy costs for low-income New Yorkers. So I look at what we did there as recognizing what we needed to do in the moment of time. We had an opportunity with a program coming to an end. We had surplus funds. We took action to use that funds in a way that could benefit more New Yorkers.
Okay, no, I understand. That's to be continued, please,
Okay.
but not right now. I wanted to just sort of ask you a question that just we're all hearing, all of my colleagues, all of our constituents, probably all of you when you open your bills, were the utility energy supply costs and utility bills have, even just in the last week, and I know we had a big weather incident, but have nearly doubled. And I'm just wondering, is there anything that the PSC can do to take immediate action to help reduce supply costs or consumer bills don't continue skyrocketing in the way that they are?
So we are examining a lot of different options, some of which we've already deployed through the Energy Affordability Program and the Enhanced Energy Affordability Program. I recognize that attention is being paid to statements by governors in other states who have talked about freezing rates. We're looking at how they plan to do that and trying to understand what impact those approaches would have on our current energy efficiency and renewable energy programs. But again, we look at a portfolio of everything that we fund and make decisions based on the needs at the time. So we are exploring all options that we could potentially take.
So you are also looking into what the governor of New Jersey has done with creating, was just calling a state of emergency and looking at ways to help address that?
We are examining the process that they're setting up, seeing how they plan to deploy it. And if it is something that we can replicate and adopt, we will see what we can do. But again, we have existing programs in place that already do much of what New Jersey is attempting to do. So it's a question of where else can we find resources and what other steps can we take? And again, we are always looking at ways to ensure that affordability is a key part of all the Commission's actions.
No, I appreciate the focus in the budget on that and all the work that all of you do. When we had a brief conversation, we talked a little bit about the Excelsior Power Program. And there's $33 million in the budget for it, but all we know from the state of the state is a monthly $25 bill credit, and there isn't a lot of other information about how this will operate, the smart thermostat demand response program. And so I'm wondering how the department proposes to handle data privacy when doing this. What's the potential impact on ratepayers? Can you talk about, this is something that could really meaningfully reduce growth costs? Just love to have more details here in this public forum, please.
Sure. So happy to provide additional details, but do note that the exact mechanism through which we're going to deploy this program will be the result of a subsequent commission order. So I have to be careful about what I can share at this point regarding that action as it's under development. What I can share are specifics about existing programs that are in many ways the basis and the foundation of what we plan to do through this Excelsior program. Some of you, I've discussed this with you in the past, a program we refer to as Bring Your Own Thermostat, where if you have a central air conditioner and a smart thermostat, the utility will provide you a rebate and an incentive with the ability to manage the temperature in your home plus or minus 4 degrees. As of today, roughly 100,000 New Yorkers are enrolled and are benefiting from this program. And those 100,000 New Yorkers are providing about 100 megawatts of flexibility. So through the Excelsior program, we look to ramp up the success of what we've already done and proven can be successful, and amplify not just the number of people who are enrolled in similar programs, but also the scope of the programs towards touching additional appliances. The entirety of this concept is around the idea of load flexibility, being able to manage the load at individual households and businesses to avoid the need for making multi-million, multi-billion dollar investments in the grid. So this is something that I'm very eager to implement, and we at the Commission are going to be working at speed to get this up and running.
Great, thank you very much. I'm going to shift to President Harris and NYSERDA. Every year in the budget, we have an annual extender for an assessment on utility bills to go to NYSERDA in $28 million and change. What is that money going towards? And we know now that RGGI has an excess in projected revenues and year over year. And is it possible to use that RGGI money rather than assessment on ratepayer utility bills?
Thanks for the question. Yes, a small amount of 18A assessment funds do fund various activities at the authority, most notably our planning activities. As a member of the Energy Planning Board, thank you for your service. You benefited very much from the staff that's supported in part by those funds who are responsible for the work of our energy office, which NYSERDA happens to be. Also, our innovation portfolio is in part funded via that 18A assessment, as well as other smaller components of our staff. All told, it is funding a good bit of NYSERDA's staff time in particular. With respect to the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, it is the case that just Monday, our board did vote and approve the RGGI Operating Plan amendment for the coming 3 years, which lays out a myriad of programmatic investments really focused on affordability in the first instance.
Thank you for the Empower money.
Including Empower. I hope at some point in this hearing we can really talk about the impact that Empower is having. RGGI is a very important reason why we can not only stabilize but expand that program over the coming number of years. So on balance, I would say, if you'd like a quick answer, they serve a bit of a different purpose. And certainly we've put those 18A assessment funds to use for very important activities as well.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, no, I do want to flag that I think all told, there's over $250 million for Empower now, finally in the budget, at least at this point in it. So
yes,
hopefully
and if you want energy savings, that's a great way to do it and to reduce bills at the same time.
Thank you. Just one other question, and then I'll move on to NYPA. But so thank you for your leadership on the energy plan. It was an extraordinary experience to work with your colleagues and create a plan. I have to tell you that when I talked about a plan to many of my colleagues here, they have no idea what I'm talking about. What are we doing to make sure that all that work that was done is actually communicated not only to the legislature, but to the rest of New York State and help either achieve the plan's goals or, whatever other intention there is. But it seems like these things are happening kind of in a vacuum. And what's the plan for spreading the word?
Certainly. I do think that that's a very important aspect of this, because the plan not only was more than 1 year's worth of effort, but also a plan which received tens of thousands of comments, and as you are well aware, a number of hearings across our state as well, that some of you attended in force. So thank you for that. All that to say, this is a foundation, but it's not the end. There's various communications channels that are ongoing. Of course, this is a very important policy frame for the state of New York. So I agree. People need to be aware that we are solving for multiple variables. Affordability, reliability, clean, resilient energy systems is a way in which we need to translate that into the day-to-day lives of New Yorkers. We have not only meetings and engagements across the state around this, but also public campaigns to spread the word. If you have particular ideas on how we can do better, I'd welcome them. It was a process that was robust, but is certainly ongoing.
Thank you, and maybe my colleagues today, will have some ideas to share. Now, moving to President Driscoll, Justin Driscoll. Thank you. I would just like to, I know one of the big areas that you're working in is hydroelectric power, but it seems like we're seeing a decrease rather than an increase in this, really reliable and robust energy source. And so what are the impediments to generating more hydropower? And is the decrease related to your facilities, or is it elsewhere, or what? Where do you see state of the state of hydroelectricity right now?
Well, certainly for us operating the two big hydro facilities, those would be difficult to site and build facilities of that size, I think, today. So what we're doing is we're refurbishing the Niagara Power Project and installing new turbines. We just completed the first unit, and we're going to get more generation out of the plant as a result of some of those improvements. So that's what we're doing in the big facilities. I can say from our standpoint, our water flows have been higher. I know that a lot has been written about Canada's hydro flows being lower and having a drought and having less hydro for export from Canada. There have been stories written on that, but our experience has been a bit different. Our flows have been pretty steady, if not a little up. We assume that over time that returns to the mean, but of course it's an incredibly important piece of our energy supply here in the state. And one of the things we're actually seeing is with more renewables on the system, our hydro facilities act as sort of a stabilizer, and because they have single units, they can ramp up and down to balance the renewable variability. So they're playing a critical role, and not to mention our pump storage facility, which I know you visited last year in Blenheim, Gilboa, which is a tremendous resource, rudimentary form of battery storage, but plays a critical role in the NYSO's planning processes. So we love hydro. We'd love to have more of it. But so far, I think we continue to contribute around, 25% of the state's.
So you don't really see a decrease. You feel it's
not
sort
for
of
us.
stable.
No, not for us. And we have hydrologists on staff that monitor the water flows all the way to the far Great Lakes to see what kind of water we're going to be getting in the months and years ahead even. But over time, it'll return to the mean, it seems to me.
Thank you. So as you know, in the 23-24 budget, you were directed to create the Decarbonization Leadership Clean Energy Master Plan, which was the 15 top emitting multi-building state campuses. Could you give us an update on where that is and how that's going?
Yep, that's been going great. All those plans are just about finalized now. And so we've been working with each of those institutions, SUNY, some of the SUNY campuses. Of course, Empire State Plaza is a big piece of that work as well. And the plans, and now we're working with each entity, if you will, to provide funding for the actual work. Now there has been money provided for instance, in the Empire State Plaza, I think there was $100 million for the first phase for the chillers. That work, is underway. So working with each individual entity to identify funding sources for the actual work that's been identified in the plans that NYPA was directed to do and to pay for.
And are those going to be kind of thermal energy networks that will be models for other parts of the state or to look at?
Thermal energy networks are a big part of it, particularly with SUNY. We've been working closely with Carter Strickland and the Chancellor on some of their plans for some of the campuses, and they're very high on thermal energy storage, and it's a component of the work that we're doing under that planning process.
Okay, some of us visited Vancouver and saw with the Climate Jobs Institute and saw really impactful thermal energy networks.
They're great.
There, and so good,
Yep.
good to have more of that happening here.
I agree.
Thank you very much. Thanks for all of you for your testimony.
Sorry. Our next questioner will be Ranker Matera. 5 minutes.
Sorry, 7.5 minutes.
Sorry.
Thank
7.5
you.
minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you'd like to make it 15, that would be even better,
No,
please.
sorry.
Hi, everybody. I just want to say thank you so much for everybody's testimony. So this question is going to be for NYSERDA, our president. I would appreciate very, very much if you could answer the efforts. What have we done with any efforts of the infrastructure on Long Island, especially Long Island, the state of New York? What kind of efforts have we been to fix the grid that is antiquated? Do you feel that NYSERDA is putting enough effort? Are you putting enough? It's always the cart before the horse. Are we putting enough effort into making sure that our infrastructure is put in place first? Because there was a number last year, for the last 2 years, of $280 billion that we could go and retrofit the whole state of New York, and even especially New York City, which that wouldn't even cover that. So what kind of effort are we putting in? Because Long Island's grid is antiquated, and we're talking about all this renewable energy, and it's so great. Matter of fact, the solar panels are doing so wonderful right now today. It's amazing. I got photos. Everybody's sending me photos of what our solar panels look like, because we are generating a good amount of energy with these solar panels. But if you can answer about our antiquated grid, please.
Yes, certainly. That actually was an area that we looked at very carefully as part of the state energy plan, which is the foundational aspect of the maintenance of the system that we have today. It's a blessing and a curse, right, to have one of the oldest energy systems, electricity systems in the country. But in reality, many of these systems have far exceeded their useful life. Some systems are over 60, 70, 80 years old, in fact. All that to say, the investments are central. I think one of the investments that President Driscoll just described, the Propel project, is a great example of the ways in which we are improving the interface between
But again, please, President, you're not answering the question. I'm asking you, what are we doing? Because we have $2.4 billion that is dormant in reserves, should be going to the residents, the ratepayers that can't even put food on their table. And we're sitting here, you're going around in circles, you're not answering the question. What are we doing to make sure that the grid is not going to be antiquated, that we're going to be doing an upgrade on the grid to move forward and invest instead of the cart before the horse? We need to make sure that our grid is ready for all this electric that's coming, and it's not. And especially with AI coming, again, are we investing on Long Island and New York State? You got $2.4 billion that's sitting in an account. First of all, it should be going for our infrastructure, and it should be going for our utility ratepayers, that the rates have gone up over 100% in certain areas. We are very, very concerned. This is the number one topic from everybody. So again, can you just answer yes or no? We're going to be putting all money into infrastructure first, please?
So I think I may be in a better position to answer this question. But that said, I don't think the right person is here, in part because DPS oversight, commission oversight of utilities, does not extend to LIPA PSEG and in the contract that they have. We do have an office in Long Island that does oversee and provide support, but ultimately the specifics of investment decisions, those are best answered by another individual.
But please, I appreciate what you're trying to say, but that person's not here. Do you guys talk to each other?
We do, and if you allow, I can expand on that. So the commission does review different proposals from PSE&G, from LIPA.
Okay.
We do provide feedback. Again, we do not regulate the utilities there. We do provide oversight and guidance.
I know, but we talk about all sorts of, I'm sorry, because I only got a couple minutes, and I know Senator Krueger won't give me extra time. But my whole point again is with this, we are looking to, yes, we care about the environment. And we talked before about even what's happening with our solar panels, not generating anything. We do not live in California, Texas, New Mexico, Arizona. And look at this. Is this a good investment, what we're doing right now? I care. Listen to me, I think every building should have solar. I really, really do. And this way we could go there and we could go sweep the snow off so it could be utilized. We are not doing a good enough job of making sure our investment is working. And you know what? From a guy that's in construction, I'm a very conservative person. Somebody that's in construction, we should be really looking at retooling our existing power plants, Mr. Christian. We should be looking at that. That, in other words, just carbon, I say carbon capture all the time, but we could do a combined cycle, just like with the Caithness power plant. This is good investments to retool our existing power plants. I want to ask you, we talked about the Nessie pipeline also, right? Which was very, very important. Is this Nessie pipeline going to happen?
As I understand it right now, the construction process and the permitting process are underway. Infrastructure is in place already and has been in place, I want to say, for over 10 years to connect the new pipeline. But my understanding is construction is pending review of certain permits in other states.
But you know how important this is, right? It's a necessity. We did have our Zoom call. I was very, very excited. The the Nessie pipeline is so, so important. We talked about the trucks that are all over the roadways. We talked about no one talks about this. I want the environmentalists to come forward and say, be on our side. 7 pounds of CO2 a mile on our roadways. Hundreds of truckers all over the place. I went to the governor. She didn't even know about that. I had a conversation last year with the governor. She had no idea about this. But I will say, she said that the Nessie pipeline will happen. First of all, yes, jobs, great amount of jobs. It's a necessity. Am I correct by saying that?
The commission did find that there was a reliability benefit from the pipeline.
No. A necessity. How important is this pipeline to come into New York State?
I would say the commission has identified that it's going to provide significant reliability benefits to ensure we have gas service during periods of extreme cold that last significant amounts of time. And we discussed during the commission's decision on the reliability need for that pipeline events related to tropical winter storm Elliott and the conditions of the system during that time and the threat that the absence of the pipeline ultimately posed. So we at the commission have talked through and reviewed the data that was basis behind us making the reliability determination we made last year. The Nessie pipeline will provide benefits to New York State and downstate in particular.
But that will not stop in any way, right? Nobody's going to hold back on this project.
I've seen a lot of strange things from the federal government, so I can't say for sure on that end.
I'm talking about the state of New York.
We at the commission have already taken our actions that are needed.
Okay, well, everybody's putting the blame on the federal government. We're here in the state of New York, how important this is. Currently Quebec is withholding energy and capacity into New England, right? You heard this. And faced during the cold snap because it's cold out, right? We've been having a very cold winter. We all know that. We are
Yes, it is cold out. We have our
well, thank you so much. Thank you.
I got called Palasama. It is cold in here.
Thank you all for being here today. President Harris, it was nice to do the roadshow with you this fall on the energy plan. I always appreciate your accessibility, all of you. Before I ask my question, I kind of want to put this in context. A lot of the frustration on our side of the aisle has been for a long time the cost. Never a true cost analysis, fiscal analysis done on the CLCPA. The fact of the matter is, even from the Climate Action Council estimates, we're talking about more than $250 billion, upwards of $500 billion by some studies, all because in New York only contributes 0.4% of global emissions. China contributes 30%, has 1,000 coal plants and building more each and every day. I know the commission, Mr. Christian has said it's the aging infrastructure, but it's also these green mandates that are driving up these costs. The governor is quick to blame the utilities, but don't take responsibility for these policies. In 2019, the residential electricity rate was 17 cents a kilowatt hour. Today, it's over 26 cents a kilowatt hour. That's not my number. That's on NYSERDA's website. The cost to convert your home over from natural gas to full electrification on this electrification march is more than $20,000 to $50,000. That's not affordable for New Yorkers. Also, even the energy plan that just came out, the monthly increase, including capital construction costs, we're talking about a $594 a month increase. That's the projection in the energy plan, not our plan, your plan, the governor's plan. That is not affordable. And I often hear the governor talking about affordable and reliable energy. I hear about the all of the above approach. I'm starting to wonder what all of the above really means because the policies aren't matching the words. On that fact, I'd like to ask a question that I mentioned, and I think this is a yes or no answer. I asked the DEC commissioner, under the current law, can someone build a conventional fossil fuel natural gas power plant right now, or can they not under the law? Especially with the governor talking about build your own grid, build your own power, that's part of the equation. Can they build that, yes or no?
So as it is today, if a developer wishes to construct a new plant, the process is in place that would allow them to do that. They have to go through the traditional permitting process, siting process, and they could construct a new plant.
A natural gas power plant. Okay, I just wanted to be clarified on that because I've heard differently, so I want to get your answers on that. Also, President Harris, I know you talked about this. We've talked about this in the past when you and Commissioner Sagos went out, and I think you mentioned in your words about the methodology used to measure emissions. We use a 20-year methodology here in New York. Every other state but one uses a 100-year methodology. The U.S. uses a 100-year methodology. International uses a 100-year methodology. The studies showed back then when you went out talking about this that if we did not change to a 100-year methodology, would increase prices at the pump for New Yorkers by 63 cents a gallon and increase natural gas home heating costs by 79%. I asked you a couple of years ago, this isn't a part of the budget. If the governor is concerned about this, why wouldn't she put this change of methodology in the budget? And do you guys think that we should change the methodology to a 100-year methodology to match the other states to deal with this affordability? Yes or no?
I'm going to have to. Well, I'd like to start by saying I don't have an answer with respect to a strategy or a legislative approach that is planned by the governor and her team.
Okay.
But what I will say is the state energy plan, of which you're well aware, really did look at the ways in which our accounting places unique burdens on New Yorkers. And it does so both by virtue of setting a different measuring stick in multiple respects. There's 3 different aspects of our accounting methodology which differ from international standards. But it also, in an indirect way, limits the resources that we may rely upon during this transition, such as renewable fuels, biofuels, and otherwise. So it's a cross-cutting issue, and as a result, it does create a view that we are not making progress toward our climate goals, when in fact we are making measurable progress, as we have just laid out in our testimony.
Thank you. Again, I think all the above strategy, the policies aren't matching the words. I talked about the all-electric buildings, cap and invest, all-electric school buses, one thing after another. And we know that ratepayers, and my colleague mentioned about the $2.4 billion that's sitting there in an account. That by your fiscal plan, by 2028, it's supposed to be up to $3.5 billion that's being collected from the utilities that's just sitting there. We know that ratepayers are paying more than just building the grid. They're paying for buildings. They're paying for EVs for people to subsidize that. And people wanted to pay for electric snow blowers too. Shouldn't we give that money? Isn't it a better use of that money? And Massachusetts, it's my understanding, is doing this right now under Democratic administration and Democratic legislature. They're giving that money back to the ratepayer. Wouldn't that $2+ billion be better to address the fiscal affordability crisis rather than continue spending it for green programs? Wouldn't that be better for those people?
I believe you're referring to the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative Operating Plan Amendment and the funds that we commit through that operating plan toward various programs.
I'm not talking about the Reggie, I'm talking about the utility assessments, that the utilities are sitting there with over $2.4 billion, as
Chair
my
Christian.
colleague mentioned. Wouldn't that be better? I'm saying, I think my colleagues say, would that be better for direct ratepayer relief rather than paying for more green energy programs at a time when customers and people are hurting?
So you'll have to forgive me. I'm not familiar with the exact assessment you're referring to and the $2.4 billion number. We have a variety of different programs through the Systems Benefit Charge and other charges that ultimately do provide benefits to New Yorkers throughout the
I
state.
can clarify it, Mr. Chairman. NYSERDA asks for money from the PSC, and then you approve it, and when they call for it, you provide it to them. That money's sitting in their utilities, the coffers, waiting for NYSERDA to call for it. Wouldn't that money be better spent to give to the ratepayers? I believe so. So on that question, because it's right on the NYSERDA report, and that projection is supposed to go up to $3.5 billion by 2028. If the governor, we care about getting ratepayer relief, we should give that back to the ratepayer. Massachusetts is doing that. And Mr. Christian, I wanted to ask you too, there's the CLCPA did not have a pause for affordability, but there is a pause for providing adequate and safe electric service. The NYSO's said the red flags. There's been a petition that's come before you to ask for a study of that done. Are you ready to act on that petition and have a hearing on that? And are you ready to act to put a pause on the CLCPA because of the reliability concerns that are being up? That's your responsibility. And it seems like there's a concern there. Will you act to pause because it's necessary? Yes or no?
So specific to the question of open petitions before the commission, we're not at liberty to discuss those as they're under evaluation, and I don't want to necessarily create a conflict that may adversely affect a future decision. But every petition that comes before the commission is reviewed, and we make our determination on how to act in due time.
And I hope you're ready to act to pause the CLCPA because of the language in the CLCPA that says for affordable or for reliable, safe, effective electric service. There's a lot of calls. Thank you.
Thank you, Assembly Member. Our next senator is Senator Gonzalez. Is she here? No, I don't think Senator Gonzalez is in the room, so we're going to jump to Senator Shelley Mayer.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair, and thank you to all of you. And Chair Christian, you know, I just for 1 minute want to take us back to the actual ratepayers, which are our constituents, who, as I've expressed to you, are really at wit's end about this process, particularly the approval of the Con Ed post-settlement. And I read your op-ed, which I personally felt was an effort to explain away the approval of the Con Ed rate settlement. So I have a few questions. One, you say the plan adopted a new 3-year rate plan that cut Con Ed's initial rate request by 87% in 2026. However, you failed to acknowledge that the actual cost to regular residential consumers for electric delivery over 3 years would be at least 9.7% and gas 15.8%. That's what our constituents care about, as opposed to the fact their initial rate request was reduced. Why don't you talk about the actual impact of the decision on ratepayers?
So, ma'am, I'm happy to talk about the actual impact of the decision on ratepayers. And again, I will defend the decision of the commission. And I want to make it clear that the commission's decisions are based on maximizing the affordability of benefits, the need for investments in the system, and ensuring that ratepayers are protected. And I want to characterize the information that you've just presented in the best way possible. When a utility makes a request for a rate case, the established law of New York State provides us with an 11-month time period to review that request. If we at the department and the commission fail in that 11-month period to come to an agreement, the utility gets their request. So, Senator, the utility requested upwards of 10% increase for 1 year. That's what they asked for. We acted. We worked with the various stakeholders involved. Some of you, I believe, were parties or provided comments. And in engaging in the rate case process, we negotiated because every rate case is a negotiation. We have to work to find the best outcomes that achieve the mandates of the commission by balancing a variety of different factors. And the outcome we achieved was one that aligned the increases to happen over a period of 3 years and to align that with the rate of inflation. And that, to me, is a superior outcome than having a double-digit rate increase happen in 1 year that could then result in another double-digit rate increase in a subsequent year. And I want to make that very clear. That is something we at the Commission do everything in our power to try to avoid. We don't want customers to have rate shocks. But the truth of the matter is we need to make investments in our system. There are costs to making those investments, and we try to ensure that those costs are as minimal as possible with affordability in mind.
Well, thank you, but I would point out a few things. One, we're talking about delivery costs. There's very little that an individual person that all of us represent can do to affect it. They can turn their thermostat down, and they're going to be hit with a significant delivery cost. So this is not something within our constituents' control. The second thing is you use the word stakeholders in your op-ed, and you just used it again. You are talking about people who are parties or entities that are parties. That is a very high burden and threshold. So normal people that we represent do not become parties. They, at our request, gave comments. This year there were 12,879 comments in opposition largely to the Con Ed rate settlement proposal, which you approved. And there were at least 25 members of the Senate and Assembly who spoke out in a letter, including the majority leader, in opposition. Do any of those count as stakeholders, or is stakeholders really a shortcut for those who choose to be parties?
So, ma'am, we look at every comment we receive, including the letters that were sent in response to the Con Ed rate case and throughout. And we received a wide array of feedback from a wide array of constituents. In terms of the stakeholders that I'm referring to as parties to the rate case, yes, you are correct. There is a higher burden. This is, again, a quasi-legal 11-month process through which there's constant work over the course of those 11 months looking at confidential information, financial information, engineering analysis, load flows of how the system works. All of this is reviewed by the stakeholders in the rate case. And I do want to point out, of the almost 24 parties that were involved in the case, the vast majority of them are supportive of the rate case. They viewed the outcome as something that was viable. To put it simply, those involved in making the sausage liked how it came out.
Well, I would respectfully disagree, because the sausage is paid by our constituents, and they are equally concerned with the making of the sausage as those who have the money, the resources, and the knowledge to be parties. So I think that we need a better way for you to actually hear from the people that we represent, not the entities that we represent. Thirdly, I just want to raise this other issue. There's a number of proposals the governor made that are similar to bills I have carried. I'm not talking about the return on equity. The lengthening of the rate period, you mentioned that. Notably absent from the budget are provisions that are in my bill that limit utility retroactive rate recovery while the rate cases are considered. These make-whole provisions can lead to rate compression, making the bill more expensive, exacerbating increases. Why didn't the executive include a provision related to limiting make-whole provisions in this provision that you are applauding as an excellent development on affordability?
So I can't speak to the development of legislation and the direction it's going to go. I can speak to the benefits that extending the time will yield. And what I can say is, if we have additional time in the rate case process, we get a lot of beneficial outcomes, both in terms of having additional time to negotiate and get even better agreements, something that's becoming increasingly important given the increase in the number of stakeholders wishing to get involved in rate cases. Again, if we have more time, we have more time to discuss, explore, investigate, and ultimately find better solutions. And if we have that additional time, then the likelihood of the need for this make-whole provision, which again is specifically something that happens when you run out of time at the end of the rate case process, there wouldn't be a need for any adjustments to the make-whole. So by buying...
I'm sorry, but will the commission support my bill, which goes further than the governor's proposal and limits the recovery of revenues in future rate filings or other means. Will you encourage the governor to acknowledge and accept a far more consumer-friendly bill than what she started with?
So, ma'am, I tend not to comment on pending or future legislation, particularly legislation I've not reviewed, so I can't do that. I'm sorry.
Okay. With respect to the CEO salary, which I believe the CEO of Con Ed is about $14 million, according to Pulp, which I know has a lot of credibility and it certainly was a very important partner to those of us who care about this, about $4 million of the CEO salary was included in the Con Ed rate case. How can you justify our constituents paying $4 million
Let her finish the sentence.
for the CEO of Con Ed?
So
Don't answer, sorry. I apologize so
I know.
much, Senator Mayer. The clock wasn't supposed to give you chair time, and you've gotten half of chair time.
Okay, I did well in my.
You did really, really well. And you know what? All of your colleagues turned you in. Everybody kept saying, why is she getting 15 minutes?
Yeah, we got notes up here.
Yeah, exactly.
We got
Thank
notes.
you,
There's
Madam
loyalty,
Chair.
and you've been in both houses. I'm just saying.
I wasn't going to comment.
We're cheering her on.
Someone that does have chair time, even though she promised not to take it, and that's Deborah Glick. Assemblywoman Glick, I
I'm
should
sorry,
say.
the head of PSC promised to answer you afterwards. Thank you.
I do. Yeah.
I was channeling Senator Mayer as I was looking up some information. Let me ask a couple of questions, and one does relate to the compensation packages for the executive suites of, utilities. I think they are a combination of direct salary, and I think that the direct salary is probably more like $1.5 million. That accounts for many of us up here. But also bonuses and stock options and the like. And so the question that it leads me to is, if you think that the value of your stock options are actually more valuable than your direct salary, isn't there, in terms of reviewing these rate cases, some inherent conflict in terms of what's good for the public and what actually is the incentive for the executive relative to getting stock options rather than direct salary? And is that something that has ever been part of a conversation that the commission has undertaken in terms of balancing what's good for the public and how the utilities structure their compensation packages and what that means to our ratepayers?
So, excellent question, and I may be a while, so bear with me for a moment. And this is
I'll
going
keep
to,
an eye on the time.
I'll do the same. So now I may be answering your question as well. So I want to start with a few pieces of information regarding salaries, including executive compensation. We've done an analysis which indicates, in looking at the various utilities in New York State, including Con Ed, if we were to essentially look at what goes into the rate base, the portion of their salaries that's paid by ratepayers, on average, it's less than 0.1%. A significantly small amount goes into salaries from ratepayers. Utilities are an incredibly capital-intensive business with investments amounting to billions upon billions of dollars. And that is what is the major driver of rates, not utility salaries. To go a little bit further, in looking at the compensation packages, and I'm not going to speak to any particular executive for different reasons, but ultimately there's a portion that does come from the rate base, and it's very rarely the full amount of their salary. Shareholders are more than welcome to compensate utility executives to whatever degree they feel welcome. And that is what we often see. So I just want to make sure those 2 points are clear before going on to addressing the direct question. Is there an inherent conflict? Yes. And that is why we at the commission review the rate cases and have the 11-month process in place. It is through our actions that we ensure that ratepayers are paying for exactly what they need to ensure the reliability and safety of the system. And it is through that review that we do the work we do to make sure the incentives are aligned appropriately. In addition to the rate case process, we've gone through a number of things over the last few years to bring greater accountability to the utilities. One particular point worth mentioning, something called negative revenue adjustments. There's concerns that utilities are not necessarily doing what's in the best interest of ratepayers. Well, we are tying their performance on certain metrics that are customer-centric to their ability to earn their return on equity. So if they fail to meet certain basic needs, from everything from reliability to customer service metrics that we follow, their return on equity can be negatively affected. So this is our way of making sure we are aligning executive compensation with the outcomes that New Yorkers deserve.
I appreciate that. I would just say that it's also not just stock options, but it's also bonuses. And it's not at all clear to me, and I will do a little more research as to what those trigger points are for bonuses for someone who is operating, a public utility that's essentially a monopoly. I don't really have a lot of choices in who is providing me with my electricity. So I return to the notion that somehow the utilities are not, they actually are flying with a net under them. If they do everything right, then they actually do have this return on equity that is substantial in speaking to what the average person can do in terms of their own investments. And so I would just say that the public, and I can speak to Con Ed because I live in Con Ed. Mm-hmm. That's my world. And when we have customer concerns, and a lot of our work in the office is basically constituent-based work, it's, we're the telephone company and we don't care is kind of the response that we get for folks. It's like, well, I couldn't possibly have used that much electricity if I left my lights on and used everything in the course of a month. In a small apartment, $3,000 is just not, it's really, and it's like, well, that's what the meter says, and that's really too bad. So the problem we have is that we are dependent upon the commission to act as sort of the backstop for for people. And there is this sense that they can't fight City Hall, the average person, the ratepayer. And I don't think people should not get paid well. I didn't think that the salary was out of line considering the responsibility and the workload and so forth. But I am concerned when a utility CEO chooses stock options and bonuses. So I think perhaps at some point we can get a fuller understanding of how the commission views bonuses and where that fits into a review of a rate request.
So I can say right now, the bonuses are paid for by the shareholders, right? When we talk about what ratepayers are actually paying for, it's a base salary. And when we talk about the senior executives of most utilities, it's very rarely the entire salary. It's just a portion.
But the Public Service Commission offers up all of us as the customer base. So on some level, it's a little bit of an inside job for these folks. I get that there are shareholders. My grandmother always said, as she shut the lights off, we don't have stock in Con Ed, and off went the light. So, we weren't participating as shareholders. I guess that was one of many mistakes we made. But so I think the average person feels they're on a hook off of which they cannot get, and that they are served up. And so whether it's you can say it's the shareholders who are paying for this, but they are also benefiting because as shareholders, they are getting a return on equity that, if everything goes right, seems to have a 9% floor. If everything goes right. Things don't go right, they don't get that. I would like to see the list of the things and the many times that things didn't go right, that they didn't get that.
Happy to share that with you, ma'am.
I appreciate that. Shifting gears just a little, I promised the chair I wouldn't go on, and apparently I have. So the thing that has been the most successful, which generates direct benefits to households, is the distributed solar. And so it would seem to me, even if we had a program that finished and did really well, that we would not say, now we have some leftover money, we're going to go in a different direction. If that is the thing that has been the most direct benefit to individuals on the affordability, and there has in fact been connectivity issues for distributed solar, why aren't we putting more eggs in that basket, even as we have the rug pulled out from under us by the feds on some of the larger projects that we actually would like to see completed? So yes, we'd like to see more wind, and hopefully that will continue. But I'm just wondering, and perhaps NYSERDA is actually well-suited to give us an answer.
I could certainly let the chair get a drink of water if he'd like. Let me just say, I will reinforce your statement that we are seeing demonstrable benefits from the distributed resources that we have installed in our state. In my opening testimony, I reflected on the fact that this summer alone, during the heat waves, right, we saw a demonstrable decrease, $90 million, 5% reduction in load in the peak. That will only continue to grow as we not only build out our distributed solar resources, but buttress those with energy storage resources at the same time, and really start to see even more significant benefits that I look forward to sharing with you even next year. We at NYSERDA are hard at work in deploying the approved funds, obviously through the New York Sun program, toward the 10 gigawatt goal that exists today. And I agree with you. It's been a very successful demonstration of how we can provide market certainty, cost reduction, and the jobs, that have really come from it at the same time. And in fact, when we have conducted our pathways analysis for the state energy plan, we would see a future where there's many times that contributing to our grid in the coming decades as well. So I would basically be of the view that we recognize, right, that we need a future post 10 gigawatts for distributed solar. Obviously, we're working toward that goal right now. I would also say, though, that it's not, at least in my view, as simple as continuing the New York Sun program, given not only the way the market has evolved, the way consumer behavior has evolved, and of course, it's just the facts, the way that tax policy has evolved under the current federal administration. So from NYSERDA's perspective, of course, we're hearing from the industry as to the need to chart that course. It is work that is underway in our view. And of course, now that the chair has had a chance to catch his breath, perhaps he might want to build on that.
Right. So just to echo President Harris's point, again, we modify our incentive programs on a fairly regular basis. And with the end of New York Sun, that did not mean the end of incentives for solar. There are a variety of other solar incentives that programs can still get. But with the end of the New York Sun program, what we effectively recognized is we no longer needed to continue to provide that level of incentive to grow solar in New York State. And the economics are backing that up. So at this point, we have a growing industry. When the program began, we had no industry. And now we do. And that is a success. We can continue to provide these incentives, but to what end and to what benefit? So again, this is part of the analysis that we at the Commission and the Department of Public Service conduct. This was a public proceeding which other stakeholders were engaged in, provided different feedback and perspectives, and ultimately the choice was made with the end of the program to use the excess funds left over for something else. That was the choice.
Thank you.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Chair Kruger. Good afternoon. It's so good seeing you all again. I wanted to ask today about data centers. There's a lot to get through, so I'm going to make it very quick. According to NYSO, of the 25 projects added to New York's power grid interconnection queue, over half of them are data centers. These, as you know, are energy-intensive projects that are in the process of connecting to the grid and will drastically increase power usage, over 7,000 megawatts. For context, as you also know, 1 megawatt of power can power 1,000 homes. So in 3 parts, one for Chair Christian, how can we ensure that those costs will not be passed down to consumers? For President Harris, how are we setting energy efficiency standards for these data centers? And of course, for CEO Driscoll, how are we building out renewable energy sources? Because certainly we don't want to see them run on fossil fuel or expand fossil fuel infrastructure.
You're only a 3-minute senator.
Right.
And so you now have
about you.
2
Oh,
minutes
okay.
left from the 3 minutes you had. Okay, so shift it
perfect.
to
Thank
2
you.
minutes.
Thank you so much. Question still stands, and I guess we can start with Chair Christian.
Sure. So I'll be brief. We have existing systems in place for new customers, new large loads coming in to the state, and we have what we call a beneficiary pays approach, which basically means if you're a data center coming to New York and you have an interconnection cost, you pay that cost. In other states and other regions, those costs are socialized and paid for by all other ratepayers. We don't do that here in New York. And the governor has charged us at the commission with looking at other potential cost impacts from these large loads coming in. And that's something we're going to be doing throughout the course of this year as we begin another proceeding, looking into the impacts of these loads.
Can you provide that information to the legislature? Because not only do we want to make sure these companies pay, but it's not just the interconnection piece, it's certainly the additional strain of upgrading our grid that can be used as a reason for another rate hike, of course, by the utility companies that will bear that burden.
We'll keep you posted.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
Yeah, I'd just say, building on the chair's point, it is the case that this issue is not unique to the state of New York. The governor has made clear, right, that she is interested in growing our economy. These projects often do not come with the jobs that would come with a growing economy. So to the extent that they are load but no job, no economic development, that's an additional criteria that she has been clear with respect to her prioritization. You know, the topic of energy efficiency within data centers is one that has become a nationwide issue, and we already see the industry responding in ways in which, of course, allow us to achieve greater efficiency, thus less load. NYSERDA has various programs for industrial applications, but I think in general, because this is a national issue, we really see these data centers responding.
Yeah, would NYSERDA consider a standard for hyperscale data centers or for large energy facilities specifically?
It wouldn't naturally be a regulatory role of ours, but it certainly would be a programmatic intervention.
Thank you. Thanks.
And just from the NIPA standpoint, we're committed, of course, to our renewables efforts. We're also committed to trying to establish baseload generation, 24/7 power, that many of these newer data centers, there are data centers and there are data centers. There's the prior iteration. Many of them, ran on renewable power and storage. The current iteration of data centers seems much more power quality dependent. And so, particularly inference and training data centers. So they're going to need renewable power and storage along with baseload generation. So we're trying to figure out how to marry all that together.
Absolutely. And I ask you because I know nuclear has been seen as an option here. No matter where you stand on that issue, NYSO has quoted over 12 years for that. So we need some clear short-term renewable solutions. Thank you so much. I appreciate the answers. And then a yes and no question for Chair Christian. The Utility Thermal Energy Networks and Job Act was passed to create good union jobs. Can we
You
expect
can ask,
the commission?
but they can't answer.
Oh, okay. Am I out of time? Yeah. Okay, great.
Yes.
Okay, no worries. No, okay.
Okay,
Well,
thank
do you want me to finish
You
the
can
tail
answer
end of the
another
question?
time.
It was if we could expect the commission
Thank
to
you.
approve these projects for construction so that we can get my unions in the district some additional jobs.
Thank you.
And I'll get that yes or no after.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Assembly.
Chair.
Assemblymember Simpson.
Thank you, and thank you all for being here. And I have a question. It's very sincere because we've heard about all the incentives and all the investments, and we've all heard about these investments I've heard them for the 5 years that I've been in the assembly, and we heard it also before the passage of the CLCPA. And honestly, I just would like to know if there's a projection of when we will see the benefits of those investments where ratepayers' costs are down. I have thousands of emails that I've received from people that are enduring bills that they cannot afford. And everybody's feeling it across the board on everything that they purchase. But the state is investing massive amounts of money. Is there a timeline when we will see the benefits of these investments in the form of ratepayer reduction cost?
So
Any of you?
I can answer this question in a number of different ways. And I want to be frank. What we have experienced over the last 6 years has been nothing short of extraordinary. We've gone through a global pandemic, and we've seen the ensuing effects of that in terms of supply chain disruptions, inflation, rising interest rates, and other effects. The cost of eggs for me is something I still marvel at today. Costs have gone up across the board, and energy is no exception. And that is a trend. It's not clear when this trend is going to come to an end and when we're going to see relief economically across the board. What we've also not seen are corresponding increase in salaries, pay. And that is another factor we have to keep in mind. Energy is at the core of everything that we do as a society. And so we feel it acutely when that price changes. The investments we're making are long-lived and will provide benefits over time, but they may not be immediate and they may not be easily observable in the moment. What I can cite are some examples from our past. If we look at the hydropower dams that we have throughout the state, and you look in the press from the time when they were under construction, what you'll find is an incredibly familiar and similar narrative. Why are we building these expensive resources when we could build cheaper coal-fired power plants? That's what the press was saying 100 years ago. But these plants today still exist, and they provide, and Justin can back me up on this, I hope, some of the lowest cost power that we have in the state. This is the benefit that will come from these investments that we will have in the long term. Now, in the short term, we're already seeing benefits. President Harris mentioned the benefits of distributed solar and solar as a whole in lowering the peak every year. And that's a benefit we're going to be seeing for a long time to come. But it's difficult to translate that benefit into a dollar per kilowatt savings on a per customer basis. So how do we do this? How do we show and communicate savings to customers? Well, we're figuring that out. And one thing we've noticed, if we were to go back in time just a few years ago, There's a point in history where New York's energy costs were considered to be the highest in the nation. That's no longer the case. They're still high, but we're not the highest. Our efforts with energy efficiency and developing the grid have helped keep costs down when compared to other states. And we can show that the cost ratepayers pay today are below the national average. That's something I'm happy to back up with data and information from a variety of sources to each and every one of you. Yes, costs are going up, but it is not solely through the energy sector. It's a systemic issue throughout the country that's further exacerbated by flattening salaries. And so this is something we try to communicate as a whole, because it's difficult to just talk about energy in isolation given its effect on every aspect of our lives.
I'd also, if I could reinforce, these are just like hydroelectric, right? Power. These are multi-decade commitments that create the markets that can respond and the benefits that can come. Like NYSERDA, for example, has been executing on energy efficiency programs since the 1990s on behalf of the commission, obviously joined by the utilities. And as we speak today, those programs alone are saving New Yorkers $4 billion a year. So to some extent we're kind of back to the old days, right? Where we're focusing on efficiency first, right? We're focusing on the major investments that will provide that long-term signal that the chair provided. And of course, we're building the industries of the future, but this is not a flash in the pan, right? This is a long-term commitment.
So as a follow-up, has anyone done an analysis using the billions of dollars, because you cited $4 billion that we're seeing savings right now, the cumulative investment that New York has invested into reducing the cost to ratepayers? Because that money also came from ratepayers and taxpayers in New York. Has the analysis included those funds? And then when you're citing the savings, is that part of the equation or is that left out? I mean, how much have we invested? How much more are we going to have to invest to actually see significant results tangible for our ratepayers? Because all they're seeing right now is a very steep incline, and it's very difficult. They're at a breaking point where how much more investment can we extract from a ratepayer?
So this is certainly something we can look at, Assembly Member. What we do in every rate case, we always perform something called a cost-benefit analysis. And we want to make sure that in an individual investment perspective, that the cost of that investment does not exceed the benefits that we're going to accrue. So I can say on an individual investment by investment approach, yes, we do that analysis. What you're asking, and this is an interesting exercise which I'm going to take back to my team and talk through, is looking at it historically over time. Because I can say with certainty that when you aggregate all these different investments together, it's entirely likely that the cumulative costs are far lower than the cumulative benefits given the efficiencies and synergies you get from making all of these things. So this is certainly something we can look into, and I can circle back once we've had a chance to review that internally and discuss how we could figure that out.
I appreciate it.
And I could just add, from our standpoint, we're not necessarily in the study aspect of this, but we're in project development. And so when we do an upgrade to the transmission system, as we did in the North Country, as I referenced in my remarks, by doing that upgrade, we're reducing congestion, thereby removing congestion charges that are a component of every ratepayer's bill. So there's a direct benefit when you upgrade the transmission system and reduce that congestion.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Thank you very much. Senator Walziak, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman. We'll start with President Driscoll. 4 years ago, the governor said that she was going to electrify the executive mansion. 3 years ago, you sitting at that table, me sitting in this chair, asked you how that's going. Is the governor's mansion fully electrified today?
I would have to check with the team that does that work. I know they've completed several projects there. I don't know that I could say that it's fully electrified, but I know that we have made progress there. Obviously, there are issues involved in the work that's done there. Off the top of my head, there's probably SHPO issues there at the residence, and so it's a complicated place to do work. But I'll get back to you and let you know exactly how much has been done and what remains.
Thank you. It may be part of the reason that the governor has paused the All Electric Buildings Act and not expecting New Yorkers to electrify their homes. People don't tolerate hypocrisy. They also don't tolerate high energy bills. So I'll ask you, Chairman Christian, I sponsor legislation to eliminate the system's benefit charge on bills, and I won't ask you to comment on that because we're here to talk about the governor's budget. What specifically in taxes, fees, surcharges, green energy, the 30% of people's bills that are made up by government charges, what is the governor proposing to pull off of their energy bills when it comes to those taxes, surcharges, and fees in this budget?
Okay, so I'm hearing 30%. I'm not sure where that figure is coming from, but you also mentioned taxes, surcharges, and fees. What I can talk to from a tax perspective is the influence of taxes at a municipal level on utility rates.
No, I'm asking specifically about what the governor has proposed in eliminating any of those things from people's high energy bills right now. Has she done anything in this budget, any proposals to eliminate any of those fees?
So the tax part of the fees, which is the most significant part of that 30%, particularly in New York City, where Con Ed and National Grid operate, that is something that would happen at the municipal level. And I can go into a much greater degree of explanation on this in discussion.
No, that's fine.
Okay, but the gist of it should be brief. City taxes are set in such a way where, to your point, 30% of the utility bill is paid in taxes, but it's not a separate fee. It's embedded in the total cost.
You've answered my question. Thank you, Chairman. President Harris, at last year's budget, sort of in the last minute, we gave you $1 billion slush fund. It's part of the reason that I voted against it. It was called the Sustainable Futures. How much in that $1 billion did you spend, and what did you spend it on?
So NYSERDA was responsible for a couple of areas of spending within the Sustainable Futures Fund, including an expansion to the Empower Plus program and other.
Thank you very much,
send you a full accounting.
Commissioner.
Thank you.
Assemblymember Braunstein.
Thank you. I only have 3 minutes, so I'm going to ask 2 questions to Chair Christian. First, the budget, the executive proposal includes Article 7 language that would give the PSC powers to require disclosure of executive and employee salaries, as well as the power to review quote-unquote inappropriate utility expenses. So my first question would be, doesn't the PSC already have this power, and how do they plan on using this language? And then the second question I have is, there's also a proposal about an affordability monitor. How do you see that affordability monitor working, and what role will they have to reduce rates?
So thank you for the question, Assembly Member. So with respect to the first point about disclosure of CEO salaries, as you've likely heard from this discussion, there's a lot of concern that CEO and executive compensation is too high or inappropriate. What we want to do through this order is establish public disclosure of a benchmark already used through the Securities and Exchange Commission, whereby we look at CEO salary and we compare that to the average salary of the rank and file utility workers. And we use that
Do you need legislation? You can't do that already?
Well, this is part of the governor's proposal. There's more to come than just that. So as part of that, where the legislation likely comes into your point is, what do we do with that information when we have it? So this is where part of the affordability monitor comes into play. So one, we want to make sure that utility compensation and rank and file compensation is as closely aligned as possible and have that metric available. But in addition, we want to have the affordability monitor come into play when we find that rate increases create outcomes that result in rates being in excess of what we consider most individuals being energy burdened. Energy burdened is a term of art where we classify someone as being energy burdened as spending more than 6% of their income on their energy. So if a utility rate case will result in that happening, that will trigger an affordability monitor. We'll do a more detailed review to identify additional actions and steps that we can take. And the confluence of these things will help us better manage utility investments and align executive compensation in a way where we can ensure that we are not compensating utility executives for taking actions that are going to potentially.
Sorry, real quick. So the affordability monitor is involved in the rate case, or is it post-rate case where they're monitoring the implementation of the rates?
That is something that we're going to be working out the exact details, operationalizing that over time.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, that's my time.
Senator John Liu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I get the new guy to work my timer, please? Thank you for coming to testify in the panel. Mr. Chairman, Chairman Christian, you remember when you were being confirmed, I congratulated you, and I gave you my condolences on your appointment. You now know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, you got a tough job, no question, but you wanted it.
I did.
And you said that you look to see what the lowest level rate of return on equity could be while keeping costs down for customers. What exactly do you do? How do you know 9.4% is the absolute lowest return on equity that there can be?
So we have established processes and formulae through which we evaluate pretty much everything that's going on in the economy as a whole and in terms of what's happening in the particular regions.
And that model couldn't yield like 9% or 8.5%. It had to be at 9.4%. It was that precise a model.
I can speak to that. Yes, so it can, and I'll give you an example. So in the Central Hudson rate case, most recent one in particular, the timing of that case actually led to a very significant change in what the ROE could have been. Had the rate case concluded, I believe 6 or 8 months earlier, we would have achieved an ROE of around 9.1. But a 6 month later, we were getting an ROE of closer to 9.5.
Okay.
So the temporal effects can impact what the ROE
I would
could
suggest
be.
right there and then, within a matter of months, that the ROE could, that minimum level ROE could swing that much, indicates some kind of flaw in your model. You also compare that 9.4% as being lower than other industries, pharmaceuticals, technology, private equity, real estate development. Those are all unregulated. They're not monopolies like Con Edison is. So I would suggest that 9.4% is really too high. That is, I think, the consensus of my colleagues in the legislature and certainly those of the customers. Oh boy, this clock. Are you sure you're not accelerating the clock? I will note that you also said you want to make sure Con Edison has access to equity. I'll note that, do you know what happened yesterday? Con Edison made an announcement. They announced that they'd be increasing their dividends to stockholders for the 52nd year consecutively. I don't think this company has any access to capital issues. And in fact, I would urge you, because we urged you when we were confirming your appointment, to do something different. Take a look at that model that could swing several, 0.5% in just a matter of months. Think about the comparison to these unregulated companies that are not monopolies, and think about what you're actually doing to keep rates
you, Senator,
as low as
for that-
possible for customers.
That question.
Thank you.
Assemblyman Carroll?
Thank you, Chair Pretlow. My question is for President Driscoll. Last year in the 26 fiscal budget, we allocated $200 million of funding for public renewables from the Sustainable Future Fund, after which NYPA was able to double NYPA's strategic plan for building public renewables from 3.5 gigawatts to 7 gigawatts. How did those funds last year allow you to double that capacity? And this year's budget currently has no funds allocated towards public renewables. Do you have the capacity, if you were able to get additional funds, to even do more work and add more renewable energy to your portfolio?
Thank you for the question. For the first part, and we appreciate greatly the appropriation last year and the allocation to NYPA for this work. By having that fund available to us, it puts us in a better position to either enter into development arrangements with developers who have projects in flight, trying to accelerate their projects. So having that money to deploy there is helpful. It also puts us in a position where we can have more flexibility around how projects are structured and how much capital NIPA has to put in versus maybe a developer, or if we're doing it on our own, what size of a project we can build. So the money is super important to the work. In terms of how it played a role in the increase in the strategic plan, I mean, it potentially opened up more projects for us to due diligence on. But essentially, we're out there looking for our own projects to develop, but we're also receiving inquiries from the private sector
Well,
offering
have you been able to
partnership.
draw those funds down, or are those funds already allocated, or do you need, or have they not been, and so you don't need those additional funds? I mean, I'm wondering about now fiscal year
So
27.
it's a little bit of both. So in terms of the actual 200, because where we are in project development and we haven't had to put cash into the projects yet, that money has not been deployed. But we have projects that are in this 2026, 2027 period going to utilize that funding. I'd be happy to share project names with you down the road. But obviously, more funds, more equity will result in more projects.
Understood. And I want to thank you for that. And I want to thank you for last year meeting with a number of us in the Assembly, a roundtable that I think was very fruitful. I hope we can continue to do that.
Absolutely.
So that we can be kept abreast of all the great work that NIPA is doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dan Stack Ranker.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Two quick questions, one for the Power Authority, then one for NYSERDA, and then the bulk of my time for the PSC. So President Driscoll, you may not know this, but I'm a nuclear engineer officer qualified from the Department of Naval Reactors. So it's been a minute since I split atoms. But I'd like to ask you, what is a realistic timeline for a nuclear power plant to go online in New York State?
It depends on the type of technology being deployed. So certainly more advanced and technologies that are already in operation could potentially be deployed sooner. Others that are further behind in the technology evolution, if you will, or the NRC licensing process would take longer. But we're determined to try to move this along as fast as we can. We think that there might be some acceleration in some processes.
But historically, how long has it taken?
Depends on the unit, but
more than 10 years? 10 years a fair, reasonable guess?
Close.
So for the next 10 winters, we're going to limp through and tell everyone we're tracking down the goals of the CLCPA, and this is our silver bullet.
No, we're going to continue to be hard at work in not only maintaining our existing fleet and improving its generation capacity, but also at the same time looking to build out renewables and storage.
Thank you. President Harris, over the last 4 or 5 years, every year I've asked this following question. Do you or has a detailed cost-benefit analysis of the CLCPA been performed by anyone in New York State government?
Thought you would ask me about nuclear power. I was ready to answer that
Give
one.
you a pass.
No, I'm just kidding. Well, look, you and I have discussed this. Of course, I have maintained my position that the CLCPA was assessed fully by the Climate Action Council, but the recent state energy plan does have a very detailed cost appendix, including not only, detailed costs like I've been quoting today about system maintenance, energy cost projections, et cetera, but also the benefits thereof. And it looks at it across multiple scenarios, including a net zero scenario, which would track closely to the CLCPA.
But so what's that number? The Empire Center has put that number around $300 billion. Do you dispute their number?
Well, my cost of maintenance is $150 billion a year to maintain the system we have. Our assessment would say that to deploy clean energy technologies, that may increase by as much as 10%. So I wouldn't say our assessment is consistent with that of the Empire Plan. But recall the energy system is also growing in that time period. So that's also something that we need to be planning for, is not just the maintenance of the system, the deployment of clean energy, but also the growth of the system at
Well,
the same
certainly
time.
the growth, some of that growth is mandated by legislators here in Albany. President Driscoll, I want to spend some time with you. The cost of residential electricity is about 50% higher in New York than the national average, and it's 35% higher than neighboring Pennsylvania. Why the great disparity?
Did you mean,
Why are electric rates so much higher in New York than neighboring states like Pennsylvania? Did
you mean Chair Christian? I don't.
Pardon me?
We're wondering who we're directing the question to.
I'm sorry. I thought I said Chair Christian.
Oh, hello.
I'm to the public service portion.
You're on me now? Okay,
Yes,
great.
please.
So rates are affected by a lot of different factors and characteristics. One thing to keep in mind, and a point I've made many, many, many times, New York has one of the oldest energy systems in the United States.
How did ours get so much older than Pennsylvania's? And is our weather significantly different than Pennsylvania's?
So ours got older because it was built before what was built in Pennsylvania.
We're much newer. We're a much older state than Pennsylvania.
Power infrastructure began in the New York State at the turn of the 20th century.
When did Pennsylvania get the electric service? About the same time as New York State?
Sir, I'm happy to give you a very long history lesson on the nature and the development of the electric system, but the fact is, we have developed an infrastructure here starting in the early 1920s, well into the day, that far predates and needs continuous maintenance and investment.
Is that
is a
different
fact.
from state
That
to
is
state,
something
though?
that we
Is that
see in
not
every
true
rate
in other
case.
states? Is our energy and infrastructure needs so different in New York State that we're 50% higher than the national average, 35% higher than Pennsylvania? Or is it something else, like policy?
So again,
Is it executive salaries? Is it
if you want me to answer your question, I'm happy to, sir. I'm not trying to argue with you, but you're not giving me the opportunity to give you an answer.
I'm not getting an answer, so I'm going to
And
pivot
here's
to a
the thing,
different
sir.
answer, and I've only got 2.5 minutes left. Chair Glick asked you earlier if ratepayers should be upset with executive compensation, and I thought I heard you say it was a tiny, tiny fraction of what ratepayers are seeing. Did I hear you correctly?
Yes.
Now, the governor has proposed in her budget that she wants to shine a light on transparency of executive salaries, suggesting that the governor believes that people should be upset at greedy executives at our utilities. Are you disagreeing with the direction the governor is pointing at?
I believe the governor is trying to educate and inform New Yorkers as to where their concerns should be. As everyone here has pointed out, there are concerns about utility compensation. I see the governor's action as good, effective, clear leadership in shining a light on that issue and making it clear and transparent to everyone involved. I support it. I think it's a good idea.
All right. I'm going to pivot. How many households across the state are in arrears on their electric bills, and how much do they collectively owe? Ballpark.
I do not have that number top of mind, but the number has grown over time.
Would you be surprised to learn that it was approximately 1.3 million households totaling approximately $1.8 billion?
No, I would not be surprised by that number. And that number,
how did we get here, and what is the plan? What is the plan here? I mean, who's going to cover that $1.8 billion if these people in arrears don't cover it?
Well, sir, I can talk about the different programs that we have, the Energy Affordability Program, the Enhanced Energy Affordability Program.
But where's that
I can
funding coming from?
That program, the programs I just mentioned and the various other programs.
The taxpayer,
have
the same
come from
wallets, our wallets. Thank you.
I did enough damage. Assemblymember Gray.
Thank you very much, Chair Pretlow. I appreciate it very much. Distinguished guests, thanks for being here. I'm going to ask quick and then give you folks time to answer. So first of all, NYSERDA introduced RFI, request for interest in communities that were willing to host nuclear technology. Then the +1 happened from there, and that was NYPA was charged with developing 1 gigawatt of nuclear energy. So the first would be for President Driscoll. So would be, just what are the next steps, right? You have identified through an RFI 22 or so technology companies. You have 8 communities that are interested. So what are the communities expecting from here, and where are we going with it, next steps? And then I'll continue and then go. Then we had the +4. which is the PSC. And so basically now we have three different agencies that are leading this initiative, three different lines of effort. Who is actually going to be leading this effort? How is it going to be integrated? And how is everything going to come together? And who are we going to be talking to with regard to this? I will also add Project Janus, which is a DoD initiative. I just got an extensive email on timelines. That has a tendency to be one of our first reactors built in New York State, new advanced technology reactors. There's going to be a lot ramping up this summer regarding that with DoD and DIU. And so I know Texas has put, incentives on the table, $200 million. There's also some abatements on there that they put on the table. So I'd like to know what your thoughts are there, how we're going to integrate with Project Janus, with Fort Drum Military Installation. And then I'll just leave one last comment, my position on CLCPA and the increase in the utility costs, which is, in my belief, being partially driven, obviously, by the infrastructure upgrade that you're referring to frequently, and that's because of our compressed timeline in the CLCPA, which is front-loading all of the infrastructure upgrade, and instead of elongating it over a period of time, and allow it to be invested and paid for in a different timeline. So
let me just
President
start off
Driscoll?
quickly. I know
Sure.
you're running out of time here, but in terms of our role, we're going to be issuing follow-on RFPs after we complete our review of the two solicitations. So that's going to be next steps for NYPA. And in terms of the roles, we very much view our role as kind of a first mover catalyst on the first project. President Harris working on the master plan, and Chair Christian making sure the ratepayers are protected along the way, and now running the 4 gigawatt framework as well.
Okay.
Yeah, it's really about building the broader ecosystem around this goal. That's what it helps us solve for.
Thank you. Senator Rachel May, 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. Quick question for President Driscoll. Last year, we got a revolving loan fund in the budget for housing. I have a proposal for something like that for zero emission energy projects. Is that something that you would support? And at what level do you think we would need to fund it?
For housing or
For
transportation?
energy projects.
For energy projects.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not familiar, with the legislation. Haven't had a chance to look at it. It sounds like directionally that it would be something that we'd be in favor of, but I don't want to comment on
Okay.
it.
Then President Harris, about the Empower Plus program, there's a goal of 2 million households, I believe, by 2030. Are we on track to do that? Is the 50 million in the budget sufficient to get us, on pace to meet that goal?
So fundamentally, one thing I'm most proud of this year is that we have created a future where Empower is going to be stabilized with respect to the various sources of funds that are used to move this very important program forward at a level of about $200 million a year when you add all of these sources up.
So I'm going to interrupt you and ask a more specific question because I had my gas stove tested for emissions, and it was found to have 30 times the safe level of nitrogen dioxide emissions for indoor air quality, and I was told that that was kind of normal for gas stoves. Is there, and I can afford to get the plug that I need to have an electric stove put in, but a lot of people can't, and I'm wondering is there prioritization of public health in that Empower Plus program so that people who are facing this kind of situation where their gas appliances might be a threat to public health would be prioritized?
One of the funds that we have been using is actually federal money that came in to help us pay for electrical upgrades in these homes to accommodate the infrastructure necessary for electrification of various items, including cooking. Now, the eligibility of stoves varies depending on the program. I'd love to talk about induction cooktops and ways we're advancing, but But generally, I think it is the case that when one looks at the Empower program, it's one of the great success stories because of the benefits that it has provided. When we look at this historically, there are tangible reductions on the order of 8% reductions in energy costs for the consumers that go through this program. So it's among the most significant affordability programs we can realize.
And do you publicize the public health benefits as well?
Absolutely.
I'm putting in a plug for Senator Kruger's bill
Exactly.
to label gas stoves, but I definitely hope that you
Health
are.
benefits are a huge reason to do
Okay.
this work.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank,
Assembly.
thank you, Senator. Assemblywoman Clark, please.
Thank you. And I apologize if I ask questions that have already been asked. I'm going to try to do one for all three of you. So I have 3 minutes. First, to President Harris, with this, we all can admit, and after touring NYSO and having many meetings with them and seeing their report about June and how sort of behind the meter solar, personal solar, made a big difference on our ability to meet our energy needs during a hot spell that we had. With the federal taxes now going away, are we looking at what that impact will be on people's ability to afford it here? And are we thinking of any other ways to ensure that we continue to make that something that people can get and access?
Yes, I'll keep it quick and say that there's a push, right, to maximize the deployment between now and the eligibility deadlines that are coming up this year. Thereafter, it is true that we're going to have an incremental gap, right, that either will be filled by the market and the cost compression that will come with it, or the various mechanisms we've been talking about today. But it is not the end of the road for these types of projects for the very benefits that we're realizing.
And I would encourage us to look at utility programs too, and how they can also help really make sure that we're doing this. To NYPA, I do agree on thermal cell networks. I really do think they hold real promise to be such a big piece of our solving some of our energy crisis and issues. When are we really going to start seeing these? Like, is there a timeline? I mean, I think for people in theory, it's hard to imagine, but once we start seeing lots of these really in action, so do we sort of have a timeline on the reality of this?
Well, I mean, I think from our work anyway, I can only speak to the work we're doing with our governmental customers, but I think that SUNY will be a leader in this, and we're going to be doing a lot of work to facilitate that. I mean, to give a time frame to it, I would say in the next couple of years, we're going to see projects in construction and development because they are very well suited, as are other customers that have big footprints that, you know, have large site control, if you will, and multiple buildings that you can connect. So we're a big fan, and we're doing all we can to try to promote that technology.
Wonderful, thank you. And to Chair Christian, I feel like I only have 39 seconds, and when we start talking about rates, there's never enough time in the world. And thank you for your time talking about it beforehand. But again, really trying to encourage both the idea of how people can better use their power so that they are getting lower electric bills, even if they've done everything else to be efficient, but also figuring out ways to really not have the rate be the way we pay or we look, in short, our utilities are, getting shareholder money and doing all like really creating differences in rates so that it is not uniform and it is not a burden for those who can least afford it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Senator PCF.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you all for your testimony here today. I'm sure you've gotten the sense that there's a very consistent message. Energy costs are driving affordability in New York State for all of our constituents, and it's something that I think every legislator is concerned about. For President Harris, you mentioned in your testimony that Empire Wind is scheduled to begin delivery of energy to the grid this year with fully operational next year. I'm still hearing from my constituents regarding the impacts of this project. I'm sure you're well aware I represent Long Beach, and according to the census tracts on the South Shore, there are many designated disadvantaged communities. And I'd like to know what ongoing efforts NYSERDA is making to address the concerns of the communities on the South Shore so that they are not further disadvantaged or burdened by the state's energy transition efforts?
Yes, sure. Thank you for the question. If we have stood behind anything, it is our 2 offshore wind projects and their successful completion. We are also clear-eyed about the challenges that are faced clearly from the federal administration. And for better or for worse, what that means for us is that we are necessarily going to be in a situation in which these projects can operate for a number of years, and we can collectively observe and learn, right, from any impacts that they may have, which we are fully committed to doing from a research and community engagement perspective. At the same time, we have a plan in place through our RGGI operating plan that was just approved to really be investing in pre-development activities across our state to advance projects in a timeframe reflective of the federal headwinds, but to allow us, for just what you're describing, the necessary engagement with communities, the studies, the evaluation, to move projects forward, but at a pace that will allow us, frankly, to learn and grow our portfolio as a result.
Thank you. My time is short, so I don't mean to cut you off. We have noted that New York's prices and the national average have widened during 2019 to 2020. And I'm wondering if anybody on the panel could comment as to whether or not the increases in the New York prices that are going higher than the national average has to do with our Climate Act that we passed in 2019. And if it's not that, what are you attributing that increase to?
So we have information from the federal government on the costs borne by New Yorkers. And what we found is the costs are not in excess of the national average. And this is something we're happy to provide to everybody here in this room at the end, showing you the information from the Energy Information Administration. But that doesn't hide the fact that costs have gone up for a variety of reasons previously discussed.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Sarista.
Thank you. All right. I'm going to start with Chair Christian, I guess. So at the meeting where the PSC voted on the last Central Hudson rate case, the DPS said the rates must balance, quote, affordability concerns against utility shareholders' constitutional right to earn a reasonable return on investment. Is that a fairly accurate understanding of the state regulations role?
Donald Levenberg.
Sorry, I'm not quite familiar with that exact language, but we do regulate the return on equity in a way to ensure that the utilities can be an ongoing business entity and that they can function.
So basically, you have to balance fairness for the customers as well as the utilities' business interest. That is an accurate description.
Assessment.
Okay.
Yes. Mhm.
So, there was a feasibility study done to take over our utility, which is Central Hudson. And because of 3 reasons, exemption of state and federal taxes, elimination of profits, and access to cheaper financing, the report showed that there would be a savings of $15 million or more starting year 1 because of public ownership. Is that kind of study something the PSC should be looking into as we talk about, exploring every tool in the toolbox? Is it time to look at public ownership?
So we have done studies like that as part of, or participated in studies like that. Forgive me, I'm forgetting the utility in question that we've done this for in the past and reviewed. But that is something we could pursue at some point. I do caution efforts that we have seen in other states to do the same have not necessarily borne fruit for a variety of reasons. And looking at the time, I don't think I'd have the time to sufficiently go into detail.
I'll follow up.
Yeah.
Thank you. And for CEO Driscoll, so NYPA's strategic plan claims that access to capital is a core reason for limiting the ambition of the renewable energy build-out. But you haven't publicly shared the financial research you've cited, and the Fitch Rating House explicitly states that NYPA's leverage would have to increase over 50% before a credit rating downgrade would be considered. So my questions are, can you share this research publicly so that we can look at it? And do you plan to use NYPA's bonding capability to expand the strategic plan beyond the 5.5 gigawatts?
So I'll take the second part of that first. The answer is yes on the bonding capacity and utilizing that for future renewable development, for sure. On the first part, I'll have to get back to you on the study and what that concluded. So
Yeah, basically you've cited the study, but we would love to see the study that you've cited.
okay, I'll take that under advisement, as they say.
Great, thank you. 6 seconds. At a board meeting, you recently implied the need for nuclear was partly due to data center. I would love to follow up on that assessment.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry. Oh,
It's on.
it is on. Oh, it is on. Oh, this day. Okay, our next senator is Chris Ryan.
Good afternoon. A question, President Driscoll, you highlighted workforce development as part of the nuclear initiatives. Question is, what strategies are in place to ensure New York-based workers are trained and employed in both construction and the long-term operations of the next facilities?
Yeah, thank you for the question. We conducted last fall a nuclear workshop development forum with the governor that the governor hosted. And we had there all the major unions as well as academic institutions and trade associations. And we all decided that we would work together, utilize existing New York union training facilities as part of this work, but also try to stimulate other similar training opportunities around the state. And we have a good model already that we've established on the renewables workforce. We're very proud of the amount of money we've been able to push out the door on renewable clean energy workforce development. So I think we're starting at a good place, and we're going to bring that learning to the nuclear workforce.
And just to add on to that, I know that there will be some discussions going forward, but based within, our community colleges, our technical schools, Boise CT, and, as early as schools right now, in and around, central New York. Well, I'll just throw that shameless plug in there for it. But we're, hopeful that we could, with the addition of it, with the electricity coming onto the grid, but also stimulate the workforce.
Yeah, and our efforts will be statewide efforts, irrespective of where a plant gets located. Obviously, there'll be an interest in local workforce, but we see it as a broader effort than that.
So, so the question too regarding nuclear, do you believe that it would strengthen? Why would it strengthen the grid, or would it strengthen the grid's reliability versus energy storage or gas, or if you have that opinion, or do you?
Yeah, no, I think, what we're striving for is an emissions-free grid, right? So the characteristics of nuclear are that it's emissions-free and also 24/7 baseload. So as you're retiring gas, you could see a scenario where that baseload gas generation, along with our hydro, could be replaced by nuclear down the road. So you'd have the 24/7 capability, but also emissions-free.
We actually, Senator, did look at this 5 gigawatts goal that Governor Hochul has announced as part of the state energy plan, and really found that it was a least cost way not only to get to the zero emission goals, but frankly over any alternative, on the order of 28. Let me make sure I got my units. I have my units right. $28 billion savings.
Well, I had that question. I'm glad you said that, but I'm out of time, so I'd love to hear more about that and to see some facts to back
Thank
up
you
that statement.
very
Thank you.
much. Assemblyman Burdick?
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to every one of our panelists here for your testimony and your work. Chair Christian, while I'm pleased that the governor has proposals to revise the rate-setting process, having participated as an intervener in 2 rate cases, there are other areas that really need attention. And I'm hopeful that we can work through them with the executive in the budget process. We need to make it far easier for the public to participate. We need in-person public statement hearings that are not 3 hours from where they live. There need to be plain English explanations of how the system works and how to participate. As to ROE, with all due respect, I've heard and read your explanations on setting ROE, but the methodology and formula for setting ROE is dense and incomprehensible to the average person and even to those who are interveners. There should be a clear process. The commission could retain the formula, but we could put a cap on ROE. Towns, school districts, and other taxing jurisdictions have property tax caps. Utilities should have a cap as well. And as to the proposal for monitors to compare rate height requests to inflation, simpler and more direct would simply be a percentage cap on rate hikes. And while I recognize that there's a policy in place to ensure that new large load users, such as data centers, pay the costs for upgrades to the grid and so forth, we need a separate service classification for them. And I'd appreciate your letting us know whether the commission is considering this, including whether there is consideration of a generic proceeding.
Thank you, Senator. So we have in the past evaluated a lot of different options for dealing with large loads. We have an active proceeding in the past for large loads specifically coming into New York, through which we've examined a number of different approaches towards managing this process. We're also looking at what our neighboring states are doing, most
So I'm
notably.
sorry, is there one that could encompass this?
Yes.
There is. Okay,
yes,
that's great.
yeah.
Thank you. I would also bring to your attention that the Home Energy Fair Practices Act and the fact that while it's supposed to protect low-income ratepayers who rely on public assistance payments, frequently, even though they're rarely refused outright, there seem to be utilities frequently declining to credit or apply such payments based on account status, internal processing timelines, and so forth. Could you speak to that?
I actually can't, and I'd love to speak with you
We'll
more
do
about
that
your experience
offline,
with that.
and thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Excuse me. Senator Borrello.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Don't sound so surprised.
No, I'm just trying to keep straight all these different people.
First of all, I want to say thank you all for being here, and I also want to compliment all three of you. You are really trying to bring some common sense to what is otherwise a rather nonsensical energy policy in New York State. President Harris, you did the draft energy plan, and you basically said we cannot just cut off reliable forms of energy like natural gas. You've said that we have to have a balanced portfolio and that we have to allow time for any kind of transition. You just mentioned also, Senator Steck mentioned 10 years or more for a nuclear power facility. I represent the city of Dunkirk, which has been economically devastated by the closing of its power plant. Meanwhile, we're importing more power than we ever have into New York State, largely from coal-fired facilities, old-fashioned dirty coal plants in states like Pennsylvania and Ohio. Why can't we just repower these facilities like the Dunkirk energy plant with natural gas with a goal of maybe 10, 20 years down the road whenever there's a payoff? Why can't we say, and then we'll go to nuclear once we can actually have real small modular reactors, which have yet to be used to generate power that I'm aware of anywhere in the United States. We need a real plan, and we need power right now. If you could please address that.
Well, I appreciate your conclusion from the state energy plan, because I think that is an important foundation upon which we need to build as a state, which is to say we need to maintain the fossil assets that we have through now to 2040, perhaps beyond. And of course, those assets, given their age, may need to be repowered, or again, depending on the utility zone, which I think is very important, the physical location and the need, there may need to be new construction as well. We focused on Zone J in the state energy plan, which is New York City, with respect to near-term needs that may exist in that category. But from a utility planning perspective, certainly, to Chair Christian's point, this is on the table for utility planning as well. Anything you'd want to add?
Yeah, so from a generator perspective, again, reliability is our most important consideration, safety, reliability, affordability being the trifecta. But, we are working again with the New York ISO to identify potential solutions to the existing reliability needs that have been discussed thus far throughout
Have
today.
they not said that? I don't mean to interrupt you, but I'm going to be short on time. Have they not indeed said that we are at risk of brownouts, blackouts, rolling blackouts, essentially planned blackouts as a result of our lack of supply at this point?
Well, I can say with certainty that that is not what we plan to happen, nor what we plan for. We plan to avoid blackouts, brownouts, and other
But it's a
catastrophic
possibility
events
because of
like-
the lack of supply at this moment.
If conditions continue and we do not add sufficient generation and controls in our system, that is a possible outcome.
And we need
But that's-
baseload power, not intermittent wind and solar. Sorry.
Thank you. Assemblyman Otis?
I thank you all. Certainly I concur with comments earlier with folks raising concerns about data centers and the rate setting process, which I think some of that we're going to have to do by statute if we want to re-examine the rules. You're sort of conducting yourself under the rules we have. But what I want to talk about is a different topic, which is the nuclear discussion. There have been some false starts around the country. There was a plant, NuScale canceled their plant in Idaho in 2023. And some of the cost comparisons coming out of a federal agency between renewable and nuclear show renewable cost per milliwatt hour is more expensive, nuclear, than renewables. So my question, you're off the hook, Public Service Commission, for this one, but for the couple presidents here, are you going to be tracking, as we do this research on nuclear, assessing cost-benefit analysis comparisons as we go forward to see whether it continues to make sense as more of these numbers and experiences track out across the country?
Rest assured, from the broader portfolio perspective, of which NYPA, as described, is a very important down payment on that, the fact that this backbone question is going before the Public Service Commission allows us to say that absolutely costs and benefits will be part of any decision-making process. It also is the case, and I think importantly so, that this is a massive volume for the state of New York to commit to. So in and of itself, this pipeline of projects, if you will allow us to consider the value of standardization, of cost compression, and frankly, the ability to work with other states, as we are today through the First Movers Initiative, to help identify, technology types, as President Driscoll was describing, but to get to that scale that the unit cost can rationally, be decreased. It's one of the real values of getting to this scale. Anything to add?
I would just say that to your point on renewables versus nuclear, our view is you need to do both. There's no question that renewables can be built faster and cheaper. We need them. They're intermittent. In order to be reliable, they need to be coupled and paired with storage. So you have to have that. But we can also make these longer-term investments on creating a backbone of 24/7 emissions-free power at the same time.
I'm glad you brought that up, because even with 5 gigawatts of nuclear, we have 50 gigawatts of renewables in that long-term future. One really benefits the other.
So my only point is we have to continue to monitor those costs because they are concerning. There's a differential that really favors renewables. So,
agreed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Got it. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to each of you for your participation today. My questions are for Chair Christian. I want to tee up my first question by stating utility company executives privately but openly mock the PSC's process. I have engaged with a number of these CEOs, and they openly mock how they determine what number they actually want before putting in a rate application, put in a number significantly higher, knowing you're going to knock it down to exactly the number that they wanted in the first place, and then pop champagne in their boardroom when they get it. You all allow for that mockery to occur. My first question to you is, what sort of assessment, what grade would you give yourself and the commission as it relates to your core mission of protecting ratepayers in this state? Simple answer, 1 or 2 words, depending on whether there's a plus or minus.
Well,
after
Senator,
the letter.
I have a concern about your statement that you are collaborating with the utility executives. Could you speak to that in a little more detail?
Not collaborating, conversation, sir. I don't know where you got collaborating from, but if you could please answer my question, what grade would you give the commission as it relates to protecting ratepayers in this state?
Well, I can say we can always do a better job. I can say we're constantly improving our processes.
It's a simple answer.
And working.
I'm looking for a letter and then a plus or a minus if there is a plus or minus after the letter.
Well, I can tell you, sir, we're constantly working to improve, and we implement new processes.
Okay,
and
I'm not going to
procedures
get an
all the
answer.
time
I
based
can
on
tell you
lessons
the
learned.
vast majority of legislators and every single person in the general public I speak with would give you all an F. My next question, Senator Lieu touched on this. There was a report that came out several months ago that it was an analysis. I think it's the top 5 or 5 of the largest utilities in the state posted a $3.17 billion profit in 2024. Do you believe that's an acceptable level of profit? You set that level of profit, you and the commission. Is that acceptable?
That is the level of profit these utilities earn based on their performance.
That wasn't my question. As my constituents and everyone's constituents here struggle to stay in their homes, modest homes, $700, $800, $900 a month to heat their homes this time of year, do you believe over $3 billion for 5 companies in 1 year in profit is acceptable, given those circumstances?
Sir, I can tell you don't understand utility rate regulation.
I can tell
or
you
the
don't want to answer
process
the
at
question.
all.
That's what I can tell. I'll move on. Do you believe the PSC as a regulatory body is broken?
No,
Why is that?
because I work with the 585 dedicated public servants here every day, and I see the dedication they put into their work.
Thank you,
the hours that they.
Mr.
I'd like
President.
to. I very much appreciate.
Assemblywoman Jessica Gonzalez Rojas.
Thank you. I want to start by expressing on the record my deep frustration regarding the approval of the Con Ed rate hike. There's a overwhelming sentiment of that frustration. It'll impact 3.7 million electric customers and 1.1 million gas customers in New York City and Westchester. Many of these customers are my constituents who have been hit by cuts in food assistance and health benefits while facing rising rents and increased grocery costs. This is while Con Ed CEO total compensation in 2024 was nearly $15 million. I signed multiple letters opposing this hike, and I support my colleagues here who were interveners in the case. I do have a different question, though. The state energy plan calls for 3 gigawatts of new or repowered natural gas generation in New York City, which will raise utility rates, exacerbate dangerous health effects like childhood asthma and heart disease, and would put us even further behind on our legally mandated climate goals. Where do you intend to site this gas generation, and why are you imposing this dangerous burden on New York City when you could be building renewable energy and battery storage downstate to meet electricity demand while lowering utility bills and improving public health?
Well, I want to assure you, Assembly Member, that the State Energy Plan as a broad guidance document is looking at the needs from the perspective of reality. And that's just the facts on the ground, is that we need to plan for a future that is in the first instance clean. So as we speak, the needs that have been identified certainly by the utility and the NYISO are being investigated for solutions that can be clean. We don't know what might be available from the perspective of technologies like battery storage or other resources. But in the first instance, we need to realize that reality would say we also need to maintain the system that we have. And the New York City fossil fleet is particularly in need of consideration from a repowering perspective, and that is a process that would undergo scrutiny from every regulator that can be and an investigation from a cost-benefit perspective. But the frame of the State Energy Plan would say that we need to be planning for that future because of the need to preserve reliability and affordability.
It just seems to get us away from our goals from the CLCPA. Like, we're continuing to invest in the fossil fuel infrastructure when there's, as you know, great need to expand our renewable energy, particularly in New York City.
We would like our reality to be different, but the reality is what it is. And when we plan for this future, it is, of course, with a lens of asserting ourselves in the clean energy transition, but also preserving these resources for the benefits that they provide.
Thank you very much. And our next testifier is Senator Oberacker.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Our next questioner. But if you'd like to roll reverse, I think they feel like they should take a break.
After seeing what's on that side, I think I'll stay right here, Madam Chair, but thank you, thank you. And again, I do want to thank each and every one of you for coming today. It has been an interesting and tough day. You know, as New Yorkers dig out from the snow and ice this week, they're also digging out from utility bills that are simply out of control. In the 51st Senate District, NYSEG customers are paying on an average $582 a month. These bills aren't just high, they're confusing, they're opaque, and nearly impossible for ordinary families to challenge. Now, let's be honest about why. New York's energy policy has restricted reliable supply, chased ideology over affordability, and passed the cost of these decisions directly on to ratepayers. The result is higher bills and more families leaving upstate communities. And that's why I've introduced a Ratepayers Bill of Rights to guarantee transparency, public input on rate hikes, credit for extended outages, and real accountability. If bad policy produced energy, we here in Albany, we could power the country. Instead, New York's energy policy only warms political egos while freezing out families. My question goes to the chair of Public Service Commission. Mr. Chair, would you commit with me to rejecting NYSEG's proposed rate increase and stand with ratepayers instead of approving another hike that they just simply can't afford?
Sir, I commit to going through the process that's established in the law that I have to follow as chair of the Public Service Commission. And that process allows me to work with the dedicated members, staff of DPS, to negotiate and come with a settlement that is as low as possible, that ensures the most affordable service that we can, given the conditions that we are in. That, I promise you, we will do.
Thank you. I will take that. Thank you. Also, my question goes out. Have we reached a time to where we should have an entity like Weights and Measures? In other words, anything that is metered, anything that is weighed, anything that is carried on has another authority that verifies that. Have we reached the point now where we should have these meters actually certified that they are distributing or they are recording the proper electricity usage?
So we at the commission and the department have processes in place to test meters. We go through a certification process before the meters are ever deployed, and we do go through annual reviews to inspect and ensure accuracy of the meters. We have that process.
Is there a report saying what has passed, what has failed?
We do have reports for each meter that is approved as part of our standard initial process.
Thank you.
Assemblywoman Livenberg.
Thank you, Chair Pretlow, and thank you so much to our testifiers today. First, I want to give a huge shout out to the Empower Plus funding. I think that's wonderful that we're going to have something stable to rely upon, because besides the fact that it is actually lowering energy costs, it's also providing well-paying jobs, and that's very important to our economy. I do want to mention that I think with nuclear, you cannot only look at emissions. You have to look at the other issues of waste and the impact to our environment. We know that there's no way yet to get rid of the waste from nuclear power, and that has an impact on air and water quality, and that's critically important. So when you're doing a cost-benefit analysis, I certainly hope that you're going to take those non-benefits into account as well, and costs. I also wanted to mention, and Chair Christian, I think you sit on the law. I was also an intervener in the Con Ed rate case, and I do also believe the process is opaque, as so many of my colleagues have mentioned. I was a little disappointed that during the final hearing on the JP, that you minimized the role of those of us, the interveners, and how few of the interveners there were that voted to oppose the rate case, oppose the joint proposal, because we represent collectively over 1 million constituents. And I think that is disingenuous, as my colleague to my right mentioned earlier. But I do think it's important, since you rest on the law, that you also think about how we could change the law so that we can restructure the rate setting process to truly address affordability and serve our constituents and not the corporations. Again, that $3 billion plus profit margin, the dividends that are paid out to shareholders, that ain't right. We got to do better than that for those of us who can't just afford to heat or cool our homes as we see climate change taking a bigger and bigger, having a bigger and bigger impact on our everyday lives. And finally, I'm hoping that NYPA's Clean Path transmission line that was originally slated to bring 1,300 megawatts into the New York City zone by 2030, but was recently denied priority status by the PSC, will have another opportunity, an option for revival, because I think that it would address many of New York State's reliability concerns and the city's concerns without forcing us to continue to build out new gas lines. And we know that the sustainable energy build out is much less expensive. And I would just also say that you talked about 10.5 gigawatts from New York Sun. I don't know what the cost is of that versus nuclear, but it's certainly faster. So with that and battery energy storage, we would be in much better shape if we focused our attentions and our money and our pocketbooks there. Thank you.
Senator Michelle Hinchy.
Hi, thank you so much, and thank you all three for being here. I feel like I talk to you all a lot, so thank you. Changing gears quickly, we know we need renewable energy. We also know that it's cheaper, but we have to site responsibly in order for us to actually be able to scale at the rate that we need to. Historically, over the last couple of years, specifically in my district, we've been running on a hamster wheel with one specific project that's already been denied by the state and is yet, just last week, we were doing public hearings on it again to determine if this should be able to move forward. In the press, it's also been reported that the developer is not financially solvent. Is there any point in the process that any of you look at the financial stability of the developers that are coming forward to be able to complete a project?
Yes, certainly, Senator. From NYSERDA's perspective, it is the case that our solicitations, which result in contracts for these projects, when they're permitted and operational, as you're well aware, goes through multiple steps. One step really is eligibility, which does look at the financial condition of the proposer and their ability to deliver on the project. As relates to the most recent news, I can't say as to the project I'm sure you're referring to and its status at the time of its bids, but that
I'm
is
referring to
certainly part
Shepherd's
of-
Run. It's been a project that's been proposed since 2019,
yes,
and we are
I'm very-
wasting state resources, government resources, and community resources on a project when we could be actually focusing on projects that should move forward and help us hit our goals for the CLCPA. So there's a lot of passing of the hands in all of this, and I would really encourage us to look at that more clearly, because we have to get better at siting, and it's not happening currently. Question for Chairman Christian on small water companies. We know that small water companies are usually very difficult to be able to actually provide service. It's very expensive, and in our district at least, we have small water companies that have failed their customers. Do you need better audit authority to be able to catch these actors earlier? We've been dealing with the same company for years. What is it that you need to be able to go after them?
So the name of the company in question escapes me at the moment that you're referring to, but I think the one
Hudson Valley Water Company.
Thank you very much. So in the particular case of the Hudson Valley Water Company, through our normal processes and audit and review, we did identify the problem years ago. We took action to try to address the problem with the utility, and we were unable to do so. They were unable to perform, and we spent the intervening time attempting to find another company to take over, and we've been unsuccessful in finding someone to take over the operation.
Thank
That's
you.
the struggle.
Assemblyman McDonald?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, and thank you for your testimony and enduring a little bit of torture while you're going through the process. But as you reminded, you signed up for this, so thank you for your work. So when I look at it, the reality is everyone is very much concerned, yourselves included, about the impact on ratepayers on energy costs. And I look at it kind of simply because I like to talk to my constituents when they're having issues with their bills, and it's three broad buckets. This is nothing new. It's obviously the power supply charges. It's the utility charges, which obviously the PSC approves. And it's also the government mandated fees, i.e. taxes, depending on whether it's state or local. The truth of the matter is, in regards to the power prices, we really don't have any control over that commodity. You know, we're seeing several 100% increases the last couple of days in regards to gas and or electric. And of course, in June or July, no one's really following this, but the reality is, come February, we're going to hear from our constituents when they look at their bills. And they're understandably going to be upset, just like they're upset about looking at their bills in December. The rate cases are decided. I actually did, because I'm a National Grid guy, follow the National Grid, and I was, and as much as no one likes the outcome, the reality is your comments, Rory, and many of the other members of the PSC definitely left in my mind the fact that this was clearly looked at from every single angle possible. And, you know, to this point, with all the agencies, and I interact very regularly with your folks, and they're responsive. Sometimes I get the answers I really don't want to hear, but I know that you guys all work in a very highly technical environment, whereas we have to respond to our ratepayers, who all they care about is when they go home, the light goes on and their bill's not too high. So you can see why there's a lot of tension. I think what I want to focus on is the government required fees. And there's a lot of them, right? There's like 15, 16 that I can think of, all well-intentioned. Energy efficiency programs, clean energy standard, the pump programs, all good programs. The question is, particularly because we're getting some pushback at the national level on moving these initiatives forward, who is responsible, or who is looking, and Roy, I'm probably going to talk to you on this, who's looking at, are there areas where we can maybe provide some relief to ratepayers? In other words, are there funds not being utilized right now? You know, knowing that the utility costs alone are going up, and that's raising the base, and there may be a percentage multiplier. Is there a way we can do something? And I'm not into gimmicks, but we did this years ago when gas tax was going crazy. Is there a mechanism where we have a trip level where we can say, you know what, we're going to provide some relief to ratepayers as we work through this initiative?
I mean, we've talked about various past efforts to provide relief through the arrears program, through the energy affordability programs, and the enhanced energy affordability. We are going to be looking at a lot of these as we go on.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Next, it is on. Thank you. Next is Ranker Tom O'Mara for 5 minutes, 7.5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you all for being here today and taking the heat, so to speak. The first question I have is for you, Chairman Christian, on what is the current status of the NYSEG RG&E rate case? I just read that's going to litigation.
That is pending, yes. No, I'm sorry. Could you repeat the question, please?
What's the status of the NYSEG and RG&E most recent rate increase request?
That is, you'll have to forgive me. I think that's currently under review. That's an active review.
I thought I just read something the other day that was going to litigation.
Okay.
But regardless of that, as part of that rate case, it's been brought to my attention that in the negotiations between the department and with the utility, that you're requesting the utility to revise its rate request to eliminate certain infrastructure projects that have been identified in comprehensive area studies, eliminate those from their request, infrastructure improvements, in favor of pursuing more renewable energy projects in their region. Why is that?
So you'll have to forgive me, sir. I can't speak to the specifics of the rate case process right now based on where it is. I'm not familiar with the information that you're providing in this instance. And unfortunately, I can't speak to it right now as the case is going on.
Well, they're looking for a significant rate increase. And the department has said, we want you to focus on the renewable generation and not on the infrastructure needs that you have. We all know we have massive infrastructure needs, particularly with the growing demands. We can't supply power to new housing. We can't supply power to new economic development projects. So why would the department be prioritizing new renewable projects as opposed to infrastructure projects for whatever the rate increase is going to cover?
Right. So therein lies my confusion. I don't believe we are. And what I can tell you is in every rate case, we look at what's needed to maintain the service or improve upon the service and do so in a way that maintains safety and reliability in an affordable way. That's the priority of the rate case process. That's long been every rate case's priority. And this case is no different. My confusion is based on the statement that we're prioritizing one aspect over another, and that's not the case.
Well, that's the information that I have, and I would request you go back and take a look at that, and maybe get back to me on that request. I have a list of those. I don't want to go through them using up my time right now, but I can certainly talk about those with you later. President Harris, the NYSERDA financial plan shows future years' projections of having a net surplus at the end of each year in excess of $2 billion. Why is that?
Were your units were billion, Senator?
$2 billion, over $2 billion, according to your financial plan, up through the years fiscal year 28.
So certainly the challenge with the types of investments that NYSERDA makes is that they are multi-year in nature. I want you to know without a doubt, Senator, that we commit our funds to programs and projects, but those funds require, in some instances, years to be expended. So certainly with respect to the budgets that we have advanced, it contemplates fully committing those programmatic funds over those periods of years.
Now, you collect roughly $1 billion, a little bit more, a little bit less some years, I think, from the utility companies on surcharges for this Green New Deal stuff. Is that $1 billion you're collecting from ratepayers part of that $2 billion surplus you're carrying forward?
If you're reviewing our budget as presented to our board, Senator, yes, it includes the various sources of funds, which are majority utility collections authorized by the Public Service Commission, as well as the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative proceeds, which also fund a good bit of our operations. But again, I want to reinforce the fact that those funds are programmed and spent over a series of years.
Well, there's a consistent in excess of $2 billion being carried forward that you've collected from the utilities. Can you tell us how much the utilities are holding in those surcharges that you haven't asked them for yet?
We request, I think that would be a question for the Public Service Commission, given the way that funds are stored, if you will. We request funds from the utilities in the form is called Bill As You Go, which allows us to maintain a very limited cash balance. The utility programs are funded via the
In excess of $2 billion is a limited cash balance?
I can't speak to the utility balances.
Chairman Christian, do you know what the utilities are holding in assessments that have been collected from ratepayers that haven't even been turned over to NYSERDA yet?
So what I can say is we try to maintain a system with the utilities where the money apportioned to them is spent as quickly as possible. I can't speak to the exact balances right now, but that is some information we can get back to you at the end of this year.
I would appreciate it if you would get back to me on it. We've talked about that for years, and I've never gotten any information on it. It would seem to me that carrying in excess of $2 billion of ratepayers' funds from year to year would be better returned to the ratepayers, given the significant increases in particularly electrical costs that we've had, over a 53% increase in electric rates in this state from January of 2020 through October of 25. Wouldn't you agree that it'd be more important to provide some relief to ratepayers for this? Or maybe use it for the infrastructure upgrades that are needed to provide reliable power, rather than have it sitting in NYSERDA's bank account or in the utilities coffers.
So what I can say, Senator, in response to previous questions, again, we at the Commission are exploring a wide array of different ways in which to provide relief to ratepayers. We've done it before through our arrears programs. We're continuously doing it through our energy affordability program, through the enhanced energy affordability program, which is now going to help median income New Yorkers as well. And we're looking at what our neighboring states have done and other regions as well for additional opportunities and ideas. But we are, again, always looking at ways to ensure that our system is as affordable as possible.
I got a lot more, but I'm out of time, but I'll follow up. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Simon.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You may be towards the end. It may be happening. Commissioner, Chair Christian, I have a couple of questions. You know, the governor's proposed that DPS reviews standards and procedures to ensure that inappropriate utility expenses aren't passed along to ratepayers. That's in Part N of the TED bill. You're supposed to do this within 180 days. So I'm curious what you consider to be an inappropriate utility expense.
Sure. So one expense that I can speak to now is something that's come up in previous hearings, and that relates to utility expenditures for lobbying and advertising. This is a topic that has come up often and regularly, and we've done a number of investigations into utility accounts to understand where those sources of funds are coming from. Your utilities are not allowed to use ratepayer funds to lobby. That's a bright line. And we've investigated a number of utilities, and we've generally found them to be in compliance, using only their shareholder funds when doing lobbying efforts. So that kind of activity is something that we currently do on a fairly regular and ongoing basis as part of our management and operations audits that we do periodically with the various utilities. What the governor is asking us to do is to expand that, looking further into other areas. I can't speak to the specifics of that right now because, to the point you just made, we'll be initiating a proceeding with that in mind, getting feedback from a variety of stakeholders on different pathways which we can pursue and different things that we can look for before ultimately making a decision and bringing the governor's action about.
Well, I would encourage you to look into the passing along to ratepayers the cost of environmental cleanups, whether it's under the Brownfield program or the federal or state Superfund program, which is currently happening. And they're very clear about that in their corporate documents. Another question I have is what is your role when a landlord's utility account is not paid, but the tenants then lose their power?
Right. So this is another provision. I think you're referring to another provision in the governor's state-to-state expanding protections for tenants in multifamily units. This one is a particularly helpful one in that currently, if a unit occupies, landlord of a multifamily building fails to pay their utility and that service is disconnected, that directly negatively impacts the tenants who should not be impacted, especially if they're paying rent. And a typical way of recovering that, debt collections does not necessarily always yield results. The governor is going to allow utilities to place liens on those properties, which we believe will allow for better enforcement and more compliance.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Comrie. Turn your microphone on, please.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Limited time, so I'll be direct. Chair Christian, in your testimony that we had before, you stated that the commission uses every tool within its regulatory authority to protect ratepayers. When is the last time the commission exercised a prudence review?
Santa Barbara's next.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question, please?
When is the last time the commission exercised a prudence review?
In Conrad, no, we're done.
I cannot answer that question at this time, sir. I don't recall the last time we've exercised a prudence review. Typically, as I understand it, and this is something I'll confer with our general counsel about after the session, the prudence review is usually something that's done when we determine a particular investment or question the veracity and need for a particular investment. And during my time as chair, we have not conducted that kind of a review, to my knowledge.
How long have you been chair now?
4 years, sir.
4 years. And there's never been a need from the Public Service Commission to look at anything that any of the utilities have done that you might think is not helpful or prudent?
We have conducted a wide array of reviews that take on different levels and different degrees of investigation. We've returned to customers almost $250 million, $250 million as a result of many of these reviews to our standard.
Have those monies been returned directly to customers, or have they been done as credits to the utilities?
I'll have to look at the specifics. They vary by utility. Different utilities have had a different amount that add up to that $250 million.
Have you ever done any fines or fees against utilities in your 4 years as chair?
Yes, we have, sir. And we can give you a full accounting of all those fines and fees, varying from a few $100,000 for minor infractions to several $1 million for major issues. And in some instances, we've denied recovery for several $100 million for investments that the utilities made without prior approval for which they sought recovery.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm tight on time. I don't mean to be rude. I just have a question for NYSERDA. I have a lot of other questions, but if you can get that documentation. What is NYSERDA doing to go after bad actors? I'm getting more and more complaints from constituents that they have taken out solar panel installations and they wind up being underwater as a result, or they have leaks in their roofs and they can't get repaired. What is NYSERDA doing to help that situation?
Yes, thanks, Senator. For those projects with whom NYSERDA has a contract, we do have provisions within our contract and of course, as a counterparty to take enforcement action on various
So what does a person do? Do they call NYSERDA because they can't get any help from the contractor?
To the extent that it is a NYSERDA contract, the answer to that is yes. However, not all projects are installed by NYSERDA. In that instance, it would need to be via the utility.
Assemblyman Santa Barbara?
Thank you, Mr.
I'll
Chair.
follow up. Thank you.
My questions are for the Public Service Commission, Chair Christian. The Public Service Commission approved a 3-year rate plan that was talked about at this hearing earlier that allowed up here National Grid to delivery charges in particular to rise, and we're seeing the effects of that now. And that also included a profit for the utility. And last time I checked, and I do have a nice chart that shows that profit for National Grid being in the billions of dollars. And I know you said that they're allowed a reasonable rate of return, but I don't think anybody here thinks that when profits rise in the billions, that's a reasonable rate of return. At the same time, you've heard the stories. My constituents, our constituents across the state calling our offices because they're paying more even when usage is less. People that have installed smart thermostats, insulated their homes, they are turning the temperature way down and they're still paying more. And that is because of that delivery charge approved by the commission. Charges customers cannot shop around for. This is a regulated monopoly, you know that. And charges that we cannot control. That is a big problem. That's a big disconnect. National Grid is a company that's reporting record profits while energy bills are becoming unaffordable across the state for working families, seniors, and people on fixed incomes. That disconnect is why I've engaged the Comptroller's Office to look into delivery charges. I'm asking for an independent investigation to find out what's going on. As luck would have it, he did respond just yesterday. I have a letter that I'm going to share with you, but I want to refer to your testimony first. Back in your testimony, it says it is with rate cases where that responsibility is most direct. Rate cases are rigorous, transparent, data-driven proceedings in which the department staff has engaged stakeholders, scrutinize each and every investment by proposed utility. You also go on to say, while utility bills today are higher than we would like them to be, they remain below the national average. Now I'm going to read to you what the comptroller has to say about that. And the comptroller says, utility bills are a serious affordability problem in New York, with residents paying among the highest in the nation. Now you see that's different than what you said in your testimony. Now let me read to what else he says here. He says, our audit of the PSC's enforcement of commission orders found that the agency failed to sufficiently monitor utilities compliance, and was not effectively holding utilities accountable. was not applying monetary penalties and other sanctions as appropriate, and was not verifying utility data, and which in some cases was completely inaccurate. That is a big problem. That is a big problem. I have a list of questions that I'm not going to get to, but I will submit these to you and you can respond in writing. But that is a big disconnect between what is being said here, and I hope he does go forward with this investigation because we need to get to the bottom of this one way or another.
I think our last senator is Senator Scarcella Stanton. Oh, actually, I'm our last senator.
Second to last. Thank you so much. Chair Christian, affordability, as we consistently have heard, remains the top issue plaguing New Yorkers. Can you please provide the justification for this recent rate increase?
I assume you're referring to the Con Ed rate increase?
Yes.
Yeah. So Con Edison proposed a rate increase in January of last year, a double-digit rate increase for both their electric and their gas system. This rate increase would have increased rates, effective in January, by double digits for all ratepayers throughout the city of New York. We, in the last 11 to 12 months, working with a variety of stakeholders, including the government of the city of New York, 40 municipal entities, Environmental Defense Fund, NRDC, Utility Intervention Unit, PULP, several others, engaged in the rate case process to negotiate an outcome that would not result in a double-digit rate increase in January, right? And I want to remind everyone, that is the purpose of the rate case process, to ensure that we are doing what's the best outcome we can within the confines of the law as established by New York State. And the outcome of that rate case, the settlement that we achieved and ultimately approved this month, was a increase for both their gas and electric service equivalent to the rate of inflation. Now, if you compare that, which is roughly 2.5%, to what would have been an 11% increase, I'd call that a win. Now, that said, rates are increasing at a time where affordability is a pressure that is being felt by everyone. This is not something we are blind to, but we, as officers of the state of New York, like everyone else here, have to abide by the laws under which we work. And that is the process under which we do the rate case.
And I just think it's important to mention this with the time we have left. According to Con Ed's data, nearly 414 customers are about 60 days behind on bills, amounting to over $871 million. Are there any relief efforts that the PSC will take to ensure that those customers who cannot afford this increase do not have a discontinuation of service? And I just have to mention, I even have businesses, especially the small businesses, that have shut their doors because of some of the fines associated as well. So I would love to hear your take on that.
So as of today, we have a number of programs. I mentioned the Energy Affordability Program, the Enhanced Energy Affordability Program, both of which will ultimately benefit millions of New Yorkers, providing them subsidy to help offset the costs of their energy bills. Those programs exist today, and we at the Commission are working with our sister agencies throughout the state to ensure that we can spread the word and get as many people enrolled as possible.
Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblymember Slater.
Thank you very much. Good evening to the panel. Thank you to Senator Harkin for sharing his M&Ms with me before, by the way. I was very hungry. Chairman Christian, earlier today, the New York Independent Systems Operator released a report predicting an unprecedented increase of supply costs of $1,000 per kilowatt hour. For the Hudson Valley, we'd see an increase of $60.38 to $1,052.30 per kilowatt hour. Can you confirm the report released today by the New York Independent Systems Operator to that effect, which obviously, again, would be passed through to ratepayers?
All right, so you'll have to forgive me. I've been here since the better part of this morning. I'm not familiar with the specific report you're referring to. I do know that we are in the Northeast in a constrained area where gas supply can be limited, and the events of the past week have certainly done that. So I would not be surprised if we were experiencing higher than normal prices for natural gas.
That would be an unprecedented spike, though, correct?
Again, I've not read the report that you're referring to, so I can't speak to whether it's unprecedented or not. But again, I would not be surprised that prices would be higher during this time than during previous times, just given the wide impact of the weather event and the cold temperatures.
Is there a correlation between the increased spikes in supply costs and the closure of Indian Point? It seems to be, at least from our standpoint, some type of correlation there. Could you speak to that by any chance?
So at this time, again, not knowing the report you're referring to, I can't speak to the specifics of how Indian Point would have correlated to that. But generally speaking, we have been using more natural gas for our generators since the closure of Indian Point. That I can say with certainty and definitively, and I believe we've said that in the State Energy Plan and other reports since its closure.
And as for transparency, for those spikes in the wholesale price, what does the PSC require of utilities to alert ratepayers that they're going to see an increased pass-through on their bills?
So as of now, the requirements that we have of the utilities are to provide information to their customers concerning critical events as they happen. I'm confident many of you, through your utilities, receive some sort of notification of the ensuing storm and its potential effects. I know I certainly did for my accounts in Con Ed territory. And this is something that we require that they do as part of their emergency management plans that they provide to us and we review on a periodic basis. What we have done at the Commission over the years is we have made it clear to the utilities to improve upon their hedging practices to ensure that they are not caught off guard by such events like this. This is actually among one of the earliest actions of the Commission we took when I became chair, and it's something that is still in play.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So now I'm technically the last senator. So, and you thought not everything had been asked yet, right? Just testing. First off, just out of fascination, we are not the oldest electric system in the country. Hawaii is the oldest electric system, back to 1880, where the king of Hawaii, remember they were in a state till 100 years later almost. So the king of Hawaii went to Paris and had a presentation on electricity and went home and did the first electric system. I just think that's fascinating. They also are the most expensive electric system, far more than us, just for the record. There's several states that are far more expensive than us. Just thought I'd share that since it became a hot topic earlier in the hearing. Okay, so NYPA Clean Path Transmission. I think somebody did ask about it, but I didn't quite understand the answer. So PSC, the NYPA Clean Path Transmission line was originally slated to bring 1,300 megawatts into New York City zone, but it was recently denied priority status by the PSC. Why? It was going to be cheap and fast. Are there other options for reviving this public transmission project? And what apparently has prevented it from being able to go forward up till now?
So thank you, Senator. Had we had this conversation 6 months ago, I would have given you a very robust and healthy answer. But my memory is failing me. It's been a long day.
And now
So
we're in
forgive me
public.
on that point. What I can say to this particular line, ultimately, what we determined through both the process through which we solicited and ultimately the needs identified at the time and the construction timeline proposed, this wasn't the right fit. You may recall we've talked through a number of different planning processes that the Commission is engaged in for transmission, particularly the Coordinated Grid Planning Process, the CGPP, which looks at bulk system needs, how to get high voltage power from our large power plants to our distribution centers. And we're also looking at the proactive planning process, which looks at distribution level transmission, getting that power from the transmission line to its final place of use. So these are active processes that we have going on that look at the system as a whole to coordinate responses and identify needs and basically make investments where needed. So through a confluence of events, and I can give you a more detailed summary, ultimately the Clean Path project wasn't a good fit at that time.
So, I guess to play devil's advocate, we've just done a New York State energy plan, and we've included in it projects that are far farther away from reality than this one. Nuclear, renewable natural gas, I don't think that exists yet. Hydrogen, that actually could be helpful. Why is that off a list when these are actually on a list? I don't think anybody plans on these happening anytime soon.
Right. So one of the things to keep in mind with all the work that we're doing in the commission, again, affordability, something everyone here has brought up in one way or another. And we want to make sure that the assets we deploy are going to be used and useful. In its original incarnation, the Clean Path Project was a transmission line attached to a significant amount of generation. So it would be a package deal, so to speak, of assets that would bring power downstate. In its form that we ultimately did not allow to move forward, it was purely a transmission line. So the question really becomes, do we invest ratepayer funds in a transmission line that has no power flowing through it? And I feel, as an officer of the state of New York, where fiduciary responsibility of ratepayers is of essential role, approving a line that would not be utilized in any meaningful way for possibly a decade was not the best use of ratepayer funds at that time, particularly given the possibility of other projects, more mature, with more benefits, that could come at lower cost or faster timeline. And again, I'm confident I'm missing a few details here, but that is the large, big picture of the reason behind the commission's decision.
Well, again, I'll just point out, we're creating a czar for something that's at least 15 to 20 years away, nuclear. And I gotta say, I think finding energy to attach to a transmission line into New York City probably isn't 15 to 20 years worth of planning and thinking. But that's just my opinion. Given the high costs and the long lead times from supply chain impacts of gas, has NYSERDA or PSC, either of you, done any kind of comparative analysis of gas versus faster zero emission capacity resources that could meet reliability needs on a faster timeline and a lower cost? Things such as distributed solar and storage and virtual power plants, et cetera. Do you have like a chart somewhere that shows you how quickly you can roll out any of these?
So that's a great idea, and I'll be talking to staff about developing that chart after this meeting. What we are engaged in right now is an ongoing process called the 0x40 proceeding, which aims to quite literally do what you just described, identify a portfolio of resources that will allow us to get from where we are today to where we need to be tomorrow. That is pending. A commission decision will eventually come out, at which point we'll identify the various resources that we view as supportive of our efforts along the way to our goal, and act accordingly to bring about actions to make them real. But again, we try to be as fast as possible with our actions, but everything we do has long-lasting consequences. So we take our time, and we try to be deliberate and intentional in the actions that we take, and we very much try to avoid rushing. So these things do take time.
Senator, if I may
Yes.
just jump in on that point, certainly in supporting the Public Service Commission proceeding that Chair Christian just described, we worked on a number of, actually 7 different studies, techno-economic studies that looked at various zero-emission assets that could be considered for eligibility according to the proceeding that is underway. And in that, there is a very detailed assessment of not only cost, but also, to your point, timing and availability, et cetera. What we as a state have to do, and I think specifically at NYSERDA, analysis is underway, which is the question of fossil fuel assets. We have not priced, right, fossil fuel assets in a while as a state, given, the history and the needs that at least historically have been required. And so this is a work stream that's underway not only by our analysis team, but I think generally we as a state need to supplement all of these pieces of work with obviously the costs, availability, and timing of the assets that we're describing here from a fossil fuel maintenance perspective as well. So that is work that's underway. I don't have any conclusions.
So, thank you. President of NYPA. And I was confusing you before with someone with the same last name but a different first name. Just FYI, now everybody could go look that up. Sorry. So NYPA allows some kind of subsidies for certain kinds of energy with the kilowatt hours. And apparently quite a bit of those subsidies are going to AI type centers that have already been built and cryptocurrency manufacturing sites, which I also think are pretty much AI centers. How much are we spending in subsidies, and how much are we lowering their kilowatt hours compared to what all of us might pay as standard, probably private home payers or apartment payers?
So we don't serve any AI data centers with any of our low-cost power programs. We
Okay.
have, over the last 10 years, taken applications from sort of the traditional data center type, Google or Yahoo search type data center, and we provide low-cost hydropower to some of them. They have to meet a statutory criteria that's outlined in our enabling statute. AI data centers, obviously much more power intensive. So that's the first one part of your question. The other on cryptocurrency, we don't provide any low-cost hydropower to crypto firms. They sometimes claim that they're getting green power by virtue of taking grid power in an area that's largely served by hydro facilities. So they don't.
Even if it's not green power,
It's
are they
green
getting a lower rate for utilities than other kinds of
if they're taking
manufacturing or
Yeah.
private citizens?
If they're just taking grid power, then they're paying, grid rates. Some of them claim that it's green because they're near our hydro facilities, and therefore, because all the power in certain parts of the state is clean because it all comes from our hydro facilities, but they're not getting low-cost or NYPA hydropower other than the fact that they're hooked up to the grid in an area that's close to one of our plants.
So when there have been reports saying some of these sites are only paying 5 cents per kilowatt hour, how are they doing that?
I don't know. I'd have to look into that and get back to you, but I'd be very interested about that.
Me too.
Yeah.
So thank you for following up. Okay, going back to PSC, but on a different angle than I think many of my colleagues have gone down. So I get complaints all the time from people that they're paying too much for energy, specifically after they have had alternative meters, that they have had new meters put in. My part of New York City is pretty much all multifamily dwellings. So these are apartments, and new electric meters have been put in. They're called sub-meters. And then they say that their numbers skyrocket and that they can't even understand how their costs can be going so high so quickly. Now, we have learned, based on going out and taking a look and talking to some experts in tracking electricity usage, that what is commonly happening is something I think you call shared meter condition, where I'm being charged in my meter for electricity being used in other apartments in my building or in common areas in my building. And I may have even called in PSC, who is responsible for conducting evaluations, to show that I'm being overcharged electricity. And I am told that the standard test is you turn on a blow dryer and you see what happens. Well, it turns out, according to experts, that's not how you measure this. And in fact, it sort of shows you the reverse of what's going on, and that the first step in addressing the issues with sub-meter overcharges would actually be to overhaul your system for tracking and testing. And many people feel that this is not just occasional, but ubiquitous. And so I'm curious, what kind of complaints have you been getting? Do you track them as a unique kind of complaint? Are there technicians in New York City who PSC uses to conduct these various types of meter tests? meter accuracy, shared meter, smart meter tests, concerns. How are these technicians dispersed? Are there certain neighborhoods that get them and certain neighborhoods who don't? Certain regions of the state? I only have experience from New York City. For all I know, this is a story everywhere in the state. And it seems like it's always in the utilities' best advantage. They're never lowering my cost below what they're supposed to be. It's only the reverse. And we just keep hearing these complaints over and over again. And even if a whole group of neighbors go and make the complaint to PSC and some kind of technician, investigator, I don't even know exactly what you call them, comes in, it finds all 5 or 6 of them, no, it's their problem, not actually a testing problem. Even though when they go to somebody besides PSC to find out what's going on, it's actually the wrong kind of test being given and they're being overcharged. So I'm wondering, is it all me? I mean, am I the only one who's hearing this? What kind of findings are you having from going out and doing these studies?
So there's a lot there, and I don't know if I have enough time to actually address all the different points. What I can say is happy to look through our metrology, not meteorology, but metrology process, and to understand what we could do better, and happy to speak to the individuals in question that you say our process has issues. Again, we're always improving and looking for ways to improve, and if this is an area where these changes can lead to a better outcome, happy to explore that. From a shared meter perspective, in terms of tracking complaints, we do, in fact, track shared meter complaints, among others. We have not seen as much of an uptick as some of the complaints suggest. And on the point of the complaints always seem to be in the utility's favor, think of it from the perspective of the person who is not paying as much or is paying less. They have nothing to complain about. So this is something we do investigate. Happy to talk to you and your constituents in greater detail, but we do have staff dedicated to looking at meters, and we can talk through that in more detail.
Good. I would very much like to follow up, and I suspect any of my colleagues who think they're seeing the same thing, if you want, we could all come up with the same form to give our constituents and try to collect the data to help you, because I think this is a serious issue that is being overlooked. Thank you, and I've used up my time. I
And then
believe
some.
assembly members. There are assembly members.
Assemblymember Conrad? No. He's gone? Assemblywoman Lucas?
How many you got?
3.
3. Just 3 minutes each.
Great day again to everyone in the room. This is for the New York Power Authority. You have an operating budget of $3.5 billion, and you have a capital plan of $4.5 billion over 4 years. That encompasses $1.2 billion for renewable energy development projects and $86.5 million decarbonization projects. How can my assembly district and others, I am East New York, Canarsie, Brownsville, and other districts expect to benefit from this funding and investment where environmental racism is taken into account and that affects Black and Latino neighborhoods in prioritizing for climate resiliency investments?
Well, thank you for the question. As you probably know, we serve largely governmental customers, so most of the work that we do around the city is for either New York City DCAS or the MTA or the Port Authority. We're also doing work with the New York City schools. We did energy efficiency at the police and firehouses. So there's a lot of work that folks may not necessarily be aware of that we're doing in communities. One project that I will highlight that we're doing right now is at the JFK Airport, which is the largest carport roof solar project, I think, in the U.S. If you've ever parked in the JFK long-term parking lot, you know how big that lot is. We're doing solar on all those spots. And the unique thing about it, which we really are proud of, is it's 12 megawatts all in, 6 megawatts going to power the air train, and the other 6 going to the community around the airport. So these are the kind of things that we're doing.
So I'm a little outside of the community around the airport. So I would be interested, so I can get to my next question, on you providing some data that allows me to see the outreach that's done in our communities,
Okay.
As well as the jobs landed,
Okay,
if that's
be
okay.
happy to do that, yes.
Great. My district also is a high needs district where utilities are unaffordable for my constituents. Your authority is projected to spend $1.3 billion on energy efficiency services projects and a $25 million transfer from NYPA to the general fund for the Department of Labor's Office of Just Energy Transition to use for workforce training programs related to renewable energy. How can and will my district and high need districts like mine benefit and be prioritized with these investments?
So on the workforce front, we're in year 2 of that effort. It is in conjunction with the Department of Labor. Of the $25 million that our board authorized, we've contributed $11 million to DOL for their programs. We're doing an RFA that's going to be coming out soon.
Thank you.
You can apply to that.
Councilman Roth?
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you all for your endurance here this afternoon. I want to start with Chair Christian. So we have this proposal for the Independent Affordability Monitor. I'm a little confused just in terms of having another thing that ultimately, the energy companies are going to be paying for. Isn't it really the charge of your agency to be the one looking out for the ratepayer? So why is this necessary? What is this going to do that the PSC is not able to do to protect the ratepayers and look out for affordability and reliability?
So again, much of the governor's state of the state proposals are about highlighting opportunities and creating opportunities to make affordability an even higher priority in terms of how the commission is taking on action. From extending the time we have to negotiate from 11 months to 15 months in a rate case, to then allowing us to have a litigated outcome that could be up to 2 years rather than the 1-year limitation currently put in place by law. Just those 2 actions alone put us in a better position to get superior outcomes for all New Yorkers every time a rate case comes up in the future. Now, add to that the transparency of showing information concerning utility pay to their executives, comparing that to their rank and file staff, and creating an affordability monitor is an additional step that allows for a greater degree of accountability and transparency in the process overall. Again, we want to make it clear to everyone here that the work we do is aligned with creating the most affordable outcome possible within the confines of the law. And if for some reason that cannot happen, the affordability monitor is there to then add an additional check and balance on top of the existing process.
Okay. So some other questions for your colleagues there. NYPA. One of the things that has been brought up to me is that since 2019, energy output from our existing hydropower plants in New York has dropped over 17%. Can you explain what's going on there? Are we curtailing some of the hydropower to get other new technologies on the grid? What exactly is going on there? Why the reason for that? Is it going elsewhere?
So there are times when hydropower is not selected in the market. And other energy resources are selected ahead of it by the NYISO as they select the lowest cost energy for consumers. So there are times when we will have water that won't necessarily generate power. But as I had said earlier, water flows have been pretty good and up for us over the last, let's say, 5 years. That's contrasted with what we've heard from Hydro-Quebec, where they had a drought last year and they had less water to export, to the energy to export to the U.S. So it's a dynamic issue. We can have water and not necessarily be generating electricity because other resources are selected ahead of it that are cheaper, that bid into the market at zero.
So in terms of just kind of thinking of globally where we are right now, right? We're looking at kind of a renewed sense of this all of the above approach, looking at nuclear again, which I think is welcome, and a lot of the communities upstate where this would be located seem to be welcoming of it. But why the differing approach between, we changed all these laws in the last few years in terms of siting for renewable energies, and took really a lot of the local control away. We're taking a different approach, it seems, with regard to the nuclear we want to get online in terms of working with the local communities that want it. So why the differing approach between those two types of technologies and siting of these projects?
So, Senator, I can speak to that a little bit. So, when you talk about taking away local control, I think you may be referring to claims regarding the operation of the Office of Renewable Energy Siting and Transmission. So, I want to clarify a few points and amplify some facts regarding how the office works. So, at no point does the office in any way cite any sort of renewable energy resource on a property where the property owner has not already entered into an agreement with the developer. So it's as if you own an acre of land, you want to do something on your land, you want to move forward with that. ORES arrives to help you figure out the way to address that issue. And through the ORES process, it's essentially 3 steps. We try to identify ways to minimize the environmental impact of any ensuing development by either avoiding the impact outright, minimizing it, making it as limited as possible, and then mitigating that impact by addressing it through some other means, planting additional trees, preserving additional land, a variety of other measures. But under no circumstances through the ORES process is something being forced upon a landowner.
Well, I'm not talking about the owner. I'm talking about, the community, a municipal government, who in the past, before we change this, would have had a lot more say as to siting of these types of projects within their boundaries.
So we don't take away municipal control in the siting of the projects. It's key to understand that there are different levers that the state can pull towards siting generation. There's a view that eminent domain is something at play here. And again, that's not the case. We're not taking land. But we look to the siting agencies at the local level and try to work with them to address the issues as they happen. And we try to ensure that we can ensure the farmers or landowners that are trying to get the development done can do so in accordance with the laws of the state. And we work with all parties throughout the process to try to come with the most amicable solution that can allow the landowner to proceed in a way that will fit their economic and desires through the development of that land. This is, again, public, open process. We have public statement hearings for any particular development site. And we, again, try to make sure that everyone involved is aware of the opportunities and options to avoid damage, minimize, or mitigate anything that can result from any kind of development.
Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Anderson.
All right. Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair, and it's good to see you,
now.
President Harris, and Mr. Krishnan. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
It's good to see you all. I have 2 quick questions that I wanted to ask. First for President Harris, and then the second question is for Mr. Krishnan with regard to, my colleagues did enough in terms of asking the questions about the rate increases, so I'll go in a different direction with you, President Harris, with regard to the J51 property tax exemption and abatement. So we have a lot of homeowners in Southeast Queens that benefit from the J51 and the GAP funding access to help them enroll in Empower Plus and other clean heating programs. But these tools are set to expire this year and would reach a funding ceiling. So that it makes it that harder for first-time homeowners to actually get into those programs. So I'd like to just know what type of outreach strategies your agency is doing to try to get the most out of those programs before they expire.
These types of programs certainly are those that do intersect with a number of others, including I work very closely with OTDA as a great example of, and obviously HCR and HPD in the city around sort of access issues. And I think most notably with respect to Empower Plus, we have a significant effort underway both through our regional clean energy hubs, which are operating and engaging with thousands of New Yorkers every year, but for that very purpose, right? It's unfortunately the case that it's complicated in some instances to access these services, and the hubs have done a great job of helping consumers literally navigate through those processes for the very reason you're describing. Happy to put you in touch with your regional hub if that's of use.
Certainly. Thank you, President Harris. And then with my last minute, Mr. Christian, it's good to see you. This is, I think, our third rodeo in the last couple of year actually, because we had a hearing in the off season. So it's good to see you again. So in terms of acquisition of peaker plants, you just saw a peaker plant actually it's in my district. In my district that was acquired by another entity. I'm just wondering, what protections are in place, or if anything is being added to this budget to make sure that while peaker plants are deactivated or not active, there can be opportunities for green energy and the creation of those types of programs.
Gotcha. So this could be a long answer, but the short of it is we do review transfers of ownership of assets within the state to minimize the potential for one party to abuse certain parts of the system. We try to avoid something called vertical market power. And again, I can elaborate on this more and give you more details on these
Certainly. Thank you so much.
Don't even have to turn the mic off. How about that? All right. Thank you again for your endurance. I know it's been a long day. I think we're now out of afternoon and into evening. Three statement questions and hopefully just quick answers. So our ratepayers, as all of us have been saying, are really struggling. This has been one of the coldest, windiest winters. And every time I'm sitting in my Victorian era home and I hear the wind howl, I know my bills are going up, and so same with my neighbors. So I echo all my colleagues' comments urging you to favor relief for ratepayers over dividends to the stockholders. And we're also talking today about investments into the creation of additional energy to meet the rising energy needs. I'm a big proponent, as are many of my colleagues, for meeting those needs also by reducing the needs of each individual homeowner, resident, apartment dweller by investing in better insulation for homes and programs like this. So I know that my office has worked to push out existing information about energy assessments for homeowners. Programs like that are great. Will you further prioritize these win-win efforts to help us meet our energy needs and also save ratepayers money?
Certainly, thank you for the question, and I hope you're taking advantage of those audits yourself. I hope the wind isn't whistling through your
We
home.
have requests out because I'm curious to go through the program myself. Just
Yes.
so whenever we tell constituents about something, I want to be able to say, well, I did this, and here's what I found.
It's a great way to start. And as we've discussed today, energy efficiency remains the bedrock of these policies, and ever more so. We're investing more so, right? Clean energy isn't in and of itself an affordability solution. I haven't been able to say that today.
It's on the record now.
But energy efficiency is definitely the place to start. And
Very
these
good.
programs have scaled up commensurate with that need.
Thank you. We'll keep working on that together. We've also heard a lot of questions this afternoon about the new nuclear proposals in New York. Long Island can play its part in the shift towards green energy with efforts with wind energy. But I just want to go on the record reminding that our communities on Long Island have been down the nuclear road before. They had the Shoreham nuclear power plant, a piece of infrastructure that cost billions of dollars, never ran. It was advertised that the energy was going to be too cheap to meter, and never ended up running because it was determined that after it was built, it was determined that there was no safe, effective evacuation of the island, and so it could not run. So I just want to go on and make a statement that say, as debates continue about expanding nuclear in New York, I want to remind leaders like you that there's a strong precedent of rejecting nuclear on Long Island. So as a representative there. And lastly, with my 23 seconds, asking about agrivoltaics. I know our farmland is ever shrinking on Long Island, but across the state of New York, we want to see a better synergy with open space farmland and green energy. So the PSC was supposed to create a proposal regarding agrovoltaics, but it has not been submitted to date. Can someone follow up with me on the timeline
Thank you,
of that proposal?
Assemblywoman.
Thank you so much.
And Assemblywoman Kellis to close.
For all of us, clearly. So I just wanted to make one correction. Actually, NYPA does provide energy to data centers, cheap hydro. That's through the Recharge New York program. I know there's 365 data center and WebAir, and they do not put online publicly where who they rent to, so they could be doing cryptocurrency mining in those facilities. TeraWolf in my district has a proposal, and they say they will be using also hydro, though I don't know if they've been confirmed, but I did want to point that out. So just a couple other points. We've talked a lot about rate cases, but I want to note that aggressive capital spending is the predominant driver of rate cases. And over the last 10 years, the 6 largest gas utilities in New York grew their gas assets from $17 billion to over $37 billion. So this is just a note that unless we change the actual structure of the rate cases, where the rate base is built on the size of the utility, infrastructure, we're really nipping at the edges for solutions. So if we're looking at rate-based solutions, I think we should change to a performance-based versus a utility size-based. But quick question for President Harris. You noted in the beginning that the governor's 5-gig construction of nuclear plant would save ratepayers $28 billion. So where's this fiscal analysis that you got to this number from? And can you share that comprehensive analysis with the legislature as well as any other internal analyses that you've done? I'd really love to see those.
Yes, I'd
and
be
of
glad
course
to. I'd offered the same to Senator Ryan.
Great. And the 0 to 40 techno-economic assessment is not that. So I just want to make that clear because that is not a comprehensive fiscal analysis. A point about nuclear, EDF is in France is something we have used a lot to say that we are going to be saving money. Recent reports have shown that actually that has not been cost effective and may not have been worth it. So I think that it would be worth all of us taking a look at their most recent reports. Another question, President Harris, in your opening you mentioned that the state energy plan anticipates greater use of renewable natural gas. The CAC through the climate scoping plan concluded that RNG would fail the climate and environmental justice tests for the CLCPA, specifically section 7.3. So if we expand its use, it seems to me that we would be violating existing law. Is that not true?
Thank you for that. My remarks were reflecting on the fact that if one were to utilize renewable natural gas, the savings that I referenced, the $9 billion, would accrue.
Right. But it's kind of a moot point if we'd be
I'm not making a
violating
claim
law.
as to eligibility and or
Great.
the points you're making.
Thank you. And just a last note about the Clean Path transmission line. It would have lowered costs by $40 to $70 billion from 2033 to 2052. So it seems to me that'd be a great use of ratepayer dollars since it would create a significant savings. So I'd love for us to continue to consider it.
Thank you, last member, Kellis. I know you can't believe this, but you are actually,
Congratulations.
you are done with us for today. Yes, we can applaud you. And then we can let you run to the men's and ladies' rooms because you
Thank
have been
you.
sitting here quite a while. So thank you very much. And we probably have endless things we're looking forward to getting from you afterwards. And as you're coming down, for those of you who aren't leaving, we're going to take a 5-minute break for everyone to be able to head to the men's room or ladies' room or buy a pack of gum, whatever. Then stretch your legs. Then when you come back, we are on to the next section of the hearing. Everybody will be on panels. Everyone will only have 3 minutes each to testify. And everyone here from the legislature, no matter how important they are, will only have 3 minutes to ask questions. And this is always a very long hearing, and I think it's even longer tonight. And so also just letting you know, if you feel that you've got to get on a train and get out of town, you've all submitted your testimony in writing. It's already up online. So if you can't stay, you're not preventing your materials from being out there and available to everyone. Okay, 5 minutes, you'll see you back here. And our first guests will be Citizens Campaign for the Environment, New York League of Conservation Voters.
Can we pay attention to the senator?
Natural
Please.
Resources Defense Council, and Clean and Healthy, the first four after our 5-minute break. Thank you, everyone. Legislators, back in your chairs. Earn your living. And guests, they're here. Our panel, our first panel after government is here. So, citizens, thank you. Ooh, a new staffer. Citizens Campaign for the Environment, New York League of Conservation Voters, Natural Resources Defense Council, and Clean and Healthy. Welcome, all of you. Thanks for being with us all day. Just to know, you each get 3 minutes per organization. Then we get 3 minutes in total to ask you questions. And obviously, it's already been somewhat of a long day, but you didn't notice. But we all learned a lot. And we have 32 additional groups testifying. But again, for everyone to remember, your full testimony's already been submitted. It's already, I believe, up online for people to take a look at. Yes, it is. Thank you. And therefore, even if you think, who's listening? Everybody went to dinner. They could be eating dinner while you're testifying, or they can read the testimony. There you go. Anyway, I know that I'm starting out with Chair Pete Harcum, and he doesn't get any more than 3 minutes either. He's not important.
They get to speak first.
Oh, yes. See, I knew I was in trouble. Oh, yeah.
Sorry,
I'm not good at that today for some reason. We're going to let you testify first rather than having Pete guess what you're going to testify.
Like Karnak.
Karnak. Okay. Why don't we just go down the list as you were listed? My old friend Adrian Esposito from Citizens Campaign for the Environment.
Good evening, members of the Senate, and good evening.
Mike, closer, please, and on.
I'm sorry. Good evening, members of the Senate, and good evening, Assembly members. Thank you so much for the opportunity to comment. My name is Adrian Esposito, Executive Director of Citizens Campaign for the Environment. Couple of items. Number one is we want to say we were delighted to see in the governor's proposed budget yet another $500 million for clean water infrastructure. You probably know this, but I want to say thank you, because the money that's been spent on clean water infrastructure since 2017 is $5.1 billion across the great state of New York, equating to 2,650 projects that have been upgraded and fixed. That's a success story. Last year in New York State, $1.1 billion got out the door to fix our sewer and drinking water infrastructure. Thank you for that. We need to keep it up. It's made a difference here in New York State. Speaking of that, we were a little dismayed to see in the governor's budget the $200 million for building new homes up to existing water infrastructure. That is not a clean water program. That is a pro-building program. Now, you can put that in the budget if you decide that the taxpayer dollars should be utilized to subsidize developers, because apparently they're a needy group in New York State. And if you want to do that, please do that under a pro-housing development. But it should be decoupled from the Clean Water Initiative. The Clean Water Initiative is about upgrading and fixing existing infrastructure, which we desperately need. For instance, last year, it was $500 million. But did you know that program was oversubscribed by $685 million above the $500 million? That means $650 million of grants were disapproved because of lack of funding. Also, we have a lead pipe problem. We have another 555,000 lead pipes to be replaced in New York State, and that costs money. We also need funding for the leaky landfill leachate problem with PFAS chemicals. I was heartened to hear the Commissioner Amanda Lefton say that we have $5 million in the budget for that, but we also need more. Landfills are leaking leachate which is difficult to say, all across the state of New York, and we need to pre-treat that PFAS and those chemicals before they end up in our waterways. So we have lots and lots and lots of existing needs without throwing on there that we have to build new communities. Last, in 15 seconds, I'll mention we do have concerns about the SECRET initiative. It needs to be a lot more thoughtful with guardrails. We're concerned about changing the threshold for a neg deck from 3 houses to 100 houses. Has the potential to increase sprawl and to really eliminate the environmental review process in some cases. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Patrick McCullen. I'm the Policy Director at the New York League of Conservation Voters, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. There's a lot to like in this year's executive budget for traditional environmental conservation programs, including the capital budgets for DEC and parks, matching last year's record $425 million Environmental Protection Fund, and a new 5-year commitment to $3.75 billion for clean water. I will echo Adrian's comments, though, that the $200 million that appears to be for drinking water infrastructure and sewer infrastructure for new housing, that might be an appropriate use of state funds to help address the housing crisis. It's really outside of my area of expertise, but we don't think that it's really an appropriate use of Clean Water Infrastructure Act funding, which is really meant to address the overwhelming existing need in New York State. When it comes to climate programs, this budget, though, does not go far enough, in particular in light of the governor's continued decision to not publish the final regulations for the Cap and Invest program under the Clean Air Initiative, as the state is calling it now. We really believe that the state needs to invest in the Sustainable Future Fund again, as we did last year with $1 billion for climate mitigation and adaptation programs, because the need has not gone away. The climate crisis is on our doorsteps. It needs to be addressed. We need to have that funding in the budget. I think the most significant environmental legislation that was proposed are the reforms to SECR. Broadly speaking, NYLCV are comfortable with easing SECR requirements for dense transit-oriented development because that type of housing has greenhouse gas emissions that are per capita so much lower than more sprawl development in areas that are more car-centric. We do have concerns about some of the language, though, especially the definition of previously disturbed land. We have not had enough time to come up with suggested amendments, but we look forward to doing so in the very near future. And then on affordability, certainly the governor is focused on that this year, and especially with people's utility bills. There are a few proposals here, though, that were not included in the budget that we really think would help with affordability, particularly measures to expand access to distributed generation of renewable energy, especially solar, because the best thing someone can do to lower their energy bills is put solar on their roof. It is getting more difficult, more expensive to do that because of the federal government, but there is a lot that the state can do to help, starting with passing the ASAP Act to increase the state's distributed solar goal, reform the interconnection process, and restore the New York Sun program. We also support automated solar permitting for municipalities and doubling the solar tax credit. And then finally, the state should also be doing more on battery energy storage. I have further comments in my written. Thank you.
Hi there. Thanks so much for having us this evening. My name is Kate Donovan. I'm the Northeast Regional Director for Environmental Health at the Natural Resources Defense Council, and I'm presenting my testimony today on behalf of all of our program areas at NRDC, which includes climate, environmental health, nature. So for more than 50 years, NRDC has been protecting public health and the environment and addressing the climate crisis. With the federal government retreating from its responsibilities from public health, the environment, climate stability, New York is leadership at this moment in time is so important. It also needs to be said that the economic growth is not incompatible with environmental protection, and the governor's let them build agenda doesn't need to sacrifice critical environmental laws that we've seen work successfully in years, and also to impact open space, climate resiliency, or overburden communities. Starting with water, I mean, I echo what my two colleagues here said about the water infrastructure money. Of course, very, very happy to see the $500 million annual investment. Have some concerns about how the $250 million will be spent. And, you know, as Adrian and others have said, the investments are so much greater than are currently and oversubscribed. So just echoing NRDC's position about that, and also our all of the strong work that we've done as an organization on replacing lead service lines. So we do see there's an opportunity to use some of that additional funding that's been allocated for lead service line replacements. We support the EPF at no less than $425 million. That would be nice. The other thing I wanted to mention is the government's budget is really not sufficient to address New York's PFAS contamination crisis. So we'd really like to encourage the legislature to look at additional funding for supporting the regulatory and regulatory work on upstream sources of PFAS. We can spend all the money we want, and we will spend billions and billions of dollars filtering out PFAS from our drinking water, as well as deferred healthcare costs from that. But until we actually get PFAS out of products and industrial sources upstream, we really are in a futile position. SECRA, I'll just say briefly, I share the same comments, similar comments that Adrian made about that. We want to ensure that any amendments to this bedrock law are narrow, precise, and thoughtfully drafted. On to climate real quick. We know that the Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act is still an essential tool for moving affordable, good jobs and public health benefits in New York. I do just want to urge with my last seconds that we want to see the legislature insert language on data centers to ensure that their fair share and operate flexibility to protect ratepayers.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to testify tonight. My name is Bobby Wilding. I'm Executive Director of Clean and Healthy, and we, along with We Act for Environmental Justice, co-lead the Just Green Partnership. In a year when affordability is the watchword, I want to pause and remind us all that actions to reduce toxic chemicals and pollution are absolutely about affordability for everyday New Yorkers. As New Yorkers face skyrocketing healthcare costs, consider this. Chemicals and plastics are responsible for nearly $250 billion worth of U.S. healthcare costs every single year. And that's just looking at a handful of the chemicals that show up in plastics. It doesn't cover the myriad of other sources of toxic chemicals, which can contribute to costly diseases like cancer, diabetes, asthma, developmental disabilities, and so much more. The governor's budget appropriately includes funds for clean water, including filtration for PFAS and drinking water, but it does not sufficiently expand the state's effort to prevent contamination in the first place. If we want New York to be an affordable place to live, we have to require companies to prevent pollution by turning off the tap on chemicals that threaten our health and our air, water, and soil. The Trump administration is radically undermining environmental and public health protections, but it isn't the only threat coming from the federal level. There is an effort to weaken the Toxic Substances Control Act, which would hamstring the EPA's ability to review new chemicals before they enter the market and expand preemption of state efforts like this legislature has passed time and time again. I want to thank all of the state legislators who signed on to a national letter opposing these efforts. More is going to need to be done. New York's leadership is more essential than ever. I urge you to seize every opportunity for New York to serve as a backstop against federal rollbacks and to promote environmental justice, to turn the state away from toxic chemicals from production through manufacturing, use, and end of life. We support at least $425 million for the Environmental Protection Fund and at least $500 million for the Clean Water Infrastructure. We support at least $400 million for the New York State Children's Environmental Health Centers within the EPF, and urge you to increase funding for the Pollution Prevention Institute, which can provide safer solutions to PFAS for New York's manufacturers. We specifically the manufacturing of semiconductors, given the massive construction of the Micron and other facilities across the state. We also urge you to ensure that the New York DEC has sufficient staff capacity, particularly in the Division of Materials Management and its Pollution Prevention Unit. I know it's a challenging budget year, but adding $2.4 million for staff in the P2 unit and making sure they've got funding for testing is going to be essential to that upstream action, both to implement existing laws, but also additional laws. For example, my favorites, the PFAS and consumer products ban and the Beauty Justice Act. All that is to say, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Pete Harkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all so much for your testimony. Thank you for your advocacy. Thank you for your partnership. Please don't be offended, and I say this to some of the other panels as well. If I don't ask questions, it's not that I don't value your testimony. It's that your testimony is very clear, very poignant. We have your written testimony as well. I'll let your testimony speak for what it is. But thank you again for your partnership and for everything you do. So I will pass on questions for now, Madam Chair, but take the opportunity to say thank you to all the panelists.
Assemblymember Glick?
Thank you. Thank you for still being here. I very much appreciate everyone pointing out the oversubscription to the water infrastructure work that has been done, that still needs to be done. I would ask that you be in touch with us specifically around the secret issues that are being raised. Not everything that's been around for 50 years should be changed. Some of our, the Bill of Rights been around for 250 years, and while some people seem to want to change that, I think it's pretty good. So I think that we need to be certain that any attempt to utilize the apparent concern about there not being enough building. There's plenty of building. My district in particular sees lots of building all the time. None of it is affordable, but this is not the way in which rolling back environmental protection is the way we're going to necessarily get affordable housing for New Yorkers. So thank you for the work you've done so far, but we obviously have a great deal more to do, and I specifically ask for you to outreach to us on your concerns specifically around SECRA.
May I respond, Assemblywoman?
Yes.
Yes. A couple things. One is, we were told that the increase in money would go to affordable housing, and yet the proposal doesn't contain the word affordable at all. In addition, Citizens Campaign for the Environment rejects the notion that SECRA is the reason we don't have affordable housing in New York State. If developers wanted to build affordable housing, they would build affordable housing. But the fact of the matter is they make more money building unaffordable housing. So I feel a little bit like we're trying to fix a problem that may not exist. That doesn't mean that we're not open-minded. We wouldn't like to look at modernization of the SECRA Act, but we don't feel that taking the one state law that requires a hard look at how development impacts our natural resources, traffic and air pollution, should be diminished in any way. We could look at it. We'd like it to be a longer, more thoughtful process so we can tell the public that we can do both. We can provide adequate housing stock and protect our natural resources.
Thank you very, very much. Look forward to working with all of you.
Senator Rachel May.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. I just have a question for you, Adrienne, because one of the things you mentioned about SECRA was that you were afraid it would increase sprawl. And the bill that I carry with Assemblymember Kellis, which is kind of the underlying policy for this, what the governor put in the budget, is literally called sprawl prevention. That's part of the title of the bill, because the point is to allow construction in those infill sites where the lawsuits happen, the kind of frivolous lawsuits happen that stop the production, and it drives developers to go out into green fields and build, single-family developments and former cornfields and that kind of thing. And so we see this as an environmentally positive thing to try to facilitate that kind of centralized development in places that already have infrastructure, that have sidewalks, that have buses, that have, the amenities that people want in order to live a more sustainable lifestyle. And so I'm curious where that came from for you, what you saw in the governor's proposal that you think would promote sprawl.
Well, just a couple things very quickly. One is I am not an attorney and I don't play one on TV, but for instance, the legislation identified areas that have previously been used as grass in lawn areas, but we don't know what kind of records have been kept about that, what kind of workaround that could allow. Previously disturbed areas with no definition of previously disturbed areas. Also, it did say, which was the one good thing about it would, for areas that have existing sewer connections. But there was no necessity to evaluate sewer infrastructure capacity or upgrades that would be needed, or the long-term maintenance costs, increased maintenance costs to those kind of facilities. So
Okay.
we just had a lot of.
I'm just going to interrupt real quick and just say, I encourage you to take a look at our bill and see
Yeah,
if
I'm
there's.
not talking about your bill.
See if there's language in there that assuages some of those, because as we try to figure out how to negotiate this policy.
We are
wanna-
doing
we
that.
wanna be able
Just
to
as a
think about-
reminder, this just got dropped last week. And so many of us have been meeting with secret attorneys to get the guidance and their perspective that we think will be
Okay,
valuable in this
wonderful.
process.
And I'm sure Assemblymember Kellis and I are happy to have some of those meetings too.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Assemblyman Ra?
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you all for waiting it out. It's been a long afternoon, I know. Adrian, can you repeat that number you gave in terms of how much in projects haven't been awarded because the need is so high?
Yes, we were oversubscribed last year, just in 1 year, in 2025, $685 million, which equated to 270 projects around New York State that went unfunded. And that's in 1 year. And Assemblyman, for you in specific, that doesn't even count the projects that were not submitted. For instance, in Nassau County, the need for fixing just the wastewater treatment pipes is $250 million in Nassau County alone. These are some very big numbers that need very real responses.
Absolutely. And I know we had talked last year about, getting additional monies. It's great to see the 500 million and again, but
Yes.
getting additional money because, lead pipes, lead service lines, all these other needs that are out there, and not wanting to have that pull away from all of the other applications that are coming in for things. And I'm sure and I know I'm, preaching to the choir here, but one of the things I'm hearing the most from my local governments about is the lead pipes and the lead service lines, because we rightfully took action legislatively a couple years ago so that people knew what they had. And now people are concerned and they want to replace them, and the municipalities want to know how they're going to go about this, and certainly that there's funding. And as you know, we've put, we've made historic investments year after year, but very little of it has gone towards that,
That's
relatively speaking. So it's a tremendous need, and with mandates looming on getting rid of that stuff, as well as just families on the personal side, on the lead service line, just wanting to know that they can replace that infrastructure. It actually, I'll take the kind of glass half full approach that we've said, okay, we're willing to put another $250 million. Now, hopefully we can push it to be more, I think, appropriately spent on those type of things that are actual clean water
You are
infrastructure
singing our
projects.
song, Assemblyman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nice to see you all. And along those lines, because I was actually, I know that the Water Authority, they were concerned there's another bill out there mandating that all lead pipes be replaced. And I guess it's more of a comment, but I'd like to see if you have any comments on it as well. And I think the numbers proposed were something like $24 billion to do it statewide, because if you include goosenecks, not just lead lines. So I think that's just more of a reason why, I mean, we'd love to get there someday, that money needs to get out the door. But I don't know if you have any other comments on that. I think we're all on the same page that we need to fund it, and there's a lot of work to be done.
Yeah, I mean, the only comment I'll make is we do have, as I said earlier, 555,660 pipes that we know of throughout the state of New York that need to be changed. And I don't know if that actually includes the goosenecks. So the good news is we know how to change pipes. This is not a high technological, adventure, but the bad news is we need money to do it. So it is going to take time. But we can do it with political will and with money.
Yeah, certainly. And the gooseneck is a small portion of it, but the pipes produce tremendous amounts of lead.
Yes.
So, I mean, the reason, the pipes obviously need to be addressed immediately, but thank you.
Assemblymember Kassai.
Thank you. I have two questions, one for Director Wilding and one for Director Esposito. I'm going to ask Director Wilding first because I know better than to try to interrupt Director Esposito. I just try to avoid it with all love. So it was an eye-opening statistic that you shared that toxic chemicals like PFAS and others are responsible for an estimated $250 billion, was that right, of public health?
Yes.
Costs to address serious conditions like cancer, endocrine disorders, infertility that we're seeing on the rise. What would you identify as one of the most toxic offenders for New York State to tackle in the budget and thereafter?
I mean, I think that PFAS, turning off the tap on PFAS and recognizing an undiagnosed problem of the many sources of PFAS in manufacturing across New York State is something that frankly terrifies me. I think that it's really essential that we start getting our manufacturers to look at PFAS as a class and move away from it. Right now, on the environmental side, only a handful of chemicals are being tested for, but there are 15,000 chemicals in the class.
Sure.
So I think that's really the urgent need.
All right, thank you for that, and thank you for your testimony, everyone on the panel. Director Esposito, Adrian. Another eye-opening statistic was that the Clean Water Infrastructure Program was $685 million overprescribed, and like you said earlier, that's not even all the projects that are needed, it was just those that applied. So knowing that towns in my district like Coram and Port Jefferson Station are looking to build out sewer infrastructure for clean water as well as economic development, they will be waiting on that line. I agree that there's need to shift more funding for that program. But we know that while we know that clean water, it's much cheaper to keep water clean than to clean up contamination. I know that investment is sound, but I also know that this taxpayer money coming back to communities can also boost economic development, and wanted to ask you to just speak a little bit more to that.
Yes, and in my testimony, I have an analysis of the economic development. Couple of things. One is every dollar we spent on clean water infrastructure has created jobs, good paying jobs, plumbing jobs, electrician jobs, construction jobs, right in the community, local jobs. And in addition to that is that when we have sewers and we actually treat our sewage, we don't pollute our drinking water, so we don't have to filter out the drinking water. We also then keep the bays and the beaches clean and beaches open. And we know that anywhere that has a lake or a beach or a marine environment really depends on tourism as dollars and as a recreational economic engine.
Don't we have $8 billion on Long Island?
It's $8 billion, so they think, and it could be more in a good summer.
Yeah.
So really, clean water is one of the few bipartisan galvanizing issues that everybody agrees on. The public agrees on it, and we need to keep it going and keep the momentum advancing.
Super. Thank you all for your advocacy. I'm right there with you, and we'll continue to push for more funding, even though we got more than expected in this budget. Really, until we have all the infrastructure we need in our communities, we'll
We
keep
just got to
pushing.
get that 700,000 in the clean water side.
Assemblymember Otis.
Thank you all, and thank you all for your great work. Wanted to focus in on the water question, and earlier I made some distinctions about the water, basically saying, number one, that we need more than the 500 for our pre-existing needs, and I set up a dichotomy, which is as it relates to housing, and there may not be 250 million needed for this, but housing that would be okay and doesn't do anything bad to the environment, as opposed to something we're going to create infrastructure to put housing where it doesn't belong. I think that's a valuable distinction, and I think we should try and work with the process we don't want to say no to the additional 250 million. And I think there's a way, even today's water funding sometimes is coupled with other projects that occur. So any additional thoughts from any of you about that? But Adrian, you're going to start off because you led with it, and just additional reflections on how we should deal with that in the budget process.
Yeah, I mean, there is room to say, there are so many areas. We heard testimony from Senate and Assembly members early hours and hours ago now, today, who said, in my district, we all have septics, we want to hook up to sewers. We should do that. And then you can, if you need to build more housing stock in those areas, because then it is sewered, those should be prioritized. Every time there's money for sewers, every time I've ever been involved in a county project or a town project, they developed a prioritization list with a criteria. So I think that we could be more thoughtful about this. I appreciate very much that the governor's staff looked at this and said, we don't want to keep building houses without clean water infrastructure. That makes sense. That is a very good perspective. It's just, I want to decouple this clean water infrastructure funding with creating new houses. Those two things don't go together. A housing initiative, it's the wisdom of the Senate and the Assembly to think about, do you want to create that and spend taxpayer dollars on that? But we have this fund created that's solving problems. To dip into it and disperse it even more now, I think doesn't bode well for the future.
Comments from any of the others? 30 seconds left. So.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would just say in the language that the governor presented, I see, reading the text, I mean, it needs work. It needs to have the right words to ensure it's going to the right places. But there's an opportunity. They talk about preserving housing. And lead pipe service line replacement is a perfect example of how to preserve existing housing with a water infrastructure upgrade.
Particularly in the rural communities. We all agree there's a very strong need in Adirondacks, Catskill, rural communities.
Get to my notes. So good to see you all. Quick point, I did want to just clarify for everyone, although my colleague Senator May and I have introduced a bill, and you are welcome to look it up, 6283 in my house. It is not what is in the budget, in the executive budget. So I really just wanted to get that on the record. We made a point. So let me just step back and say for us why, the data shows that the seeker process as it is right now adds 2 years to the entire process. And there's been some pretty significant estimates of increase in cost, which has caused in my district and in other districts, affordable housing projects to pull out. So we have lost those, and I think that's important. But the reason that I'm seeing that it's used is not for the reason we as environmentalists would want. And those protections need to be preserved, like a shadow effect on people's houses, or it's next to a historic district. And I have literally seen that used. As a county legislator, I heard that. So the point that I think is really important is that if you look at the list of environmental protections that are there, the intention is to make it as strong or stronger than seeker, and it is not to prevent them or exclude them, but to say if you meet all of these requirements like LEED or passive house or some form, and that really clear, stringent protections for flood mitigation and protections can't be built on a environmentally sensitive property or lands. On and on and on. All those things are there. So I'd love to talk to you about those because I could not agree with you more. Those environmental protections need to be in stone and never weakened. But just to be on the record clear.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's please absolutely continue that conversation. I did want to ask some things about PFAS in products. My first question is, I'd love to hear from you all what you're seeing from the data is like what products and industries are really the greatest contributors. And the other thing I know we've been waiting for 6 years for the toxic chemicals in children product laws to be, right, the regulations. I'd love to hear your thoughts a little bit on that and what you want to see from us.
So on the second, which is quick, my understanding is that the regs have been drafted and they're under review. It'd be great for the legislature to be calling on DEC to release those regs so we can actually start seeing what toxic chemicals are in children's products here in New York. There's a long list of products that contain PFAS. It's longer than I could have time, even if you gave me an hour. But I think that things that we've got that we could take action on this year include paint and cleaning products and textiles.
Cookware.
Fantastic. Thank you so
And
much.
cookware.
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 Fantastic. Thank you.
She sounds so shocked.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is Natural Resource Defense Council here? Okay, great. It's Kate. Wonderful. Last year you reported approximately 200 million in revenue. Is that right?
Sorry. I'm not exactly sure what we reported.
How much did you spend in campaigns in New York?
I don't know that answer, but I can find that for you.
She's the health.
I work in our health department. I'm a lawyer, so
I got
we
you.
probably. I mean, all that information is publicly available, but I could get some more information back from you if you need.
Can you give me any awareness for what that money would be spent on in New York?
Well, we have a tremendous program in New York, working with our climate, environmental health, nature. So all of the programs that we discussed here today, we work on in New York State, and we have several attorneys, scientists, and other parts of our organization that work on advocacy in just New York State. We are an international organization, but there is, I think, approximately, I don't know, maybe 15 full-time staff employees or more that work directly just in New York State.
How much, maybe a rough percentage, how much of your organization is funded by international money?
I do not know the answer to that, and I do not think a lot.
In 2024, your 501c3 slid $900,000 over to your 501c4. Do you have any idea how much of that was foreign money?
I do not.
Do you know how much is in the account of your 501c4?
I do not.
Me neither. I couldn't look that up. How many international donors do you have?
I do not know the answer to that question.
Again, she does health.
Okay.
That's
all I have,
free
Madam
to
Chair.
ask the questions. I mean,
I'll yield back the rest of my time.
thanks.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I thank everybody for the testimony. And to my good friend Adrian
Hello,
Esposito,
Senator.
I just want to say thank you for all your hard work. And
Thank you.
you've been somebody that's stellar what you've done and continuing. So I just, we have our talks about certain things, but we care about the environment. We care about, especially our clean water. And I know Senator Palumbo, he talked about the lead pipes, and somebody that's a master plumber, and with the Plumbers Local Union, and, always with filters and always, making sure that, over the years that's what I have done to protect our citizens of residents of especially Long Island. We have $250 million proposed with the governor's budget. Am I correct?
We have
With 200, how much do we have?
500 million in the Clean Water Fund and 250 million in another kind of quasi water development fund. So a
Right.
total of 750
Right,
million.
and plus we have money with Suffolk County with the Proposition 2.
Yes.
So we have a good amount of money for
Yes.
our clean water, clean air.
There's approximately $47 million in the eighth of a penny fund in Suffolk County for sewers and also for septic replacement.
That's right. And Suffolk County alone is only, if I'm saying this correctly, possibly, what is it, like 25% sewered in Suffolk County?
Correct. You're right. Yes.
That's that, right. And we got to make sure that we're going to be using this money and making sure that we're going to be protecting, because somebody that sat on Suffolk County Water Authority for 6 years. It was very, very important. We all know the contaminants, PFOS, PFOAs, the 1,4-dioxane, and we have right now 60 wells that obviously need the AOP systems with Suffolk County Water Authority. Out of that money, especially $250 million, I know that's for the whole state of New York. Do you feel that we are going to be receiving our fair share, especially on Long Island?
You know, it's an excellent question. I can't imagine our fair share. I don't know. Us share, we'll get us share. We have been getting a good amount of money from the Water Infrastructure Fund, mostly for filtration devices of the granulated activated carbon systems and the advanced oxidation for the 1,4-dioxane and for PFAS. And you're making a great point, because as the PFAS drinking water standard comes down to 4 ppt in 2029, even more wells are going to need that filtration system, and we're going to put a greater demand on that fund.
I only have 20 seconds. Just so you know, we have 244 wells just alone in
Yes.
Suffolk County, which is a lot. And I was on, with Joe Picorni, and they do an amazing job, from the CEO, Jeff
I
Zabo,
agree.
to Joe Picorni, the whole staff, this. And it was something that was a premier board to sit on. And I know all your hard work, that we got to make sure, with your help, to make sure we get our fair share of this money, please.
Are you lobbying me? I'm
Yes,
just
I am.
lobbying you.
No, you know.
I'm kidding.
How about
Thank
we
you,
work
Senator.
together?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. And we're going to call you in the order you were on the printout. So we'll start with Elizabeth Moran, Earth Justice, then go to Anne Marie Gray, Open New York, then to Catherine Nadeau, Environmental Advocates of New York, and finally to Alexis Goldsmith of Beyond Plastics. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you all so much for the opportunity to testify this evening, and thank you all for sticking it through. My name is Liz Moran. I'm the New York policy advocate with Earth Justice. We heard a lot today about energy affordability, and no New Yorker should have to choose between heating and eating. Since 2022, every major New York gas utility has raised costs on customers, which has caused more than 1.2 million families to fall behind on their energy bills. It's really urgent to tackle this crisis. And I can tell you the cause. And the cause is the gas system. The main driver of energy costs going up for New Yorkers is gas, both the cost of supply and the associated infrastructure. And you can see this on utility bills. Delivery costs in particular, which is the infrastructure costs, have been increasing the most. According to the New York Independent System Operator, energy prices rose by 35 to 53% across the system, driven primarily by an increase of 42 to 66% in natural gas prices. And right now, gas prices are spiking as a result of Winter Storm Fern. This is pretty normal during extreme weather events, and ratepayers in New York are going to see that on their energy bills because our electric supply currently depends primarily on gas. So we also know that the infrastructure costs are astronomical. A report from the research organization Switchbox found that utilities spent over $2 billion on pipe replacement from 2022 to 2023 and passed these costs on to ratepayers. Now, on the flip side, the climate law is not causing utility bills to go up. A report from the Public Service Commission found that climate policies accounted for anywhere from 5 to 9.5% of the average household's electric bill, or $10 to $12 per month, depending on the utility, and it was much smaller when it comes to gas bills. So gas is not affordable. New Yorkers can't afford the status quo. And when it comes to our budget and legislative session addressing that, there's a lot that we need here. And unfortunately, we didn't see this leadership from the governor in her executive budget proposal. So here are some things that we encourage the legislature to look into. One is putting $1 billion towards the Sustainable Future Program, increasing funding to $200 million for Empower Plus. We encourage the legislature to look at funding for addressing delivered fuels. People who live in households depending on delivered fuels pay way too much for their energy bills and stand to save a lot by transitioning to heat pumps. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify.
Next testifier is Anne Marie Gray from Open New York.
Thank you. Thanks for sticking all this out. I'm Anne Marie Gray, Executive Director of Open New York. We're an independent grassroots pro-housing nonprofit with over 1,000 volunteer members across the state. So as we've heard a lot today, New Yorkers are facing really big problems: rising rents, soaring utility bills, aging infrastructure, and stalled progress on climate goals. Really believe that a huge challenge that is making a lot of these issues so much harder is SECRA, which is what I'm going to be speaking about today, the State Environmental Quality Review Act. So as has been mentioned, this was written in the 70s for a vastly different New York when we needed to stop things like dirty power plants, highways bulldozing neighborhoods. Today, it's just over and over again ends up being used to block the very solutions we need to our climate crisis. So dense infill housing near transit, clean energy, resiliency infrastructure. One single opponent or wealthy interest group can weaponize a process that delays crucial projects for years and years, and it's really important to remember these are projects that have already gone through a community process, that have been approved by a local government under local zoning regulations, which remain unchanged in some of these proposed changes. And we've been tracking projects like one in Buffalo, where a childcare center, mixed income housing in a park were proposed to replace a parking lot, got stalled over 2 years because of a lawsuit that actually wasn't even about environmental concerns. And these delays literally drive up costs for New Yorkers. New research that just came out from the Citizens Budget Commission found that environmental review increases costs by over 10%. So that's $40,000 to $80,000 per unit, which gets passed on to renters and buyers. So we're really encouraged that the Governor Hochul's proposed modernization of these rules in the budget. We also really applaud the work of Senator May and Assemblymember Kellis via the Sustainable Affordable Housing and Sprawl Prevention Act, which passed in the Senate last year. And we really hope the governor and the legislature can reach an agreement that blends the best of both of these proposals. Specifically, we really appreciate the May and Kellis bill offers a higher number of units allowed to qualify for Type 2 exemptions and removes outdated and extraneous analyses for similar projects, smaller projects. And this has widespread support. A recent poll showed 3/4 of New York City residents across every demographic supported it, and a clear majority in every region across the state, even in suburban areas, are supportive of this. And this morning, we also helped launch Unlock New York's Future, a coalition of over 30 advocates from housing, transit, environment, business that really support these reforms. We're also really proud to have really strong support from Mayor Mamdani, who recognizes that these are really crucial reforms to meet his affordable housing goals. So yet again, making it easier to build dense infill housing is climate action. Our current system actually really does incentivize and exacerbate sprawl and increases emissions and maintains our current reality of housing scarcity. And we've seen a clear mandate that New Yorkers really want their government to do everything possible to address affordability, and SECRA reform is a really critical step for this session. Thank you.
Doesn't want to cooperate. Environmental advocates, Catherine Nadeau.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity today to testify on behalf of Environmental Advocates New York. I'll start by saying I don't envy you. You're being asked to balance a budget at a moment when federal protections are being rolled back and long-standing funding commitments are being pulled out from under us. And in this context, your choices matter deeply, not in the abstract, but in determining the quality of the water New Yorkers drink, the air we breathe, and the resilience of our communities. So I want to begin with thanks for your continued commitment to our shared environment. Thank you for your continued support for the Environmental Protection Fund. We urge you to carry the governor's proposed $425 million commitment through to the final budget. The EPF is an incredibly effective tool for protecting land and water while supporting jobs and local economies. And because of your commitment, New York has made historic investments in drinking water and sewer systems, but the need remains overwhelming. With a $94 billion funding gap and hundreds of communities turned away due to oversubscribed programs, this budget should rebalance the governor's clean water proposal by supporting the $500 million Clean Water Infrastructure Act investment and increasing this funding by $200 million. And then adding guardrails around the $50 million for rural housing water infrastructure. Without limitations, the additional funding could incentivize sprawl and could harm water quality, and we want to make sure that that doesn't happen. Thank you as well for leading on climate. In 2019, you set the national standard with the Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act. Implementation remains unfinished, but this is not the moment to walk away or to weaken our law. This is the time to uphold our law and lean in. And that's why last year's $1 billion Sustainable Future program was so important. It's a promise to deliver climate action where it counts. Lower energy bills, cleaner transportation, healthier buildings, and good-paying jobs. To turn that promise into ongoing results, we need sustained investment. We urge you to invest at least another $1 billion this year. As you consider SECR revisions, we ask for care and clarity. New York needs housing, especially affordable housing, yet we cannot trade speed for smart planning. The proposed definition of previously developed in the governor's proposal is too broad, and farmland must not be exempted from SECR review. SECR reforms must reflect regional differences between upstate and downstate and keep clean water and community health at the center. And finally, we urge you to include the following in your final budget: a 5-year moratorium on sewage spreading, which includes expanded PFAS testing where sludge has been spread, and support for impacted communities. $10 million to maintain and strengthen the Farm to School program, expanding access for schools and farmers, $200 million for the GAP Fund, $10 million to promote food donation and food scrap recycling, and much more in our testimony. We can meet this moment, and we look forward to working with you to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. And Senator Chris Ryan has a question. Oh, after all of them, I think I'm getting better at this, and then I just screw it up again as usual. I apologize. So sorry. How about we let Alexis Goldsmith from Beyond Plastics testify first, and then Chris Ryan might even have 2 questions.
Hi, thank you. Appreciate it, Senator. I want to talk for just a few minutes about solid waste and its impacts on our wallets and our budgets here in New York. Waste is very expensive for municipalities and taxpayers to collect, sort, landfill, recycle, incinerate, and clean up when it winds up in the environment. And a huge portion of that waste stream is packaging and paper products. Now, the governor's budget didn't really address solid waste, but there are 2 bills on the table that would get at this big portion of the waste stream, and that's the Bigger, Better Bottle bill carried by Senator May and Assemblymember Glick, which we encourage you to put into the budget, and the Packaging Reduction and Recycling Infrastructure Act, which we do not want to see in the budget, but it could pass as a standalone bill, and it's currently on the Assembly floor. These 2 bills would save us tens of millions through direct revenue generation and through taxpayer savings and other avoided costs. So the bottle bill is $100 million on the table right now if you put it into the budget, and that comes from expanding the number of containers in the system and also doubling the deposit. The packaging bill would generate fees from producers on packaging to cover the waste management and recycling of packaging waste. And then in terms of avoided costs, the bottle bill could save municipalities $70 million a year just from reducing the waste that they have to collect and transport. And the packaging bill would save $1.1 billion over 10 years from reducing waste. So there's those direct revenue generation, money in the pockets of municipalities, and preventing waste in the first place. And then some of the indirect costs would be less pollution from waste going to incinerators and landfills, less toxic chemicals from packaging winding up in leachate and emissions and also in the environment, which would save us on healthcare,
which would save property values, which includes generational wealth and overall quality of life, especially for communities living near these facilities or communities dealing with truck traffic like the South Bronx, which sees 14,000 diesel trucks every day. Many of those are carrying New York City's trash to transfer stations. So these two bills get us a step closer to responsibly closing landfills and incinerators without needing to open new ones by addressing the root cause of the waste. And this is urgently needed because our landfills are running out of capacity. And when that happens, it's going to be very expensive to send our waste even farther away. And it will also save us costly contamination from the need to clean up plastic and toxic chemicals, create jobs, support small businesses, and our most marginalized workers. Thank you.
For Pershing. Now we have a question or two from Chris Ryan. No, we're not going.
Oh, you may go first?
Yeah.
I don't get to go first that often, so I guess so. The question first for with the Beyond Plastics. There's business concerns. I just want to make sure that I want to get all sorts of story in both sides. But there was a report issued, I think, that you read on April 16th of 2025. I think, saying that could save over maybe $1.3 billion.
$1.1 billion in 10 years from reducing the amount of waste that's being generated.
Okay. And that was, who was the author? Is that yours?
That was my organization.
That was your organization. Yes. Okay. So on the savings aspect of it, I know that they have been rolled out implementation possibly in states Maine or Colorado. Have those states realized a savings in any way with the implementation?
They are still implementing their laws because they're relatively new, so we don't have the data from Maine and Colorado yet.
Okay. All right. And I think there's obviously every story has two sides. I do hear from some businesses, and I do hear from some packagers. And we want to try to be environmentally conscious, and we strive to do that. But is there a concern through the bill that there could be a potential rise in costs due to packaging concerns or lack of products because they wouldn't be able to conform?
Certainly, the bill's opponents are arguing that the packaging bill will raise costs, but there's no actual evidence for that. And Consumer Reports has said that there is no expected increase in costs. It's important to note that extended producer responsibility has been around in Europe, Canada, and other countries for decades now, but Consumer Reports looked at Oregon's system and did not see any meaningful increase in prices. But we can say for certain that municipalities will save a lot of money from reducing the waste and also from the fees that the bill will generate. So we looked at 9 different municipalities to see how much they could save from reduction and fees. So Buffalo, for example, would save $250,000 from reduction, and they would get $500,000 in fees.
Have they returned that back to the taxpayers in those instances, or is that a secondary conversation? I can ask.
Well, it hasn't happened yet. If the bill were implemented,
that's presumably okay. Thank you.
So it would be up to municipalities to decide what to do with the fee.
Thank you very much.
Assemblymember Polisano.
If they want to get into it.
Yes, my question is for Ms. Goldsmith also. Thank you for your time and your patience. You mentioned your study of $1.1 billion, and you said that the opponents are citing the cost, but there was another study that was done by York University, basically saying that the allocation costs for municipalities and producers and that material use reductions are unlikely to be achieved. In that same report done by them, their studies showed that it would translate into average family increase of by between $456 and $732 a year. With these types of numbers which contradict your study, and I know their study obviously was done by individuals with degrees in economics, are you concerned that these cost increases could have really a potential disproportionate effect on low and middle income households?
The York study was flawed for a number of reasons, and we have an analysis on that I can send to you. This same language comes up in other states when they are proposing EPR policies. So again, Consumer Reports looked at the existing EPR system in Oregon and found no increase in prices. But certainly we don't want to increase costs for low-income families, but this bill provides an opportunity actually for more consumer choices and safer consumer choices, because low-income families have the least choices when it comes to how their food is packaged. So they're getting a higher burden of toxic chemicals and microplastics leaching into their food, increasing their healthcare costs, and they're more likely to live next to landfills and incinerators. So this bill will benefit them by reducing that toxic load, giving them more choice in how their products are packaged, and hopefully lead to us one step closer to closing landfills and incinerators.
I mean, we see food packaging everywhere in stores. I know there's been strong concerns raised by the business community that the recycled content requirements are unachievable and can't be met. In that case, isn't there a concern that risk that food possibly with these mandates would not be available on the shelves because manufacturers would not be able to meet these aggressive targets? And if they were, wouldn't it just be more costly and more expensive for the consumer?
So clarification, in the bill, there aren't recycled content requirements for packaging, it's recycling requirements. So after the consumer uses that packaging, it needs to meet a 75% recycling rate by 2052. There are alternatives that exist today. I could enumerate them. I would love to send them to you. But companies have a large range of options when it comes to how to package their their products.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'm going to keep asking you, Alexis, questions. I am curious. I know Connecticut updated its bottle redemption policies, and I'm curious if there are data yet about the success of that and the results of what they have done.
There is data. I don't remember it off the top of my head, but they did see a huge increase in their redemption after going to 10 cents, and I'll get you those numbers.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Assemblywoman Glick.
Thank you. Just a couple of quick questions. On the development of changes to SECRA in order to develop more housing, some of the narrative has been around affordable housing. It does not appear to be part of the budget. I believe environmental advocates raised some concern about wanting to take care in how we make any changes. And certainly in my district, we see a lot of building. It's just that it's all unaffordable. So I'm not sure what changes would be made in SECRA that would then all of a sudden move developers to move from luxury development to affordable. Is there anything that you perceive?
Not that I know of, no.
Open New York?
It's a really good question, and actually affordability requirements are defined in the local zoning approvals. And it's about the red tape that holds up projects after they've been approved by, and so local governments still get to decide which projects are built, determine the levels of affordability that make sense. and actually, there's no environmental difference between affordable housing and market housing. So it's a good point, and this really fits more in a conversation about zoning, not necessarily environmental review.
Well, we've had zoning issues, and what we've done on occasion is change the zoning in order to get mixed income and affordable housing.
Right, but this
And
bill
then
doesn't
this,
touch
and then
zoning.
the city changes its mind and we get commercial development. So
But this- yeah.
so it's not necessarily follows that a change in SECRA automatically makes it easier to do affordable housing.
This does not touch zoning, right? So affordability requirements usually fit into zoning, but a huge number of projects that add affordable housing get stuck in sort of weaponized lawsuits because of the SECRA reforms. So this will help speed up projects like that, but this is not it's not a zoning change.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For Liz Moran from Earth Justice, so in your opening statement, you said you wanted to ban gas in New York State. Is that right?
I did not say that.
Oh, okay. Would you just clarify? You talked a lot about gas.
Yeah, I said that gas is the primary driver of increased utility bills in New York.
Okay, so you don't want to ban gas in New York.
I think we need to dramatically reduce our reliance upon gas if we want to save ratepayers money. I think we need to accelerate renewables, transmission, and battery storage because those are proven technologies that can reduce energy costs for people.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. In 2023, your 501c3 Earth Justice sent $315,000 to Earth Justice Action, which is your 501c4. Is that right?
All of our finances are publicly available on our website.
That's what I found. What was that money spent on?
I only know what is publicly available on our website.
I also couldn't find that answer and hope that you would shed some light. People get tax credits when they donate to a 501c3, but not to a C4, which is why I wanted to ask that question. Does Earth Justice receive any revenue that comes in from the New Venture Fund, Windward Fund, Hopewell Fund, or other 501c4s?
I don't know the answer to that.
And what coordination do you have with Sunflower Services?
I don't have any awareness of this.
Okay. For Open New York, your mission statement, I read your website, you're about housing affordability, but this is the Energy Environmental Conservation Budget hearing. What brings you to the table today?
Yeah, I'm only here to talk about SECRA reform because it actually ends up having a big impact on housing that gets built and overall affordability for New Yorkers.
Gotcha. Do you receive any government funding, any government grants for your organization?
No.
Okay. And your organization also runs a political action committee. Is that correct? Abundant New York Super PAC?
It's an affiliated entity. It's separate.
And you endorse political candidates as well?
Through one of our entities, yes.
Okay. Who donates to your PAC?
That information is public. I don't have it off the top of my head, but it's publicly available.
In 2024, there was $255 from your 501c3 that went to your super PAC. Is that correct?
I don't know. This 501c3 is not legally allowed to do that, so that did not happen.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Assemblyman Simone.
Good evening. This is a question for Anne Marie Gray from Open New York. As New Yorkers face ever-increasing hurdles of unaffordability, as we know, there's a housing crisis. We're losing congressional seats over it in New York. It's worsened not just by lack of supply of new housing, but also bureaucratic delays and lawsuits which lead to increased costs, which are passed on to buyers and renters. SECRA was designed to protect our environment, and the governor's budget proposal includes reforms to the law. Can you discuss how modernizing SECRA would help renters across the state and while still protecting our environment?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, so one number that actually just came out, the Citizens Budget Commission was really tangibly trying to put a cost on what these delays cost that gets passed on to renters and home buyers. And again, they said that for development costs are increased for sort of like 500 unit plus projects in New York City by 11%, which is $82,000 per unit, which gets passed on to renters or home buyers depending on the and similarly, this adds like 35,000 or more for places like Rochester. So it really does have a direct cost. Just also the time delays of some of these projects. I mean, we're looking at examples of projects that again, anyone is suing over something that is sometimes thousands and thousands of pages of things that are not necessarily what we're trying to measure in terms of climate environmental goals, and projects are getting delayed for 2, 5, sometimes even like 10 years. And so that is people that are not in those homes. That is just generally increasing housing scarcity and worsening our housing shortage across the state.
Thank you.
Just a couple quick ones, Madam Chair. Thank you. I have some questions regarding EPR, and I think it was maybe Alexis had mentioned something about that. And there have been a couple of iterations. The chairman and I were just chit-chatting about it. I was a co-sponsor of the bill, and then there were some changes that were contemplated. And you mentioned other states like Oregon. As far as advanced recycling, I've seen what appears to me to be empirical data that there is a significant cost savings. There are different types of advanced recycling. And, other than, I guess, self-created research that I've seen from Beyond Plastics, is there any empirical data regarding the cost savings if it were to be implemented? And not so much about advanced recycling, but if you could just kind of comment on that whole thing again, because I've seen data that would indicate that, of course, the costs of compliance would be very significant and would, of course, have to be passed off to the customer.
Yeah, as far as advanced recycling, so we have a 97, I think, page report looking at the 11 existing advanced recycling facilities in the U.S. Since that report came out, 2 of those facilities actually closed because they were not financially solvent. So that all the data I've seen, which comes from NRDC, Safer States, and many other organizations, shows that advanced recycling is possible in a lab setting, but in reality, it's very expensive, it's highly polluting, it generates large amounts of hazardous waste and air pollution. And it's not effective at transforming plastic into new plastic. It's effective at transforming plastic into low-grade fuels that can be burned when combined with actual fuels. So advanced recycling as a technology is not banned under PREA. It just would not count towards the recycling requirements because there isn't evidence that it can effectively recycle plastic.
Sure, and some of it it's non-combustible, some levels of it, correct? That is, they don't actually burn it. It's not a combustion action?
It's a really nuanced subject, and it depends on the technology, but under the Clean Air Act, Section 129, pyrolysis and gasification, the 2 most common types of advanced recycling, are legally considered incineration.
I understand. Okay. And so, and some of those, I guess some of those advanced recycling facilities may have become insolvent, I think, because of certain regulations, but the Oregon legislation itself does not ban advanced recycling, is my understanding. Is that accurate?
I actually don't know the answer to that.
Okay, thank you.
I don't think it bans it, no.
Understood. Thank you.
Assembly Member Levenberg?
Thank you, Chair Pretlow. I just had a couple quick questions. First, for Liz Moran, you were talking about the delivered fuels, and I was wondering if you had a suggested amount of money for that, and if you could explain a little bit more about what that is, all of it, what that is.
Yeah, we're proud to be part of the Renewable Heat Now Coalition, and the coalition is recommending $200 million to go to a new program to address homeowners that rely upon delivered fuels. If you are on delivered oil, you actually would stand to save about $2,000 per year by switching to heat pump technology. And there are large swaths of the state that still depend on delivered fuels. I'm from Columbia County. Most of the county does depend on delivered fuels. So this would be a really good affordability measure.
So is oil and also propane, right? Is that another delivered fuels or anything else included in that, or is that kind of covers it?
Oil and propane are the
Oil
delivered
and
fuels.
propane, okay. And right now, they're not part of the programs that would receive some of the benefits that exist in some of the other provided programs already that.
They would qualify for some of the other programs that exist, but we felt that something dedicated toward these homeowners would be a really good way to address affordability needs in the short term, and that way they don't have to compete with, other parts of the market.
Thank you. And just in terms of, how the money flows, Alexis, I thought maybe I'd talk to you a little bit about some of the organizations that are behind some of the research that says that we can't actually get at this packaging reduction act because it's going to be too costly or they can't do it. And also maybe even talk a little bit about some of the changes that were made to the new bill. Because I think that these the current polluters and the packagers that are seeking to undermine this legislation have in fact have already done this work elsewhere, like in other countries, and also we have seen proof, like for example, that in Canada it doesn't. It doesn't create prices to go up, not just in Oregon, but also in Canada, which I think they've been doing it for longer.
Yeah, just one example in 30 seconds. So Amazon India actually phased out all of its plastic mailers because of a groundswell of people not wanting these plastic mailers. But we still get plastic mailers here when we order online, so it is possible. But the irony is that plastic mailers are still being burned in India because they're coming from countries like the US who are shipping our plastic waste to other countries to deal with. So it is possible without raising costs.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, sorry. Senator Pete Harkam.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you all. Since we've opened the door to talking about political spending, can any of you comment on how much the fossil fuel industry has spent on climate denial in the last 50 years?
Roughly 11 billion. I don't know that number off the top of my head, but we do know that it is an enormous sum of money between lobbying, misinformation, propaganda campaigns that have been spread throughout the state.
All right. Do we, anybody know how much the fossil fuel industry and utilities have spent on legislative campaigns in the state of New York?
I would love to follow up with that answer.
I would like for you to share that information with the finance staff. Do we have an estimate on how much industry has spent on lobbyists opposing the Packaging Reduction and Recycling Infrastructure Act?
I believe the number is 10 million, and they've retained 107 different lobbyists and lobbying firms.
107 different lobbyists.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Do we know the cost to human health in New York State annually for our over-reliance on fossil fuels?
I don't have that in this year's testimony. We've certainly, through the state scoping plan process and other state-led processes, have dived into those numbers in the past, and I'd be happy to pull them out.
I have them. I'm going to come in for you, Catherine. There's public health benefits to the range of 160 to 170 billion by meeting the climate law mandates.
Just for New York?
Just for New York. And according to our scoping plan, the cost of inaction is significantly greater than action by about $115 billion.
All right. And then if someone could confirm for me, I think the latest figure I saw on the impact of microplastics on human health was in the billions of dollars annually.
There was a study, comprehensive study from Duke University in November that the impact of plastics on economic, health, and environmental costs is 1.1 trillion per year in the United States.
All right, so that would include microplastics that we ingest, the chemicals we ingest through food packaging, the people who live near chemical plants where plastic's made, and fossil fuel extraction.
It's the study author said it's conservative and the cost is actually likely much higher.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Assemblyman Simpson.
Thank you. My question is for you, Alexis. You mentioned, when you were talking about the bottle bill, you mentioned $100 million was on the table. Could you expand on that? What do you mean $100 million?
Sure. So the bottle bill would increase the deposit from 5 to 10 cents, and it would put a deposit on all beverage containers except for milk and 100% juice. So increasing the deposit will increase the redemption rate. Other states that have that 10-cent deposit see a 90% redemption rate. Ours is 64. So literally billions of containers are out there not being redeemed. They're going to landfills and incinerators. So the increase in revenue to the state comes from that increase in the deposit amount, even though redemption is going to increase, and there will be billions more containers in the system. So it's kind of a win-win. Consumers will get money back in their pockets because redemption will be easier from increased investments in redemption access, and the state will get money as well.
Okay. I was confused because there's about $100 million currently that goes into the general fund in unredeemed bottle deposits.
Yes, this would be an additional 100 million.
Okay. So that 100 million, wouldn't you think that that would put a large dent in our efforts to reduce packaging without increasing the cost to consumers?
So it will reduce waste going to landfills and incinerators. As I said, the redemption rate is going to increase. So most people are going to get their deposit back. If they don't, it's because they just chose to not redeem their container and they either put it in the trash or in the curbside recycling. Studies show, there was a Siena poll out last year, that actually the lowest income New Yorkers support the bottle bill the most.
Okay, I got one more question I'll get in. So you mentioned diesel trucks. I think it was 14,000.
Mm-hmm.
So if we increase the number of containers, I mean, where is the reduction in diesel truck traffic? Because in my communities, there's still those redeemable bottles deposits are being hauled out in tractor trailers.
Yes, well, they still have to be hauled out, obviously, but there is going to be less waste going to transfer stations, which then has to be sent somewhere else, either by rail or by barge. In the Bronx, which is what I was talking about, there are 14,000 trucks, and that is because they have transfer stations and they barge and rail waste from that south part of the Bronx. That waste is going all the way to Niagara Falls, or it's going to New Jersey. It's going far and away. And we're not getting any value back out of it because it's just going to a landfill, whereas a bottle that's redeemed is going to get turned into something useful.
But we're still going to have the trucks.
For all intensive purposes, I guess, but fewer, it's still less.
Thank you. If I missed any senators, Assembly.
Assemblyman Ra.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you guys for your testimony. So for Beyond Plastics, I'm sure you're familiar with this, and I'd appreciate if you can just elaborate on your entity. I read something about basically the background of the entity. So is it a legally formed organization? I know you've come before us many times in the past, advocated on these bills. Is it an incorporated entity? How is it funded? How many people work for it? And what, I guess, what is the mission? What does it represent?
We are a small organization dedicated to ending plastic pollution. We are formed through a fiscal sponsorship with Bennington College. And I don't know what our revenue is off the top of my head. I'd be happy to share my salary with you privately.
That's not necessary.
But we are a small organization.
Okay, and do you engage in that advocacy just in New York or all over the country? Or?
We engage in advocacy across the U.S. I live in Rensselaer County, so it's very convenient for me to get here.
Okay, so you talked about the Oregon bill and in particular the Consumer Report review of it. Do you know the differences between the Oregon law and the New York bill? My understanding is that the source reduction is a lot more aggressive in New York's, and that, I think, is where a lot of the concern comes in terms of potentially driving up consumer costs.
Yes, it's true that Oregon does not require source reduction and recycling in the same way that the New York bill does, but we stand to gain even more financially from that source reduction.
Okay, so I guess lastly, has a similar study been done, Consumer Reports, that type of entity on the New York bill?
We have looked at the cost savings from source reduction of waste and from fees that would be generated. So as I said, 1.1 billion just from reducing the waste. And then you add in the fees, which I can't tell you what the fee structure will be because that's not in the statute.
Okay, and then at one point there had been some, I think it came directly from the DC, that they would need, a substantial number of additional staff to implement this. I know that has been disputed over time. Do you have any estimates with regard to that?
I do not have any estimates with regard to that.
Well, I know I have the sponsor next to me, so it sounds like she's going to give me some information after I finish. So thank you.
Thank you.
Assemblymember Kellis?
Thank you all so much. So, quick question about redemption centers. How many do we have in New York State, and how many have been lost because we have not passed the bottle bill, like generally the impact that we have?
I don't know how many we have, but we've lost 200 or more in the last couple of years, including the one I used to go to in Troy.
200 or more. And they're all small businesses, right?
Yes. Well, I can't say all, but most, yes.
Okay. I'm just pointing this out because anyone here who is continuing to say that they are against this bill and they support small businesses are lying, and they're supporting big plastic industry instead, because if they were, they'd be supporting small business, and the small business would require that we pass this. So I'm just saying it's disingenuous to be against this bill if you're pro small business. It's just my 2 cents about that. So just to get on paper again so that I understood your data, the health impacts of plastic in general are included in that $1.1 trillion conservative estimate that Duke gave out about plastics?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure it's a conservative estimate. Thank you. I will absolutely read that paper because I do appreciate science and facts. Catherine, I have a question for you. You mentioned the guardrails that you would like to see about the 50 million for water. I absolutely appreciate that and agree. I'd love to give you some more time to talk about what guardrails you'd like to see.
I think, this is, one of the things we want to do is just make sure
You
that
lean in.
the, oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Absolutely. I think one of the concerns in the language as it's written is that there aren't any definitions around what types of projects would qualify here. So whenever we're talking about shifting communities from septic to sewer systems, those are fantastic investments, right? We know that sewer systems are more protective than septic typically. So, not typically, they just are, excuse me. So whenever we can support that, we do and we will. And a lot of our concerns are really around the 200 million that is just a blank slate right now. So as the legislature moves forward, we're really encouraging you all to look at what types of spending so that we're investing as much as we can in the fix-it first model. We have a $94 billion need for an oversubscribed program. Let's invest there first.
Okay, great. That's super helpful. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Tom O'Mara, Senator Tom O'Mara.
Yeah, just a quick question for Alexis Beyond Plastics. You had some questions. You give us some answers about lobbying expenses for the opposition to your bill, but is Beyond Plastics itself has hired a lobbyist last year and this year, correct?
Yes.
What is your budget for that?
I actually don't know, but I can say that it is far smaller than the industry's.
You yourself, in fact, are listed as a lobbyist on behalf of Bennington College, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Assembly Member Simon.
Thank you. Okay. So, thank you very much. It's taking me a while, sorry, it's late. Ms. Moran, you testified about the number of people that are not able to pay their utility bills. When that happens, and it's 1.7 million?
1.2.
1.2, sorry, okay. Who pays, who takes the hit for those arrears? The company, the utility, or might that be paid by somebody else? And if so, whom?
This is a great question. So, and Pulp will be testifying later and can talk about this. They often have great statistics related to this. But when someone goes into collections or arrears, ratepayers are covering those costs. So ultimately, it's more affordable to make sure that people can afford their energy bills rather than allowing them to get into debt over it, because everybody else ends up covering those costs.
And those people still don't have energy if they've lost their service.
We really want to make sure that there are policies put forward to prevent people from losing their service.
We still have an obligation to serve gas in New York State. If we eliminated that obligation, didn't ban it, made it certainly available, but if we eliminated that obligation, how would that affect ratepayers' bills?
So we're strongly in favor of modifying what's known as the obligation to serve gas. You know, we talk a lot about all of the above energy, seems to be largely in favor of gas rather than actually allowing for other energy sources to come online. So if we modified the obligation to serve, what this would allow for is utilities to look at aging gas infrastructure and determine what's the most cost-effective option. And if it's more cost-effective to have targeted electrification for a neighborhood, and that would lead to cost savings, it would allow the utility to pursue that as an option so they don't have to automatically go to gas. But because of how our current law works, the obligation to serve, gas is the only option. So if a gas line is old and failing, we have to cover those costs, even if it would be cheaper for people to be switched off to something else by the utility.
Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Anderson.
Okay, good evening. Thank you, Chair, and to all of my colleagues who stuck it out, and thank you to this panel that is here. So I have a question. I think it's for either Alexis or Elizabeth. It's good to see you up there, Alexis and Elizabeth. So it's regarding the debate with PIRA and the extended producer bill. I will get those acronyms when it's not this late. So I'm still learning about it. I'm hearing from my colleagues who have bills on this. But one sort of clarifying question I have is, can you speak to the science of advanced recycling or the pros and cons of it? Because I actually, over the fall, I had an opportunity to go visit a site, and I'm still listening and trying to figure out what the science is and how ultimately one of these things can figure out how to improve the quality of air and, of course, the quality as it relates to pollution in our environments and communities of color. So can you just give me a snapshot in the science of it?
Yeah, it's a broad topic, way more than I can address in a few seconds. But as I said earlier to the question, generally, advanced recycling, chemical recycling is very, very energy intensive. It's very expensive, and these companies rely on public taxpayer subsidies in order to actually build their facilities and operate. Where they do build and operate, they are often opposed by the local communities who don't want them there. And generally, they are turning plastic waste into low-grade fuels. In the case where the plastic is actually being turned into new plastic, it has to be combined with virgin plastic in order to be actually feasible. And the percentage that I saw was 2% pyrolysis plastic to 98% virgin plastic. So it's not even like a small amount of virgin plastic that has to be added. And then what else can I say? And mathematically, it's just the scale of the technology that's available is so inadequate to address the 400 plus million tons of plastic being produced from fossil fuels every year.
Got it. I guess in my last 20 seconds, I guess there's two sort of these concepts and schools of thought. I guess what would you say is the best way forward in trying to meet in the middle somewhere?
Reducing plastic and replacing it with reusable, actually recyclable materials, or just eliminating it if we don't need it.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Assemblyman Otis to close.
Alexis, on the packaging bill, in your testimony, you indicated you prefer it not be in the budget, but you did have some statistics that show savings for taxpayers, savings for local governments by implementing the packaging bill. And certainly today is not the day to debate the packaging bill, but I'll make one comment, which is the targets in the bill have been reduced in the last couple of years from 50% in 10 years to 30% in 12 years. Even with that, there are savings. You want to just give a little more detail, since this is a budget hearing, on savings to taxpayers from the bill that may be in your written but not really in your oral testimony?
Sure. So 40% of our waste stream is packaging and paper, and a huge portion of that is plastic that cannot be effectively recycled. The recycling rate in the US for plastic is less than 6% for a lot of technical reasons, and that's also a big reason why the industry is promoting advanced recycling, but I won't get into that. So reducing that 40% means 40% less waste being trucked to the Rapp Road landfill if you're throwing your waste away here in the Capitol building, less waste going to incinerators that are very, very expensive, less waste going to landfills ultimately, and we are very quickly running out of our landfill capacity, and when that happens, our waste disposal costs are going to skyrocket because we'll either have to open new landfills or send it farther away. So just reducing waste at the source is going to save us those costs right away, and then also save our health care costs, our environment costs, tourism, et cetera.
Thank you. Question for Kate. On the in your testimony, you did mention in passing the nuclear issue, which has been discussed in your written testimony. Just that renewables are better. Any additional comments do you want to?
I'm curious if maybe you're mistaking our testimony with somebody else who's testifying. We certainly feel like renewables, we know that renewables save consumers money, that they are easily deployed, and we support renewables 100%.
Okay, thank you. I'm done.
Right.
We're done.
I think we are done, just checking. Then thank you very much for your time with us, I think all day and this evening, and for your work all the time. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Our next panel, panel E, for those keeping track, we have New York Renews a different representative, Shiv Swan, S-O-I-N, from the steering committee, Allison Considine, Building Decarbonization Coalition, Michael Hernandez, Rewiring America, and Joshua Berman, Regional Planning Association. Let you all get comfortable.
10 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. Okay, let's just go in the order you were in. So first up will be New York Renews, then Building Decarbonization Coalition, then Rewiring America, and then the Regional Plan Association. Good
Perfect.
evening.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman Kruger and members of the committee. My name is Shiv Soen. I'm the co-executive director of Triage. We're a student-led organization of over 2,500 high school and college students across the 5 boroughs of New York City. Myself and Triage also are steering committee members of New York Renews, which are a coalition of over 400 organizations across the state and led the passage of the 2019 CLCPA. So today I'm going to cover 4 things that are written in our larger testimony. First being Governor Hochul's proposal to update the building aid rules for solar in schools, which is a good first step, but it's more regulatory focused right now, and schools need additional dedicated funding for these retrofits. And the last funding round under NYSERDA's Clean Green Schools Initiative awarded only 4 districts, and cumulatively over its cycle has dispersed around $30 million. The governor is proposing around $33 million in additional funding to be dispersed among many initiatives, including Empower Plus. But we're calling specifically to expand this program to $100 million in addition to these regulatory changes. And we're also calling upon the state to further invest in CUNY and SUNY school retrofits, matching the $250 million invested in last year's fund in the Sustainable Future Fund. Next, because of the governor, New York still lacks finalized cap and invest regulations, and the voluntary approaches are insufficient. And we're at this point losing around $3 billion minimum in annual revenue. We're calling on the state to, at the very least, match last year's $1 billion Sustainable Future Fund. Anything less is a cut in spending on climate priorities for New York State. Next, Indigenous sovereignty is central to climate justice. The Tonawanda Seneca Nation has called for an immediate halt to state subsidies and permits for the Stamp Megasite industrial site. Indigenous nations across New York State have also consistently opposed nuclear power as a climate solution. It's expensive, subsidy dependent, produces radioactive waste, and harms Indigenous communities. Climate action that undermines Indigenous sovereignty is neither just nor sustainable. And finally, the rapid expansion of data centers in New York requires strong regulation, transparency, and community oversight to prevent serious harm to the state's climate goals, electric grid, water systems, and local communities. The proposed 500 megawatt data center at Stamp exemplifies the risks of unchecked data center expansion. These facilities are extremely energy and water intensive, and unchecked growth risks increasing fossil fuel reliance during peak demand. We hope to see critical action this year in particular regarding the regulation of data centers. New York Renews has submitted a much more extensive testimony outlining many more priorities, but we're eager to serve as partners to deliver tangible climate action this year. And thank you all for a really rigorous budget process. Thank you.
Good evening. Nice to see you all. My name is Allison Considine. I'm the New York director of the Building Decarbonization Coalition. Thank you to the committees for the opportunity to testify tonight. I want to begin by thanking you for your leadership this past session in reforming the 100-foot rule line extension allowance. This vital, common sense affordability and climate measure will save ratepayers $600 million a year when it takes effect in 2027. To further increase access to cost-saving home upgrades for New Yorkers, the budget should include a renewed commitment of $200 million for the Empower Plus program to continue funding it, support its growth, and its ongoing stability. And additionally, we urge you to allocate $200 million in funding for pre-electrification repairs and upgrades for the Green Affordable Pre-Electrification Program. Together, these affordability measures would save New Yorkers billions of dollars on their utility bills over the coming decades. But we must go beyond these solutions to neighborhood-scale solutions that support the union workforce in the ongoing transition of buildings. The legislature should continue its commitment to advancing shovel-ready thermal energy network projects across the state with $200 million in new bonded funding for TENS in this year's budget. This investment will help the state reduce its own emissions and build resilient, energy-efficient infrastructure with union labor. There's $120 million of shovel-ready work at campuses across the state, at University at Buffalo, University at Albany, Farmingdale State College, SUNY Potsdam, and SUNY Binghamton. Decarbonizing entire campuses with TENS will improve public buildings, save the taxpayers money through reduced demand on the electric grid, lower energy bills, and avoided electric side upgrades. Investing now will ensure that work can break ground this year and next across the state. This body passed the Utility Thermal Energy Network and Jobs Act in 2022 with bipartisan support, near unanimous, requiring the utilities to propose and the Public Service Commission to approve, modify, and implement utility thermal energy network projects within 6 months of the law's passage. Today, there are 8 strong projects which have the backing of the environmental movement, labor unions, utilities, and building energy stakeholders. It's critical that the PSC authorize projects to move to construction as soon as possible and get union workers on the job. And we urge that remaining $200 million dedicated to thermal energy networks be available to support the upgrades to public buildings and affordable housing within these utility thermal energy network projects. We support proposals in the governor's budget to improve the Green Jobs, Green New York program and to mitigate energy cost burden by improving tracking and monitoring of energy burden within the utilities. However, if the legislature wants to really unleash more meaningful savings for ratepayers, it's critical that you advance obligation to serve reform, like my colleague Liz discussed. This outdated mandate is keeping ratepayers on the hook for increasingly expensive pipe replacement, forcing them to pay for 2 duplicative systems and preventing neighborhood-scale cleanup energy upgrades like TENS from moving forward. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Next up, Rewiring America. Michael Hernandez. Hi, Michael.
Hello, good evening. Michael Hernandez, New York Policy Director for Rewiring America. Glad to be here tonight. Rewiring America is really focused on electrifying homes, communities, and businesses. We develop tools and data and build coalitions and partnerships to make going electric easier. Rewiring America helps New Yorkers to save money, to tackle emission goals, improve health, and build clean energy, to build a clean energy workforce. The Empower Plus program really supports investments in LMI, that's low and moderate income household incentives. Heat pumps with some energy efficiency can really do a lot of savings. When you think about fuel oil, there's annual savings of about $2,000 for those homes. When you think about propane homes, it's about $2.9 thousand annually that you can save. So significant annual savings on energy bills. In 2023, we gave the program $200 million. New York State gave the program $200 million, and that worked. It built the program up tremendously. And it's a national model for electrification of low and moderate income households. Unfortunately, that money has run out, and we need to refund that program. Back in May of this year, what we saw happen is that NYSERDA said, we're going to have to downshift the program. And they said that contractors could no longer submit applications on behalf of their clients because they were concerned that they were not going to have enough money for the program. And so that's why it's vitally important that we include investment in that program this year. Now, last year we did the Sustainable Future Fund. We set a minimum of $50 million, but we could have given up to $300 million. And in fact, the Assembly's One House said we should give $330 million for the Empower Plus program. When the governor came out with her spending plan, she gave the bare minimum $50 million to the Empower Plus program, and that really caused a lot of problems. We're really excited because NYSERDA did increase the incentives in its RGGI plan that was passed earlier last week, but we are still in need of $200 million to make that program whole and to keep it growing at the level that it needs to in order for us to meet our goals. Thank you.
I'm trying to get the green light on. Our last speaker for this panel is Joshua Berman, Regional Plan Association.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for sticking with it tonight. My name is Joshua Berman, and I'm speaking for the Regional Plan Association, an independent urban planning nonprofit working to improve the quality of life in the New York metro area. New Yorkers are confronting two interconnected challenges: a severe housing crisis and the accelerating impacts of climate change. It is because of these challenges that RPA strongly supports Governor Hochul's proposed modernization of SECRA. SECRA was enacted more than 50 years ago in a very different context, and while its core purpose remains critical, like most things in life, good laws need good maintenance. SECRA is too often used to delay, block, or abandon exactly the kinds of housing and infrastructure that New York urgently needs. RPA has run the numbers, because we love running the numbers, and we found that New York State needs to add over 800,000 housing units by 2032 to address our shortage and start bringing down the cost of housing. And if we're truly to get to an affordable New York, we need to make it easier to build. At the same time, RPA also recognizes that it matters where these units are located. The most sustainable places in the region are places that are already developed, and we should focus our growth in these areas. As it stands, SECRA perversely incentivizes outcomes that undermine its original intent. Projects in walkable, transit-served communities are delayed or discouraged, while development shifts toward greenfield sites that increase car dependence, emissions, and sprawl. This is inconsistent with New York's climate commitments and regional planning best practices. So the legislature has already been leading on this issue, with Senator May and Assemblymember Kellis championing really important reforms to SECRA with their legislation, which passed the Senate last year. And their work has really helped lay the foundation for the governor's proposal. We're very grateful for their commitment to refocusing environmental review to allow for infill housing and fight sprawl. The legislature can continue to be leaders on this issue and strengthen the governor's SECRA reform proposal by creating a transit-oriented development zone that grants a density bonus to residential developments within close proximity of transit. This would focus development in the right places, boosting transit ridership and reducing climate emissions. RPA applauds the governor for her leadership and urges the legislature to support SECRA reforms as part of the FY27 budget. These changes will help New York deliver housing faster and cheaper while upholding our commitment to environmental stewardship. And just shifting gears for a second, we also want to ensure that when it comes to energy projects, there is a strong emphasis on moving towards renewable projects and energy efficiency measures. Last year, Governor Hochul launched the Sustainable Future Program, which was a landmark program to accelerate such projects with $1 billion. We did not see that in this latest budget allocation. It would like to see the legislature allocate at least $1 billion to the program in the final budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. So now I think all four of you have spoken, so that's great. And Rachel May, I know, has some questions.
I do. Thank you, Chair. So first for Michael, I have a question about the health benefits of electrification of buildings. You may have heard that I talked about gas stoves before. Is this something you're able to measure? Do you include it in your cost-benefit analysis or your promotion of building electrification?
Absolutely. Yeah. I think the numbers I gave are just the energy savings that you see on an energy bill. But when we look at the scoping plan, we saw tremendous savings coming from the averted health costs of electrifying the housing sector. And that really brought down a lot of the savings, and a lot of the benefit came from the averted health
Great.
costs.
Thank you. And then to Josh, I have a question for you about the environmental costs of a single-family home on 2 or 3 acres, which is often the alternative to the kind of infill construction that we are trying to promote. You once said something to me about how it was strange that they weren't subject to SECRA review. Can you just address what the environmental costs are of the alternatives to the sort of building we're trying to promote?
Sure. So, building, single-family homes on large plots of land creates, what we call in the urban planning business sprawl, and that really spreads out where people are living and drives up our carbon emissions when it comes to our transportation, because people are driving further different distances to take care of their basic needs. It also increases the amount of infrastructure that we need to build. The further apart every house is, the more piping we need to put down, the longer roads we need to build, the more concrete we need to pour. And this is all part of, these increased emissions that come from the sprawling development. But on the other hand, we also can look at infill housing as extremely environmentally efficient, with the energy savings that come from building densely, and also the reduced climate emissions that come from shorter trips or taking more public transportation or even walking to take care of your needs.
Thank you.
Can I just, since there's 30 seconds, I'll just note that Rewiring America has a report that actually showed that the averted health costs would actually, in and of itself, pay for the cost of the appliance.
No, thank you.
Palmisano. That's okay. My question is for Mr. Miller. I really wasn't going to ask a question, but what you mentioned in your comments about concern over nuclear energy, and I'm assuming all types of energy and its impact on the indigenous community and probably disadvantaged communities. Is that an accurate statement? Yes or no? I mean, yeah, you're concerned about that type of.
Sorry, do you mind just repeating that?
Yes, I mean, you mentioned about your concern over nuclear policy and the impact on the indigenous community, and I'm sure you're concerned about any type of energy policy, natural gas, anything on the, whether it's indigenous or any disadvantaged communities. Is that an accurate statement?
I'm carrying the demands from the Tonawanda Seneca Nation, so I don't want to speak for them on that exact question, to be honest.
No, that's sorry. And you're with New Yorker News, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and then what about? I'm also you're probably supportive of the mandate for more electric vehicles, correct? Because of how impact to the environment.
Sure. Yeah.
Yes. When you talk about disadvantaged communities, and something I talk about a lot, my colleagues don't like when I bring it up, but I'm going to bring it up here. Electric vehicles, the batteries, the products used to source, the minerals, the elements used to source the batteries to power the electric vehicle, cobalt, lithium. 70% of the cobalt is extracted in the Democratic Republic of Congo, well documented using child labor. These kids go in these mines, hand mines, these artesian mines, these mines have fallen on them, collapsed on them, killed them, paralyzed them, lost limbs. And then the lithium, the radioactiveness from the mining of the lithium triangle in South America, poisoning water, rivers, and streams in those countries. When we talk about impact to disadvantaged communities, are we only talking about here in New York, in the U.S., and shouldn't we be cognizant of the policies that we're implementing and how it's impacting? I mean, I think the Congo and South America are disadvantaged communities. Shouldn't we be cognizant of the impact of our policies and what it's having on those countries? And shouldn't we guarantee that these batteries are not being made with child labor? They're not poisoning water, rivers, and streams in these other countries just so we can meet our so-called green energy goals and green energy mandates? Shouldn't we guarantee and ensure that those batteries are not produced with child labor and poisoning water, rivers, and streams in those disadvantaged communities? Shouldn't we?
I'm not a member of the state assembly, so that's not in my jurisdiction, but I would say I'm specifically concerned about the most equitable way to really, like, renewable energy and clean energy does specifically benefit disadvantaged communities. And I mean, we could theoretically say the same thing about natural gas, coal, we can go down the list, but.
Mr. Miller, thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. That was like no answer to my question, which is fine. But, I know a lot of my colleagues don't like oil rigs. They don't like natural gas fracking wells. I don't see any children working on them.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Senator Walczak. I was reminded it was Wednesday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is Wednesday still. For Michael Hernandez from Rewiring America, do you want to ban gas stoves in the state of New York?
We are in favor of the All Electric Buildings Act, which basically provides that when we're building new construction, that we build those homes with energy efficient and electrified homes. We're saving money on delivery costs of the gas infrastructure. We don't have to build that out, which is actually driving up our energy costs. And so we can focus on the energy and the electric system, which is far more efficient, and thereby bring down our total energy consumption by half by 2050.
Thanks. The Sergey Brin Family Foundation gave your 501c3 $4.5 million. Does that sound right?
I'm not familiar.
Okay. And then your organization, Rewiring America, also co-founded and led the founding of a coalition of 501c3s to create Power Forward communities. Is that right?
I'm not familiar with that.
And Power Forward Communities, which was founded by Rewiring America, got a $2 billion grant in 2024 from the EPA's Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
How are you spending that $2 billion?
We are not spending that money because it has been frozen by the EPA. The new administration has illegally frozen the account. We have challenged that, and it's pending in court.
How are you related to Rewiring Community Investment Fund, another 501c3?
I'm unaware of that.
Okay, because they reported $5 million in government grants in 2024, so I was wondering what they were spending that money on.
I'm not a part of that.
Okay. How much of your revenue comes from New Venture Fund?
All of our information is on our 990. That's publicly accessible. I don't do the finances of the organization.
Yeah, it's the tricky thing about 501c4s is not all of it is publicly available. What coordination do you have with Sunflower Services?
I don't know Sunflower Services.
How do you think your organization is funded?
I'm not part of the finance department of our organization. I'm the policy department.
Do you have any idea how your organization is funded?
Just what's available through our 990.
Great, wonderful. I will just start by saying inspired by my colleague who's made the comment very frequently about cobalt. I actually have done a very extensive analysis on the comparative impact on child labor of the oil and gas industry that is the alternative, which is extensively and exceedingly more severe. No system is better than is okay that uses child labor. We do need to address it and improve it. But I do want to acknowledge and appreciate your comments in response, because I'll be releasing that and bringing that up very often in chamber from now on. So thank you very much. Question very quickly about Empower Plus. We put $100 million in the first time. Reduced it by half, 50 million last year. We're doing 50 million this year. What is the total need? How much would we really need to put in every single year if we were going to address the actual need?
Well, as Doreen Harris testified earlier today, the budget this year was $250 million. And then, but what we're seeing that we need to continue grow that program. So $300 million to see that growth go.
Every year.
Every year.
Yeah, so we're nowhere close. So we really should do the Sustainable Futures Fund again and do that 300 or 330 that the Assembly put in last year as a possibility. I would love to see that. But we've come nowhere close. And of course, we have the oldest housing stock in the country. So, low-income people are the most likely to live in the oldest housing and the leakiest and experiencing all of the, the issues with the cost. So this is the only program that we have besides the GAP Fund. And thank you for bringing it up. I know that a lot of the agencies have touted that as a great success this year, but we've only put $2 million into it. We're asking for $200 million because that would actually start to address that's the need. So thank you for bringing that up. And I was curious if you have reviewed the Achieve program and how many large-scale developments have gotten funding through that as possible TENS candidates. So we have one in my district that is over 1 million square feet and would be an amazing thermal energy network for waste heat capture. Just curious if you've looked at that.
I haven't looked at the Achieve program, but there's also a utility thermal energy network pilot proposed in your district in Ithaca,
Yep.
in front of the commission, and along with the other 7 pilots that are awaiting commission approval to advance to construction. I think that'll do a lot to make thermal energy networks more viable in New York State, building the market, supporting our union workforce in the skills transition from gas pipes to thermal energy network pipes.
Fantastic.
And really showing us how we can build a system to monetize waste heat capture.
I know we don't have time, but I'd love to talk to you about your data center regs that you'd love to see more of. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sitting here. Sorry. Can I go? Okay. Sorry. So, Michael, could you just clarify, because President Harris actually mentioned that there was a sustained amount that was planned for of $200 million a year. So maybe you can clarify, because I'm a little confused. I've heard from everybody that we need another 200 million in this budget, this year. Which year are we talking about? What's the 200 million or the 250 million that's currently in the budget? Is that for 25, 26, and we're looking for 26, 27? Just if you could clarify again, she said that the money was there, sustained in Reggie money, blah, blah. So that, and then my second question is if you could name the 8 projects that are in the quote unquote pipeline.
Great question. And I think this is a question that a lot of people want the answer to, because there's several pots of money where the Public Service Commission provides money for the Empower Plus program, the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiatives provides money, and the state provides money. But we have not. This year's budget was 250. But
This year is 2025, 26 we're talking about.
Right.
Okay,
So we need to at least get that 50 million that the governor is proposing in order to keep us level with last year's spending.
Got it.
But then that leaves a gap for next year and the following year, because Reggie, it goes down significantly. So the 200 million that we're saying we need would keep us level for this year, and then provide the gap for next year and a little bit of growth.
But you did hear President Harris say that 200 million was there.
I did hear that. Oh, yeah,
She said
yeah.
that, right?
She
Okay.
did say that, but that would be a decrease in the program.
The other thing I would just point out here is, especially in a week like this where it's 8 degrees out, I feel the way my apartment isn't very well insulated. My neighbor's apartments not being well insulated means there's higher demand on the grid. Programs like Empower Plus are providing vital funds to help people weatherize
But can
and
you just tell
insulate
me
their
the 8
home.
projects? I'm sorry not to cut you off because I'm a
yes.
huge
Yeah, so there's
supporter.
8 utility projects across the state from the UTENJA Act that you all passed. They're in Brooklyn, Chelsea, Rockefeller Center, Mount Vernon, New York, Troy, Haverstraw, New York, Syracuse, and Ithaca. And just to say, this program, the Empower Plus program, has had much more demand than dollar supply. So we're calling for that 200 million to help meet that increased demand and actually, upgrade even more homes.
Okay, but you just said 200 million wasn't enough. Now, you said 200 million is what we need.
For fiscal
And
year 2027.
Harris said that there was 200 million in sustained over time. So I am still very confused, but I guess I'll get my answer at some point.
We'll follow up. We have a memo
Thank
that
you very
breaks
much.
down all the
Okay,
funding
thank you.
sources and yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Assemblymember Simon?
Thank you. Michael, you talked about low and middle income projects where you've been able to really save people energy costs. I know there had been heat pumps put in a number of NYCHA developments. So my question is, are you including in that the NYCHA projects? that have been done in various parts of the city or other areas? And where else, other than NYCHA, have you been able to effectuate these kinds of changes?
Yeah, there's been a really great success with NYCHA has done a number. NYSERDA with NYCHA. We've seen where they've taken out old fossil fuel heating systems, put in heat pumps, and the energy consumption drops significantly. And the people in the units love their new units. They have better control, more comfort, and so it's been a rousing success in both dropping energy consumption and providing better comfort for the tenants.
And with the additional $200 million, $250 million, you'd be able to continue expanding that.
That's right. The Empower Plus program would continue, and I think these other programs would also provide. The Empower Plus program is really focused on 1 to 4 family homes, but yes.
Okay. Mr. Berman, you're with RPA, so, one of the questions I have about discussing changes to SECRA is what are those changes and how would they actually change what's happening in real life? So nobody's building single-family homes on 2 or 3 acres in my district in downtown Brooklyn, as you know. But most of the building in New York City is as of right. And so SECRA doesn't actually come into play unless you're looking to dramatically change something enough. How is that going to effectuate what I think is needed housing to be built in parts of the city that aren't as remunerative for the developers?
Yes, you're correct that SECRA does not, or the SECRA process does not apply to as-of-right zoning because it applies when government makes a decision. And so when there are zoning changes, which can happen for affordable housing developments or market rate, those do need to go through the SECRA process.
Right.
And New York City has the Green Fast Track program, which has categorized some developments as not needing to go through the process because they're seen as environmentally friendly. But the governor's proposal does increase that amount.
And how does that work? I'm curious because I keep hearing about this change, but I don't really understand what would be different.
We can talk after.
Okay,
actually.
thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, and I believe that ends the questioning for this panel, Panel E, so Panel F. Thank you very much, lady and gentlemen. Panel F, please proceed to the table. That's New York Battery and Energy Storage Technology Consortium, the Public Utility Law Project, New York Solar Energy Industries Association, and the New Yorkers for Clean Power. And if we testify in that order, it would be appreciated. Okay, so Mr. Ecker, you want to go first, and then Ms. Wheelock, and then Mr. Cohen, and then Gupa.
Good evening, distinguished members of the legislature. I'm Bill Acker, the Executive Director of New York BEST, the New York Battery Energy Storage Technology Consortium. New York State faces a critical moment. Electricity costs are rising, grid reliability margins are shrinking, and we have ambitious climate goals to meet. Energy storage can simultaneously address all 3 of these challenges. Its cost-effective solution not only enables renewables, but also makes the grid more efficient, increasing reliability and driving down cost. First, on reliability, energy storage can act as a virtual transmission system, storing energy and delivering it locally when and where it's needed, and avoiding the need for costly power lines and substation upgrades. This is particularly important in New York City right now, where the ISO and Con Ed has identified immediate reliability shortfalls. Standalone energy storage can provide flexible, reliable capacity more quickly than traditional infrastructure. Second, on cost. According to NYSERDA's own analysis, achieving our 6 gigawatt target will avoid at least $2 billion in transmission system costs for ratepayers. This doesn't include additional savings from avoided distribution upgrades, reduce healthcare costs from cleaner air, or preventing economic loss from power outages. Third, on the environment, energy storage directly reduces the reliance on fossil fuel power plants, are non-emitting, and enable greater renewable integration. Yet despite all these benefits and New York State's 6 gigawatt goal by 2030, we have deployed only about half a gigawatt, only 8% of our goal. With less than 5 years remaining, we must dramatically accelerate deployment. Despite progress, including the launch of NYSERDA's programs last year, energy storage projects continue to face significant financing, permitting, and interconnection barriers. To unlock the full benefits of energy storage, we respectfully ask you to advance 3 key initiatives this session. First, enacting sales tax exemption for energy storage, as is already provided for fossil fuel resources. This levels the playing field and eliminates unnecessary red tape of obtaining discretionary exemptions. Second, pass legislation to permit large energy storage systems over 25 megawatts under the Office of Renewable Energy and Siting, ORES, establishing centralized expert review process for storage and aligning how we treat other energy infrastructure of the same scale. Third, establish a 3 gigawatt target for long duration and multi-day storage to be contracted by 2030, providing clear market signals needed for attracting investment and scaling manufacturing. We applaud the legislature as being a global leader on climate and modernizing the energy system. We have the tools to maintain that leadership and deliver on grid reliability and affordability. Our members are ready to build. We need your support to deploy at scale. We thank you for your leadership and the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you. Public Utility Law Project?
Good evening. My name is Lori Wheelock. I'm the Executive Director and Counsel of the Public Utility Law Project. We go by PULP for short. Thank you so much for including us. We've submitted substantive comments. And first and foremost, just thank you. Our organization receives most of our funding from the state legislature. And because of you and your continued support, our organization has been able to grow. And as we grow, we've been able to do even more work across New York State to help low-income New Yorkers. Last year when I sat at this table, there were 10 of us. Now there's 14, and we're very close to being 16. And so we thank you for that, and we ask for continued support so we can continue to grow. As our team grows, though, the calls, the emails for help just continue to grow as well. In 2025, we received 1,800 contacts from low-income New Yorkers who were behind on their utility bills. Of that 1,800, 800 were at risk of shut-off or already shut off by the time they got to PULP. And I think it's just an example of what's really happening on the ground across the state. We also participated in 4 rate cases, multiple generic proceedings, trainings all across the state. And when we talk to low-income New Yorkers, how we describe energy affordability really falls into 3 spaces. The first being immediate financial assistance, ways to help people pay their utility bills right now because they are struggling. The second is energy efficiency and programs like Empower Plus, which you've heard a lot about already tonight. But that is important because it helps lower the usage, which will help lower the bills. And the third is the hardest nut to crack, and that's the rates themselves. The rate design component, the delivery rates, the supply, everything from the rate cases and onward. And that's why we were so grateful to see the 8 umbrella proposals by the governor that were included in this budget. It is a door that is opening at a time where we need it to be open and to have very honest conversations about the way we do things in New York. We're also not alone. You see what's happening in Jersey, Rhode Island, Georgia. All of us are having similar conversations, but New York is ahead of the curve. We have many bills already, many of which I look forward to discussing tonight. One of which that we include in our own budget proposals is A9621, which is Assemblymember Barrett's bill, to create an Office of Energy and Equity. We've heard a lot tonight about the different energy affordability programs, but it's becoming hard to track all of the funding and how many people are enrolled and are they funded enough? And so having one entity that can reach into all the various agencies from HCR, OTDA, DPS, NYSERDA, and onward, we think is really necessary at this time. It will make us stronger. It will make our funding processes work better. And so we look forward to discussing ideas like this tonight with you all. And thank you again for including PULP.
Thank you. New York Solar Energy Industries Association?
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Jonathan Cohen. I'm the Policy Director at the New York Solar Energy Industries Association. I'm going to start with the bottom line. Rooftop and community solar paired with battery storage is a $1 billion energy affordability opportunity for New York. Earlier this month, Synapse Energy Economics released a statewide analysis showing that if New York scales rooftop and community solar to 20 gigawatts by 2035, and we hit our energy storage goals, it will save New Yorkers $1 billion every single year in avoided energy costs. Those savings flow to all ratepayers by lowering wholesale energy costs and reducing reliance on fossil fuels. And that $1 billion is on top of the hundreds of millions of dollars in direct utility bill savings that are already going to solar and battery customers themselves. This is really important because we've learned today energy insecurity is the dominant concern of New Yorkers. So as you consider this budget, the central question really should be, what policies will most effectively lower energy bills for all New Yorkers quickly, durably, and at scale? It is a fact that solar is the least expensive form of new generation on Earth. That makes rooftop and community solar the most powerful tools we have to achieve broad energy affordability. Distributed solar and storage are already New York's most successful clean energy sector. We surpassed our 6 gigawatt CLCPA target more than a year ahead of schedule. We're on pace for 10 gigawatts by 2030. We've set record-setting levels of deployment for the last 2 years, and we've built a vibrant industry that employs nearly 19,000 New Yorkers across every region of the state. On the budget, NYSEA has one ask: include the Accelerate Solar for Affordable Power Act. And the reason is simple. The ASAP Act targets energy insecurity and it unlocks $1 billion in energy savings. It does this by raising the state's distributed solar target to a level that independent analysis shows will deliver the greatest savings for ratepayers, and by modernizing interconnection to drive down costs. Today, New York is still trying to connect 21st century energy projects using 20th century tools, and ratepayers are footing the bill. Costs have skyrocketed because timelines are unpredictable and utilities aren't incentivized to control their costs. The ASAP Act will bring real transparency, predictable timelines, proactive planning, and flexible interconnection options, all of which allow solar and storage to connect safely, quickly, and affordably. And all of this happens with no fiscal impact to the state budget. My written testimony has additional next steps that can find further savings after we enact the ASAP Act. I only have 9 seconds, so I won't go into those, but I will end where I started. New York has a $1 billion opportunity to lower energy bills for everyone and to lead the nation on energy affordability. Let's get it done.
Thank you. New Yorkers for Clean Power.
Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Anshul Gupta. I'm the Policy and Research Director for New Yorkers for Clean Power, which is a statewide campaign to transition to a clean energy future. As we all know, affordability is the dominant theme of today's energy zeitgeist. Unfortunately, the fossil fuel industry and their business partners are deceptively exploiting this to stall New York's progress towards a clean, sustainable, and ultimately more affordable energy future. Prolonging our dependence on fossil fuel sets the stage for costlier and more volatile energy, not to mention higher pollution and healthcare costs. New York has seen little reduction in fossil fuel pollution since the enactment of the CLCPA. Yet, New Yorkers are facing skyrocketing utility bills. Our energy unaffordability crisis is the product of the fossil fuel status quo and an aging energy infrastructure. We urge the legislature to defend and uphold the CLCPA that it passed in 2019, maintain the scientific integrity of its emissions accounting, and ensure implementation and adequate funding. This would be the real path towards economic growth and affordability. I will now summarize some of our specific recommendations. First and foremost, it is absolutely critical that the $1 billion Sustainable Future Program is renewed each year with at least the same level of funding until the cap and invest regulations go into effect. We often hear about federal government's hostility as a reason to slow down our clean energy progress. But the building sector, which is New York's largest source of climate pollution, is mostly within the state's purview and generally free of federal interference. With adequate and stable funding for Empower Plus, green affordable pre-electrification, weatherization assistance program, and clean heat programs with heat pump assistance for oil and propane customers, We can lower energy bills and meet our target of 2 million electric or electric-ready homes by around 2030. We must also modify the utility obligation to serve gas in our antiquated public service law to an obligation to serve cost-effective, fuel-agnostic heating options. Without this change, the gas utilities are on an unsustainable multi-billion-dollar gas pipe laying spree funded by increasing delivery charges on our gas utility bills. Lowering the cost and interconnection and permitting hurdles for distributed energy resources like solar and batteries will reduce grid strain, unleash much needed new electricity generation fueled by free in-state sunshine, and lower electricity costs for all New Yorkers. We urge the legislature to include the Accelerated Solar for Affordable Power or ASAP Act in the final budget and authorize automated residential solar permitting and balcony solar as other states are doing. To conclude, in the last year, New York has strayed from its clean energy commitments. We urge the legislature to help correct the course and guide the state towards a stable, affordable, and clean energy future that fossil fuels can never deliver. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Harkam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for your testimony and your written testimony. I want to direct this question to Bill, if I may. There has been an abundance of disinformation and, quite candidly, a lack of real hard information about the advancements in safety in BESS technology, what the state has done, what the new requirements are, what the new technologies like. Could you address some of the advances in safety in BESS technology?
Yes, Senator, thank you for that question, because I think it's incredibly important. If you go on the internet or look, you can easily be convinced that battery fires are common and that batteries are unsafe. In fact, there have been huge advancements in safety in a number of dimensions. The safety of our energy storage systems is really a multi-layered approach that the state has enacted some of the strongest safety rules and codes in the nation that went into effect just this January 1st, that built on a lot of years of study of the best codes possible to ensure safety of battery energy storage systems. That includes things that involve extensive testing of the systems to ensure that fires cannot propagate from one unit to another. A lot of the things you might see on the internet, there were really two systems, two sites in the country that have gotten a lot of press about that were much older systems where batteries were packed together and there were no barriers between them. So when a fire did start, it spread across the whole facility. The testing is designed to ensure that cannot happen. There are multiple then further safety systems that are put in place for monitoring control of the batteries. They need to be monitored according to new codes. There needs to be emergency response plans. In the siting process, we need to go through a third-party review for all of these things. And there are a whole litany of other pieces that go into ensuring that the safe designs. I also would add that the technology has been evolving. There was a question earlier about cobalt and lithium-ion batteries. Basically, all of the grid batteries you'll see in New York State don't have any cobalt in them at all. They're a new design of what's called LFP batteries. And so the systems are evolving and the codes have been evolving to ensure these systems are safe.
Thank you very much.
Yes, my question is for Lori. Lori, I appreciate some of the conversations we have, and I certainly appreciate your advocacy on behalf of the ratepayers of New York State. Earlier today, when the panel with President Harris and PSC Chairman Christian, there was a discussion that came up and was part of the point that was brought up is how utilities are sitting on over $2.4 billion in reserves. That money is collected from the ratepayer through assessments and fees directed by the PSC to pay for the green energy programs mandates. And NYSERDA asks the PSC for the money. When they do, that's when the utilities send it to NYSERDA for these green energy programs. But given the fact, and certainly your advocacy for people in arrears, the rising utility rates that people all across the state of New York are facing, given this fact, wouldn't it be better and more effective to use that excess money for direct ratepayer relief versus actually higher utility rates for individuals in arrears who are facing tough choices to subsidize someone's electric vehicle purchase, to subsidize someone's electric heat pump, or to subsidize someone's electric snowblower. Wouldn't that money be better used to provide direct ratepayer relief? The constituents I'm hearing for, they want direct ratepayer relief. They're not asking for more green programs to subsidize through higher utility bills. Wouldn't that be, at least in this, wouldn't that be something we could do right now to provide direct relief, to try to ease that burden on those individuals in arrears and ease that burden on the rising utility rates that we're seeing based on the utility hearings and rate cases that are going on? Wouldn't that be something we could do?
Well, thank you so much for the question, Assemblymember, and I know we've had some conversations in the past. I think Pulp's budget testimony really focuses on, lessons we've hopefully learned from November to begin with. The federal shutdown was particularly hard on New York State. We're still dealing with, the financial aspects of what's going on. And so in general, for instance, we really do support the governor's plan for an annual affordability report. We would love far more detail, in particular with the NYSERDA funding. I think we've seen how much the funding goes to different programs, from, again, Empower Plus to energy efficiency, and we would be interested in tracking it. Pulp has also filed comments this summer because we noticed that in the Clean Energy Standard, there was a surplus fund. And so we filed comments there going, we see a surplus. Could we use that funding for ratepayer relief? We were not successful, and I'd be happy to discuss offline, what that outcome was. Just yesterday, the NYSERDA board did vote with Reggie that if there are over projections, about 34% of that could go potentially to fund energy affordability programs. So we are seeing these conversations happening. I think for us, we want to be able to track these and continue to have those conversations.
Thank you, Madam
Still
Chair.
Wednesday.
It is. So for New York Battery Energy, Mr. Acker, you talked a little bit about how rare battery thermal runaway or chemical fires are, but New York State's already seen 4 facilities. One of those catch fire. One of those facilities is actually in my Senate district in Lyme. It caught fire in 2023. In Warwick, their facility caught fire in 2023. And then again, you'll remember the news just in December in 2025. East Hampton, also in 2023, had a fire that disrupted rail traffic. And all of these have endangered their communities. When one of your battery facilities catches a chemical fire through thermal runaway, it produces hydrogen fluoride, hydrogen cyanide, carbon monoxide, hydrogen chloride, sulfur dioxide, methane, ethylene, all bad, but hydrogen fluoride in particular, the CDC says dangerous to life and health at 30 parts per minute, or parts per million. It's corrosive to the lungs. It can cause poisoning and death, and it's at levels that are toxic before you can ever smell or taste it. And in your testimony, you asked for larger battery storage facilities, over 25 megawatts, and a lot more of them, 3 gigawatts in total storage, to be expedited under ORES, is what you brought to us here today. So how many battery fires in the state of New York will New Yorkers have to suffer if your plan sees through in the state?
So, Senator, first of all, the battery fires are rare. You are correct in the ones you cited in New York. There are thousands of batteries. Texas already has more batteries deployed than our entire goal of 6 gigawatts. You haven't heard of a single one there. So these are rare events, but they have happened. Those fires that you just talked about that happened, there was air monitoring that happened, and they detected no harmful levels for humans above any limit that would be harmful of any of the emissions that you just cited.
Which is an additional concern, because if we don't even have monitoring equipment, but we know that those are the dangerous emissions that are coming off of these things, the community of Lyme was locked down during the fire. People were told to stay inside of their homes. The fire department didn't know how to deal with the fire, and people were terrified. And for them, it's not rare. They only have one battery storage facility. So to the New Yorkers that have already suffered under this plan, it's not rare at all.
So the new codes make sure that there's an emergency response plan, so the fire department knows how to respond, that there's training, and also that wouldn't have happened. They wouldn't have had the lockdown if they had had those plans in place then. So the new
Thank
codes
you.
address this.
Assemblywoman Simon?
Thank you. Thank you. So, Lori, first of all, I think we ought to just double what we give you in the
Thank
budget
you.
every year, because you guys do such a fabulous job and have really helped so many members throughout the state with this very burning issue. No pun intended. So I have a question for you is, I had asked earlier about the landlord utility accounts. I asked the chair of the PSC. And my question is, you know, what do you know what the governor is seeking to accomplish with this proposal? And if you can explain that so that we understand it better, that would be very helpful. And then I have another question for Mr. Acker about batteries.
Okay, I'll be quick. So sometimes you can have a multiple dwelling, which again, 3 or more units, and the utilities are in the landlord or owner's name, not the tenant's. If that landlord or owner stops paying, the tenants can actually lose the service. And so it's a really sad situation where the tenants are essentially stuck in the middle between the owner, who's not paying, and the utility company who needs them to pay, right? Like, they're clearly using a service, they need to pay for it. We talked about the uncollectible risk. And so we have seen this unfortunately happen across the state. And a lot of times Pulp has worked with Law New York out in Elmira, Bronx Legal Services, Queens Legal Aid, Albany Tenants, Association right here to try and help these tenants go after the owner so that the utilities don't get shut off. And so the hope is with this proposal, which there's also a Senator Kavanaugh and Assemblymember Rosenthal bill that's very similar, they would be allowed, the utilities could go and get a lien in court against the property and the utility service could stay on. So that's the real hope. Protect the tenants, allow the utility to seek recovery, but go after the owner and not have the tenants be harmed.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And Mr. Acker, you just testified a bit about battery and energy storage. A couple of questions have come up. The sort of battery storage that would be what you're talking about for energy retention. It's not like the lithium batteries in the bicycles, which I think a lot of people think it's lithium, and that it's going to end up causing fire. Like, we have a big problem with that. It's a huge problem in a lot of places with those batteries. So if you could explain the difference in the technology and what difference that makes in the usability of this technology, and also some siting concerns, because people have been concerned that they might be too close to residential neighborhoods. If you could address that issue, I'd appreciate it.
Well, I think I have 5 seconds, so
Sorry.
I will follow up with
too
you.
long.
you.
Thank you, Assemblymember Levenberg, to close.
I'm teasing.
Okay.
Thank you.
So quick question first for Lori. And again, I know everybody's expressed their thanks. I'm going to just add my thanks to everybody else's for all your incredible work and help through our recent Con Ed rate case for the interveners. What is one thing you think that New York State can do to make these rate cases more effective and have better outcomes for ratepayers? And then follow-up question is for Bill, is that your name? Bill. Yes, Bill. You can continue to answer Joanne's question, please. And also just maybe a comparison to gas line explosions, nuclear sites. There's gas-powered cars and all the other things that are powered by gas. Do we see fires in them? Lori first, then Bill.
Yes, real quick, guidebook. We would love it if the department and the commission would create a guidebook for parties, especially new ones who want to participate. You don't know what your rights are. You can do interrogatories, testimony. There's all these rights as a party, and we would love for that to be created.
Thank you.
And I think one of the really important things about the battery safety is that the batteries have to be manufactured correctly. They have to be engineered systems correctly. They have to be tested and validated, and they have to be controlled. And so one of the things that happened with the micromobility fires was that a lot of those batteries were very cheap Chinese batteries sold by Amazon or other companies over the internet with no UL certifications, no validation of the quality of the batteries. And then they were being charged by people and operated by people with no controls, no monitoring, any of those kinds of things. The big difference is that for the grid energy storage systems that we have, all of those first things are in place. There's good monitoring, there's testing of it, the factories are monitored to make sure the batteries are manufactured well. All of those things are in place to make sure that the batteries are good quality systems. So that's the main difference. There also are differences in the chemistries used in certain cases, but there actually are a variety of lithium-ion battery chemistries. The bigger ones are actually the systems in place and all the controls on how they're manufactured, their quality products.
And I do believe I just read
And I guess, I'm sorry, I was going to, the last part of your question, I mean, we hear a lot about battery fires, but most of the time, any of the evacuations, with the exception of Moss Landing, which was a very odd situation, it was a very old facility, bad design long before the codes, there have not been loss of life. There have not been major incidences with them. Whereas we can go through the litany of the fossil fuel industry. Just we had a gas truck on fire nearby, and on the highway that was mentioned earlier today that caused an evacuation zone around it. This happens all the time in the gas industry, but because it's not batteries are new technology, I think it's a lot more focus.
Thank you.
Fossil industry, I should say.
Gas explosions are very common. Just 4 days ago, there was 1 death and 14 injuries in a Bronx gas explosion.
Thank you. Of course. Remember it well.
Thank you all for coming and being with us and testifying fairly late in the evening. Appreciate all of you and the work you do, and I hope everyone will get back safe. Thank you. Very nice. All right, next up, panel G. So we have Conservation Officers PBA, Matthew Krug, New York City Environmental Justice Alliance, Connor Bambrick, and Upstate New York Towns Association, Dr. Carolyn Price. Really? Okay, fine.
Smart to buy pizza. They're drinking their own Maris.
Yeah.
Having pizza. I'm gonna go get pizza.
He's getting pizza.
He is our list.
I know. Goodbye. Good evening, all of you. Nice to see you. Thank you for being with us so late this evening. And we're going to start with Conservation Officers PBA, then go to New York City Environmental Justice Alliance, and then to Upstate New York Towns Association. Good evening. Sure. My name is Matt Krug. Oh, the green circle needs to be lit. So press the button, and there's a sweet spot, and then it will turn green. Except me, it doesn't like me. Try again. There you go.
Good evening. My name is Matt Krug, and I'm the director of the Environmental Conservations Local and serve on the board of directors for the PBA of New York State. First and foremost, I would publicly like to thank Commissioner Amanda Lefton for approving the purchase of a new records management system and body cameras for our officers, which is expected to be delivered in late 2027. The Commissioner has also approved hiring 30 more officers who will begin their 29-week academy next month. The primary responsibilities of a conservation police officer is to protect the people and environment of the state of New York by enforcing the laws that are passed by this legislature. Unfortunately, despite the new hiring, our staffing numbers are down 20%. At full staffing, we are allowed 344 officers, a limit that was set decades ago, but we currently have approximately 275 officers statewide. New York has expanded deer hunting seasons, passed aquatic invasive species laws, protected an additional 1 million acres of wetlands, and designated low-income neighborhoods as environmental justice areas, with less field officers now than in 2008. In Governor Hochul's Budget address, she stated that she intended to make an investment into an urban search and rescue partnership to deploy quickly and sustain large-scale rescue operations during a major disaster. However, we are a part of that response, and that was unfunded. We do not have that safety equipment and small craft necessary to accomplish the mission. Conservation officers responded to 9/11, Hurricane Irene, and Hurricane Sandy. However, if a major event like that happened tomorrow, we are woefully unprepared due to past budget cuts at the DEC that deprioritize first responders. Maintaining emergency response equipment needs reliable funding sources. To correct these issues listed, I asked the legislature to dedicate separate line items for enforcement in the budget. Secondly, to add our members to the state police retirement system so that we can stay somewhat competitive with hiring. Third, pass a Senator Harcum and Assemblywoman Kells enforcement bill, which will collect fine money from poachers and polluters to supplement future environmental enforcement. Lastly, to pass a newer version of the bottle bill, which directs a portion of those unclaimed deposits to fund an increase in officers in environmental justice areas. Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Connor Bambrick, Senior Climate Advisor with the New York City Environmental Justice Alliance. Founded in 1991, the New York City Environmental Justice Alliance is a nonprofit, citywide membership network linking grassroots organizations from low-income communities of colors in their struggle for environmental justice. Our written testimony touches on a few key areas, namely transportation, e-commerce warehouse regulations, air quality monitoring, but I want to lift up two key areas, and I'll be brief in doing so. Number one, the Sustainable Future Program. We support NY Renew's call for an additional $3 billion for the Sustainable Future Program this year. That's in line with really the low end of what Cap and Invest would have raised had the governor and the state moved forward in a timely manner on Cap and Invest regulations. Secondly, with the Sustainable Future Program, we believe there needs to be more transparency associated with it. We believe New Yorkers should be able to track where that funding is going, whether it's through new funding or even the funding allocated last year. The ability to see when those dollars are going out the door, to what projects they're going towards, and how those projects are progressing would enable us as advocates to better convey to the communities that we're serving just how the benefits of New York spending are being delivered. And then finally, should the state move forward with regard to Cap and Invest, should the legislature choose to do so, we urge you to take a strong look at Assemblymember Kellis's legislation, Assembly Bill 3975, which would establish some critical guardrails that would protect communities from any undue environmental impacts from a Cap and Invest program. And then finally, I wanted to touch briefly on the events of the last few days. I think we've seen a tremendous amount of state and local resources dedicated to responding to and rightfully so, to the tremendous storm that New Yorkers and many across the country have faced. Tragically, several New Yorkers have lost their lives. And I raise this because in a few short months, New Yorkers are going to be once again struggling with extreme heat conditions. And the state has not dedicated nearly enough resources to deal with these conditions. Extreme heat is the largest cause of weather-related deaths in New York State. In New York City, over 500 New York City residents on average die from extreme heat. We believe that over the next couple of months during this budget process, the state should dedicate resources to codify the Extreme Heat Action Plan and to provide the spending necessary to actually implement that plan. And then also pass Assembly Bill 755, which would mandate heat mortality reporting across the state. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Good evening. And thank you very much to Chair Kruger and Chair Pretlow for giving us this opportunity, and also the distinguished members of the panel that are sitting here. We know it's been a long day, and thank you for your time. You, as legislative leaders in our state, must be very proud that we are a home rule state. The municipalities are very happy that it's a home rule state because the communities can manage their own affairs and they can create local laws with less interference from the state. Currently, there are 2 proposed additions to the Community Solar Act. Senate 8119A is in Senate Local Government Committee, and Assembly 9087 is in the Assembly Energy Committee. Additions to the Community Solar Act that have examples of going counter to home rule are setback requirements, decommissioning, sound limitations, and limiting the number of facilities. Remember, one size doesn't necessarily fit everyone, and certainly over the 900 towns that we have in New York State are very, very different in size, topography, and various characteristics. The strength of home rule is communities decide what is best for them. In closing, I'd like to leave this question with you to think about. Do you, as the state, really want to put municipalities through the process of amending their local solar laws? And this is what the proposal is. So I want you to remember that these communities would have to go back to their solar laws, introduce it at a meeting, have a board discussion, schedule a public hearing, hold public hearings, the board has to vote, and then file it with the state. Or would it be better to have representatives from our association, other applicable associations, solar companies, and we just heard Jonathan Cohen speak, he would be an excellent addition, and representatives from the New York State Legislature on the Assembly Committee to find an alternative solutions to what the state's needs and municipalities need and companies need regarding solar. Today, we heard a lot about how good solar is. What I'm asking you, let's find alternative solutions rather than forcing new regulations on all of the municipalities.
Thank you very much. Senator Harkavy.
Trying to get my light on.
I know, sometimes it's not in the mood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for your testimony. Thank you for staying late. We appreciate it. Just a couple quick questions for Matt. So you said the commissioner has approved a class of 30. You're well below, you said 2008. How many more FTEs do you think you need to be where you need to be after this class of 30 comes on?
To start really going into environmental justice areas and going after the pollution there, and not only filling our vacancies, I think our appropriate staffing level should be above like 400 easily, and we have not been really above 300 in the last 5 years at all.
All right, and so what's your attrition rate? You'll bring on 30, but how many will you lose because your benefits aren't as competitive as other law enforcement agencies?
So one of the tricky parts is just getting them through the door right now. Is our hiring process takes 9 months to a year. We lose a lot of different candidates, good candidates, to state police who make a little more money and can retire sooner with a better pension system. Once we get in, we have a less of a problem with we usually are just losing people to retirements for the most part. We've lost maybe 10 officers in the last 6 or 7 years to other agencies and career choices.
All right, thanks. And then the last question is, you mentioned equipment shortages. What are the big ticket items that your officers really need for their safety and also for the safety of the public and public health?
So we need funds set aside each year just for dedicated equipment that it gets cycled out every 8 to 10 years. For instance, the snowmobiles assigned to Washington County, they quit producing parts for those snowmobiles 8 years ago because these snowmobiles are older than the officers we're hiring right now. So a radio that I may have to use either in Albany County or in Buffalo costs about $8,000. We need those capabilities each. So big ticket items would be an offshore boat for the wind turbines on Montauk. That looks at about 1.5 million. But it's really just $800 to $1,000 to $1 million each year to maintain our fleet and purchase small crafts for emergency response.
Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly.
Assembly Member Simpson?
Thank you. Thank you all for being here. And Matt, it's always late when we get to hear from you. I want to follow up on Senator Harkin's questions. You mentioned the bottle bill, and and I think that is a great area, that 100 million or more. And then if this body does increase those redemption fees, theoretically you could assume that there's going to be even more monies available to really strengthen up the overall goal, which is to capture more containers. I know we've spoken about the fraud that exists within that system, which hurts everyone involved, and you need resources for that. Do those numbers you mentioned of FTEs cover all of the needs for that program as well? And even expansion of that program? Should we expand it to other containers? Because it's going to be your responsibility.
We could probably use another 10 officers on top of that just for the New York City metropolitan area for that. Special investigators that are going to be looking up where the fraud's happening and comparing who's smuggling. They've literally smuggled non-deposit cans from New Jersey and other states into New York for redemption. And you can put a lot of cans in a tractor trailer. And I had worked those cases earlier on in my career downstate. So there's a lot of potential for it. And right now, it's really tough to catch them because of our lack of officers.
And the equipment, I'm sure there's much more sophisticated equipment you need for managing, that type of investigations into what's happening.
Yes,
but these aren't accounted for.
It's really manpower intensive with seeing where stuff comes from. It's going through business records to see who collected the 5-cent deposits, who's selling non-deposits and collecting it, and where that money's actually going. So if you had a small business that maybe they sell, 100,000 cans a year, what are they claiming they're selling, and what are they turning in for unclaimed funds each year? There's a pretty good upside to short the state. And so in that bill, I'm hoping that some of the money will come back for enforcement.
Thank you. The only other thing I want to say is ice fishing looks really good if you do a derby for the kids.
I'll keep you in mind.
Okay.
Okay. Other senators? Yes, Senator Walczak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Officer Krug, first of all, thank you for your service and for your stewardship, and please send my best regards to the men and women who work in your field. We appreciate their stewardship as well. Dr. Price, when a town doesn't want a solar project, what are their options?
Well, I haven't seen that happen yet. I can say that our towns are supportive of solar. It sometimes takes a long time to go through the process, all the steps that I mentioned. In the bill, the assembly bill that's there right now, if this bill goes through the way it is, the towns would only have 120 days to go back and put these provisions that are in the bill in their own local laws. We do get a lot of people that turn out for public hearings for anything related to energy. It is a hot topic with the public. that old saying, not in my backyard. So it not only happens with solar, it happens with wind, it happened with natural gas when all that was going on. So I think it would get down to, you have to follow the state laws, and there already is a Community Solar Act. So towns have to follow that. I think what we're saying is we don't want to see home rule eroded. And also, if we want people to support solar, we really don't want more regulations coming down and have to bring all those people back into our public meetings. I think things are going quite well. What I listened to today, some of the advantages of solar, I think we need to make it happen and happen in a positive way and have people supportive.
If a town passes a moratorium on solar or wind or battery storage or any of the host of things that fall under the Office of Renewable Energy Siting, or ORES, how does ORES handle that resolution? Is that a respect of home rule? They end the project at that time?
I really haven't heard about enforcement. Okay, I know in this law that I'm referring to that would, we think, take some of the home rule away, they want to limit how many moratoriums you can have. I think there can be one of 6 months, and then for emergencies, maybe 6 months more. We have seen towns that want to take more than a year. So this is why we need to sit down. We need representatives from the Assembly and the Senate. We need representatives from the company. We need representatives from the town to say, what are your needs, and try to solve this problem without mandates.
Thank you for your answer.
Thank you.
Assemblymember Giglio?
Thank you, Doctor, and I thank your testimony for local control, because you know what, the state has done so much as far as we don't care what the local government has to say when it comes to solar on these mega projects, or when it comes to cannabis cultivation. And that is really affecting my district. But Matt, my question is more to you. So we had a discussion last year about fraud and about tractor trailers coming in from other states, New Jersey, Connecticut, and you actually, your team, identifying them with these bottles that don't have the 5 cents, and they're really, it's fraudulent. And you write the tickets, and they go to court, and they go to the DAs, and the DAs dismiss the case. So I want you to talk a little bit about that, because we really need to stop the fraud, especially when we're talking about increasing the bottle redemption to 10 cents a bottle. And we have all this fraud of all of these tractor trailers coming into our state with where they don't have bottle redemption policies, and redeeming those bottles and getting the money. So please talk about that, Matt.
So environmental enforcement's really tricky in New York. When we make a case, we either have the Attorney General's office that may prosecute the case on some of the really large-scale pollution cases, or it goes to local district attorneys who are normally prosecuting the penal law, vehicle traffic, family law. So when it comes to environmental law, they are not familiar with it. It's also could be a very large amount of evidence involved with it, pictures, video, surveillance, for a topic they're not familiar with. So when it comes to the cases, they're looking to clear their dockets. We really need specific district attorneys or prosecutors that know our law and are passionate about it. Is really the biggest issue with being the under prosecution of our cases, especially when it comes to these frauds. They look at it and go, it's just a nickel. Who cares? You know, the victims can sometimes be the small business, but they don't have a face to the victim like they might have in a child abuse case or in a domestic violence case. So I don't really see that they're very passionate about the environmental enforcement overall. And that really leads to more fraud when you're not holding people accountable.
And I agree with you that if we are going to talk about the bottle bill and raising the costs, that that money should be allocated. Just like the gambling money was supposed to be going to education, and it's not, it's funding the general fund. This money for the bottle redemption should go to the enforcement of these fraudulent characters.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other senators? No.
Okay, Assemblymember Polisamo, to close.
Yes, thank you. First, Matt, I just wanted to say thank you to you and all your members for what you do for us. I just wanted to say that first. You guys do a tremendous job for our state, and I just wanted to send our appreciation and thanks to you and your members. Dr. Price, I kind of wanted to focus in on what you talked about when you said the word home rule, and my colleagues have brought this up. You know, home rule and local control is something we've been talking about for a number of years. And we have systematically seen this legislature, with the help of the governor, erode home rule and local control. When we talk about energy, we had Article 10 at one point where there's 7 representatives, or 5 from the state, so the state still controlled, but you had 2 local representatives on that board to make decisions on siting of projects. That wasn't good enough, so then they went to ORES, so basically took all local participation off that board, and then the state of New York makes the determination. So we've had projects around the state. I know you said you're not aware of them, but I know there's some major solar projects that have widespread opposition from local communities, battery storage opposition from local communities. I mean, just no one in the community supports it. But the way the laws are written in the state of New York, if the state of New York decides that your community needs wind or solar, you're going to get wind or solar without any regard to what you want, what the people want, and what's happening. Where is that coming from? That's coming from upstate New York land, because we have the land. There's no land in the city for these types of projects. And so if 95 or 99% of the people don't want it, they're going to get it if the state of New York says we have to get it, because we have to meet these green energy mandates. And the fact of the matter is 90% of our generation upstate New York is emission-free because of the nuclear fleet and the hydro fleet. 90% of the generation in downstate is 90% of it is fossil fuel, and that increased significantly after the closure of Indian Point. I remember the former NCON chair who served, I remember we were at a hearing and he was asking questions. It doesn't make sense to me, and we were talking about why we're allowing clear cutting of trees to put up a solar farm. Trees absorb carbon dioxide, that's good for the environment. And we've had projects where they're clear cutting trees to build a solar farm. That makes no sense. That's not home rule, that's not local control. And on top of it, to add insult to injury, from a local control perspective, now the state of New York, after a lawsuit, they went back and has taken away local assessments. Local assessors control the assessments for their towns. Now, local assessors can't have any input on assessments of solar or wind in their local communities, and that's another insult on local control and home rule. So, thank you.
I believe that is the assembly members and the senators.
That is it.
All right. Then thank you very much for being with us tonight. Appreciate your testimony and staying so long.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you. And we're now up to panel H.
Thank you for your service.
The Adirondack Council, the Adirondack Mountain Club, Paul Smith College Adirondack Watershed Institute, Protect the Adirondacks, and Open Space Institute. There's a theme here of this panel. No problem. Okay. Shall we go in the order you're on the agenda, starting with Andrew Williams, and then Kathy Pedler, then Maureen Cunningham, then Claudia Braemar, and then Eileen Larrabee. Does that sound okay? All right, 3 minutes each.
All right. Not good afternoon, good evening. Thank you, Chairs Harcum, Glick, Kruger, Pretlow, and Ranking Member Steck and Simpson. Really appreciate you guys having us here today. My name is Andrew Williams. I am the Director of Government Relations here, not here, at the Adirondack Council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. For over 50 years, the Adirondack Council has worked exclusively to protect the ecological integrity and wild character of the 6 million acre park, Adirondack Park. We are a nonprofit that relies on science and advocacy to ensure the globally significant Adirondack landscape continues to thrive and serve all New Yorkers. The Adirondack Park is a national treasure. It contains one of the largest intact temperate forests left on Earth, provides clean water to communities across the state. It supports roughly 130,000 year-round residents and plays an outsized role in carbon sequestration and climate resilience. As New York works to meet its climate and conservation goals, the Adirondacks are not on the peripheral, they are central to this. I want to highlight a couple key areas in the governor's budget that are really important to our organization, specifically in the Environmental Protection Fund. We were happy to see that the governor included $425 million again in this year's budget. Significantly out of the EPF, there's a couple key pieces that are really core to us. The first being the Survey of Climate and Adirondack Lake Ecosystems, also known as SCAL. This is a globally significant study. It's building off of the work that and the legacy of the acid rain studies that shaped national clean air policy. This is such an incredibly important program that will last, the data will last for years and will help the state combat issues that are caused by climate change. We are asking for the legislature to increase the funding. The governor only included $1 million in her executive budget. We're asking for that to get up to $2 million to potentially finish off in a couple of years at a total of $12 million. We have received $6 million since. Another key EPF line item that we're really passionate about is the Timbuktu Institute. This is a partnership between CUNY Medgar College and SUNY ESF. This year we had about 130 students from all 5 boroughs in New York City participate in both the New York City program and the Adirondack program. I had the opportunity to join them a couple times this summer. We got to do a couple paddles up in the Adirondacks and also go to Governor's Island. And this is such a great program. I really got to see these students light up in nature. These are kids that might not have had the chance to really see what an Adirondack lake was like. And from my experiences, and I'm sure Matt, wow, that went quick.
It's amazing how quickly 3 minutes goes by. But again, although the time is late, everyone who's testifying, you have submitted your full testimony and is up on both of our websites so that all 20 million New Yorkers can read it. So thank you
And
so
they
much.
all will read it.
There you go. And we won't even test them tonight. Next is Kathy Pedler.
Great, thank you for this opportunity. We are so grateful to the Senate and the Assembly for your leadership in creating the dedicated EPF State Land Stewardship Fund for the Catskills and Adirondacks, including the line in your One House budget proposals the past several years, and for fighting for this dedicated funding, which was $10 million in the final budget last year. This year, ADK, the groups on this panel, and over 50 organizations and municipalities sent a letter to the governor requesting that this critical line be maintained at least $10 million, and that the EPF be maintained at least $425 million. In the executive proposal, the stewardship line is at $8 million. So we are respectfully requesting that you restore that dedicated funding for the Adirondacks and Catskills to at least $10 million. This critical line for protecting wilderness and wildlands in the Catskills and Adirondacks, Catskill and Adirondack parks, which represent over 6.5 million acres and attract more than 44 million visitors annually, who provide $5 billion in expenditures to the region and their communities. The funding line ensures that the parks are able to continue to be great places to live and work, and also to continue to perform essential services of combating climate change, protecting critical habitat, and providing fresh drinking water to millions, including New York City. The dedicated funding ensures visitor experiences are safe and welcoming and has allowed for expansion of trail work, more educational stewards, improvements to recreation infrastructure, and projects to improve accessibility. In the final budget last year, visitor centers were also supported, thanks to your good work again. And in this year's executive budget proposal, 3 visitor centers were supported, including the Catskill Visitor Center, the Visitor Interpretive Centers of Paul Smith's and SUNY ESF, which is awesome. But unfortunately, Adirondack Mountain Club's Visitor Center was not funded in the proposal, so we are also respectfully requesting that you restore ADK's Visitor Center funding at $250,000. This facility is an essential infrastructure for the Adirondacks and the High Peaks Wilderness. It's a year-round resource for outdoor recreators, providing, very importantly, 24-hour bathrooms, access to skilled educators, trip planning, weather reports, trail conditions, and essential gear. There are other important initiatives listed in our written testimony that were outlined in the joint Adirondack and Catskill letter to Governor Hochul, and I've included a table that summarizes the EPF in terms of funding requested by the Adirondacks and Catskill groups and what is proposed in the executive budget. The unshaded table lines show requested increases or needed restoration. So thank you very much for this time.
Thank you very much. And our next testifier is Maureen Cunningham from Paul Smith College, Adirondack Watershed Institute.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight and your continued leadership supporting scientific monitoring, research, and education through the EPF. I'm Maureen Cunningham, Executive Director of the Adirondack Watershed Institute at Paul Smith College, the only 4-year college inside the Adirondack Park. Like others, I grew up hearing about acid rain damaging the Adirondack lakes that I love. This pollution decades ago led to the launch of one of the state's largest and longest water quality monitoring programs that is now part of the Adirondack Watershed Institute's mission. I'll say AWI for Adirondack Watershed Institute. The Adirondack Park sits at the headwaters of several major freshwater systems, feeding the Great Lakes, the St. Lawrence, Lake Champlain, the Mohawk, and the Hudson. What happens to water quality in the Adirondacks flows downstream to drinking water supplies serving millions of New Yorkers. For over 30 years, AWI has built the long-term scientific record needed to protect these waters. Working with partners and more than 100 trained community volunteers, we monitor approximately 80 lakes each year that by watershed area make up roughly a third of the park's total area. This work is powered by our water quality lab, the only state Department of Health certified lab in the Adirondack Park, allowing us to detect small changes in sensitive lakes. Long-term monitoring is essential because even small shifts can push lakes to ecological tipping points. With decades of data, we can detect changes early from acid deposition to road salt contamination to the growing threat of harmful algal blooms. When monitoring lapses, we lose irreplaceable data about these lakes that can help others throughout the state. The EPF support sustains AWI's lab, staff, and monitoring infrastructure. It also sustains a broader network studying forest preserve health, including the Whiteface Mountain Field Station and Carey Institute. I also want to thank the legislature for supporting Paul Smith College Visitor Interpretive Center, or the VIC. Visitor centers like the VIC, along with ADK's High Peaks Center and others, connect tens of thousands of people each year to the outdoors. In closing, I respectfully ask that you include $200,000 for AWI's Forest Preserve Research and Monitoring, and the same for Whiteface Mountain and Carey Institute, and $250,000 for Paul Smith Vic, and the same for the other visitor centers, including Adirondack's High Peaks Center. The return on these investments extend far beyond the Adirondacks and ensure strong science continues to benefit all New Yorkers. Thank you for protecting New York's scientific excellence.
Thank you very much. Next up, Claudia Brainer, Protect the Adirondacks.
Good evening, Senator Krueger and Chair Pretlow and Chair Harcum and Chair Glick, and to the other members of the Senate and Assembly Environmental Conservation Committee. Thank you very much for this opportunity to testify and for still being awake with us. My name is Claudia Bramer. I am Executive Director of Protect the Adirondacks, and I would like to highlight 3 points of our written testimony. First, we are pleased that Governor Kathy Hochul's proposed budget sets the Environmental Protection Fund at $425 million. And I would like to note that we would urge the state to keep striving to get the EPF up to $500 million. In this year's EPF, we urge you to increase the open space and land acquisition line to at least $50 million. These funds are essential for acquiring ecologically significant lands throughout the state, such as the 36,000-acre Whitney Park property in the heart of the Adirondacks, and to help the state to protect the approximately 3 million acres of land that is needed to reach the statutory goal of protecting 30% of our lands and inland waters by 2030. We are also asking the legislature to increase the Adirondack Visitor Safety and Wilderness Protection Line to $10 million. Funding for 3 critical institutions that provide for the protection and research of natural resources in the Adirondacks needs to be restored to the EPF that was left out of the governor's proposal. That's the Adirondack Mountain Club's Visitor Center, AWI's Research Center, and the Atmospheric Science and Research Center at Whiteface Mountain. Last year, the state budget included $1 million for DEC to undertake a carrying capacity study of the Saranac chain of lakes in the Adirondack Park. We support the governor's proposal to reallocate that $1 million so that DEC can undertake and complete this vital work in the coming year. As a final note for the EPF, we urge you to increase the funding the governor proposed for the Timbuktu Institute and for the Adirondack Diversity Institute. Second, we urge the legislature to include in the state budget an amendment to the real property tax law that would create a tax incentive for private landowners to keep mature forests intact. This type of project would be especially beneficial for landowners in the Adirondack Park, where millions of acres of privately owned forests are at risk of conversion. And there's already legislation to establish this program. Senator May and Assemblymember Kellis have a bill that could be included in the budget as an Article 7 bill. Finally, Protect supports Governor Hochul's proposal for a constitutional amendment to Article 14. We urge you to increase the amount of the compensation lands to 2,500 acres to ensure that the people of the state know that this is a net benefit to the Forest Preserve. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Our next and last on this panel, Eileen Larrabee, Open Space Institute.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you for the opportunity all to appear this evening. My name is Eileen Larrabee. I'm Executive Vice President at the Open Space Institute. Founded in the Hudson Valley in 1974, OSI has grown into one of the nation's most trusted conservation organizations and is now active in more than a dozen states. We are proud to have protected more than 500,000 acres in our home state of New York, including 100,000 acres in the Hudson Valley and tens of thousands acres in the Catskills and the Adirondacks, much of it in partnership with state agencies and local partners. I will jump right in and express gratitude for the State Environmental Protection Fund and for your historic support for it. The Senate and the Assembly's decades-long backing of the EPF has protected its integrity and grown its funding level, and with that, its impact. Similarly, OSI is grateful for Governor Hochul's recommendation to maintain the EPF at its current historic $425 million level, and we strongly urge that at a minimum, this investment be maintained. Furthermore, within the EPF, we are gratified by the governor's continued commitment to open space and land protection. Conservation delivers tangible benefits across the state, including clean air and water, recreational opportunities, habitat protection, and climate change mitigation in the form of carbon absorption and containment of floodwaters. Land protection is challenged by new and expanded sprawl, development pressures, and rising real estate prices across urban, suburban, and exurban communities. We need to act quicker and be more creative and responsive to local needs, including the need to protect more parks and trails and greenways, the protection of local water sources, identifying new solutions for housing, partnerships, strengthening local economies, and tackling flooding in the age of climate change. We look forward to working with the governor, the legislature, and the agencies to empowering local governments to prioritize conservation and make it easier for them to access funding, further streamline state processes and grant making, and do more to leverage federal conservation dollars. In the meantime, thank you for your time and your leadership and unwavering dedication to the people of New York, of the special places in New York State.
Thank you very much. Senator Walczak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For Ms. Bramer, so you mentioned the 36,000 acre tract of private land in the town of Long Lake. Towns in the Adirondacks struggle to provide basic services, and Whitney Park is important to the town of Long Lake's tax base. We have the opportunity to let the APA oversee development and preservation of the tract at the same time. Why would the state ignore the wishes of the sellers' both will and deed restriction on this tract?
Senator Walczak, thank you so much for your service to our country. I want to say that first, and I want to thank you for that question. Whitney Park has been on the state's open space conservation plan priority list since its inception in the 1990s, early 1990s, and even before that, I believe my colleagues at the Adirondack Council had identified that property as important for its ecological resources and its ability to connect other lands surrounding it to make it one connected block of intact forest. So we are not suggesting that the state should ignore any legal restrictions that may be in place at this time. The property is listed for sale by the sellers, the trustees, and it's our hope that some sort of solution could be found so that the state could step in and be a buyer to a willing seller at this point. And we still think there's a possibility for that to happen. And we do understand that the Adirondack Park Agency would oversee any sort of development on that property, and we would be scrutinizing that very carefully. And I want to point you to our recent report where we did a desktop analysis of the natural resources on the site to show that much of the land is covered by wetlands, steep slopes, and also soils that are not available or readily available for septic systems, which would make it very hard for someone to develop much of the property.
The question remains the same, though, and I worry a lot about the precedence of rolling over someone's will while they're in the grave and deed restrictions that they placed on their property. The seller didn't want to sell this to the state, right?
My understanding is that Mr. Hendrickson, who has passed away, was upset with the state about certain things that had to do with the fisheries in the area. But I believe that DEC is a good steward of our natural resources in many respects. Yes, we need more ECOs and we need more forest rangers. If you can get the trustees to show us the trust document that actually has the provision that requires this, that prohibits the state, that would be great. As far as I know, that has not been made public, and there is no deed restriction.
Did the governor put $125 million in her budget to buy that land?
As far as I know, no, that's not in there for Whitney Park.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Assemblymember Glick.
Thank you very much for first being here and staying around, and secondly, for the work you do throughout the park to maintain its integrity for all of, not just New Yorkers, people come from all over the country to enjoy what is truly a unique location. Your points regarding some of the, what I would characterize as somewhat modest amounts of money that are really crucial to maintaining both the scientific research capacity, but also the longevity of some of those studies that are important to maintain the data going forward. So I think those, for me, are points well taken, and very much appreciate your advocacy. And I think offline, I'd like to have conversations with all of you about the constitutional amendment piece, and some of the changes to SECRA, which may or may not have direct impact on some of the smaller communities, and how they can create more housing in their hamlets. So I think there's a lot to be unpacked. I'm not sure that this is the time that I would absorb your wisdom. So, but those are areas that I want to follow up with each of you on. I think some of our concerns have always been about if it's a public or private sale of forest preserve, what do we get? What is the public benefit? So I'm sure you have some insights into that that would be useful. Thank you.
May I speak to that? Just quickly, I just want to reiterate how great AWI is and that it's our certified laboratory in the Adirondack Park. We're a partner with them on the Adirondack Lake Assessment Program, one of the longest running monitoring programs in the park. And I'd be happy to talk to you further about the constitutional amendment and why we think that there is a public benefit here to be had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other assembly members or senators?
I have two more.
Oh, excuse me.
Assemblymember Simpson?
Thank you.
I didn't see
And
anybody on
my
the list.
question is for Ms. Bramer. I'm interested in learning more about your climate protection-based private land forest management program. And can you enlighten me a little bit on the criteria, and also if you've done any estimates of how many localities could qualify for this program?
So I want to mention first, too, while I'm thinking about it, Whitney Park is subject to the 480A program, which means it has a very reduced tax on that it provides to the locality, and that is under an old forest tax law amendment. What we are proposing here goes to the current 480A real property tax for forest owners. And what it would do, it would expand the existing applicability. So right now you can get a tax reduction if you have your forest lands in a program that provides forest products. Under this proposal, you could expand that so that you are maintaining your forests as intact forests pursuant to a perpetual conservation easement. We are proposing that you would lower the minimum acreage from 50 acres to 10 acres in order to get the tax benefit. But basically, you would have to have a bona fide not-for-profit organization hold your conservation easement in order to get the tax incentive. And we're not talking about doing away with any of the forest products tax incentive that currently exists.
But if they were enrolled in this or they took advantage of this, they wouldn't be able to use that for forestry products.
Right. No, they would have to enroll in 480A via the other vehicle. So we're saying you can either do forest products or you can keep your forests intact as standing trees for climate purposes. Right now, if you enroll in 480A, you are supposed to be doing timber harvesting. But we know there are many private landowners who are not interested in doing that. There's a pretty rigorous DEC program you have to follow, and some people just want to keep their trees standing. But that's a benefit to the state because, as we've heard earlier, trees absorb the carbon dioxide. So as far as municipalities, the proposal in the bill now would be for any municipality that qualifies. So it wouldn't be restricted to a certain number. It's really a benefit that the Tug Hill Commission is supportive of as well.
So quickly, with my very little time left, do you have any concerns, or I have concerns because I don't know enough about this, of how it could compete with our forestry products industry and the need for renewable forest or regrowth forest and managed forest?
Well, as I said, it's an expansion. It doesn't take that away.
Thank you.
Thank you. Assemblymember Giglio?
Yes, thank you all for being here so late. So every single New Yorker is a co-owner and co-protector of the Forever Wild Forest Preserve, and through our state constitution is entrusted with every decision made regarding the public lands within the Adirondack Park. As the state works to restore wilderness character and manage overuse, these efforts must remain consistent with ecological protection and equity goals, while expanding access for people with disabilities is essential. It should be achieved using existing authorities without introducing motorized uses into the park's most ecologically sensitive areas: wilderness, canoe, and primitive lands. If every New Yorker is a co-owner, why should the access for people with disabilities be limited? Shouldn't part of the funding and subsequent plan provide a sustainable motorized access for all? And I'm the ranker for people with disabilities in New York State, and I think that our parks provide a great place for people with disabilities to explore. We're doing a lot on Long Island to allow access for people with wheelchairs and that really can't make it through. And the Adirondacks is such a beautiful place that should be open to everyone, including people with disabilities. Can you please address this?
Is that me? Do you want to go, Ken?
Sure, I'll just say, there's an exciting opportunity open right now. There's an OPDMD policy that just DEC has put out a draft policy, and there's a public meeting, I believe, on the February 4th, and comments until March. But this was something that all of the groups asked for, just to ensure that people with disabilities have a sense of what opportunities are available, especially in the Adirondack Park, because it can be very confusing. And DEC has also recently created a map with all of the accessible opportunities in the Adirondacks as well. So we definitely agree that accessibility is extremely important, and there's lots of opportunity in the Adirondacks and the Catskills, and we would like to see that expanded. So thanks for your comment on that.
I just want to say specifically with respect to wilderness, primitive, and canoe, those are areas of the park where motor vehicles are not allowed. And part of the fundamental nature of that area is that people with disabilities can experience that too. And wheelchairs are allowed in those areas. And then this policy could open up other areas like wild forest areas that make up about half of the forest preserve. So there's going to be plenty of we believe, opportunities.
I really thank you for that.
Thank you.
Here today and this evening, and for your work on behalf of the Adirondack Park, I guess every day. Thank you. All right, and our next panel is Sure We Can, Allegheny Beverage and Redemption Center, Creek End Sustainability Solutions, Alliance of Independent Recyclers of New York City. Sorry, we need 8 chairs for this one, I believe, if not 9. Natural Resources Defense Council. No, sorry, we already had that one, earlier panel. Excuse me.
Empire State Redemption.
Yes, indeed, turning the wrong page. Empire State Redemption Association. Let's see if everybody has stayed this evening. Okay, right. It's okay? Right, and we know that one of the people with us has a translator. Thank you so much. And that we know we'll need to give you a little more time to do the translation. So for whichever of you is doing the translation along with your specific client, there'll be 6 minutes for you instead of 3 minutes for you. Okay? All right, so we're glad everybody could still be here this late. So should we just go down the list the way it's on the piece of paper? So our first speaker will be Sure We Can, followed by Allegheny Beverage Redemption Center.
Good evening. My name is Ryan Castalia. I'm the executive director of Sure We Can, a Brooklyn-based redemption center and nonprofit serving independent recyclers. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. You might think that the incredible urgency around the waste crisis would translate into swift action by the state. Yet Governor Hochul failed to even mention solid waste in her State of the State address or propose any meaningful initiatives around this important issue in her budget. New York struggles to support even the simplest, most effective, and longest-standing recycling system we have, the bottle bill. and the workers who drive its success. The bottle bill works, period. It's demonstrated its efficacy continuously for decades, resulting in the diversion of millions of tons of waste and vast reductions in litter in our communities. It's the most effective recycling system we have, even generating revenue for the state, as we've heard today. Today, it captures around 65% of the material it covers. It supports small businesses, drives the circular economy, and is even a mechanism for environmental justice, creating a low-barrier way for marginalized people from all kinds of backgrounds to become independent recyclers who work, contribute to their communities, and earn a livelihood. Our Redemption Center, just in one part of Brooklyn, diverts around 1 million bottles and cans each month and distributes hundreds of thousands of dollars annually in income into underserved communities. In a very basic way, this system makes our state cleaner and stronger. All of this is hopelessly out of sync with the neglect the system has suffered. The bottle deposit hasn't risen in over 40 years, and after decades of kicking the can down the road, the system has reached the brink of collapse. Redemption centers are disappearing, making it harder than ever to return materials. We heard from Commissioner Lefton earlier today the need for a handling fee increase. Marginalized canners who earn on average less than a third of minimum wage are being further marginalized, and our streets, landfills, and waterways are filling with beverage containers, new and old, that aren't included in the system. A 10-cent deposit would push our return rates now at under 70% up to 90%, as other states have seen. It would mean more income for independent recyclers, an additional $100 million in revenue for the state from unredeemed deposits, and an increased handling fee would allow redemption centers to flourish instead of suffer, creating new access points and driving local economic activity. More containers included would mean a drastic increase in the volume of material diverted from our landfills and waterways, and even save money from municipalities. The opponents of this system, often polluters who seem to regard the idea of being asked to clean up their mess an unconscionable moral affront, speak as if changing this will cause the sky to crash down on them. They said that in '82 when this was enacted. They said it in 2009. And the sky has never fallen. But the sky is falling on redemption centers, our communities, and the system itself. If the state continues not to act, all New Yorkers' lives and wallets will continue to be affected. And we can't afford to take the system for granted any longer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next, we will have the Allegheny Beverage and Redemption Center.
Hi, everyone. My name's Andrea. My family owns Allegheny Beverage and Redemption Center, and it's getting late in the night on a Wednesday, and I wanted to start with truth or dare. Truth, would you like to admit that the senator failed to mention the solid waste crisis in her State of the State? Or dare, do you want to go back and live your life that you have right now on your pay rate from 17 years ago? Could you do what you're doing right now with your money from 17 years ago? That is what we are being asked to do right now. So like I said, my family's been in this industry since 2007, and we were ecstatic with the raise in 2009 up to our 3.5 cents. Since then, we've been rubbing those pennies together, trying to spread them as far as we can. It's getting hard. The pennies are getting thinner. We're not even making pennies anymore. So now we are looking to what can we do next. It feels like it's become personal. New York State does not care about our small businesses. My family, like I said, has been in this since 2007. My parents are looking to retire. We are trying to see what we can do next. They can't retire on their same income from 17 years ago. New York State doesn't ask their minimum wage employees to maintain their same minimum wage rate for 17 years, so it's unfair to ask our small businesses to do the same. In Governor Kathy Hochul's State of the State on the 13th, she said, quote, "When people work hard, when someone has their back, it can change the entire course of their life." She's right, but who has our back? We're hoping that you today will think about that. Think about our small businesses and include this in your budget. She talked about the affordability crisis. As redemption centers, we know this. It's been a very long time. The state could gain over $100 million if they'd modernize the bottle bill. Our redemption center industry could see a raise to allow us to survive. Middle and lower class people can use the system as a secondary or even a primary source of income and see some extra spending money in their pockets to then distribute in other places. Governor Hochul said she wanted to talk to small businesses all over the state of New York and learn about what their barriers are. Well, from the working class city of Olean, this bottle bill, it's a barrier. We are an asset to our community. We aid in fundraising efforts for over 200 different organizations, groups, American Legions, VFWs. They look to us to help them raise their fundraising money through their cannon bottle drives. What will they do if our business can't stay open? How will they open their doors to their veterans, to their communities, schools? Redemption centers all over the country are closing because they can't afford to keep their doors open. Things are changing. Consumers have different preferences. They like different things than they liked 20 years ago. The potential is endless with the expansion of the bottle bill. Like I said, we serve other parts of our communities. People look to us to pay their medical bills, their children's medical bills, raise money for little leagues. If we can't be around for them to do that, what's going to happen?
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Next, we have Peter Baker, Creek and Sustainability Solutions, LLC.
All right, thank you for having us here today. It's late. I know everyone's tired. Hopefully everything I'm about to say sticks, so I'm probably going to throw away my speech. There's nothing here that my colleagues haven't said eloquently, or data or stats or anything like that that you've heard throughout the course of the day. I was here most of the day, and all the stuff's been talked about, and I don't want to bore you guys. But I want to make a plea from the head and the heart, and kind of toss out the full-on speech here. As a small business, we're not asking for a handout. We're asking to be a part of a system that can create the next generation of the green economy, and do so in a way that puts money in people's pockets. It innovates. It uses the same capitalist principles, dynamics that any other business is looking for. We're not looking to be any sort of case or anything like that, but we are in a unique situation where all of our pricing, including a big chunk of our costs, are dictated to us. I can't raise my prices. Now, if I were a small business and I'm struggling, I could do things with my customers to raise prices, make reductions in certain things, and so on and so forth. But right now, we have all this material coming into the waste stream because, like Andrea said, people's preferences are different in terms of what they're drinking now. They're drinking a lot of non-carbonated beverages. And all that stuff is finding its way into our community redemption centers and is becoming a major problem for us. And that, coupled with no raise on the handling of product that we don't even make money on. It's like saying, I'm going to mow all my neighbors' yards, but I'm only going to get paid for 1 yard. You wouldn't do that. You if you were a landscaping business, you would go out of business within a couple of weeks. We hang on with what we got because there's the determination to make this thing work. And again, I plead. I've been at this table last year saying a lot of this stuff, and my operation could do 150 million units a year. I have no doubt, within a small amount of time, if we're allowed to make investments in ourselves, innovate and train and build with our own people. And I yield back.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And next up is Alliance of Independent Recyclers, Michaela Rosero, I believe.
Hola, buenas noches con todos ustedes. Mi nombre es Alberto Rosero. Vivo en Brooklyn, New York. Soy miembro de la Alianza de Recicladores Independientes. Hoy represento a todos mis compañeros del IAR. Soy un reciclador desde hace unos 13 años. Empecé en este trabajo en una oportunidad que tuve, porque yo trabajaba como árbitro de fútbol anteriormente, pero vi que el sueldo que me pagaban no era suficiente, la cual traté de conseguir otro ingreso por otro lado. Y fue un día que me asomé y vi a un señor recogiendo estas latas y botellas la cual lo comenté con mi esposa, Rosa, a ver si estábamos de acuerdo para salir nosotros a colectar también y así poder tener un ingreso extra para la economía del hogar. Y en esto quedamos de acuerdo que sí lo podíamos hacer, pero era para un fondo tener guardado para nuestro niño, el menor, el último de nosotros. Y quedamos de acuerdo en salir, queríamos en bolsas pequeñas y lo que nos hacíamos diario, 5, 4 pesos, 6 dólares, y todo ese dinero lo guardábamos para un tiempo que mi hijo tuviera una edad para que pudiera él disfrutar su dinero, la cual ahora y sucedió eso, lo hicimos. Después nos dimos cuenta que en verdad era algo que nos resultaba como ingreso económico. Compramos unos coches de compra de supermercado y nos decidimos a caminar por las calles a coger latas y botellas, que nos resultó para el ingreso económico de nosotros, la cual el dinero que guardamos para el niño aún lo teníamos, y en diciembre del año pasado él lo pidió, se lo dimos, porque él está estudiando todavía en el colegio y él sabrá qué hace su dinero. Es un muchacho bueno y tiene sus buenas ideas para aprovechar ese dinero.
Hello, my name is Alberto Rosero. I live in Brooklyn, and I'm a member of AIR NYC, the Alliance of Independent Recyclers. Today, I'm here to represent all of the members of AIR. I am a recycler. I collect cans and bottles and redeem them for 5 cents each. I started doing this work 13 years ago. I had another job as a soccer referee, but it didn't pay enough to cover all of my expenses, so I needed another way to make money. One day I mentioned to my wife Rosa that I had seen someone outside collecting cans, and I said to her, "My love, let's see if I can try this, see if it helps us out." We thought we'd try it for the sake of our youngest son, who was 7 years old at the time. We decided we'd collect what we could and save money to set something aside that we could give to him when he was older. We started out just collecting a small amount. We'd earn $3, $4, or $5 at a time. And slowly we became aware that if we really looked, we'd find even more bottles and cans. We were able to buy a shopping cart and go out and put all of our effort into this work. And so it stopped being just for our son. We realized it could be income for our whole family. We would do this work, collecting, sorting, redeeming, about 5 hours a day. And we went all in, and it made a huge difference in paying for our basic needs, paying for our rent. And this past December, I was able to give my son, who's 20 years old now, the hundreds of dollars we had set aside for him. This is my story, redeeming cans and bottles, one nickel at a time, helped me buy food, to care for my children, and pay my rent. I know many, many recyclers, and their stories are very similar to mine. We're recyclers because this is a way that we can improve our lives and the lives of the community around us. But it also helps our city and our state. It helps us conserve the environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our last presenter is Empire State Redemption Association, Jade Eddy or Edie, sorry.
Eddie is correct, yes. Tim Shorer, Hilltop Redemption, Hartwick. Opened last January because, quote, "My legislators assured me they would fix this." He is now closed, awaiting action. Erin Sparks, Toucans, Tonawanda. A mother of 5, forced to leave her business because she could no longer afford groceries. Val Amadon, Rosadon Enterprises, Manoa and Chittenango. 34 years in business. Closed this past September. The list goes on. Redemption may just be data to you, but behind that data are real human lives being torn apart by inaction. Not just business owners, but your communities and your constituents. This is my 4th time testifying before you on this crisis. There comes a point where this is no longer neglect, but systemic abuse. Businesses are closing, consumers are losing access, and New York is profiting. New Yorkers are being forced to participate in a system that is being shattered. The handling fee has been frozen for nearly 2 decades, while minimum wage has increased more than 120%, and operating costs have exploded. Redemption centers can't raise prices to keep up. We can only absorb losses until we disappear. And when we disappear, access disappears. And with it, New Yorkers' money. These are not wealthy people losing spare change. These are families and seniors choosing between groceries, gas, and electric bills. Deposit returns are survival money, and the state is cutting off access to it. When access is lost, deposits stop becoming an incentive and become a penalty. At the same time, the law itself has been allowed to decay. There are now more beverages excluded from the bottle bill than included. Redemption centers are forced to handle, sort, store, and reject massive volumes of non-covered containers without being paid. That is unpaid labor created by state inaction. This harm does not stop there. Your community programs are losing bottle drive funding. Municipalities are paying to process containers as waste. Taxpayers are footing the bill while New York profits. New York's own 1985 State Commission touted this system's success, but warned that diverting unredeemed deposits would undermine the system and reward failure. Those warnings are now reality. If the state won't repair the system to function as intended, then it should be abolished rather than used as a revenue grab. Legislation has been available since 2017, yet there has been zero progress. At minimum, you have lifeline bills to maintain access and prevent waste, but container expansion is crucial to fully repairing what you've been broken. It's time to take action. New Yorkers are relying on you to finally fix this.
Thank you. Questions? Questions?
Yes, Assemblywoman Giglio?
Yes, so thank you all for being here. And you know what? It really is important to recycle and reuse. And I'm just saying, you know, I've been listening to these budget hearings for 3 years, and I've been talking and listening to you. Jade, you inspire me because your testimony, but you talk about the cost per square foot for these redemption centers and trying to pay the rent and trying to pay the utilities and trying to keep the lights on. And you're waiting 2 weeks, 3 weeks with a full, your place is full with materials for people that have redeemed it. And the few companies come and pick up the bottles when they want to. And you are sitting there and at full capacity. So do you think that New York State DEC and the rest, all of us, should come up with reuses for these recyclable materials so that you could have private enterprise come and pick up these materials and recycle and reuse them rather than you being stuck with these materials at full, you're loaded.
I think what you're referring to is a temporary crisis a couple of years ago when Tamra Recycling had a cyber attack and it caused massive problems in the industry that has since been resolved. One thing that you should be addressing is the monopolization of third-party entities. We used to have competition for those who picked up our containers. We used to have options. Tamra Recycling has been allowed to absorb every single option that we had. They've even purchased Clink, which is an operation that runs out of Hannaford grocery stores in upstate New York, where people can return the containers at the store via a drop-off system and get paid through a card days later.
So as a former restaurant owner and speaking to a lot of restaurant owners and the Restaurant and Tavern Association, they have bottles sitting in the back that are causing rodent problems and infestation problems because the people that are supposed to be picking up the bottles, the people that delivered them, are not picking them up. How do we fix that?
You have more redemption centers. We are there to pick up for businesses. We do pick up services. But with us going down the way that you are causing us to go down, we cannot do that for these businesses.
Do you think you see the money that goes into the general fund from the bottle redemption rather than reinvestment into redemption centers? Do you think that the state is being really greedy with the work that you're doing?
Absolutely.
In the general fund rather than putting it back into redemption centers and making the recycling efforts and the efforts that you're doing.
When you see an industry dying and you keep leeching money out of it and investing zero money into it, that's wrong.
Thank you, Jade.
Assemblywoman Glick.
First of all, thank you for coming year after year and asking us to fix something that's not been working for some time. I am touched by the notion that there now are more materials that are out there that are not covered by the bottle bill than those that are. So the expansion of coffee, teas, sports drinks, if we were able to get both houses on the same page, this sort of explosion of materials, could you handle it?
100%. If we get the proper pay, we can hire people again. We used to have this staff. And the thing is, as far as those containers go, people are already bringing them to us. They think they already paid a deposit. They cannot decipher the difference because it's so confusing. So you are forcing us to perform unpaid labor. And in some cases, we kind of take some verbal abuse from frustrated consumers because they think it's a store policy and not the law that we are forced to follow.
Right. And let me ask you, there's been a lot of discussion of fraud. And I'm just wondering if you could address your perception of how real or not that issue is.
I agree that the topic of fraud comes up very frequently. What doesn't go along with it is any evidence or any indication of where exactly that happens. I'm prepared to have that conversation in good faith, but if it's not being raised in good faith, we can't even talk about it. What I can say is that the proposal of codifying the DEC's task force on bottle fraud, which is included in your bill, Assembly Member, is a great idea. That task force has not produced any information that we're aware of. So it's hard to even have the conversation about fraud when there's no facts to really base on. What I will say is that the representative of the Conservation PBA recommended allocating money to DEC enforcement. We think that's a great idea. We'd love to have those good faith conversations and work together to make a more accountable, transparent system for everybody.
Thank you very much.
Assemblymember Simpson.
Oh, could I add something to that real quick? There's 24 seconds left. Is that okay? I just want to point out that because New York State is so far behind, states around us are in better positions with the bottle bill. So we now have businesses in New York City losing volume because the fraud is actually going the other way. People are going to Connecticut where more things are returnable and things are worth more money.
Assemblyman Simpson.
Thank you. And this question is for anyone that can answer it. Along with adding additional containers, you have different types, sizes. I'm not sure how that is going to impact, but I've visited many different redemption centers, and some are hand sorting, some are more modernized, which, by the way, I think that there should have been a set aside of money to invest in helping the infrastructure needs to be modern and more efficient. Okay. But it's not in effect right now, and there's a lot of money that's, is there technology, though, that is currently available to be able to deal with all the different containers and sorting to accomplish this efficiently and effectively on behalf of the people that are really putting the 5 or 10 cents, whatever happens?
Yeah, I'll go first. Just really quickly, Europe is way ahead of the United States and way ahead of New York State. And there's a company called Anchor Anderson. There's a beautiful company in Long Island called Recycle Tech that uses AI to help identify the products and properly sort, and it counts. In my store alone, and I'm a fully mechanized place, but I've had to come up with that capital myself, you know, we can count 1,600 units per minute. So we can have 8 customers walk in the door. They get their money within 2 or 3 minutes and they're out the door. We can do 600 customers a day in a pretty small space. Now, yes, the technology exists. It's there. There's plenty of companies doing it. They're both here in a New York State company in Long Island, as well as, and I'll turn it over to Andrea.
Yeah, I'd like to talk a little bit about that too. So like I said, we're in a small town in Olean, New York with an 8,000 person population, but we're able to do 25 million containers last year. So the technology's there. We have 2 Tomer machines that not only have the capacity to count and sort and scan those barcodes that make sure that they are legal redeemable containers, but they also put them in a crushed material that then Tomer gets one piece further in their puzzle to reusing that material. It also cuts down on the space it takes up for us. So like the trucks you mentioned earlier, shipping things all over, we're able to fit a lot more in one of those trucks than we are in, you know, if we are bags and bags. We also utilize hand count and sort too. I don't want to just say that we're a fully automated system. We can service 6 customers at one time. Our machines can count and crush 1.5 containers a second. And our employees are incredible. And we are just as fast as that if we're not having to sort by each container. You know, if someone comes in with a, you know, their favorite thing to drink is Diet Coke, then it's pretty quick for us to count that for them. Almost as fast as the machine. So
Thank you.
thanks.
So thank you very much for coming, spending day and night with us. Appreciate it very much. Thank you. I know many of us have been working on bottle bills, I feel like our whole lives. I feel like you have also. So, exactly. Thank you. And we have one more panel, so don't escape completely, please. We have Panel J, Save the Sound, New York State Wildlife Rehabilitation Council, and Humane World for Animals.
Formerly the Humane Society.
It says Humane World for Animals. Is that different? Formally. Oh, I didn't realize they changed their name.
Yes.
Thank you, Deborah Glick.
You're very welcome. I'm here to inform.
I thought you were just being creative with
No,
their
no.
name.
I'm
Oh, it
being-
wasn't, somebody else was being creative with their name.
Yes,
Okay. Great.
Is Humane World no longer the Humane Society?
All right. All right. Good evening.
Sell more
And
t-shirts.
David Ansel, which, right or left? Thank you. Sorry, I just want to make sure I'm saying it right. So let's start with David Ansel and head then to his right. Afterwards to Kelly Martin and then to Brian Shapiro. Good evening. Thank you for being our last panel tonight.
Thank you. Ready to go?
Yes, sir.
Let's do it.
Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is David Ansel. I'm the Vice President for the Center for Water Protection at Save the Sound. Our mission is to protect and restore the Long Island Sound, and we work with other water protection organizations in the state on statewide water policy. I, in written testimony, have submitted a lot of information about what an incredible asset the Long Island Sound is to New York, so I'm not going to get into those details. And we gave other comments on the budget, but I want to focus in my limited time specifically on clean water infrastructure. We have many pollution challenges in the Sound. The 3 biggest are wastewater pollution, then stormwater pollution, and climate change. And climate change is in and of itself a triple threat because the frequency and severity of the storms is exacerbating the amount of water that's getting into the wastewater system and overwhelming it, and overwhelming our stormwater or lack of stormwater infrastructure. So for example, in New York City, that causes CSOs. Sorry for the jargon, but time is short. And it's also raising the temperature of the water, which is damaging the ecology of the Sound because the warmer the water, the less oxygen it can hold. And then you go back to hypoxia, which was the big problem 20, 30 years ago and still is, bays and harbors. Good news is we know what the solutions are. We need to mitigate climate change and try to meet our goals under the CLCPA. We need to reduce stormwater pollution and invest in green infrastructure. We need to mitigate wastewater pollution, mostly through infrastructure. We have a lot of inadequate and outdated infrastructure. We need more infrastructure. And we know that infrastructure investments work. The Sound was in much worse shape 30 years ago than it is now, certainly in the open waters, and that's because of investments in these types of infrastructure. So we know the business model works. We just have to keep doing it. And so that's where the Clean Water Infrastructure Act comes in, which is so important. And I want to thank the Assembly and the Senate for continuing to fund and support this program, which is vital to the state of New York and for water protection in our communities. I know you heard a lot today about the governor's proposal to increase the Clean Water Infrastructure Act money or infrastructure money by $250 million tied to housing. She made a speech before the budget and the State of the State came out, basically announcing $37.5 billion for water infrastructure in the state over 5 years. And what that means, we understand, is that the Clean Water Infrastructure Act is going to be capped in the governor's mind for the next 5 years at $500 million. And then $250 million will sit on top of that. We urge you to increase the funding for CWIA to $600 million or more and take that money from the new $250 million the governor found. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak before this group. I am representing the New York State Wildlife Rehabilitation Council, also called NICEWork. We are licensed wildlife rehabilitators, licensed by the Conservation Department. We provide a service in taking care of sick, injured, orphaned, displaced native wildlife. Primarily, this is a volunteer effort, though there are a few organizations and centers with paid staff, but most of us do this out of pocket. And there has become an ever-increasing need for our services as more and more people are aware of what we do, and also just the human-wildlife interactions are increasing every year. There are probably almost 2,000 rehabilitators in the state. We get no funding from DEC. We're licensed by them. Many people think we are funded by them, but we are not. There's been very little, actually, financial effort put into our program, and we are asking for some relief in two areas primarily this year. We're new to this, so we're just kind of identified two areas that are a great need. One is a barrier for people who achieve a second license to take care of rabies vector species, bats, raccoons, and skunks, with raccoons being the ones we primarily get calls for. Our license to do that actually requires us to get pre-exposure rabies vaccination. That is a cost from anywhere from $800 to $1,200 for an individual. Most insurance companies do not cover this. The pre-exposure shots are greatly reduced price than what would cost if you had a post-exposure and were actually exposed to rabies. But this is a public service that we provide, that we are taking these animals out of the hands of the public, putting them into the hands of people who are trained and educated on how to do this properly, while also providing humane care for wildlife. The second area we identified were many times, because we do liaison and work closely with the DEC, we often are asked to take confiscated animals when they're taken out of the hands of the public. This also becomes a cost incurred by us. And I think everybody's familiar with Peanut the squirrel. Perhaps let's not forget Fred the raccoon at the same time. These are animals that actually a licensed individual could have taken, and it might have had a far different outcome. So those are just two areas where we would like to see if we could get some support at a statewide level, at a program level. Thank you very much.
Brian Shapiro.
Thank you so much. Brian Shapiro, Humane World for Animals, formerly known as the Humane Society of the United States. I'm going to edit this because you've really stuck it out, and you're doing great work for your constituencies. Thank you. We respectfully ask the department and legislature to consider allocating support aimed at improving the rabies vector species licensing program, as was just detailed. It's essential for public safety to have professional wildlife rehabilitators with the RVS endorsement in our communities, particularly in rural communities with a limited number of rehabbers. I think the case was made beautifully. Having an appropriate number of RVS-approved rehabilitators available prevents the general public from making barehanded contact that could necessitate expensive and painful post-exposure prophylaxis. New York's wildlife rehabilitators, a solid group of DEC stakeholders, are a community represented by NICEwork. This is a professional, long-established organization respected by the DEC, with members trained and educated with the most effective tools and methods available. We respectfully urge the department to work with NICEwork and the legislature to help address this and other obstacles and to allocate funds as needed, particularly on the rabies vector species issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you all for sticking it out. You really do get a merit badge for that. You get 2 merit badges, so thank you all.
Thank you.
A question is for David. You've heard us tonight debate and ask questions about the climate law. We've talked about climate in terms of energy policies in New York State. We've talked about goals and targets, pro and con. But you were the first testifier to really bring up impacts of climate change. Can you talk more about, because your folks are out in the water every day, what climate change is doing right now to the Long Island Sound?
Yeah, 100%. Climate change is damaging the ecological health of the water, as I stated before. It can hold less oxygen as it warms, and it is warming about 1 degree every 10 years. And that actually is more meaningful than it may sound if you're an animal living in the water. Secondly, we have sea level rise and really serious erosion problems, which damages people, property, businesses. We have serious flooding problems, which damages communities. And people are, the storms and the rain events are also really damaging shoreline communities. And, people in New York City in low level apartments have died. So there are real serious impacts in terms of the weather, sea level, ecology. And these are expensive, major issues. And the resiliency projects to try to address them are also very expensive. And luckily, we've worked on some good policy. We worked with Assemblyman Otis and Senator Mayer a couple of years ago to have DEC be encouraged to use nature-based solutions like living shorelines for resiliency. But there's so many hardened surfaces that it's very hard to restore all that habitat.
Yeah, thank you. You mentioned resiliency projects, and we sometimes hear that we can't afford to address climate change versus we can't afford not to address climate change. And I just remind folks of just one expense we had in the budget last year, not on the Sound side of Long Island, but on the Atlantic side. We spent $1.8 billion for a sand restoration project from Fire Island to Montauk. And that was just one resiliency project in one small part of the state. So thank you, and thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
Glick?
A couple of questions about wildlife rehabilitation. You are licensed by DEC?
Yes, we are.
Do they provide the curriculum? If they're licensing you, do they provide, obviously you're getting some sort of test, so is there a curriculum, and where do you get that training?
They do have a study guide and exam in place in order to get the license, and it's never intended to be the endpoint of anyone's education. So our organization, actually, since the inception of wildlife rehabilitation in New York State, has provided an annual conference, a quarterly newsletter where we provide education information to keep people up to date on what's going on in the field. The rabies vector species license has a separate licensing component to it, and again, since the inception of that, our organization has worked with DEC to offer that at our annual conference. That's the next level of training in order to handle those high-risk animals.
What do they charge you for the license?
They don't charge us, and actually I would go on record as saying I would not be opposed to being charged a nominal fee to offset whatever administrative costs if it went back into the program.
And you said there's about 2,000?
Give or take, and that's probably just licensed rehabilitators. A lot of us do have a separate license that allows us to have assistants under our license that we supervise. That may be another several hundred people.
And so it's a network that somebody finds an animal and they are in, Chautauqua County. They go online to find someone?
Well, yes, actually, now that has become a way, which is a mixed blessing. People can find somebody that they're not often geographically reasonable, which is a problem. We're not equally distributed across the state, which I wish we were because our workload is huge. And it's incredibly burdensome for the people that do hold the rabies vector license. Raccoons are one of the most common animals where people are.
Right.
So they're a high percentage of the calls and animals that we get are raccoons. And unfortunately, if we're not taking them, nobody is going to resist that cute baby raccoon. So we're concerned that they remain in the hands of the public. Puts the public at risk. It also usually ends up with a maladjusted animal raised improperly.
I look forward to having more conversations
I'd
about
love
what we
to.
can do to have more support for the rehabilitators.
I would love that. Thank you.
Assemblymember Giglio?
Yeah, so thank you all for being here and staying until the end. Your testimony is important. But Dave, I really want to thank you for the tour of the Long Island Sound in my district a few months ago, where we watched all of these outflow pipes coming into the Sound from road runoff, from the rocky hills of Rocky Point and Miller Place, and they were coming directly into the Sound and affecting water quality. Do you think there's enough money in the budget to correct those problems of the outflow pipes going into the Sound, and what can we do better?
Thank you for your question, and that was a beautiful area to see from the water. Yeah, I don't think there's enough money. I think that we have a lot of work to do in terms of stormwater management, not just around the Long Island Sound, but in the entire state. I think that we need a lot more green infrastructure and better planning, and communities need to be thinking about how to better manage their stormwater on a local level and at the state level. But I do believe that the state can provide more funding and guidance to help the communities get this done.
Yeah, and it's interesting because, these are older communities and they are homeowners associations and they don't have the money to invest into the catch basins and the storm drains and everything that it needs to mitigate all the road runoff that's going into the Sound.
Well, the world's changed. That's part of the issue, is that we get storms where an intense volume of water is falling from the sky in a shorter amount of time than it used to. So communities that used to be able to manage their stormwater are finding that they can't. And so that's one of the major topics that I raise as an issue tonight and always.
And I thank you for your efforts. And I know that you need a new boat too, so
That's right.
that should be in the budget also.
Thank you, Assembly Member. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your participation, for staying with us all day and evening. And I'm going to officially declare this hearing done. But if you miss us, we will be back soon at 9:30 in the morning to deal with a whole new set of issues called the education of the children of New York State. So turn off your computer and go get some sleep and come on back soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.